Empty reply from server. Chapter 651 Ultimate Edition System. You mean, those who are promoted to God Emperor are just another kind of demon transformation? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanhuan said, if they see through it, how to remedy it? Qin Yang thought for a while and said, if you really see it through, the inner demon will naturally appear again. Just defeat him. It's just that there may be no improvement in spiritual sense. What Qin Yang said about the improvement of spiritual sense is naturally that the strength of spiritual sense is doubled. Xuanhuan can be considered to understand, it is still so magical. In my heart, I was thinking about Xuanhuan Guqing, the God Emperors of the Gods. Qin Yang seemed to know what Xuanhuan was thinking, and sighed a little. Now I also understand why Xuanhuan Guqing, especially Emperor Tiangang, is thinking about conquering all worlds. This is the demon they created for themselves, and they fell into in my own beliefs. Thinking of Emperor Tiangang, no matter what the situation is, with his fiery temper, he can actually focus on the world of the sky. What else can this be if it is not a demon? Looking at Jiang Chengwei again, she was the former Alliance military advisor and the first think tank. Thinking about it, he must have discovered the clues of this inner demon. If he can break the level again and be promoted to God Emperor again, he must want to verify it. However, Qin Yang was one step ahead of Jiang Chengwei and had already confirmed everything. The inner demon is to inspire everything in the heart that you dare not face, or even do not want to face. And these are all part of self-power. Fusion of inner demons is equivalent to accepting these, and naturally gaining these powers. On the other hand, the strength of those who defeat the demons has also improved, but that only makes their hearts more pure and eliminates all those who they dare not face and do not want to face. A problem that Qin Yang was worried about was completely solved. And this problem is that if the body is strong enough, after being promoted to God Emperor, the power of rules will also change, and the only thing that remains unchanged is the power of spiritual sense. Qin Yang is different from ordinary cultivators. If the power of spiritual sense is not qualitatively strong, it is still possible to fall into this breakthrough. This is known to everyone in the world. Physical, spiritual, and rules must be relatively balanced. Because of the annihilation rule, Qin Yang had to improve his physique. But the improvement in spiritual sense made Qin Yang somewhat regret letting Lingbao Thousand Scrolls self-destruct. Now that the inner demon has been integrated, Qin Yang's promotion to God Emperor is a matter of course. Qin Yang! How dare you! A loud roar spread to the spiritual mind space, followed by a scream. When facing the inner demon, the spiritual sense space was closed. Now that the inner demon has been successfully integrated, Qin Yang naturally heard the outside voice. Just after this sound, there were screams again and again, as if there was a battle in the field. No, it was more like a massacre. Qin Yang opened his eyes, and the golden light made Xuanhuan bright. Just a glance at it makes people feel worshipped. He has been promoted to God Emperor. The audience exclaimed. Qin Yang's previous actions turned out to be, can't he face the devil? But in the field, all the audience stared at the other light screen. On the light screen, there was a translucent figure that flickered for a while. Every time it flickers, a cultivator is headed to a different place. The end is eerie, and creepy. Qin Yang also noticed the figure, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Didn't it say that the underwater prison cannot show a self-image? Qin Yang asked. After looking at the panel, Qin Yang knew. That's right, this translucent figure is exactly Qin Yang's self-image. Now Qin Yang's self-image is actually massacring the practitioners of the major alliances present. The powerhouses in the 9 heavens of the God King realm, some of whom are on the billboard and the fighting list, are completely vulnerable in front of Qin Yang's self-god statue. Qin Yang asked himself to be able to kill these people, but he was definitely not as clean as his self-god statue. As Qin Yang opened his eyes, this one-sided massacre also stopped. The translucent figure flickered, came to Qin Yang, and opposed Qin Yang. The figure disappears from time to time and appears from time to time, as if imprisoned by some force. Qin Yang swallowed and spit, and let out his spiritual sense, and he found out that the underwater prison itself has the ability to resist the restrictions of the rules. And it was this that led to the appearance of the self-god. As expected of my self-god statue, I even behave in exactly the same way as me. Qin Yang couldn't help but praise. Those people really wanted to kill themselves, but they were just too troublesome. And when he was battling with his inner demon, the self-god statue didn't even attack, but started killing people out of boredom. Not only did he kill people, but he also had a string of universe rings. The self-god statue is somewhat unclear, but the power is absolutely powerful. He casually placed a string of Xuanhuan rings on the ground and faced Qin Yang. Qin Yang had some headaches, but he was fortunate before that he was not an enemy of himself. But now, this battle has not been avoided. You won. The ego idol suddenly spoke. Qin Yang was stunned for a while. I am the incarnation of your strength, and the demon is the incarnation of your spiritual thoughts. Since you can integrate the demon, you have surpassed me in terms of strength. The ego idol is like another Qin Yang. His behavior, including his inner thoughts, are exactly the same as Qin Yang. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and it seemed that it was very easy for him to be promoted to God Emperor. Even outside the underwater prison, you can still win. After finishing speaking, the ego statue entered Qin Yang's body directly. It was like a body without soul, but instinct. This fusion brought Qin Yang great power. The power of rules has transformed before, but at this time, the power has skyrocketed again. Body, mind, rules. All the forces merged into one at this time. Qin Yang's hair was automatic without wind, and the black dragon cloak on his body was also fluttering. The powerful aura made the survivors of the major alliances startled, and they felt like they wanted to surrender and worship. Qin Yang clenched his fist, and at this moment, he felt that he was stronger than ever before. The God Emperor who was beheaded before, now in front of him, even has a feeling that he can run over him with a little finger. This combat power at least exceeds the second realm of the God Emperor, and even killing the third realm of the God Emperor is not a problem. His eyes narrowed, and behind Qin Yang, a huge translucent god appeared directly, and the pressure in the audience increased again. It was difficult for even the powerful gods to breathe. If there were people who were hesitant to besiege Qin Yang before, after Qin Yang's slaughter of his own idol, and now that he was fully promoted to God Emperor, no one would dare to challenge him. I'm sorry, I was promoted to a God Emperor, by the way. Qin Yang smiled and picked up the string of universe rings on the ground. By the way? My God, Qin Yang was promoted to God Emperor like this? The audience can feel the pressure of this figure through the light screen, especially Qin Yang's self-god statue can appear in the underwater prison, which is something that even the great monsters of the 5 realms of the God Emperor can't do. Fortunately, Qin Yang's self-image was very laborious, and it was taken back by Qin Yang not long after. Qin Yang was about to leave when a systematic voice came from his ear. Ding! The host is promoted to God Emperor, and the system is upgraded. Ding! Ultimate Edition, Invincible Copy System, updated successfully. Chapter 652 You are finished. Following the sound of the system prompt, Qin Yang hurriedly checked. Invincible Replication System, host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, 1 realm of God Emperor. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. Rules, obliterate the rules. Domain, ordinary world. It was still a normal panel. Qin Yang began to check the changes in system functions. It doesn't matter at this site, I am instantly overjoyed. The original copy system, copyable active techniques, martial arts, and even a glance at the medicinal herbs can copy the formula. Now the ultimate copy system can copy the ability of magic weapons. If that's the case, then the ultimate version is still too weak. What really makes Qin Yang happy is that no matter what material he sees, he can directly see its various uses, and how to use it is clear at a glance. In other words, even if Qin Yang is given any kind of spiritual material, he can see what the spiritual material can do at a glance. If he can set up a formation, all the formations that can be arranged will be copied successfully. This means that aside from the ability to copy magic weapons, Qin Yang has the ability to copy everything. Although it cannot be created out of nothing, as long as it is theoretically possible, Qin Yang will do it directly. Qin Yang took out one of the array materials that he had previously searched at the first layer boundary bridge, and took a look. The sound of the system came directly to the ear. Ding! Copying the Tianjian array was successful. The method of setting up the formation is clear at a glance, and it does not require any authorization from the dragon god. Qin Yang knew the so-called authorization. It is nothing more than uniting with the Dragon Palace, so that the Dragon Palace also has direct control over this Tianjian formation. Such a powerful ability makes Qin Yang excited. Flip it over, and the Xuanhuan stick appears in your hand. Ding! Copy successfully. A simple copy was successful. Qin Yang understood not only how to refine the Xuanhuan stick, but even copied the size of the Xuanhuan stick's Rui magical powers. Qin Yang was a little excited and reached out to touch the dragon jade hanging from his neck. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, "Now I am also a god emperor, and the secret key of the gods is only a super god level magic weapon, doesn't that mean?" Glancing at it, a ding in his ear made Qin Yang laugh. If there was a feeling before that with his own strength, he could break free from the confinement of the underwater prison. Now that Qin Yang directly possesses the power of Shenlongjiu, this feeling has been expanded countless times. This is different from urging Shenlongjiu. Qin Yang can transform into Shenlongjiu at this time. What Shenlongjiu can do, Qin Yang can do better. Even without the dragon jade, Qin Yang has nothing to lose. Shenlongjiu is like this, so what about other gods' secret keys? If nothing else, Feng Tianbao mirror seals the world as a prison. Heaven patching stone, immortal. Among the secret keys of the god realm, there is also the power that Qin Yang envy. When he came back to his senses, Qin Yang opened his eyes again, and his breath was different. Gives a real sense of supremacy. Since the secret keys of the gods can be copied, then the array flag. Qin Yang has always had a doubt in his heart, which is the magic weapon of the 12 flags of the 8 gates. Now that there is a golden array flag in his hand, Qin Yang directly took it out. His eyes swept away, and the sound of the system still came from his ears. Ding! Copy was successful. A dark golden mysterious pattern suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. At this moment, Qin Yang's entire state changed again. This is not as simple as a change in temperament. If Qin Yang had a strong feeling of being invincible in the world before, now, there is a feeling of creation. Golden array flag, I copied its ability, but the refining method. Qin Yang couldn't help being shocked. This is a super god level magic weapon, yes, but the refining method is beyond Qin Yang's level. For the replication system, the level is divided according to the big realm. That is to say, the realm of the Qin and Yang Divine Emperor can replicate the abilities of the 5 realms of the Divine Emperor. And the refining method of this golden array flag is beyond Qin Yang's level, which means that the person who refines this array flag, his cultivation base is above the 5 realms of God Emperor. Qin Yang couldn't help taking a deep breath. Above the 5 realms of the God Emperor, there is only one realm, and that is, the real God realm. A single word, a single thought, can make an ordinary flag possess such heaven-defying power. The real God realm actually exists, really like the Creator. No wonder that old dragon of Aeoli did not hesitate to give up the cultivation method of the dragon race, but also to learn from the human race of the sky world. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment and thought, then my promotion method. Qin Yang continued to investigate the system and found that there was no special explanation for the promotion method. In the past, as long as a certain number of copies were copied, the promotion conditions could be reached, but now there is no such condition. Qin Yang has become an ordinary cultivator, and the road to promotion is entirely up to him. Do I also need the so-called power of faith? Qin Yang thought in his heart. Immediately denied. Since it can be copied at will, even the method. Treasures can copy their abilities, and the way to level up will naturally not have any hurdles. Among the worlds, how many ways are there to be promoted? Even in the sky world, the promotion methods of the human race, the demon race, and the dragon race are different. If you can copy their power, you can naturally also use their way to advance. However, with Qin Yang's current strength, there is no need to copy other people's strength at all. As long as you look at it, you can see it and know its weaknesses. Closing his eyes, and feeling with his heart, Qin Yang seemed to have touched a barrier. And I sensed in my heart that there is another, more vast barrier besides this barrier. This barrier is an undersea prison. Qin Yang opened his eyes. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of his own promotion path. Only by breaking through the restrictions can you be promoted. It's just that what Qin Yang couldn't understand was that it was understandable to be able to break through the barrier of the submarine prison. As long as the spiritual sense was released, it would be fine. However, if you break through the barrier of the sky world, wouldn't it directly become the real God realm? No, the barrier I feel is not the barrier of the entire submarine prison, but the barrier of this second layer of Xuanhuan. Qin Yang has a clear understanding in his heart, and the outside barrier is not the barrier of the sky world, it is the barrier of the entire submarine prison. Continue to condense the strength and break through the barrier, and then you can reach the next level. Qin Yang's thoughts are well informed. If it is outside the underwater prison, in the sky world, every time you break through, you will be promoted to a big realm. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the drowsy world of Xuanhuan, and suddenly found a problem. That is, this underwater prison can indeed make it easier for people to be promoted to God Emperor, but if you want to be promoted again after being promoted to God Emperor, it will be even more difficult. Especially for the human race. It's not right. Qin Yang shook his head. After the human race was promoted to the God Emperor, it needed the power of faith to continue to promote. Qin Yang came back to his senses, looked at the defeated soldiers of the major alliances in the distance, and suddenly felt strange in his heart. Everyone was stared at by Qin Yang's eyes, and their calves were shaking. The audience is also curious what Qin Yang will do next. I just heard Qin Yang speak suddenly and said, "You are finished." Empty reply from server. Ao Yuanjun, the dragon god of the East China Sea, looked at Qin Yang in surprise. After staring at Qin Yang for a long time, he spoke slowly. Everyone, don't panic, I won't let you be imprisoned here. For you, this is just a competition for hegemony after all. Saying this, everyone immediately let go of the boulder in their hearts. The major forces on the mainland are also relieved, otherwise the mainstay of the family will be trapped in the submarine prison, which will definitely be a huge blow to the family. At the same time, everyone looked at Qin Yang angrily. Qin Yang's few words almost made the entire sky world despair. Qin Yang scratched his nose and agreed in his heart, this is reasonable. Ao Yuanjun continued, leaving the undersea prison was originally just to rearrange the array of heavenly supervisors. Turing, the formation of the array of heavenly supervisors, needs my authorization to arrange it. But if you want to get my authorization, need to enter the 6th floor of the submarine prison. After a pause, Ao Yuanjun continued, actually, I can authorize Turing now, instead of requiring you to go to the 6th floor of the submarine prison. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and authorize. Some people still haven't recovered from the previous panic, and even forgot that the other party is the dragon god of the East China Sea. To speak in such a tone. As long as the heavenly supervisory array is rearranged, they can leave the submarine prison through the heavenly supervisory array, but this means that the dragon clan wants to find out the situation of the submarine prison, and it has been completely in vain. Ao Yuanjun obviously didn't mind the man's tone, but said, the hegemony competition is still going on, but there is actually something that I haven't told you. Speaking of this, Ao Yuanjun looked at Qin Yang again. Although there are dragon god images on each light screen, Ao Yuanjun's eyes can make people know clearly that he is looking at Qin Yang. People from the major alliances present also looked at Qin Yang. Ao Yuanjun said, those who hold the Qianlong fighting command are not bound by the undersea prison. In other words, prisoners cannot be promoted in the undersea prison, but you can. This is why you are allowed to enter the undersea prison for trials. Reason. In this way, everyone felt more at ease. It is only now that everyone understands that they have double guarantees here. In the final analysis, it was a false alarm. Someone let out a long sigh of relief, and his pale face turned rosy again. Qin Yang looked at the dragon god in the light screen suspiciously. According to his perception, this barrier is indeed the barrier of the submarine prison. If you are not bound by the submarine prison here, you should not feel this barrier. But at this moment, Qin Yang's perception suddenly changed, and the barrier of the submarine prison suddenly became clear, as if he was really shackled by someone. Qin Yang's face changed, and his expression turned cold. Could it be targeting me? Qin Yang thought to himself. Looking at the other contestants, people from the major leagues in the distance, and their faces are full of joy, obviously the change in perception, Qin Yang is different from everyone else. Qin Yang was directly regarded as a prisoner by the submarine prison. What if I want to leave now? A practitioner said directly. He is a member of the Justice League, most of them are from the Temple of Heaven, and he is not a person of much status. Qin Yang's earlier sentence, that people in the Temple of all Heavens should kill each other when they see each other, has left a shadow in his heart. If Qin Yang knew that he was also from the Temple of Heaven, he would be ruthlessly beheaded directly. His heart was already broken, and he just wanted to leave quickly. Everyone stared at the light screen, looking at dragon god Ao Yuanjun. Ao Yuanjun pondered, and said, if you leave halfway, it will be regarded as giving up the qualification for the Qianlong tournament. Then I'll give up, the man said without hesitation. Now that Qin Yang is promoted to God Emperor, self-images that could never have appeared before have appeared, killing most of the practitioners present. Qin Yang is simply a demon, staying in the same submarine prison, he dare not even take a breath up. Ao Yuanjun nodded and said, actually, this submarine prison is the belly of Kuanping's body. It's just that this Kuanping is not that Kuanping. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. Ao Yuanjun explained, this underwater prison is the belly of Kuanping, who is half a step into the real God realm. Everyone should be aware of it. This is not a secret realm, let alone an illegal treasure, but it can imprison the 5 realms of the God Emperor. After a pause, Ao Yuanjun took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, the reason why I say that is because there is a Kuanping on the 6th floor of the submarine prison. Kuanping's direct bloodline in the prison. Direct lineage. This meaning is extraordinary. It means that the Kuanping on the 6th floor of the submarine prison is a purebred Kuanping. It's not the Wuying Kuan that Qin Yang hunted before. Those like Wuying Kuan who also have the blood of Kuanping are just superficial, and their power is far from the real Kuanping by more than 1,000 miles. Ao Yuanjun said, if you want to give up, you can hold the Qianlong hegemony order and announce your withdrawal. I will ask Kuanping to take you away. Of course, it has nothing to do with the Qianlong hegemony competition. Are you quitting? Ao Yuanjun asked. Just as the man was about to reply, a person behind him suddenly stabbed his heart with a knife. In his terrified face, his pupils dimmed. The man behind pulled out his hand, and waited for a reply. No, he won't quit. Seeing this, Ao Yuanjun seemed to turn a blind eye, but the image on the light screen disappeared. Everyone exclaimed, "The people from the Temple of Heaven are so hot." Qin Yang narrowed his eyes to look at the man, and the man looked at Qin Yang without showing any weakness. "You wait for me." After the man finished speaking, he led them away. The members of the Justice League retreated one after another. People from other alliances hesitated and left in a hurry. The current Qin Yang is already in existence that crushes everyone. If he is not promoted to God Emperor, he cannot compete with him at all. After everyone left, the light screen lit up again in front of Qin Yang. It was Mr. Qiqiao. What's the matter?" Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and said, "Don't you feel it?" Qin Yang nodded, and said, "I feel it, I am treated differently." Mr. Qiqiao sighed, and said, "The descendant of the Kuanping, the shadowless Kuan, was killed by you. I want to remind you that the one who really controls this underwater prison is the Kuanping on the 6th floor. So what?" Qin Yang was not afraid at all. Mr. Qiqiao said again, "The origin of this Kuanping is not simple, it is not just pure blood. He also has another identity, that is, the owner of the Eastern Star Sea. The East Star Sea is also the former name of Donghai. Xingchenhe Dongyu, that is the name before the calendar of the gods." Mr. Qiqiao said, "When the dragon world came, it hung upside down above the sky world. The dragon world was swallowed up, and the dragon family wanted to destroy the sky world. However, at that time, there were countless big monsters in the sky world, and it was the monster clan that ruled the sky world. The master of the monster clan at that time was Kuanping. The battle between Kuanping and the dragon god at that time caused the sky to collapse. The dragon realm was swallowed up. After this battle, it was directly split into 3 pieces, which are now the 3 sacred places of the sea and the sky. And the world of the sky also fell apart. Because of the center of the world, this battle actually indirectly accelerated the demise of countless worlds. The 2 sides fought and died together. When they fell, they reached a consensus. Kuanping used the belly of a demon body as an undersea prison to suppress the different voices of the 2 worlds. The east of the Star Sea was used as a seeded land for the dragons to live in. All those who were suppressed have been suppressed to death after endless years. But no one thought that when the Kuanping fell, there was still a sun in its demon body, which is the Kuanping on the 6th floor. Countless big monsters were suppressed to death, but Kuanping survived by luck. He devoured all the big monster corpses and fell into a nearly eternal sleep. Until 10,000 years ago, the submarine prison was reopened and Kuanping woke up. Because only the submarine prison can suppress the existence of the level of big monsters, insects, ghosts, and generals. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, "But since Kuanping can control the submarine prison, why doesn't he leave?" Mr. Qiqiao explained, "It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that his strength keeps deteriorating in his deep sleep. Today, he is only one of the overlords on the 6th floor. Whether it is a big monster, insect ghost or ghost skeleton general, there are too many overlords who can fight against him. What he wants is still to devour all the strong men in the undersea prison until the power breaks through the limit, and then refine the undersea prison into a part of his body." Qin Yang understood it, snorted coldly, and said, "So, do you want to devour me too?" Others who hold the Qianlong fighting hegemony order may not be regarded as prisoners. After being promoted to God Emperor, you can still advance. It's just that it's still under the rules of limited divine sense. And this divine sense is limited, but will continue to help practitioners. but for Qin Yang, after being promoted to God Emperor, he has officially become a prisoner in the submarine prison. From this moment on, the promotion barrier that Qin Yang can touch will be directly blocked by the submarine prison. However, no one would have imagined that although Qin Yang was in a cage, he could still leave easily. If you can feel the opportunity for promotion, at worst, go out directly. And he went out with his own strength, not counting as quitting the Qianlong tournament. Looking at Qin Yang's calm expression, Mr. Qiqiao asked doubtfully, "Aren't you worried?" Qin Yang didn't say much, but asked instead, "Should I be the one who should be worried?" After a pause, Qin Yang continued, "I don't care whose stomach this submarine prison is, or who has actual control over the submarine prison. I just keep doing what I should do, no matter who stops me." The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and then he said slowly, "Then he will definitely regret it." After finishing speaking, Qin Yang wanted to leave directly, head to Gangfeng Cliff in Xuanhuan, and enter the third floor of the submarine prison. Mr. Qiqiao stopped Qin Yang, and a light screen flashed in front of Qin Yang. "Before that, you should probably go to Moonlight Lake." "Why?" Qin Yang was puzzled. Moonlight Lake, marked with sea wave sand on the Dragon Warden's map. Sea wave sand is an important material for refining Haiyuan Dan. Naturally, the value of the Haiyuan pill is needless to say, whether it is a dragon or a water-type monster. This Haiyuan pill is like the Tong Tian pill refined from the heaven-swallowing gourd. It's good to have sea wave sand in Dragon Palace, but the place where the sea wave sand is rich has been exhausted, and no new wave sand is produced. If you want to refine Haiyuan Dan, you must get it from the submarine prison. That is, the Moonlight Lake in Shenying Abyss. Qin Yang chuckled, and said, "Does this have something to do with me? I only provide alchemy methods, but I didn't say that I would provide the materials. What's more, what benefits does the Dragon Clan give me?" In the light screen, the figure of Mr. Qiqiao was directly pushed aside, and Mother Long appeared in the image of the light screen. Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines. He had forgotten that Mr. Qiqiao was in the Dragon Palace at this time, in the privileged passage of the Dragon Palace, and he was monitoring the contestants to find out about the submarine prison. Mother of Dragon Ao Qingli said directly, "The dragon alchemist who was able to refine Haiyuan Dan was demoted because of you. Do you want to let go of it now?" Qin Yang was speechless immediately, and argued, "I didn't say I don't care." Like an elder, Ao Qingli kept nagging. Qin Yang's head suddenly grew dizzy when he heard that, and he couldn't bear the look in his eyes. It's like looking at an incompetent child. But this girl already recognizes you as her elder brother. Now that she is in danger, you actually want to stay out of it and ignore it. Ao Qingli directly issued a moral soul condemnation, which made Qin Yang helpless. "Since that's the case, then I'll go to Moonlight Lake," Qin Yang said. Among other things, Ao Kur was in danger, so Qin Yang naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Ao Qingli looked at Qin Yang with satisfaction and kindness, which made Qin Yang feel uncomfortable. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yang shattered the light screen directly. Everyone was stunned, and the unintentional shot directly exposed a point, that is, Qin Yang already had the ability to directly block the cooperation between Mr. Qiqiao and the Star Compass. In the Dragon Palace, Mr. Qiqiao was taken aback for a moment, and the Starry Sky Compass was also a little startled. After being promoted to God Emperor, Qin Yang seemed to have exceeded his imagination. This can be done in the submarine prison, if you leave the submarine prison. Qin Yang didn't know what he had done, but he was afraid that there would be too little time. Unfold the magic weapon of the scroll and find the location of Moonlight Lake on the three-dimensional map. Just right, I have to kill some monsters to gain points. Moonlight Lake. Before Qin Yang finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. Although Moonlight Lake is a lake, it looks like a vast ocean. In the center of the lake, there is a full moon, and this full moon actually casts a moon in the sky. In the moonlight, silver figures appear and disappear from time to time, and Aokura and Qin Lin are fighting fiercely with these figures. "Princess, why don't you come after we are promoted to God Emperor?" Qin Lin panted heavily. "This moonlight lake is very strange, the silver figures are actually monsters. Shaped like a monkey, the body is hairless. It seems to be similar to the human race, but the skin is as pale as the moon. A pair of eyes are also completely white, although the strength is not high, but in Moonlight Lake, they cannot be restricted by the submarine prison. All kinds of supernatural powers can still be displayed. At the same time, those who enter Moonlight Lake are also not restricted and can exert their full power." Aokura's hair was messy, and she was about to respond, when suddenly Tuyu Yaozu appeared behind her, and Aokura and Qin Lin were directly beheaded on the spot. The world changed for a while. Beside the Moonlight Lake, Aokura and Qin Lin both opened their eyes, and there was still a look of horror in their eyes. The 72nd time. Aokura was a little annoyed, but still failed to pass the test of the Moon Monster Clan. Moonlight Lake is the shelter of the Moon Monster Clan. The moon in the lake cannot tell whether it is real or not. I don't know if the moon in the sky is real or not. However, by the lake, one can release divine thoughts and enter the lake. Then, it was the test of the Moon Monster Clan. Only by passing the test of the Moon Monster Clan can one be qualified to talk to the Moon Monster Clan. If we are promoted to God Emperor, then the test of the Moon Monster Clan will also be raised to the God Emperor level. If we cannot pass the test now, then even if we are promoted to God Emperor, we will not be able to fully grasp the power, and it will be even more difficult to pass by then. Aokura frowned and thought deeply, maybe only Qin Yang can pass such a test? It is a test, but it is actually a battle. Spiritual thoughts are active in Moonlight Lake, which is indistinguishable from reality. As long as he can defeat those illusioned Moon Monster Clan, he will be considered as having passed the test. I have to find the waves and sand, Aokura said with firm eyes. It was also the moment, before she entered the submarine prison, that she learned that Dragon Palace did not have much ocean sand in stock. That's why the dragon alchemist who controlled the refining method of Haiyuan pill appeared in the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire so leisurely. Give up, they are learning. In addition to Aokura and Qin Lin, there was also a monster incarnate beside him. It is the sea monster Kunyu in the Kanglan secret realm. Kunyu also has the blood of Kuanping, although he can't catch up with the purebred Kuanping on the 6th floor, but he is not comparable to Wu Ying Kuan. Ever since Kunyu saw Aokura, the dragon girl, he decided to follow, and now he is inseparable from Aokura. Guard Aokura together with Qin Lin. Study? What do you mean? Qin Lin asked. Kunyu's eyes flickered sharply, and he said, I don't know how you Dragon Clan describe this Moon Monster Clan, but I feel that they are extremely sinister and ambitious. Aokura and Qin Lin looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling a little hairy all over. Kunyu can have a place in the Kanglan secret realm, and his knowledge and experience are by no means comparable to ordinary monsters. He had also entered Moonlight Lake with his divine sense before, but he only experienced it once, and he would not enter it a second time. He has been guarding the bodies of several people by the lake. They are learning how to kill us. Moreover, our fighting methods and skills have also been learned by them. Although they cannot learn our rules, if we really fight to the death, we are already there is no chance of winning. Kunyu said. Impossible. Aokura didn't believe it, and said, Moonlight Lake is an excellent place to practice. Moreover, the Moon Monster Clan has always been peace-loving, and they only fight us through this illusion. If you die in this illusion, you will not be harmed at all. Kunyu sneered, he doesn't think so. Can a person who is so hot in the illusion love peace in reality? Qin Lin was shocked, and said, although it is an illusion, it is no different from reality. If you can kill us in the illusion, if you can kill us in reality, you can easily do it too. As a result, Ao Kur and Qin Lin felt chills in their hearts. For a long time, everyone thought that they could continuously improve their own strength by fighting the spiritual thoughts of the Moon Monster clan through Moonlight Lake. But in fact, the Moon Monster clan is also improving like this. And at this moment, Kunyu suddenly stood up and directly revealed his body. The breath of Kuanping's blood spread out, scaring away the monsters in the dark. Kunyu reincarnated, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. This Moonlight Lake seems to be very popular with monsters in Xuanhuan. The underwater prison with limited spiritual thoughts is a special place where all monsters can come here to practice their power. This has happened dozens of times. Fortunately, Kunyu has the blood of Kuanping, which seems to be more deterrent to monsters here than the blood of the dragon. Although, they don't understand why these monsters are so afraid of Kuanping's blood. Just when Kunyu was relaxing, a wolf demon hidden in the shadows rushed out without a sound. The speed is extremely fast, but there is no sound. When Kunyu, Qin Lin, and Ao Kur sensed it, the wolf demon had already arrived in front of him. The sharp claws went straight to Ao Kur. The three of them couldn't react in time, but the scene in front of them stunned them all. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud boom. Qin Yang appeared and stomped the wolf monster's head to the ground. Sudden changes without giving anyone time to react, this is the real extreme of speed. Qin Yang's speed has reached an unacceptable level. As for the wolf monster in the God Emperor realm, his skull was crushed by Qin Yang's foot, and he died on the spot. I really doubt how you have survived until now. Qin Yang asked, curiously. Time seemed to stand still. After a few breaths, the three of Ao Kur came to their senses, their hearts beating violently. Brother Qin Yang. Ao Kur hurried to the bed and grabbed Qin Yang's arm. You scared me to death. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, Did I scare you to death, or did this wolf demon scare you to death? Kunyu stared at Qin Yang in surprise. Why is this kid God Emperor? And looking at the corpse of the wolf demon in horror, a huge wave was set off in his heart. This is not such a God Emperor. Qin Yang glanced at Kunyu, and Kunyu immediately had a feeling of being seen through. Qin Yang said, In this underwater prison, not everyone is afraid of Kuanping. Similarly, there are many monsters coveting Kuanping's bloodline. If they can swallow them, their own bloodline will be directly promoted. The wolf demon just now seemed to be attacking Ao Kur, but in fact all his mind was fixed on Kunyu. This Kunyu is a sweet pastry, and all kinds of monsters are weighing the pros and cons. In fact, he just didn't want to be the first to make a move. As long as Kunyu dies, there will be the grand occasion of wooing Kuan's death before, and all the monsters will come to devour them frantically. After inquiring about Moonlight Lake and the Moon Demon clan, Qin Yang looked at the full moon on the lake with an expression of interest. Is it the rule of reality? Qin Yang shook his head, this thing can't be so high-end. Qin Yang has only seen the rule of fiction and reality once, and he still doubts whether it really exists. That is the virtual and real rule in the Temple of the Gods. The rules that allow the God Emperors of the gods and calendars to live as if they were fake are beyond the comprehension of the world. Although the full moon in front of me has the ability to create the illusion of spiritual thoughts, it is both false and real, true and false, but its rules are not the rules of virtual and real. After watching the full moon, Qin Yang looked at the reflection of the full moon on the lake again. Even he couldn't tell which was the real moon and which was a mirrored illusion. Maybe both are true, or maybe both are false. Can you release divine thoughts? Qin Yang frowned, this is really a strange place. His eyes seemed to penetrate the lake, but he saw a scene of horror. What a ruthless method. What an ambition. Qin Yang's pupil shrank. Ao Kur and Qin Lin were stunned for a moment, while Kunyu looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Did Qin Yang see anything before entering Moonlight Lake? There are a lot of surf sand here, but this Moonlight Lake is not a place rich in surf sand. Qin Yang said. How do you know? Aokir asked, puzzled. Qin Yang didn't explain directly, but said again, no matter who it is, will this place be an excellent place to practice? Aokir nodded, that's right. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, that's right. Aokir was full of doubts, what did you see? Qin Yang pointed to the lake and said, under the lake, there are endless corpses. Among them, there are many keel bones. As for the sea waves and sand, Qin Yang did see that they were packed in big boxes. Although the boxes are magic treasures now, they have decayed under the endless years, and the waves and sand have slowly flowed out of the boxes. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Dragon Clan is very interested in this Moonlight Lake. What? Aokir's face turned pale with fright. Qinglin and Kunyu were also uncomfortable. Kunyu said, it seems that I guessed right. Qinglin was puzzled and said, if there are endless bones here, it proves that the people or monsters who have been here have died here, but as far as we know, this is indeed a place for experience. Many monsters and everyone benefited from being here and got out of here safely. Qin Yang suddenly laughed, making the three of Aokir even more uncomfortable. Qin Yang raised his voice to the lake and shouted, big monster, we meet again. It was just a name, which made the three of Aokir's hair stand on end. People from all major alliances have been eyeing Moonlight Lake, whether it's for the waves and sand or to improve their strength. They have also been paying attention to the trial of the three of Aokir, and they are itchy, and they want to try it too. But hearing Qin Yang's words on the light screen, everyone's backs suddenly felt cold. Big monster, bug ghost. This is obviously Moonlight Lake, and only the Moon Demon Clan is right here. Why are the big monsters and worms here? Qin Yang waited quietly. In the lake, the moon creased, and a white monster like a corpse that had soaked for a long time came out of the water. It was the Moon Monster Clan that Aokir and the other three had tried before. A pair of white eyes stared at Qin Yang firmly. You really surprised me. Moon Demon said in a sinister manner, in 7,363 years, you are the only one who has seen through this place. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at the full moon floating in the air, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The dark golden lines in the eyes gradually flowed, and Qin Yang had already seen through the Moon Demon's ability. To put it bluntly, this moon is an illusion. Anyone who sees this moon will fall into illusion. It's just that this illusion is too powerful, not weaker than Jiang Chengwei's perfect world. It can actually make people caught in the illusion directly escape from the imprisonment of the submarine prison, and can release their spiritual thoughts. The only pity is that this illusion has a limited range. Otherwise, the Moon Demon Clan would have escaped from the submarine prison a long time ago, so that they would not be parasitized by the big demon worm ghost when the clone of the big monster worm ghost arrived. The Moon Monster Clan really knew that they couldn't do without this place, so they created this illusion. Mislead all monsters, let all monsters think that this place can be tested. In fact, they are learning in secret. Once they have accumulated enough strength, they can reach the 6th floor in one fell swoop and become a dominant existence. If he defeated Kuanping again, he would have the possibility to leave the submarine prison. It's just that he met a big demon, a worm. It's a pity that you have the scheming and potential to become the overlord, but it fell into your hands ahead of time. Qin Yang sighed. Qin Yang pointed to the Moon Demon, and said to Aokir, in the past, people who came here were inseparable. But the Moon Demon figured it out, and let everyone who came here go. In this way, it was rumored that this place was the best place for trials. But then, it was occupied by the big monster, the worm ghost, and the moon monster became a clone of the big monster, worm ghost, and the people who left were naturally. The words were not finished, but it was enough to give everyone a chill. Qin Yang's meaning is very clear, that is, the person who leaves here is probably already a clone of the great monster. The big monster, worm and ghost are subtly influencing, and I don't know how many monsters have been banned in secret. Is Moonlight Lake only found in Xuanhuan on the second floor? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Aokir nodded stiffly. After all, Qin Yang only has the map on the second floor, and he doesn't know what's on the third floor. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. In this way, there is one problem that can be explained clearly. What's the problem? Aokir asked. Qin Yang smiled and asked back, don't you think that Xuanhuan, the second floor of the submarine prison, is a bit too peaceful? Aokir was a little dazed. All the audience and the contestants who were paying attention here were also at a loss. But there are also quite a few people with delicate thoughts, who suddenly broke out in a cold sweat after thinking about it carefully. It was so peaceful indeed. So many contestants have come to this shadow. The second layer of the abyss, but only at the beginning, there will be a large number of casualties. I thought it was because everyone formed a major alliance that made those monsters stay away, but in fact, even if a flock of sheep gathers together, how can it threaten the cheetah? In this way, it can be proved that most of Xuanhuan's monsters have a common command. It was this conductor who deliberately avoided the contestants. Fortunately, the Moonlight Lake is only in Xuanhuan, and the moon demon who has become a big monster, insect ghost, has not yet gone down. Otherwise, most of the entire undersea prison will fall under this ghost. A worm ghost controls the entire worm world, and all creatures in the worm world are clones of the worm ghost. Such a powerful existence, how could it honestly stick to a corner in the submarine prison? It's amazing, I'm really starting to admire you. Moon Demon stared at Qin Yang firmly, and said, you are quite capable if you can survive from the hands of the general. Qin Yang chuckled and said, what? Still obsessed with my body? Do you want me to give you a chance? Yu Yao's face brightened, and said, could it be that you are really so confident? Do you want to resist my power? Qin Yang, don't. Aokir was startled. Qin Yang's figure had rushed up, stepped on the moon on the lake, and stood opposite the moon demon. The distance between each other is less than 10 feet. Try. Qin Yang said calmly. The moon demon laughed strangely. It seems that you are more confident in being promoted to the God Emperor. There was a bright look in his eyes, and a disgusting bug spit out from his mouth, and flew towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes flashed fiercely, and the power of annihilation was urged with all his strength. With a radius of hundreds of feet, whether it is the moon in the lake or the moon in the sky, they are all wrapped in the power of annihilation. Everything, including the avatar of the big monster, worm and ghost, was wiped out together. Like a fool. Qin Yang laughed loudly. Bastard! How dare you cheat? A roar sounded in the distance of Moonlight Lake. And with Qin Yang's move, the illusion of Moonlight Lake disappeared completely. The only clone of the moon demon died without even a scum left. Qin Yang looked at it. It was a three-faced lion monster, with 3 terrifying faces, growing out of one head. Obviously, this three-faced lion monster is also a clone of the great monster, Chongguo. Qin Yang shook his head and said, only a fool would believe so easily. The three-faced lion jumped into a rage like thunder, and roared, you are not worthy of being a God Emperor powerhouse at all. You are simply the shame of a God Emperor. No, you are wrong. Qin Yang shook his head, and said seriously, you must first understand that self-confidence and inflation are not the same thing. The three-faced lion was maddened with demonic aura, while Aokir and the other 3 looked bewildered. Not only Aokir and the others, but all the audience and contestants also opened their mouths. A moment ago, they thought without any doubt that Qin Yang wanted to try the ability of the big monster, but the next moment, Qin Yang used practical actions to tell everyone how to kill the enemy is the fastest and saves effort. The majestic God Emperor speaks his word. How could he be full of nonsense if he could be promoted to the rank of God Emperor? Qin Yang's behavior and strength gave people an extremely absurd illusion, but in fact, everyone fell into a common-sense, vicious circle. It's no wonder that the big monster, worm and ghost are so angry that they can't help themselves. Just kidding, being drilled into your body by such a disgusting bug? How could Qin Yang agree? Qin Yang, you and I are irreconcilable. The three-faced lion monster raised its head to the sky and roared angrily. The three faces on one head twisted ferociously. Ding! The scan is successful and the panel is generated. Monster beast, three-faced lion demon. Strength, God Emperor Second Realm. Bloodline, Tianxue Divine Lion. Rules, the rules of fire, the rules of earth, and the rules of water. Supernatural powers, the sky fire destroys the world, the waves oscillate, and the sea of clouds boils. Note, the big demon, insect, and ghost are cloned. Qin Yang looked at this monster lion in surprise. He didn't expect this guy's blood to be quite strong. It's a pity that there are too many rules for cultivation, and it's too far behind a purebred Tianxue master. If the system hadn't given the panel, Qin Yang would never have believed that these three-faced monsters had the blood of the heavenly snow god lion. 3 faces, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. Qin Yang carefully looked at the furious three-faced lion monster, and the three-faced lion monster roared again, and their faces twisted for a while. The yellow face in the middle, the face of his face became bigger, squeezing the other 2 faces to the edge. Go to hell. The three-faced lion demon roared, the waves are shaking. Qin Yang snorted, and said with a smile, it turns out that whichever face you change, you have that kind of attribute. I thought your avatar was a bit capable, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. The ground was like a lake, rippling and rippling, making it impossible to stand still. At the same time, the ground produced a great suction, which made it impossible for people to vacate. Ao Kuer, Qing Lin, and Kunyu all turned pale with fright. They couldn't even stabilize their bodies. How could they fight this monster lion? Ao Kier wanted to ask Qin Yang for help, but found that Qin Yang had already disappeared in place. The majestic monster, insect ghost, just picked some garbage monsters to parasitize. I think your body is just like this. Qin Yang appeared behind the three-faced lion monster, stretched out his hand and slammed it. Destroy the sword energy. In Qin Yang's eyes, black and gold lines suddenly lit up. 10 feet of sword energy directly cut the ground in half. The three-faced lion demon evaded in time, but a large bunch of hair was still cut off. How dare you underestimate me? The faces of the three-faced lion demon changed, and the blue face became the dominant one. After taking a deep breath, the voice of the heavenly law sounded, the sea of boiling clouds. As long as you exhale this breath, a boiling mist, with a radius of hundreds of feet will be directly generated. It looks like a sea of clouds from a distance, but as long as it is within the range of this boiling sea of clouds, even the monsters of the second realm of God Emperor can't hold back dozens of them. If it is the first realm of the God Emperor, I am afraid that it will be steamed directly. Kick the sky. How could Qin Yang do what he wanted? The reason why he pulled into the distance directly was because he was afraid that this guy would release this move. If they were released, Ao Kier and the others would be in danger. Woo! The mouth of the three-faced lion demon was kicked tightly shut, and the powerful supernatural power exploded directly in the chest, abdomen and mouth. This was more than that, the whole body lost control and was kicked straight into the sky. Exerting his supernatural powers to connect the heavens and the earth, the sound of the heavenly way rang out, but was kicked back by Qin Yang. The backlash and this kick caused the three-faced lion demon's mouth to split open, causing a burning pain in the chest and abdomen. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't speak well. Good boy, you will regret it. The face of the three-faced lion demon changed again, this time the fiery red face dominated. Heavenly fire destroys the world. The voice of heaven sounded again. This time, Qin Yang couldn't stop it. One after another flaming meteors crashed down from the sky. But the divine sense is limited. No matter how much you smash it, you can't aim at it at all. Even Ao Kur and others can avoid it freely. The three-faced lion demon's eyes tightened, and he secretly said, "Damn it. If it was outside the submarine prison, it would definitely be a powerful supernatural power, but here, this move is so useless that it cannot be used anymore." Looking at Qin Yang again, he gestured to himself. Qin Yang gestured with a pistol, and the shape of his mouth seemed to be the word Peng. An annihilating sword energy was as big as a knuckle and disappeared instantly. Could it be? The three-faced lion demon trembled in his heart, and immediately fell to the ground. The annihilation bullet pierced through the head of the three-faced lion demon, and the annihilation rule instantly turned his brain into annihilation. God Emperor Second Realm Monster Beast, instantly kill it. Qin Yang chuckled, with a calm expression on his face, as if he had just done an ordinary little thing, without any arrogance or complacency. But this move made all the audience tense up. Qin Yang is definitely qualified to inflate, but he just doesn't. An inflated enemy can always easily find a weakness, but facing such a Qin Yang, there is no weakness at all. Because he can clearly recognize the situation when facing any situation. That's not all, Qin Yang even resorted to tricks when he killed the clone of the moon demon just now. In this way, everyone looked at Qin Yang with admiration, and those who were enemies were terrified. Those who make good friends with him will praise them again and again. Dead? Ao Kur looked at the three-faced lion demon in surprise. On the terrifying and ferocious face, a big hole was still gurgling blood. But if you throw away his head, you will find that the inside of his head is empty. Otherwise? Qin Yang spread his hands. You are so strong. Ao Kur covered her mouth and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. If it was the three-faced lion monster himself, it would not be so easy for me to kill him. It's a pity that this is a clone copied by the big monster, worm and ghost, and there is no way to kill him. Its power is brought out perfectly." Qin Yang added another sentence in his mind, not to mention the super-long performance in the face of death. After what Qin Yang said, everyone's fear of the big monster, worm and ghost, became less. Qin Yang looked at Moonlight Lake and said, "There are no monsters here anymore, you can go down to get the sand from the waves." After a pause, Qin Yang added, "By the way, there are not only waves and sand here, but also all kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures. They are all the trophies of the moon demon over the years." "Thank you," Ao Kur said excitedly. "This harvest is too big." For Kunyu, his eyes are even more golden. Not to mention anything else, the wreckage of a god-level monster is not easy to decay, and its wreckage still contains majestic power. If it is swallowed. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to interrupt, saying, "Stop, don't thank me first." The three of Ao Kur looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang said, "All these are accounted for, and I will give you satisfactory rewards." This? Ao Kur's face froze, unable to laugh or cry. Qin Lin and Kunyu looked at each other in blank dismay, but were also speechless one after another. "Then how much do you plan to pay me?" Ao Kur pouted with an aggrieved expression on her face. She looked so pitiful that she looked like she was about to cry, which made people feel pain when they saw it. "It's no use pretending to be pitiful, at most 20%. Qin Yang said. 20% is already very high. If you were any contestant, you might be fighting for the job. After all, the moon demon is the clone of the great monster, worm and ghost, which Qin Yang saw through and beheaded. And here is a trap: if there is no Qin Yang, Ao Kur and the three of them may also become the clones of the big monster, worm and ghost. Brother Qin Yang. Aokur came over and shook Qin Yang's arm vigorously. Don't shake it, it's useless. Don't be cute, there is a cuter one in my Chankuan ring. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. That's right, it's Peach Fairy. Since Qin Yang entered the submarine prison, this little fox has treated himself as heir, lying in Qin Yang's demon ring, eating and sleeping. But that's okay, in such a dangerous place, Tao Xiaoyao's strength is too bad, and he is only in the star realm. If it wasn't for Qin Yang checking every now and then, I'm afraid the little fox might have disappeared. Tao Xiaoyao always thought that Qin Yang ignored her. 50%. Aokur straightened his face, stretched out his hand, and stretched out his rootless jade-like fingers, dangling in front of Qin Yang's eyes, and almost slapped Qin Yang on the face. Qing Lin took a sharp breath, while Kunyu almost choked on his own spit. Neither of them could believe that Aokur dared to speak so loudly. Especially Kunyu. In Kunyu's view, a monstrous genius like Qin Yang has become such a strong man now, and he has to bargain with such an existence. Originally, Qin Yang gave 20%, which already made Kunyu feel that he had made a fortune. Qin Yang curled his lips, and before he could say anything, Aokur said, 50% is 50%, deal. Qin Yang was dumbfounded. Who made the deal with you? Don't speak for me, okay? Aokur said willfully, I don't care, otherwise, if it is such a big moonlight lake, you can fish it yourself? Qin Yang frowned, this is indeed hard work. Forget it, 50% is 50%. Qin Yang agreed indifferently. Aokur cheered excitedly, while Qing Lin and Kunyu just watched blankly. You guys are in this group. If you have natural materials and earthly treasures, you should improve your strength. Don't be so reckless if you don't reach the God Emperor realm. Qin Yang instructed. Got it. Aokur stuck out her tongue. Qin Yang took 2 steps, returned directly, took out a star stone and threw it to Aokur. After thinking about it, I gave Aokur a few more. Bring a few more to be prepared, Qin Yang said. Aokur had a reluctance on his face, and said, I can't die once, how many times do I have to die? Qin Yang shrugged and cancelled, what if you die too many times, and I forgot to give you the Sky Star Stone? Thinking of the consequences of Qin Yangrua's forgetting, Aokur suddenly stuck out her tongue, and hastily left her own spiritual imprint on these star stones. Qing Lin knew what the star stone meant, and she was full of envy. After explaining to Kunyu, Kunyu even regarded Qin Yang as a true god. Protect her well. Qin Yang also threw 2 pieces over. The most indispensable thing now is the Sky Star Stone and the Kongming Stone, so Qin Yang is naturally polite. Of course, if the other spiritual materials are not enough to activate the resurrection formation, the worst thing is to wait until enough materials are found before resurrecting it. After all, the Sky Star Stone has been regarded as the resurrection stone by Qin Yang, but anyone who does not want to see him die must give it. Aren't you a human race? You are a star stone. Aokur wanted to say how to give it casually, but the people who gave it were herself, Qing Lin and Kunyu, and it was difficult to say it out. Aokur changed his words, the star stone is also very important to you. When you leave the submarine prison, you will use it to create a god statue for yourself. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no need. Aokur, Qing Lin, and Kunyu immediately cast puzzled eyes. Practitioners in the firmament world, except for cults, all need the power of faith. If Qin Yang doesn't use it. Qin Yang hurriedly said, I have too many star stones, I can't use them all up. In fact, Qin Yang really didn't need the star stone to build a statue, because after killing the 3-faced lion demon, Qin Yang had clearly realized how to improve his realm. One word, kill. As long as you kill enough, you will become stronger. Moreover, Qin Yang still had a feeling that this killing was not just about killing monsters, but even destroying the secret realm. truly worthy of being the Lord of Destruction. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. Putting away the heavenly star stone that had been infused with divine thoughts by the three of them, Qin Yang said, with this heavenly star stone, it doesn't mean you can sit back and relax. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, if one day I die, you will all be finished. Brother Qin Yang won't die. Aokir said. The sweeter you shout, the harder your attack. Qin Yang whispered. What did you say? Aokir didn't hear clearly. Qin Yang quickly shook his head and said, it's nothing. Before the words fell, Qin Yang's figure disappeared in place. Aokir looked at Moonlight Lake, waved her small hand, and said, start work. After finishing speaking, he added, be quicker, I won't treat you badly. Qinglin and Kunyu's faces turned bitter, they were simply exploiting female landowners. The two were about to enter Moonlight Lake to search, when suddenly, their bodies stiffened. Be careful. Qinglin shouted, and stopped in front of Aokir. Aokir also noticed that at some point, there was a monster hovering in the sky. The scarlet eyes had been staring at them. Want to rob me of thousands of years of accumulation? You have to have your life to get it. Dark Sky Demon Crow laughed strangely. Another avatar of the great monster, Chonggue. The Dark Sky Demon Crow said, this Moonlight Lake is an important foundation for me in the submarine prison. Most of the monsters in the second layer of Shadow Abyss are my avatars. I am going to rely on the accumulation here to improve my avatars. With the strength to gradually rule the entire undersea prison, how could he give it up so easily? What do you mean? It was Brother Qin Yang who killed your clone. This is Brother Qin Yang's trophy. Aokir retorted. The Dark Sky Demon Crow grinned and said, your brother Qin Yang, maybe he has already arrived at Gangfeng Cliff, to the 3rd floor of the submarine prison. Don't think that I don't know your whereabouts. In fact, the whereabouts of each of you are under my surveillance. Aokir's face changed, and she exclaimed, some of the contestants have been parasitized by you. The Tianjian formation has been destroyed, and the only possibility to monitor everyone is the other contestants. That's right, but you will never be able to find out who was parasitized. I will kill the 3 of you first, and after I have wiped out all your contestants, I will go to Qin Yang to settle the score. After the Dark Sky Demon Crow finished speaking, he swooped down. God Emperor Second Realm Monster Beast just flew down normally, giving people a kind of impression that the mountain collapsed in front of them. Brother Qin Yang will not let you go. Aokir opened the mouth and said. Humph, I won't let him go. The Dark Sky Demon Crow had already rushed in front of the 3 of them. Qinglin waved her hand, and the sea god trident appeared in her hand. There is also a dharma flashing on Kunyu's body, which can be transformed into the real body in an instant. At this moment, a light and fluttering voice sounded. She's right, I won't let you go. Qin Yang appeared in front of the 3 of Aokir and pointed forward. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang let out a low shout, and directly condensed hundreds of extinct Excalibur swords, and shot them out, each of which was connected by a silk thread. Dark Sky Demon Crow's eyes widened, why didn't Qin Yang leave? With a shake of the wings, the powerful wind system directly scattered all the Annihilation Excalibur. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised, he stretched out his hand to grab it, and yanked it violently. Hundreds of Annihilation Excalibur flew back directly backwards. Although the spiritual thoughts are restricted and cannot come out through the body, this move is as good as being unrestricted. Seeing that the Dark Sky Demon Crow was about to be stabbed into a sieve, countless feathers were directly blasted from its huge monster body. A huge crow turned into thousands of normal-sized crows. Even so, countless little crows were killed on the spot. The power of the Dark Sky Demon Crow has been directly reduced a lot. Interesting. Qin Yang chuckled. It turned out that the Magic Crow King's Kung Fu technique was to fire the Dark Sky Magic Crow's natal power. Brother Qin Yang, why are you back? Aokur asked, are you worried about me? Qin Yang remained silent in embarrassment. Aokur said again, have you calculated everything, and knew that this big monster and ghost had a clone nearby? If this is the case, then Qin Yang's scheming will be unfathomable. Qin Yang touched his nose, and said, neither of them. What's that? Aokur asked, curiously. The audience, who were startled by the sudden appearance of the dark sky demon crow before, also became curious. It wasn't because he was worried about Aokur, and it wasn't because he expected that the big demon, worm, and ghost would have a backhand, so what could be the reason? Because Qin Yang reached out to touch his waist, took out a string of Qianquan rings and handed them over, saying, I'm afraid there are too many treasures in this moonlight lake, and your space for your Qianquan rings is not enough. Aokur was stunned, then snorted coquettishly, and stomped her feet angrily. Everyone was also dumbfounded. Even if they thought about it, they never expected that Qin Yang would return like this. That's my treasure. Countless little crows flew together, and the dark sky magic crow reappeared. Qin Yang looked at the dark sky demon crow playfully, and said, thousands of years of knowledge, it seems that I am right to come back. Humph, do you think you can really get it? It would be better if you didn't go to the third floor. I'm here in Xuanhuan, and I ended up with you, said the dark sky demon crow. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, impossible, you are on the second floor, you can't kill me at all. The dark sky demon crow flew far away in midair, staring at Qin Yang. How do you know? Qin Yang said, the second floor of this submarine prison is your base. With this moonlight lake, your avatar can improve your strength. But what do you do to increase your strength? Of course, go to the third floor and rule the third floor, and even deeper. Qin Yang went on to say, so, although there are many avatars of you in this Xuanhuan, on the whole, most of the avatars copied by you have left Xuanhuan. The avatars you left behind are only comparable to this Xuanhuan. The original monsters in Shadow Abyss are fighting against each other, that's all. Qin Yang looked at the dark sky demon crow calmly, and said, if I guess right, your avatar did not deliberately avoid the competitors of the Qianlong contest, but was not parasitized by you in the battle with Xuanhuan. The monsters in Xuanhuan check and balance each other. Because you have always maintained a certain amount of clones, and if you have more clones, there will be clones going to the third floor, so, your clones are evenly matched with the monsters in Xuanhuan. Even a group of gods, the appearance of the King Realm contestants, is enough to break this fragile balance. Dark Sky Demon Crow gasped, this kid actually saw through so much. Moreover, he really guessed it right. In the submarine prison, there are no monsters who don't know about big monsters, insects, and ghosts. In fact, the big monster, worm and ghost are also the common enemy of all monsters. Even if they were fighting against each other's natural enemies, they would stop fighting when they encountered the clone of the big monster, worm and ghost, and would even unite to kill the clone of the big monster, worm and ghost first. After all, the abilities of the big monsters and worms are too special. If you don't want the submarine prison to become a second worm world, you can only unite and resist together. The second floor is actually not dangerous, at least for the truly powerful monsters in the submarine prison. Therefore, as long as the big monster, worm and ghost have a chance, they will control the clone to enter the third floor, and attack layer by layer, until it becomes the strongest in the sixth floor. And at this point, Kuanping can be defeated and parasitic Kuanping. This is also one of the ways for the big monster, Chongguei, to leave the submarine prison. However, no one expected that the big monster, worm, and ghost took advantage of the loophole, and used the fire formation flag on the third floor to make the dragon guards call the heavenly prison formation, allowing his clone to mix in, and this submarine prison became a submerged prison. The place of trial for the dragon contest. Almost thousands of contestants poured into the submarine prison. The quantity is simply too much. And among these people, all the talented and intelligent people are still breaking through the God Emperor. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't take advantage of this loophole. I didn't expect you to see through my plan. The dark sky demon crow took a deep look at Qin Yang, knowing that the threat level of this kid was too high. Moreover, when he did not become a God Emperor, his power was so tyrannical. Now that he has become a God Emperor, he also directly killed the clone of the second realm of the God Emperor before. Even if he didn't use it to his fullest strength, the second realm of God Emperor is the second realm of God Emperor. In the heart of the big monster, Chongguei, Qin Yang's threat level even surpassed that of the ghost, skeleton, general and big monster Kuanping. Even most of the overlords in the 6th floor of the submarine prison are inferior to him. Time, for a big monster of this level, is like a fleeting moment. Qin Yang reached the 6th floor, although it would take a long time for the human race, but for the big monster, worm and ghost, it was only a blink of an eye. If that time really comes, this kid will definitely grow to a terrifying level. Boy, you made me change my plan. Dark Sky Demon Crow calmed down suddenly, with a shocking murderous intent in his eyes. Oh? What plan? Qin Yang asked. You're so smart, why don't you keep guessing? Dark Sky Demon Crow said. Qin Yang frowned, and said, could it be that you give up the 2nd floor of the submarine prison and kill me with all your strength? Dark Sky Demon Crow's heart sank, can you guess right? Qin Yang chuckled and said, you can try it. The Dark Sky Devil Crow gritted his teeth, and said angrily, humph, my 10,000-year plan was interrupted because of you, how could I kill you alone? Just wait, I will launch a frenzy of monsters and kill all your contestants, all wiped out. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes suddenly, if this is the case, it would be a disaster. It's not that Qin Yang is worried about the safety of the major alliances, but that once the big monster Chongguei launches a frenzy of monsters, the monsters that are not parasitized in Xuanhuan will reap the benefits of the fishermen. Even if the contestants win, those monsters who are waiting to reap the benefits will inevitably attack and take advantage of the fire. All contestants, unless they give up the competition, will surely die. At that time, Chuchinga, Xuanhuan, and even Ao Kur will only have these two paths. Give up or die. How is it? Are you scared? Dark Sky Demon Crow looked at Qin Yang proudly, if you don't want to become a sinner through the ages. Thank you. Qin Yang cupped his hands. The Dark Sky Demon Crow was stunned, and all the audience were also stunned. Qin Yang said calmly, then start the monster frenzy, as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more contestants will be promoted to God Emperor. The longer you delay, the worse it will be for you. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Qin Yang added, if the monster you parasitized has only this little strength, if it's too late, I'm afraid that your frenzy of monsters is just a joke. The Dark Sky Demon Crow lost its feathers angrily, and obtained memories from the previous parasitic clone. This kid turned out to be everyone's public enemy. All major contestant alliances, there is no one who has not offended this kid. Launching such a frenzy of monsters and beasts is actually helping this kid fight the enemy. The flames in the Dark Sky Demon Crow's chest could not be calmed down. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in the direction of the steel swamp. Just now, one of his clones was hunted down. It's more like hunting than crushing. All the monsters of the Iron Legion seem to be berserk. Unfortunately, they bumped into their clone and killed it immediately. The Dark Sky Demon Crow laughed loudly, looked at Qin Yang, and said, it seems that I don't need to start the frenzy of monsters anymore, I just wait and enjoy it. The Dark Sky Demon Crow danced in the air excitedly, everyone including Qin Yang was taken aback. What happened? The Dark Sky Demon Crow said, I haven't been able to find an opportunity for a long time, because I am afraid that the major armies of Xuanhuan will unite. Now they are really united, boy, I will wait for you to fight with Snipe and Clam. I am a fisherman. Prophet. The voice gradually disappeared, and the figure also disappeared in Shining Yuan's dim sky. Qin Yang, Ao Kuer and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, but the order for hegemony transmitted the urgent preparations of all alliances. The Iron Legion is dispatched from the Iron Swamp and is about to attack the Dark Alliance. The Bone Legion is all dispatched from Buried Bone Mountain, heading straight for the Justice League. Because the first layer of the boundary bridge is the Red Wilderness, the Hunter Legion that was originally in the Red Wilderness has launched a surprise attack, and the Sky Alliance has suffered heavy losses. Gangfengia Divine Walking Legion is a group of wind-attributed monsters. Gangfengia has been sealed. No monsters or people can cross the Thunder Pool. We are trapped in the second layer of Shenyinjuan. A piece of information appeared on the hegemony order, and everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis when they saw it. Qin Yang frowned and looked through every message, but he was also a little confused. Shenyinjuan has 8 regions, and each region has a legion for a force. These forces do not interfere with each other, and even have occasional frictions at ordinary times. Why are they suddenly united at this time? Too bad, these 8 armies are going to encircle and suppress us here. Ao Kuer's face turned pale. She knew better what the participants of the Hidden Dragon contest meant. Once these people fell here, it would be a devastating blow to the firmament world. There is no need for the demon world to attack the Baiyuan Demon Temple alone. The Sky Continent will no longer be able to contend with it. Who said there are 8 major legions? Qin Yang said with a smile, all the monsters in Moonlight Lake are dead, and the last one is the clone of the big monster in Ghost, and I killed it too. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, there is also the Iron Legion. The Iron Legion is now a group of dragons without a leader, just a group of mutated monsters. I have the Golden Formation banner, and they are nothing in front of me. Also, although Buried Bones Mountain has an army of bones, the spirit of the ghost and skeleton demon generals is gone. Without the blessing of ghosts and demon generals, the army of bones and bones on Buried Bones Mountain would not be a thing at all. Let's talk about Gangfengia. They just sealed off the passage to the 3rd floor. I'm afraid it's the Gangfengia's wind that prevents them from getting out by themselves. Qin Yang analyzed it with a smile. For some reason, after hearing Qin Yang's analysis, everyone put their hearts back in their stomachs. It seems that this is really the case. Each of the 8 major legions has its own restriction point, and this point is about to die, directly causing the legion's combat power to be greatly damaged. Although the Bone Army on Buried Bone Mountain is endless, it was only with the blessing of the Ghost Skeleton Demon General that it was so powerful. The ghosts and demons swallowed their spiritual thoughts by Qin Yang. It should be said that they were swallowed by Shenlongjiu, which led to the disappearance of the ban on Buried Bone Mountain. But what would happen without the skeleton army of ghosts, skeletons, and demon generals? It's just a bunch of useless bones. Although Qin Yang said so, the expression in his eyes was not relaxed. Qin Yang, hurry back to the Sky Alliance, we have something important to discuss. Xuanhuan Guqing sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang put away the hegemony order, looked at Ao Kuer and the others, and asked, which alliance do you join? Ao Kuer shook his head and said, we haven't joined any alliance, but... Ao Kuer rolled her eyes and said, since you have become an ally with the Sky Alliance, then we should be like you. Xuanhuan Guqing will not refuse. The video here was spread out, and everyone was speechless immediately. How could this be rejected? What Ao Kuer represents is the Dragon Clan. For a long time, the Dragon Clan has been a neutral existence and has never intervened in continental disputes. Although named as an ally of the firmament world, in fact, they did not provide much help. But this time is different. Since he wants to choose the same position as Qin Yang, he will never stand idly by in future wars. Ao Kuer's words encouraged the people of the Sky Alliance. At this moment, all major alliances have been attacked by powerful monsters one after another. Okay, then let's go together. Qin Yang nodded, and then looked at Kunyu. Kunyu's face turned black. Without any wordiness, he directly turned into his own body, and flew towards the red wilderness with everyone. Before carrying Qin Yang behind his back, it was because of Ao Kuer's face. But now carrying Qin Yang on his back is entirely because of Qin Yang's strength. The Sky Alliance directly established a foothold in the Scarlet Wilderness, and this place looks peaceful, but it is the territory of the Hunter Legion. When the war started, the first to suffer losses was the Sky Alliance. In the base camp, the representatives of the major families have already taken their seats, waiting for Qin Yang's arrival. Now, not only waiting for Qin Yang, but also waiting for Ao Kuer. Although Ao Kuer's strength is not very good, but the significance is very important. The gods of war in the sky stood on both sides of the first seat. Although Xuanhuan Guqing was a woman, she exuded the majesty of a monarch all the time. When Qin Yang comes later, we must let him explain it properly. That's right, since we have formed an alliance, we still kill innocent people indiscriminately. Everyone was discussing, obviously, what Qin Yang did earlier angered these figures from the big families. A gust of wind flashed by, and everyone's expressions tightened, thinking that there was another monster from the Hunter army coming to attack. A shadow flashed by, and it was Qin Yang, Ao Kuer, and others who had arrived. Yo, so neat? Qin Yang joked. He walked into the big tent, but found no empty space in the big tent. With a smile on his face, Qin Yang stood in the center indifferently. Ao Kuer pouted, and Qing Lin and Kunyu looked unhappy. My lord. Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. Did she still worry about such trivial matters? But after thinking about it, it became clear that the major families deliberately made things difficult for Qin Yang. Someone moved seats, but only Ao Kuer, Qing Lin, and Kunyu's. Ao Kuer said angrily, "What do you mean? Didn't you see the four of us?" Looking directly at Xuanhuan Guqing, one is a dragon girl and the other is a female emperor. Ao Kuer's face is serious, Her Majesty is not weak at all. What did the dragon girl say? Some people are not worthy of sitting down. A practitioner said, pointing at Qin Yang in a strange way. As soon as the words fell, someone stood up and criticized loudly, saying, Boy Qin Yang, what do you mean? Why did you kill me as an enshrinement to the Li family? As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became heavy. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and asked, which Li family? The four major families in the imperial city, the Li family, the man said angrily. Which offering? Qin Yang asked again. Of course it's Zhang Ting, who was the first to be promoted to God Emperor, the man said. Oh. Qin Yang nodded. The man was about to continue to accuse, when Qin Yang waved his hand, and a hill appeared directly in front of everyone. Everyone's face changed, and they quickly backed away. The entire stronghold tent was broken. This hill, exuding a strange light, seems to be the best spiritual material. When someone took a closer look, his eyes were straightened, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Kong. Kongming stone. So big. The Li family was trembling even more excitedly, and stretched out his hand to put away the Kongming stone, but in the end he maintained his rationality and said in a pompous manner, Since you are willing to make an apology, then our Li family will let you go. Xuanhuan Guqing and Sanqiong God of War looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, but Qin Yang's expression was still calm, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. What else do you want? Qin Yang asked, and at the same time waved his hand again, and the magical soldier appeared in the field. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and patted it lightly, and the cudgel grew bigger, standing up like a pillar of the sky. Xin stick, a magic weapon of the super god level that can smash ghosts, skeletons, and generals with one stick. Someone exclaimed. More Sky Star Stone? Qin Yang snapped his fingers, and another hill appeared. And this whole pile is full of heavenly star stones. There are even some traces of carving on some of the star stones, because there is a head of a god in this pile of star stones. This time even Xuanhuan Guqing was not calm anymore. Even the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire probably doesn't have as much storage of the Sky Star Stone as Qin Yang. The promotion to God Emperor is just around the corner, and the Sky Star Stone is the most important thing for further promotion in the future. For the God Emperor, nothing is more valuable than the Sky Star Stone. All the natural materials and earthly treasures in the world are floating clouds, but only the heavenly star stone can make even the God Emperor unable to control himself. In this way, Zhang Ting's death is not a loss. The members of the Li family have lost their minds, and even thought that these were all compensations made by Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, "What are you doing?" Qin Yang raised his mouth and said, "Treasures of heaven and earth are available to those who are capable." Is there any problem with this statement? No problem. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Qin Yang nodded, and said, "That's good, I'll put all of these here, and whoever has the ability will take them away. In a word, show your sharpness." Everyone's heart trembled. The members of the Li family were taken aback and said, "Are you threatening me?" Qin Yang didn't bother to talk to this person, so he hummed lightly. At this time a black shadow suddenly appeared in the field, and a furry arm directly grabbed the stick. "You've already lifted the recognition of the master?" The Xuanxin stick became smaller in his hand, but just like that, it made everyone's heart skip a beat. This is a four-armed monkey with 4 arms. He had always been thinking about the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey's Xuanxin stick, but he was repeatedly defeated by Xuanxin stick. Now the people who came to hunt and kill the Sky Alliance did not expect to pick up this long-awaited stick in vain. Looking around, with the stick, he showed his figure without fear. They stared at the huge Kongming stone again. This is Wu Yingquan's lifetime accumulation. Only Wu Yingquan can save so many Kongming stones. Haha, it's all mine. Tong Tian four-armed monkey looked at no one, and went straight to the hill made of Kongming stones. Mine, it's all mine. The Li family's eyes were red, and they stopped in front of Tong Tian four-armed monkey without fear. The Tong Tian four-armed monkey waved his hand casually, and only heard a sound of, and the head of the Li family member was smashed to pieces on the spot. It's really a day of great harvest. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, I'll give you all a happy day today. Tong Tian four-armed monkey was stimulated by the blood, and his killing intent increased greatly. And at this time a loud and clear cry sounded. The sound was extremely penetrating, making everyone present, and even everyone in the entire Sky Alliance stronghold, buzzing in their brains, those who were weak, and some even fainted on the spot. Another powerful monster. The Hunter Legion is usually hard to find, but once it appears, it is a thunderbolt. The Tong Tian four-armed monkey fought with the bird monster on the spot, but at this time, it seemed that more monsters sneaked around. These monsters are all above the first level of God Emperor, and many of them are powerful existences of the second level of God Emperor. With their strength, they could have wiped out the Sky Alliance several times earlier. If they were not afraid of each other, the Sky Alliance would not have survived in the Red Wilderness until now. A group of God Kings are nothing more than a group of lambs in the eyes of any monster of the Hunter Legion. This is also the reason why Xuanhuan Guqing asked Qin Yang to come back immediately after the Hunter Corps began to attack. Because she knew that among the 8 legions in Shining Yuan, only this Hunter Legion was the most difficult to deal with. It's just that Qin Yang threw out his treasure directly, which directly caused the monsters to fight. Just for the Kongming stone, Tianqing stone, and Xingxin stick, it is enough for all the monsters to fight desperately. And Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang, and finally knew Qin Yang's purpose. Put it away quickly. Do you want our Sky Alliance to perish? Xuanhuan Guqing hurriedly said. Qin Yang looked around the audience, not listening to Xuanhuan Guqing's words. Treasures of heaven and earth, those who are capable will know. Since some people think that I should not get these treasures of heaven and earth, then I will hand them over. Qin Yang chuckled. Hand it over? Even if Xuanhuan Guqing was mentally ill, she wouldn't think that Qin Yang would do this. Among other things, Qin Yang wouldn't even take out a piece of the Tianqing stone that was as big as a little finger. It is self-evident what this means to Qin Yang. This is not just for casting god statues. In Qin Yang's view, these are all resurrection stones. In such a sense, how could Qin Yang make friends? The words of the Li family do not represent the Sky Alliance. Xuanhuan Guqing clenched her fists. A lot of monsters have already killed in the arena, and the people of the Sky Alliance have no power to parry at all. Every monster in the Hunter Legion is a monster with extremely strong personal strength. They are best at fighting alone, and among all the monsters in Yuan, they are the most difficult to deal with. If it were monsters from other legions, they might be able to fight against them and hunt them down, but in front of the Hunter Legion, they were just giving them food. Since Qin Yang also said so, then I will not be polite. Someone laughed, and it was the recently promoted God Emperor. Like Zhang Ting, after being promoted to God Emperor, this person began to swell. With a wave of his hand, he wanted to take away all the Sky Star stones. It's just that before he stretched out his hand, a black light flickered, and his arm broke off at the root. Qin Yang, you turned your back on what you said. The man stared at Qin Yang fiercely. Qin Yang spread his hands to show his innocence. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes tightened, and she said, "Be careful of your back, your back." Before the words fell, the man had already been swallowed by a monster. The God Emperor, who had just been promoted, was still vulnerable in front of the Hunter Legion. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, "Are you really going to destroy the Sky Alliance?" Qin Yang said leisurely, "What do you mean by that? I just listened to you and handed over the treasures I did not get. What does this have to do with destroying the Sky Alliance?" After finishing speaking, Qin Yang moved a stool, sat on it, raised Erlang's legs, and continued with a smile, "Since we have formed an alliance, I will not compete with you. Don't worry, I will not snatch these from you." Treasure. After hearing this, the interested person suddenly felt chills all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Qin Yang wanted to let the Hunter Legion wipe out all the Sky Alliance, and then Qin Yang snatched these treasures back from the hands of the monsters. Xuanhuan Guqing choked in her chest. No one could make her feel so uncomfortable. The other gods of war were also vigilant all around, and they didn't go up at all. Although Emperor Tiangang was unhappy, he couldn't say anything. In his opinion, Qin Yang's doing so suits his taste. If they switch places, he probably won't be able to relieve their anger like this. As for more and more people in the arena being killed by the hunter monsters, the Sky War gods seem to turn a blind eye. These people have already gone, especially a few families whose contestants have been promoted to God Emperor. They even forced the palace to make Xuanhuan Guqing abdicate. This is simply a ridiculous joke. In the eyes of the gods of war in the sky, these people are all rebels, and they deserve to die. Almost enough. Xuanhuan Guqing said again. Qin Yang shook his head slightly, and said, "Not enough." After finishing speaking, he quickly changed his words. "It has nothing to do with whether it's enough. I didn't collude with these monsters, I didn't let these monsters kill people." Is it interesting for you to say that? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. The monsters in the arena have gone mad. As the stronghold of the Sky Alliance, it has now completely become a place where monsters are killed. Even for these treasures, when these monsters were fighting, they directly ignored the people of the Sky Alliance. As long as you don't have the idea of taking treasures, even monsters won't attack you. In order to avoid people saying that I disregarded the alliance and snatched treasures, let's end it today. Qin Yang said slowly, I'm very busy, and I don't have time to talk nonsense with some people. Qin Yang yawned, even a little sleepy. Today, Qin Yang's location is the closest to these treasures. In fact, even Xuanhuan Guqing and the heavenly gods of war retreated far away. The only one who didn't retreat half a step was Qin Yang. Even Ao Kor retreated into the distance under the cover of Qin Lin and Kunyu. Qin Yang didn't retreat, of course he was worried about these treasures. Xuanhuan is so big, if he is really snatched by some blind monster, where can such a big Xuanhuan be caught? But those monsters did not attack Qin Yang either. Even the four-armed monkey who reached the sky before won the best kill on the field with the stick, but he didn't dare to attack Qin Yang. Being able to join the hunter army, every monster is a top hunter. Their judgment on the enemy is very keen, and they can know the threat level of the opponent with their intuition. It's not that the four-armed monkey didn't want to kill Qin Yang, but when he looked at Qin Yang, his whole body was cold, and even his blood was about to freeze. And the only possibility for such a reaction is that Qin Yang wants to kill himself. It's so easy. It was intuition that allowed Tong Tian four-armed monkey to avoid crises time and time again. Of course he trusted his instincts. But he had an intuition and knew that Qin Yang was a threat, but the new monsters who joined the battle circle didn't know it. Qin Yang's position is obvious, even a bit obtrusive. Being so close to these treasures, how could the monsters accommodate Qin Yang? A wolf demon directly launched a surprise attack, rushing towards Qin Yang from behind. But Qin Yang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and he got up leisurely. The moment he stood up, the breath on his body suddenly came out. Even the chairs were directly smashed into slag. The surging power and huge pressure made all the monsters in the audience stagnate. The wolf demon who was going to sneak attack was even more frightened and wanted to turn around and leave, but the inertia had no time to react, and it had already rushed in front of Qin Yang before barely stopping. Qin Yang turned his head lightly, his eyes lightly. In the eyes, the dark golden lines lit up with a strange light. Sneak attack is useless to me, but I still hate being attacked. Besides, you disturbed me. Qin Yang said softly. The wolf demon was too scared to move. Qin Yang's murderous aura made his blood flow backwards. Die. Qin Yang said softly. An annihilation Excalibur shot directly at the wolf demon, so fast that it was hard to notice. I saw that wolf demon died immediately, and one eye became hollow in horror. To annihilate the rules, directly annihilate his eyes and brain. Some monsters even didn't see how Qin Yang made a move, and how that wolf monster died. Qin Yang straightened his face, obviously very unhappy. He could feel that after killing this wolf demon, his strength would only increase slightly. How much do you have to kill to be promoted to the second realm of God Emperor? Scanning the audience, the hearts of all the monsters tightened. Emperor Tiangang looked at the chaos in the stronghold of the Sky Alliance, and was about to make a move when Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Emperor Tiangang asked. Xuanhuan Guqing shook her head lightly, and said, I understand, Qin Yang not only wants to impress those contestants who have opinions on him, but also wants to use these treasures to cause monsters to kill each other. Since we can see the Hunter Legion has the power to crush the Sky Alliance, how could this Qin Yang not see it? Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath, even admired Qin Yang, and continued in a low voice, actually, this is the best way to resolve the crisis of the Sky Alliance. Taking a deep look at Qin Yang's back, Xuanhuan Guqing said, Qin Yang knew why we were looking for him, and he didn't say much, and came directly to help. Emperor Tiangong's eyes lit up, and he admired in his heart, you are worthy of being recognized by me. In Qin Yang's eyes, the dark golden lines lit up, and all the monsters that were stared at by him immediately retreated violently. Qin Yang tried his best to push the sky-defying calculation, and found that after he was promoted to the God Emperor, the sky-defying calculation can be predicted for a longer time. Originally, it was just to predict such a critical few breaths in the battle, and then dodge with unparalleled speed. Although it looked chic and comfortable just by turning his head or turning around, in fact, Qin Yang couldn't do much more. Because the predicted time would at most allow him to react like this. But now it is different. Qin Yang can even predict the scene after 10 breaths. 10 breaths. What is this concept? In a duel between masters, life and death can be decided in a breath. Martial skills like feather-shocking archery won't even give you a single breath of reaction time. 10 breaths is enough for Qin Yang to predict many interesting things. For example, staring at a monster, Qin Yang planned to attack with all his strength. The predicted time of 10 breaths has already shown Qin Yang various results. In front of the ultimate version of the Invincible Copy System, everyone's panel has nothing to hide. Qin Yang knows himself and the enemy, and his cooperation with the sky-defying calculation is seamless. Predict based on the opponent's strongest strength, 10 breaths, you can already see the end. However, there are too many variables in the prediction, and it takes too much effort. Qin Yang took the initiative to push the calculation against the sky, and the prediction of 10 breaths is only for what he has seen. The rest is the instinct to predict the crisis. Raising his hand and pointing the spear, even if the supernatural spear and swordsmanship has the true meaning of martial arts with the feather-shocking arrow technique, it only takes 1.5 breaths before and after to accumulate power to increase the power. This is currently Qin Yang's most powerful and extremely fast move. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it can be predicted that they will be killed or not. After being stared at by Qin Yang, the monster retreated immediately, relying on the instinct honed in life and death, and sensed the severe danger, so it retreated immediately without even thinking about it. Because they felt that Qin Yang's eyes seemed to be the eyes of the underworld god, wanting to take their lives away. Even a violent retreat was within Qin Yang's prediction. Qin Yang strolled in the courtyard, looking around the audience leisurely and contentedly. Although many of these big monsters were of the second level of God Emperor, he was fully capable of killing any of them with one blow. It's just that it consumes too much, and if it is used continuously, even if the recovery power is against the sky, it must be combined with the elixir. The stronghold of the Sky Alliance is already in chaos. The Sky Alliance contestants who were being targeted by the Hunter Legion were extremely safe at this time. Because they are too weak in the eyes of these hunter monsters. As a member of the Hunter Legion, each of them is a master of one-on-one combat and sneak attacks by leapfrogging, so he naturally looks down on these god kings and a few god emperors. No matter how many there are, it will be regarded as a group of flies. Attracted by Kongming Stone, Tianqing Stone, and Xingxin Stick, the term unity seems to be just a joke. If it is another legion, I am afraid there will be some restraint. But it is precisely these monsters of the Hunter Legion that are the most difficult to unite. Because there are only monsters of the Hunter Legion, named Legion, but they are actually fighting on their own. Even each other will hunt and kill each other. Now for the treasure, coupled with the old grudges, it is natural to kill each other. The Xixin stick was in the hands of the Tongtian four-armed monkey, waving it vigorously. The prestige of the bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey was even surpassed by it. With the 4 arms urging the magic weapon to move the stick, even if it faced 2 monsters of the second level of the God Emperor at the same time, it did not lose the wind. I only want the stick, why don't you let me go? Tongtian four-armed monkey roared angrily. He wanted to make a quick retreat, but was surrounded by several monsters. I don't know how many monsters are staring at him in the dark. The Heavenly Star Stone, the Kongming Stone, and the Heart Stick are 3 kinds of treasures, and this Heart Stick is also one of them. Moreover, the Heart Stick is a treasure that directly increases combat power, and it is not only useful for the four-armed monkey. Even if it's useless, in order to restrict Tongtian four-armed monkey, he can't just let him leave like this. Don't dream. After letting you go, wait until the Order of Qin Yuan is reorganized. Who else can be your opponent in Qin Yuan? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey can be domineering. Qin Yuan doesn't need the first time. Two annoying monkeys. A human eagle demon spoke, opened his mouth, and spit out a fire dragon. Then die. Tong Tian four-armed monkey waved the Xuanhuan stick, smashed the fire dragon with one stick, and made the Xuanhuan stick bigger as he wished. One end was as big as a mountain. With a sweep, the human harpy was on guard, but the other monsters that were fighting fiercely were caught off guard. On the spot, several monster beasts were severely injured and flew backwards. The battle circle became even more chaotic. The monsters of the Hunter Legion never talked about teamwork. He only cared about himself, and the battle spread to all directions. The monsters who hadn't fought before couldn't swallow the anger that was spread, and fought chaotically. Bai Lao is staring at the stick in Lao Tzu's hand. Isn't that Kongming stone not good? Seeing that it has provoked everyone's anger, the Tong Tian four-armed monkey wanted to change the subject, and shouted, "Don't forget, Wu Yingquan's blood is so mixed, can become the leader of Qin Yuan's Hunter Legion, isn't it because of this Kongming stone? Such a large pile of Kongming stones, no matter how big the body is, can completely hide the space. In this way, many monsters really have intentions." But the harpies seem to be keeping a close eye on Tong Tian. The four-armed monkey wants to fight to the death with the four-armed monkey. The eagle demon with a human body is quite powerful, and said with a sneer, "After you get the Xingxin stick, it's not too late to grab the Kongming stone." The four-armed monkey Tong Tian said angrily, "It's not too late? If you are really snatched by a monster and disappears immediately, you still want to snatch it again? Wu Yingquan has been in this red wilderness for thousands of years, and even the Jasper Jade Mantis can't do anything to him. Don't regret it then." The human eagle demon hesitated, but everyone was staring at the Kongming stone, and no monster could approach it, nor did they dare to approach it. The Tong Tian four-armed monkey took the opportunity to slip away, but the human eagle spewed out a fire dragon, forcing it back. "You." Tong Tian four-armed monkey was about to run away. The eagle monster with a human body laughed strangely and said, "In the current situation, Kongmingshi has no way to do anything. It's better to grab your free stick and increase the combat power first." "Wow. Do you really think I can't kill you?" The Tong Tian four-armed monkey leaped into the sky, and the stick grew as big as Mount Tai. Moo. With a roar of a bull demon from the second realm of God Emperor rushed up, and directly used two horns to support the stick. The human eagle demon took the opportunity and flew directly to the Tong Tian four-armed monkey. "You." Tong Tian four-armed monkey was in a hurry. The bull demon laughed and said, "I'll hit whoever has the stick. If you don't want to wrestle with me, then give up the stick. I don't want to be sapped in the back by you. I'm not a bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey." Tong Tian four-armed monkey said. "That's not okay, Hunter Legion, anyone can't believe anything." The cow demon shook his head. "It looks simple and honest, but it is smarter than monkeys." Empty reply from server. "Don't worry, among the people I saw, only Li Mumming was parasitized by the big monster." Qin Yang hurriedly said. "If things go on like this, with mutual suspicion, the Sky Alliance will be really in danger. Especially at such a critical juncture, if the hearts of the people are not in harmony, they will inevitably be wiped out in the next step." Everyone immediately felt relieved, and those cultivators who were dissatisfied with Qin Yang before looked at Qin Yang with great gratitude. Li Mumming clenched his teeth and said angrily, "How did you find out?" Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, "Want to know?" "Say." Li Mumming said angrily. Everyone else was curious too. The human contestants were mixed with big monsters, insects, and ghosts, and apart from a change in temper, there was no other way to distinguish them. But people are always fickle, and their moods go from good to bad. If you use this method to defend yourself, you may be parasitized and you won't be able to notice it. After all, Li Muming's change has been thought about for at least a few days, and these few days. Anyone who had been in contact with Li Muming broke out in a cold sweat. I want to know, but I won't tell you. Qin Yang laughed. You dare to play me? Li Muming gritted his teeth. Qin Yang pursed his lips and said, Look behind you. Li Muming became puzzled, and turned his head to look. Except for the terrified practitioner, there was nothing special about it. No, boy, how dare you? Li Muming's heart stopped beating for half a beat, and before he could turn his head back completely, the scene in his eyes was dizzying. Dare to sneak attack? I told you. Qin Yang chuckled, and Mia Mia Ban Yu Zhan gradually disappeared. Sorry, this is the most convenient way. Qin Yang said. The sky-defying calculations are constantly calculating, and it is the only way to kill the opponent with one blow without any power to fight back without affecting others. It happened that the open space vacated by everyone because of fear gave Qin Yang the space to perform the half-moon slash. Everyone's scalp was numb and they were covered in cold sweat. Even Xuanhuan Guqing and Tiangang Emperor and other gods of war in the sky asked themselves that they could do it. But it will never be as clean and quick as Qin Yang. A strong person in the first realm of God Emperor has no power to resist in front of Qin Yang. Damn bastard, you don't deserve to be promoted to God Emperor at all. A dull roar exploded like thunder. A monster in the Hunter Legion did not fight for the treasure, but secretly watched around the Sky Alliance. Needless to say, he is also the clone of the great demon, worm and ghost. Why don't you deserve it? Is it reasonable for you to be weak? Qin Yang laughed. Everyone felt chills in their hearts. Even in their knowledge, they had never seen a god emperor make such a move. He obviously has the ability to crush, but he still wants to use this seemingly unpopular method. I saw this scene in the light screen image before, and the feeling was not strong. But after seeing it with my own eyes, the sense of astonishment and gap in my heart became even greater. Wait, you all have to die, said a clone of the big monster, Chonggue, and hurriedly left the place. Because there are monsters from the Hunter Legion, they are after him. It can be distinguished by the smell. The clone of the big monster, insect, and ghost has a different taste. Ao Kur sniffed his nose. Qinglin and Kunyu also nodded. Qin Yang tried his best to smell it, but he couldn't smell anything except a faint smell of blood. It seems that this can only be recognized by monsters. No wonder the avatar of the big monster, worm ghost, was stared at after he finished his harsh words. Li Muming, alas! His friend stepped forward, wanting to collect Li Muming's body. It's pitiful, you have such a big ambition, but you have fallen to such a point. The cultivator who owed him the spirit stones also came forward, and sighed, I couldn't transfer the 3,000 spirit stones to you, but don't worry, I will burn only the money for you every year, 3,000 a year. Just as the two were about to approach, Qin Yang dodged and directly stopped them. Don't think that you just clarified for us, you are our benefactor, now you don't even let the body be collected? Qin Yang said lightly, if you don't want to follow in his footsteps, then don't approach him. Ao Kur also nodded and said, that's right, Li Muming's body does still have his aura, which hasn't dissipated yet. Everyone's face changed, especially the two practitioners who were going to collect Li Muming's body. They were even more frightened and staggered back. I saw Li Muming's chest bulge for a while, followed by a bang, bursting into blood. A disgusting bug with a human face emerged from the corpse. Want to run? Qin Yang snorted coldly, and stretched out his hands to grab. 5 annihilation lines bounded directly. The annihilation line is like a red-hot wire, directly embedded in its body. The heart-piercing scream sounded like a baby, making everyone goosebumps all over. If he hadn't known that this was the clone of the great monster, worm and ghost, he might not have had the heart to listen to it. Suddenly, the human-faced worm exploded, turning into thousands of worms and fleeing in all directions. So there is such a method. Qin Yang frowned. It's just that it splits into such small bugs, and it can no longer parasitize the God King level powerhouse. Once it penetrates into the body of a God level powerhouse, it will be immediately found and erased. However, although there was no threat, Qin Yang still refused to let go. Because if these bugs all escape, they can get together again. Then there will be another headache. Destroy the Mahamudra. Just as everyone hurriedly retreated to avoid the bugs, Qin Yang slapped it down with one palm. The Annihilation Mahamudra covered almost the entire open space, and all the insects were annihilated with one palm. In order to eliminate it completely, Qin Yang controlled the power, and some practitioners were safe from the finger gap of the Annihilation Mahamudra. Their faces suddenly turned pale, their bodies froze, and their legs were trembling. Since you can distinguish the avatar of the big monster, worm and ghost, then please. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang interrupted, "Are you kidding me? Do I need to do this hard work?" After speaking, Qin Yang looked at Ao Kur. Ao Kur looked at Qin Lin and Kunyu without a word. The faces of the two of them darkened suddenly, but they couldn't object. This is not to help Xuanhuan Guqing. After Qin Yang and Ao Kur, this help has become Ao Kur's order. Before Moonlight Lake, don't forget. Qin Yang whispered. Although it was very quiet, everyone's ears were sharper than the other. Especially Xuanhuan Guqing, who has already taken care of her. Among other things, a spiritual material like Heilangsha is a good bargaining chip for trading with the Dragon Clan. However, the most urgent task is to solve the immediate crisis. When shall we do it? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. We naturally included Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at the sky-shattering stronghold of the Sky Alliance, and said, "Just wait patiently." After finishing speaking, he joked, "Fortunately, it is the Hunter Legion. If it is replaced by other legions, I am afraid it will be extremely tragic." The Hegemony Order was quiet, only the solo practitioners kept asking how the battle was going, and the Sky Alliance practitioners were discussing. Among the other alliances, there was silence. Obviously, a difficult and fierce battle kept them from being distracted. Hateful. Li Tongtian, one of the 8 gods of war in the sky, cursed in a low voice. Everyone looked over one after another, and Li Tongtian said, "The Justice League is one step ahead, calling on all contestants to gather together and defend against the enemy together." The other sky gods of war were also furious. It's nothing more than following them to build an alliance, but now they are doing more and more, as if they regard themselves as leaders. Even if they want to appeal, it should be initiated by their Sky Alliance. The major alliances have all retreated and suffered heavy losses. The Bone Legion almost wiped out the Justice League, and the rest are just defeated soldiers. How dare you order the quartet? Emperor Tiangang said disdainfully. As they continued to wait, various news finally came from the Hegemony Order. The 10,000 Monsters Alliance is probably the most beautiful record so far. They are also monsters, and they can quickly increase their strength by devouring Shining Yuan's monsters, and their overall strength has increased a lot. Even so, the 10,000 Monsters Alliance was losing ground steadily. The Justice League, as Emperor Tiangang said, was almost bloodbathed. Without the blessing of the Ghost Skeleton General, the Bone Legion is still endless. Although its strength is not strong, it cannot withstand the crowd tactics. The endless bones seem to be endless. At the same time, the Dark Alliance was trampled by the iron hooves of the Iron Legion. Fortunately, without the leader and the Golden Array flag, it made the Dark Alliance more respectable than the Justice League. The rest is the Sky Alliance with the most complete power preservation. However, the Sky Alliance has not really started fighting yet. not to be underestimated. Xuanhuan Guqing reminded, the survivors are all elites. One person is worth 100 or 1,000. After experiencing such a war, those who survived will definitely benefit greatly, and their strength will also be greatly improved. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan Guqing glanced at Qin Yang. Indeed, no matter how many mobs there are, it is useless, and those who die under this catastrophe can only be mediocre. As long as the core strength is there, the banner of the alliance will still be flying in the wind. The major alliances have suffered a crushing defeat. Only by integrating their forces can we tide over the difficulties together. Another message came from the Justice League. However, the response from all parties was silence. The Alliance of Darkness and the Alliance of Justice seem to be opposites, but Qin Yang's heart is the same as that of the mirror. In the Dark Alliance, behind the scenes of the shadow, is the Heavenly Temple of the Justice League. Do these two forces still want to lead the black and the white separately? What a beautiful thought. They want to unite, but they are afraid of the world's gossip. Then came the call to bring all forces together. In this way, the power can be gathered logically. At that time, the Temple of Heaven and the Shadow will be the final winners. In order to avoid suspicion, the Dark Alliance will naturally not agree. But the Sky Alliance and the 10,000 Monsters Alliance are not fools. In the Hidden Dragon contest, under the premise that all the contestants are being broadcast live by light screen video, all the secrets have become window papers that have not been pierced. Everyone knows about Qin Yang's sworn feud with Shadow and the Temple of Heaven. For the Wanyao Alliance, after knowing Qin Yang's identity, even those who are hostile to Qin Yang will not join forces with the Temple of Heaven. What's more, at this moment, the 10,000 Monsters Alliance does not need to unite with other alliances at all, not to mention how comfortable it is for them to improve here. For the Sky Alliance, it will not have anything to do with the Shadow. Putting Qin Yang aside, Xuanhuan Guqing alone is incompatible with Shadow. In particular, the Temple of Heaven took the lead in establishing the Justice League, and they were fighting against the Sky Alliance, both openly and secretly. If the Sky Alliance went forward, it would be equivalent to bowing their heads in front of the Justice League. Neither Xuanhuan Guqing nor the Sky God of War would ever do this. On the hegemony order, there was another silence, and the audience who watched all this through the light screen felt full of embarrassment. At this time, the temporary leader of the Justice League directly invited the Sky Alliance. If we don't put aside our grievances for a while, the only thing waiting for us is death. Sky Alliance, why don't we join forces to fight against the enemy? It seems that 10,000 years ago, when the 10,000 worlds were fighting, they did not distinguish between the enemy and us, and were united. Xuanhuan Guqing sneered, and replied directly, so, I shouldn't have listened to Jiang Chengwei's words back then, and I wouldn't step into reincarnation again. Everyone has lost so badly, do you think you can turn the tide with the power of a single alliance? The leader of the Justice League sent a message. Defeated? You are wrong. Our Sky Alliance has not been defeated yet. Xuanhuan Guqing snorted coldly, put away the Qianlong hegemony order directly, and stopped looking at the messages on it. Staring at the monsters still robbing in the stronghold of the Sky Alliance, his eyes became colder. The other gods of war in the sky also clenched their fists. If they were not in the submarine prison, their supernatural powers would be somewhat limited. How could they allow these monsters to wreak havoc? He's right, we should indeed unite, Qin Yang said. Everyone looked at Qin Yang in surprise, very puzzled. All the people in the world may agree to join forces, but there is only one person who cannot, and that is Qin Yang. But now, Qin Yang has become the only one who agrees. Why? Xuanhuan Guqing was a little hard to understand. Qin Yang said calmly, cooperation can benefit both, it's as simple as that. In front of the Sky Alliance, not only the Hunter Legion, but also the clones of the great monsters and ghosts are watching. Divided can only be gradually eroded. This is what Jiang Chengwei is willing to do with. Whatever your reason? Xuanhuan Guqing said, it turns out that your ideas are so similar to his. Those who didn't know thought you were Jiang Chengwei. Qin Yang chuckled and shook his head, no, you're wrong. I'm not Jiang Chengwei. Oh? Xuanhuan Guqing was puzzled. Qin Yang said, what I'm saying is that you should unite, not including me. Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. Qin Yang said lightly, for me, it doesn't make any sense to unite or not. As long as I have enough time, I can kill Shining Yuan by myself. Everyone gasped, even Emperor Tiangang was surprised by Qin Yang's confidence. Others may think that Qin Yang is talking big, but those who really recognize Qin Yang directly believe that what Qin Yang said is the truth. It's almost there. Qin Yang broke the short-term peace of the Sky Alliance. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at the rage still raging in the stronghold, and said, why don't you wait for them to continue the internal friction? Monsters are not stupid. The real strong ones, even though they beat you to death, have self-protection methods and are still alive. When they kill some weak monsters, their casualties will stop. But even if we wait until then, wouldn't it still be more beneficial to us? Emperor Tiangang asked. Qin Yang shook his head, and said, if we really wait until then, all calculations will be in vain. The result is even worse than going to war. Why? Xuanhuan Guqing frowned. No one else understood either. Qin Yang said, if we go to war directly, the Sky Alliance will be the party with the most casualties. At most, a very small number of them can escape. But if we don't fight now, we will go after these hunters kill all the weak ones. I'm afraid no one can escape. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Although he couldn't figure it out, it suddenly seemed like a sharp knife was hanging above his head. The originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly became more tense. If you don't make it clear, I think everyone will definitely not do it. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing playfully, and said, Empress Changgu, is her control over this alliance now so weak? Xuanhuan Guqing's face froze, obviously displeased. Qin Yang laughed, and said, it seems that you haven't had a chance to unify people's hearts yet. Xuanhuan Guqing's heart sank. This Qin Yang was simply too terrifying, as if nothing could be hidden from him. Indeed, Xuanhuan Guqing had no chance to establish her prestige. Otherwise, with her Qingming mighty rules, once she subdues her subordinates, she can even rival Shi Fei's heaven and earth puppet. Xuanhuan Guqing said, now the problem is, I also think that their strength should be weakened to the maximum, and it is most appropriate to take action. Qin Yang sighed, and said, I finally know why Jiang Chengwei doesn't want to be with you. Why? Emperor Tiangang frowned. Because you don't understand and don't listen to persuasion. Qin Yang said. The gods of war in the sky were furious, but Qin Yang said slowly, what I said earlier is clear enough. After their overall strength becomes the smallest, the truly powerful beings are still alive. So what? We only need to deal with the strong ones. But now, we have to deal with the weaker ones together. What's more, even the weak ones in the Hunter Legion are stronger than us. They are all strong. Emperor Tiangang said. Qin Yang shrugged and said, that's the problem. Everyone listened attentively, and even the audience began to guess. But no one could figure out what was going on. Qin Yang said, it shouldn't be difficult for everyone to kill those who are weaker, depending on the number of people? Of course. Emperor Tiangang naturally set his sights on the strong ones in the Hunter Legion. For those weaker god emperors, even he himself was sure to win a single challenge. Qin Yang continued, okay, if the weaker ones are all dead, then we have to face the stronger ones, right? Right. How long will it take to kill them, even one of them? This? No one can answer. In such a fierce battle, both of them are powerful existences of the Hunter Legion, and they can't tell the difference between life and death. If they take part in the battle, they can defeat them at most. Killing them is simply as difficult as going to heaven. Xuanhuan Guqing and Sanqiong God of War only thought of this, so they wanted to minimize the strength of these monsters as much as possible, and they were doing it. That's the problem. Qin Yang said, if you think about it, we wait for the weak to die before we go up and directly face the strong. There will only be one result, and none of us will be able to kill them. Someone wanted to intervene, but Qin Yang didn't give the chance, and continued, in this way, there will be a wonderful phenomenon. The entire Sky Alliance will attack, and it will really become a group of lambs to be slaughtered. All attacks have no actual effect, and counterattacks will become a joke. Xuanhuan Guqing was shocked, and understood what Qin Yang meant, and said, you mean, we want to kill those who are weaker. And we must use the strongest force to kill those monsters as quickly as possible. Let those who hunt monsters understand that we are not lambs without fighting power. Only by gaining the results of the battle can we truly change their perception of us. Emperor Tiangang and others also understood in an instant, and their hearts became tense instead. This is the only correct way, the only way to survive. From the beginning to the end, Qin Yang had already seen through everything, knowing that the Sky Alliance could never be the opponent of the Hunter Legion, no matter what. The only way to survive is to find a way to force them back. And this is the only way. Everyone obey orders, counterattack. Xuanhuan Guqing yelled loudly, Qingming's mighty power of rules urged them with all his strength, and everyone became firm in their beliefs. Thousands of people from the alliance rushed forward and stood together with the Hunter Legion that was fighting internally. A cat demon kept dodging in the battlefield by relying on his body skills. Although his strength was not good, he had survived until now. Many big monsters are helpless against him, it is really this chaotic battle, and they don't have the energy to hunt him down. But now, the chariot of the Sky Alliance directly crushed it, and this cat demon had nowhere to hide, and died directly under the wheels of war. The actions of the Sky Alliance stunned all the beasts of the Hunter Legion. So how did the obedient lamb show his minions? The alliance in the sky is like a broken bamboo. When you meet a god, you kill a god, and when you meet a Buddha, you kill a Buddha. Some tough stubbles who were difficult to deal with were personally named by Qin Yang, who was mixed in the crowd. In terms of momentum, it is like overwhelming mountains and seas, or like a building about to collapse. It's like being crushed directly. Some big monsters of the second realm of God Emperor were also shocked when they saw it, and their hearts beat violently. If you meet alone, I'm afraid it will be a dead end. Moreover, the internal friction has been going on for so long, and each of them is angry, how can they unite now? It would be nice not to kill him while he was sick. If it is defeated by the Sky Alliance. If you are entangled with the army, once you are injured, you will soon be hunted down by monsters from other Hunter Legions. Retreat. No matter how good the treasure is, you must have your life to get it. Tong Tian Four-Armed Monkey had long planned to evacuate, and now that the battlefield had become like this, he had already found an opportunity. But just as he was about to jump away, just jumped up, before his body flew a foot high, a translucent phantom appeared above his head. The phantom was solid, it turned out to be Qin Yang. Qin Yang whipped his leg and swept it from top to bottom. Boom! The Tong Tian Four-Armed Monkey was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. I've lent you the Xuanxin stick for so long, it's time to return it to me. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth lightly raised, the interest is your life. As soon as the words fell, the Xingxin stick instantly became longer in the big hole that was smashed into the ground. Qin Yang didn't even hide, he stretched out his hand and patted lightly. Shock. Ah! Tong Tian Four-Armed Monkey screamed. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang had such a method. Under the trembling of the Xingxin stick, his left hand was instantly cracked, and he could no longer hold it. Qin Yang grabbed the Xuanxin stick, swept away his divine sense, and instantly erased the brand of Tong Tian four-armed monkey's recognition of the master, and the Xuanhuan stick was once again controlled by Qin Yang. Impossible, how could it be so fast? Tong Tian four-armed monkey looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Have you heard of the Golden Formation banner? Qin Yang looked at the Tong Tian four-armed monkey with a smile. The treasure of the golden-eyed beast, the leader of the Iron Legion? Tong Tian four-armed monkey's pupils shrank, and saw that Qin Yang's other hand was holding an array flag. Damn it! Damn it! Tong Tian four-armed monkey gritted his teeth and ran away. No. Want to escape? Qin Yang snorted and said, What, don't you want to pay the interest? He stretched out his hand and swung it. The stick grew longer and larger as he wished, and swept it directly on the waist of the four-armed monkey. The four-armed monkey used four arms to resist, but still couldn't resist, and even broke two of its arms on the spot. The severe pain made his mind go blank. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had fallen heavily in front of the wheels of the Sky Alliance army. Emperor Tiangang and others were naturally rude and used all their methods to kill the four-armed monkey on the spot. When other monsters saw it, they were even more frightened. The four-armed monkey was very clever during this period, and he could be seen everywhere. He was able to do tricks with a stick without leaking anything. It can be said that it stole the show. But in front of these lambs, there was no resistance at all. The stick was taken back by Qin Yang in an instant, and he could still bear it a little, but to die like this, in such a simple way, was beyond the imagination of anyone. Even Emperor Tiangang is a little confused. Isn't this four-armed monkey resisting? If the four-armed monkey knew after his death, he would definitely burst into tears. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, it was Qin Yang who used the golden formation flag to bless the Sui Xian stick, bringing the trembling rules contained in this divine weapon to its extreme. The four-armed monkey's two broken arms are just an appearance. In fact, every inch of his bones are trembling. If you apply more force, even a stick can break all his bones. Just kidding, even the ghost skeleton demon general who specializes in body refining and bone tempering can't withstand Qin Yang's stick, let alone this four-armed monkey that reaches the sky. Qin Yang looked around the audience, and all the monsters were trembling with fear. The soldiers of the Sky Alliance were excited, and as they killed more and more people, their morale was high. Retreat! A big demon spread its wings and flew high, leaving here directly. Run away! The other big demon also left quickly. It's not that they don't want to continue fighting, Qin Yang alone may not be able to defeat him. The Sky Alliance army directly launched a pursuit. After the internal friction of the Hunter army before, coupled with the counterattack of the Sky Alliance, it was directly pale. The loss is huge. And the Sky Alliance won a great victory. We won, we actually won. A cultivator stared blankly at the monster that was escaping in a panic, trembling with excitement. Others couldn't believe it, and they hugged each other hard, with tears in their eyes. Just before, they even thought they were certain to die. But now, it is such a beautiful turnaround. In the Sky World, all the viewers also became excited. On the second floor of the undersea prison, Xuanhuan, although the Sky Alliance is not the strongest alliance overall, the Hunter Legion is the strongest. But now, the Sky Alliance has achieved such a record, directly killing the Hunter army to a complete defeat. When everyone calmed down, everyone looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face was still calm, as if he had not won a battle, but had gone for a walk in the park. As Qin Yang moved around, everyone in the Zhongqiang Alliance consciously moved out of the way, and everyone looked at Qin Yang with admiration. Even the god of war in the sky gave in a few steps. Get out of Qin Yang's direction. The direction points directly to the two hills of Tianqing Stone and Kongming Stone. With a gentle flick of his hand, he collected the two hills. Seeing everyone staring at him, Qin Yang grinned and bared his teeth, stop looking, no one can take my things away. I advise you to give up on this. Everyone was speechless and rolled their eyes. Until now, who doesn't know that this is just part of Qin Yang's plan? Those who had previously been greedy for Kongming stone and Tianqing stone were already ashamed, and now they are even more ashamed. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang cared about his treasures from the beginning to the end. I even had the illusion that it was as if Jiang Changwei was in charge. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang complicatedly. After saying that, he changed his words, but he must have other ways. Obviously he doesn't dare to take risks like you. Because he can't guarantee whether these treasures can be recovered after being thrown away. Everyone was praising Qin Yang openly and secretly, but unfortunately, Qin Yang didn't catch a cold. Xuanhuan Guqing said bluntly, "Are you interested in being titled the God of War?" Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Are the 8 gods of war in the firmament going to be changed to the 9 gods of war in the firmament? Qin Yang laughed and said, "You want to take me as your subordinate? Are you going to bribe me again?" Qin Yang joked, "I don't want to be a god of war, and I don't need anyone to canonize me. Because I have long declared myself a tyrant, have you forgotten?" To be honest, when he is not doing anything, Qin Yang still gives the impression of a gentle and handsome scholar. Just thinking about his methods makes me tremble with fear. Xuanhuan Guqing gritted her silver teeth, knowing that she could not conquer Qin Yang. If he establishes himself as a monarch, no one can stop him. Fortunately, there is a reconciliation formation, at least they are not enemies yet. One last thing to remind you, quickly find other alliances to unite. It's best if everyone unites. Qin Yang said. Now that we have a great victory, it is impossible for those members of the Hunter Corps to unite. Come on, after all, they fought so hard for the treasure. What should we fear? Tiangang Emperor said. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "So, the Hunter Legion suffered a tragic defeat, and they must not be able to swallow this bad breath. If this spreads out, how will they gain a foothold in Shiningyuan?" Xuanhuan Guqing agreed, "Yes, if we had united with other alliances before, we would have been passive. Now, only we have defeated the strongest hunter army. Now that we unite with other alliances, we have already defeated with enough confidence and initiative." In response, Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang with gratitude. Qin Yang didn't come to help, but he came as soon as possible, and as soon as he came, he helped the Songqiong Alliance come back to life and won a great victory. In the name of the Sky Alliance and myself, I would like to solemnly thank you. And in the name of the Sky Alliance and myself, I will unconditionally agree to your request. Xuanhuan Guqing hesitated and said. Emperor Tiangang and others were shocked and looked at Xuanhuan Guqing in disbelief. This request is of great value. And it's an unconditional request. In other words, no matter what kind of request Qin Yang makes, Xuanhuan Guqing and even the Songqiong Alliance will agree. Qin Yang was also a little surprised and said, "In this case, I'm not polite. Let's keep it for now." Perhaps only Xuanhuan Guqing can understand how much Qin Yang's help this time means to her and even the Songqiong Alliance. Not only can it establish prestige in front of other alliances, but it can also preserve the core strength and mainstay of the Sky Alliance. And these people are the future of the Sky Alliance. Only by protecting them will the future of the Sky Alliance have more possibilities. Taiko. Valley of the Wind, a valley above Gangfeng Cliff. The surrounding land is completely enveloped by the Gangfeng. As long as it touches the Gangfeng, it will be sucked under the Gangfeng Cliff, leading to the 3rd level of the undersea prison. And this Valley of the Wind, although it is called the Valley of the Wind, is the only place that is not affected by the Gangfeng. Not even the God Emperor could resist being swept away by the strong wind. Because this Gangfeng comes from the rules of the underwater prison. Of course, before being swept up by the Gangfeng and brought to the 3rd floor, He had to pass through layers of interceptions by the Gangfengjia Xinqing Legion, one of Shining Yuan's 8 legions. The Xinqing Legion is one of the 8 legions of Shining Yuan, but it is the only legion that cannot appear in Shining Yuan. Because they were all wind attribute monsters, they were swept into the 3rd level by the Gangfeng, and they resisted with their own strength. They did not really enter the 3rd level, but were stuck on the 2.5 floors of Gangfeng Cliff. It may sound embarrassing, but their strength must not be ignored. The Xinqing Legion can't go up, but they don't want to go down to the 3rd level. They make a living by collecting tolls all year round. Of course, this toll is not just a simple fee, many big monsters have sacrificed their lives. The clone of the big monster, Insect Ghost, did not dare to go down to the 3rd level at will, just because there was a group of watchdogs under the Gangfeng Cliff, making the already dangerous journey even more difficult. The people from the Sky Alliance are here, someone shouted. At this time, the Nausicaa of the Wind was already filled with major alliances. Everyone's face was written with decadence and restlessness, and their bodies were also very embarrassed. But the name Sky Alliance energized everyone. Because, the Sky Alliance is the only winner in this monster craze. The other alliances all suffered heavy defeats, but only the Sky Alliance was like a victorious leader. Every member of the Sky Alliance enjoyed the gaze of others with great pride and raised their heads proudly. Only Qin Yang and others who were walking in front looked calm. Why did you choose this place? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Emperor Tiangang was also puzzled and asked Qin Yang, once we choose this place, if we are defeated, we will definitely die. It is like we got into a pocket by ourselves, jumped into a trap by ourselves, and waited for the major legions to kill us in one breath. Encirclement and suppression. That's right, it was Qin Yang's idea to gather in the Valley of the Wind. Qin Yang just mentioned it without explaining. Because time is imminent and the major leagues have no better place to go, they all came here. Gangfeng Cliff is relatively far away from the Red Wilderness, and the Sky Alliance still needs some cleanup and finishing, so it was belated and finally arrived. Now that the assembly is complete, the leaders of the major alliances have also appeared one after another and gathered together. The leader of the Justice League was an old man. He looked at Qin Yang with a cold look, but more of it was fear. What Qin Yang said, everyone in the Heavenly Temple killed one by one when they saw it, but it still rang in their ears. Don't worry, I'll give the Songqiu Alliance some face. I won't kill you here in Shining Yuan. Qin Yang said. Everyone in the Justice League was furious, but it was difficult to get angry. Led by the Dark Alliance, Qin Yang was a little surprised. It turned out to be Chu Qingge and Chu Xuanhuan, but they were each accompanied by an old man to assist them. As for the 10,000 Monsters Alliance, they are some unfamiliar monsters. The leader turned into a human form, and he was also an old man. There seemed to be 2 flames burning in his eyes. Of course, it was not anger, but an illusion of his own magical power. Why are you gathering here? Do you have some conspiracy? The old man headed by the Justice League, who was also the representative of the contestants of the Temple of Heaven, asked loudly. Situli, not everyone is as righteous as your Justice League. The leader of the 10,000 Demons Alliance mocked openly and secretly. Burning Sky Firebird, what do you mean? Situli narrowed his eyes and looked at the leader of the 10,000 Demons Alliance. Burning Sky Firebird snorted coldly, you know what I mean. Situli sneered and said, did we, the Justice League, mistook the monsters of your alliance for Shining Yuan's monsters? I thought it was a big deal, but you still remember them so much. Oh? Is this still a misunderstanding? The flames in the eyes of the Burning Sky Firebird danced. Qin Yang, Xuanhuan Guqing and others looked at this scene and sighed in their hearts. How long has it been since we were still at odds with each other? Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and suddenly understood what Qin Yang was thinking. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, It is precisely because of this that if you want to survive, you can only choose the Valley of the Wind as the gathering place. Everyone was stunned. Qin Yang explained, it's normal for the major alliances to be constantly at odds with each other. If you choose a general assembly point, not to mention the geographical environment, you will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. If there is civil strife, disperse, this alliance will immediately everything is falling apart. What's more, I don't know how many of you are the clones of the big monster, insect ghost. If someone sows dissension, it's not as simple as just killing that clone. There is a gap between each other. Even if you know that you are being provoked, how can you stop feeling resentful in your heart? In particular, Situli of the Justice League seems to be at odds with the Burning Sky Firebird of the 10,000 Demons Alliance. The two men belong to the leaders of the two major alliances. Even they are like this at this critical moment, let alone the people under their command. There is no way to retreat, we can only fight. There is no way to escape, we can only join together. Xuanhuan Guqing thought to herself, raising the corner of her mouth. I know many of you don't believe me, but I have to say that this is Jiang Chengwei's solution. Qin Yang said. Jiang Chengwei? Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes lit up. If it were him, the success rate of overcoming this disaster would be greatly increased. However, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan are outside the prison, with Lu Mingyu and others, and the god of war in the sky. Xuanhuan Guqing pursed her lips and glanced at Qin Yang without leaving any trace. Jiang Chengwei still has time to advise Qin Yang, but it seems that the man from the god of war in the sky has not taken action yet. After hearing this, everyone in the major leagues felt a little at ease. No one is sure whether Qin Yang will deliberately design to catch them all. In their opinion, there is nothing Qin Yang dares to do, and there is nothing he cannot do. Qin Yang continued, actually, my original intention was to let everyone go to the Steel Swamp. After all, I have the Golden Formation flag. There is also the Bone Burial Mountain, which is also a good choice. But Jiang Chengwei said that was too risky. Everyone's hearts tightened. If they really chose those two places, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Originally, they were supposed to resist the attack of Shening Yuan's 8 legions, but now, Qin Yang's 2 gathering places are directly the home bases of the 2 legions. Qin Yang looked at the change in everyone's attitude, raised his eyebrows, and said, what? Are those 2 places bad? The tranquility of the moment. Bone Burial Mountain, after the spirit of the ghost skeleton general dissipated, the restriction was lifted. The army of bones can come out of it, and the barrier of the ghost wind has also weakened a lot. Moreover, according to Qin Yang's observation, there is no ghost wind in the passage leading to the tomb deep in the Bone Burial Mountain. As long as the army marches and interrupts the bridge, even though it becomes an isolated island, no monsters can even think of attacking it. In this way, casualties will immediately stop for the major alliances. Then investigate the clone of the big demon, insect ghost, and make sure you are safe inside before going outside. This method is what Qin Yang thinks is the best strategy. There is also the Steel Swamp, which is full of mutated and transformed steel monsters. Without the Golden Formation flag, their stay in the Iron Swamp had no meaning. It was also because he wanted to seize back the formation flag that he launched such an active encirclement and suppression campaign. As long as you have the Golden Formation flag, you can command those steel monsters. Not only does the 8 major legions lose the threat of 1 legion, but this legion is also very likely to help Qin Yang. This is the best policy. But Jiang Chengwei didn't know what was wrong. She suddenly contacted Qin Yang through the Qianlong Hegemony Order and said that she wanted to assemble the Valley of the Wind. In Qin Yang's view, there is no retreat, no advance, only one side will be attacked, and at most it is a middle strategy. But Jiang Chengwei didn't explain much. After everyone heard about the 2 places Qin Yang chose, they all thought deeply. Some weak and timid people really want to go to Bone Burial Mountain. But while heading to Burial Bone Mountain, there must be another tough battle with the Army of Bones. People in the 10,000 Monster Alliance all want to go to the Steel Swamp, where the environment is complex and the space for monsters to show off is obviously greater than that of humans. Xuanhuan Guqing said, I know why Jiang Chengwei chose this place. But his voice was very low. Obviously he didn't want to talk to anyone else, he just wanted to talk to Qin Yang. Why? Qin Yang asked, curiously. He really couldn't understand why he chose to use this middle-of-the-road strategy when there were obviously better and better strategies available. Xuanhuan Guqing smiled and said, the two places you chose each require a battle. Even if you have the Golden Formation flag over the Iron Swamp, you will inevitably have to fight first. This is for those who have just experienced a disastrous defeat. This is not good news for the major leagues. Because everyone needs to adjust their status. Here, the Sky Alliance is naturally included. Although the Songqiong Alliance won the battle, Xuanhuan Guqing knew why. Otherwise, he would not agree to Qin Yang's request, and it would still be in the name of himself and the Songqiong Alliance. Although the morale of the Sky Alliance is high, if they really experience another battle, the confidence they finally built up will most likely be shattered. When the time comes, none of the major alliances among the contestants will be able to cheer up. Unstable military morale is a big taboo. This is just one of them. Xuanhuan Guqing continued, one more thing, these two places are too dependent on you. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes were filled with profound meaning. What? I helped you, am I still guilty? Qin Yang became even more confused. Xuanhuan Guqing shook his head and said, the leaders of all the major alliances need to establish their prestige, but if you do this, you will steal the limelight. Because of your status, there are many enemies. It is very likely that your efforts will be thankless, but met with jealousy. Oh? Qin Yang chuckled, and he understood. It doesn't matter, I've long been used to it. Qin Yang blinked, Jiang Chengwei really had good intentions. Xuanhuan Guqing still has a lot to say, but Qin Yang has already revealed it. That is, if someone gets angry out of jealousy, or takes the opportunity to stab him in the back, Qin Yang will be offended. I'm afraid everyone in the world knows the consequences of irritating Qin Yang. We are all here to practice. We all have our destiny and our abilities. We are each other's competitors from the start. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right. This place allows everyone to give full play to their abilities and truly unite. Because without unity, there is only a dead end. I also added in my heart, these people are not all our own. Even more than half of them are people Qin Yang must kill. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Alliance military, Jiang Chengwei really had a lot on her mind. At this moment, the sentry's report came from the valley entrance of the Valley of the Wind. Calm, so peaceful. No matter whether it was the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost, or several legions of monsters, there was no movement. It seemed as if the contestants had chosen Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, which immediately put a truce between them. The Nausicaa of the Wind is the only way to the third level. If you go directly to the third level from the surrounding strong wind, it will be too passive and too dangerous. What you think you will bear is not just the strong wind. The wind is blowing under the cliff. This is an important place. Qin Yang's eyes showed a look of thinking. Suddenly he laughed. What's wrong? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Everyone else also looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shook his head repeatedly and sighed, Jiang Chengwei, so tall. Xuanhuan Guqing, Emperor Tiangang and others had naturally known about it for a long time, but they just didn't understand what Qin Yang was thinking at this time. Qin Yang said, the purpose of the clone army of the big monster, insect ghost, is to increase its strength in Moonlight Lake, and then attack it layer by layer. Logically speaking, the Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind should be occupied, but the big demon insect ghost obviously did not do so. It's because the big monster bug ghost doesn't want to be noticed by Qin Yuan's monsters. After all, this is the only way to go. He also doesn't want to be discovered by the monsters from the major legions. I guess the clone army of the big monster bug ghost is stationed in Feng, near the valley. Everyone's hearts tightened. They had just been killed by several legions of monsters and abandoned their armor, and now they fell directly into the arms of the big monster, insect ghost? This is definitely a conspiracy. Several large legions have not been solved yet, but they have provoked the big demon insect ghost again. Someone yelled in panic. People were panicked for a while. Qin Yang snorted lightly and continued, I said it was a conspiracy again and again. If it's a conspiracy, go ahead on your own. Who stopped you? Suddenly, no one dared to complain. Because everyone is not a fool, and we know very well that at this moment, we need to hold each other together for warmth. Qin Yang continued, the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost, is stationed nearby to make way for the monster Qin Yuan. And the monster of Qin Yuan naturally knows about the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost. Now Taniguchi is calm, because we became fishermen, and they both became snipe and clam. Xuanhuan Guqing added, that's it. What Jiang Chengwei really wants is not to let either side wait for work. It is most beneficial to us only to let Qin Yuan's monster army and the big monster insect ghost's clone army fight. After saying this, everyone suddenly felt confident. Nausicaa the wind is now just a big piece of fat. Even if Qin Yuan's monster army wants to swallow it, it can't be swallowed at all for a while. If they were stationed elsewhere, Qin Yuan's army of monsters would definitely try their best to attack. Now that we are near the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost, and if we think about it again, we have to take the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost into consideration. Do you want to annex the contestants of the competition alone? Want to deliberately ignore Qin Yuan and third-party forces? Sorry, Jiang Chengwei's plan put Qin Yuan's monster army in a dilemma. The big monster, the insect ghost, is obviously going to reap the benefits, so even if this piece of fat meat comes to his mouth, he still has to wait patiently. Just like three pillars, there is a strange peace. But everyone knew that the storm was coming. No party can completely stay out of the matter. If Qin Yuan's monster army attacks and is at a disadvantage, it will be directly swallowed up by the army of clones of the big monster insect ghost. If you have the upper hand, you will also be outflanked from behind by the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost. But if the clone army of the great demon insect ghost attacks the Valley of the Wind, the situation will be reversed with that of the Qin Yuan demon beast army. In this way, no one can take advantage of the three pillars. Although the contestants in the competition are weak, they occupy favorable terrain and only need to defend one side. But no matter how weak he is, he can still resist. As long as we buy a little time, the situation of the battle will change. But we can't stay here forever, right? A practitioner asked a question. They are here to compete, not here to garrison. Behind you is Gangfeng Cliff. Jump down and you will go to the third floor. The choice is still in your own hands. Xuanhuan Guqing said. But now, the Xinqing Legion is stationed at Gangfeng Cliff. Since it is named one of the 8 legions, its strength is naturally not weak. Even cultivators who have been promoted to God Emperor dare not go there alone. More importantly, now that all the contestants in the God Emperor realm are gone, what will happen to the remaining people in the major leagues? Are you waiting here to die? Even if he wants to leave, people from the major leagues will never let him go. Once you leave, you are abandoning yourself and others, and your reputation will inevitably be damaged. No, the little fox is sick. The treasure-hunting rat suddenly jumped out of the demon ring and jumped on Qin Yang's shoulder. What? Are you sick? Qin Yang was stunned and quickly taken Tao Xiaoyao out of the demon ring. Grabbing its furry tail, Peach Little Demon would have struggled a lot normally, but now it was wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost, swinging back and forth in Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang picked it up. The huge and extremely cute fox head had its eyes tightly closed. Touching his forehead, Qin Yang frowned and said, "You have a fever? Why is it so serious?" Qin Yang looked at the burning sky fire bird of the 10,000 Demons Alliance. Since this person is the leader of the 10,000 Demons Alliance, he is naturally related to the Demon Temple and the 10,000 Demons Palace. Monsters can also have fever? Qin Yang asked. Burning sky fire bird's heart sank, and the faces of other members of the 10,000 Demons Alliance also showed complicated expressions. They almost forgot the most important point: Tao Xiaoyao was still in Qin Yang's hands. The expressions of the monsters that originally wanted to assassinate Qin Yang suddenly changed. Upon hearing Qin Yang's question, Burning Sky Firebird seemed to know something. He hesitated and did not answer, and his eyes avoided Qin Yang's gaze. Qin Yang was confused. Not to mention the God Emperor, let alone the God King, human cultivators in the star realm could be invulnerable to water and fire, and not afraid of cold or heat. How could this majestic monster still be sick? Hey! Wake up! Qin Yang called to Little Demon Tao. The Peach Little Demon murmured, his words unclear. "I don't want to, come here, go, leave," came the broken voice of Tao Xiaoyao. What's going on? Qin Yang became worried. The illness came too suddenly. The treasure-hunting mouse shook his head and suddenly said, "At first we thought she was pretending to be sick and asked for monkey wine and various spiritual materials, and then the panda boss gave her some." Where did you get the monkey wine and various spiritual materials? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. The treasure hunter quickly covered his mouth, obviously he had slipped up. But he didn't care about it at this time and hurriedly continued. At first, the panda boss gave her some wine, and the fox became dizzy and drunk. We thought she was drunk, but even when she was drunk, she knew how to pretend to be sick. Who would have thought that this fox is really sick, and the illness is unclear? When did it happen? Qin Yang asked. The treasure hunter thought for a while and said, "Not long ago." Qin Yang recalled something. "Is it when I first entered the Valley of the Wind?" The treasure hunter nodded repeatedly and said, "At that time, she had just drank monkey wine, and we thought she was drunk." Qin Yang turned back and looked in the direction of Gangfeng Cliff, his eyes full of confusion. Is there something else here that can make the little peach demon sick? Does her sister Tao Pianqing know? Definitely no. Even the burning sky firebird hesitated. How could Tao Pianqing, who dotes on the little demon, Tao, not know? Let me tell you, this Tao Pianqing will not hand over little demon Tao to me just because of my strength. There must be some reason that I don't know. Qin Yang couldn't figure it out and took out a jade bottle. Return to Heaven pill. Top quality, 6th level Heaven returning pill. Just as he was about to feed Tao Xiaoyao, the burning sky fire bird rushed over in panic, and in desperation, he grabbed Qin Yang's hand holding the elixir. Huh? Qin Yang looked over. Burning sky fire bird quickly let go, and countless strange looks came from all around. This performance is so exciting. The level of this elixir is too high. Burning sky firebird said. Don't be afraid of the heaven returning pill. For monsters, it won't burst, but it may advance. Qin Yang said. Absolutely not. Burning sky firebird blurted out. Why? Qin Yang asked. Burning sky firebird began to remain silent again. You won't let me save you. But you don't tell me why. What do you want to do? Qin Yang asked. Burning sky firebird still remained silent. Qin Yang glanced at Tao Xiaoyao's panel, but couldn't see anything wrong. However, the panel is quietly changing. Monster, Peach Little Demon. Strength, perfect in the star realm. Bloodline, Nine-tailed Sky Fox. Rules, none. Supernatural powers, none. A very normal panel, but it also reveals that it is abnormal. In Qin Yang's opinion, this little peach demon has no fighting power. And it has always been like this. Otherwise, he would not be caught repeatedly and become a prisoner. But now, this panel is different. Monster, Peach Little Demon. Strength, Divine Emperor level. Bloodline, Nine-tailed Sky Fox. Rules, world-destroying demon power. Supernatural powers, increase in demonic power, roar of the Sky Fox. Qin Yang opened his mouth slightly. What is going on? Is this still the little peach demon? If it weren't for this cute and furry figure, Qin Yang would even think that this girl was Tao Pianing. Behind the panel, there is also a note, which reads, "The Dharma is sealed and the power is blocked." Qin Yang's head was filled with questions. What is this all about? The increase in demonic power, the roar of the Sky Fox, the standard blood power of the nine-tailed Sky Fox. The power of the world-destroying demon is the native power of the nine-tailed Sky Fox. Qin Yang always thought that this Tao Xiaoyao was not actually Tao Pianing's biological sister, but looking at the current panel, it was almost impossible to kiss her anymore. What is Dharma? Qin Yang suddenly asked. The leaders of all alliances were watching curiously. After hearing these words, Burning Sky Firebird quickly raised his forehead. Xuanhuan Guqing looked back and forth between Tao Xiaoyao and Burning Sky Firebird, as if trying to discern something. Emperor Tiangang said directly, when humans are promoted to God Emperor, they will produce self-gods. You should understand this. Qin Yang nodded. Of course, he has been promoted to the God Emperor, and his self-image has also been condensed. Emperor Tiangang said again, the demon clan is promoted to the God Emperor, and the idol is not called a god statue, but a Dharma image. The demon clan and those who practice crooked ways are called demon statues. There is no difference between the three, they only differ depending on the personal path. Qin Yang nodded and was suddenly startled. The Tao Little Demon Dharma appearance is sealed? Doesn't that mean that Tao Xiaoyao is not the little fox that has no fighting power and can only act cute as he always thought, but that he has already become a God Emperor level monster? This? Qin Yang was speechless. If Qin Yang hadn't been promoted to God Emperor, his immediate reaction at this moment would have been to throw little peach demon away. No. Qin Yang looked at Tao Xiaoyao, with his eyes closed, his cute pink face full of pain. Qin Yang looked at the entrance of the Valley of the Wind, then at the third floor of the underwater prison, and hesitated. Whether it is Shining Yuan's army of monsters or the army of clones of the great monster, insect ghost, killing them can increase one's strength. The deeper you go, the more difficult it will be to hunt monsters. And there is no chance of hunting a monster of this size. This is a catastrophe for the contestants, but it is an opportunity for Qin Yang. But now that Tao Xiaoyao is wilted like this, Qin Yang is afraid that something will change later. After a while, it was already as if he was terminally ill. If he delayed any longer, he might die from this. To move forward or to retreat, that is a question. Qin Yang thought for a while, but he couldn't stay in the Valley of the Wind anyway. Either move forward and face the problem head-on, or retreat and avoid it for the time being. Sighing, Qin Yang hugged Tao Xiaoyao and ran straight to Gangfeng Cliff. Burning Sky Firebird saw it and hurriedly stopped in front of Qin Yang. What's wrong? Qin Yang frowned and said, since the Dharma is sealed in the third floor of the underwater prison, wouldn't it be enough to help her get the Dharma back? Burning Sky Firebird was shocked. Could this be a ghost? How did this kid know? Just now, I didn't even know what the Dharma appearance was, but now I actually know that Tao Xiaoyao's Dharma appearance is sealed in the third layer? After these 1,000 years, no one knows what her appearance is like now. Burning Sky Firebird said. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean? Her Dharma form can still break free from the seal and improve her own strength." Burning Sky Firebird shook his head and said, "It is impossible to break free from the seal. It is inevitable to improve the strength. Since Tao Xiaoyao has such a change, it proves that this Dharma still exists." Qin Yang said softly, "Oh," and said, "Are you afraid that I won't be able to break the seal, or that I won't be able to defeat her Dharma image?" Qin Yang said, "Don't worry, when I see her Dharma image, I will naturally know how to get it back for her. As for the seal, no seal can stop me." Burning Sky Firebird said, "It is sealed by the fire formation flag, and it is not that simple to break it. And for her to take back the Dharma appearance, it is best to rely on her. If you help her, you can neither hurt her Dharma appearance, and you need to conquer her Dharma aspect. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, it's just that if something goes wrong and either the Dharma appearance or Tao Xiaoya's body falls, she will undoubtedly die." Burning Sky Firebird naturally knows Qin Yang's combat prowess. It's just that Qin Yang showed off all his killing moves, but Tao Xiaoya's Dharma must not kill him. Half of her soul is there. Moreover, the Burning Sky Firebird did not tell Qin Yang why it wanted to seal the Tao Xiaoya's Dharma. Qin Yang nodded and said, "Well, I will pay attention." Just as he was about to continue heading to Gangfeng Cliff, he suddenly stopped. "What did you just say?" Qin Yang suddenly asked. "What did I say?" Burning Sky Firebird was stunned and quickly recalled what he said. "Did I tell you why Tao Xiaoya's appearance was sealed?" Qin Yang blinked and said, "Although that's not what I asked, I'm also curious at the same time." "Yes, why do you want to seal her appearance?" Everyone looked over curiously. Even the monsters in the 10,000 Demons Alliance only had a vague idea of what was going on. As for why, no one really knows. Burning Sky Firebird opened his mouth, secretly hating that he couldn't hold the door open and actually got attacked by himself. Immediately, Burning Sky Firebird simply said, "Tao Xiaoya's talent is even more powerful than that of her sister Tao Pianying, and even surpasses Su Meixiang. Thousands of years ago, only a few of the human race were promoted to God Emperor. But the demon race was promoted to God Emperor. Of them, there are no longer a few. Among them, the three sisters Su Meixiang, Tao Pianying, and Tao Xiaoyao are all God Emperors of the demon clan." After saying that, Burning Sky Firebird added, "Tao Pianying and Tao Xiaoyao are biological sisters. They have the same bloodline as Su Meixiang. The three of them have a good relationship, and Su Meixiang became sisters with them." "You mean, Tao Xiaoyao's bloodline is the strongest among the three sisters?" Qin Yang hugged Tao Xiaoyao and felt his hands getting hotter and hotter. Su Meixiang won't go into details. She and her ancestors have had so many sensational deeds. He is also a ruthless person who wants to open the seal of the devil world. Zhou Tianyu is able to visit this underwater prison. That Tao Piampian's tyranny is even more famous in the mainland. One of the three major dark forces, Tao Pianying, can hold up the banner of demon beasts alone. Even the demon temple has fallen silent, but the name of the 10,000 demon palace still resounds across the continent. But in the end, this seemingly innocent and cute little peach demon with no fighting ability is the strongest? Burning Sky Firebird nodded and said, "Yes, Tao Xiaoya's bloodline is the most powerful." After being promoted to God Emperor, the bloodline was activated again, showing signs of returning to his ancestors. Signs of atavism. Monsters judge their qualifications based on their bloodline, and returning to their ancestors is what countless monsters dream of. Even if there is a trace of high-level bloodline, once there are signs of returning to the ancestors, one can instantly squeeze into the ranks of high-level bloodline. Even becoming a purebred monster is not impossible. The 6th level demon Xuanping is so powerful because he is of pure Xuanping bloodline. He is Xuanping. Qin Yang looked at the little peach demon and returned to his ancestors, the 9-tailed sky fox. This is a good thing, Qin Yang said. Burning Sky Firebird's face changes. And the expressions of all the monsters also changed. Even Xuanhuan Guqing and Songqiong War God were speechless. Xuanhuan Guqing really underestimated Qin Yang's knowledge reserve. He didn't know any common sense at all. Xuanhuan Guqing whispered, "The 9-tailed fox is different from other great demons of the same class. The 9-tailed fox is a symbol of evil, violence, and killing." Emperor Tiangang also added, "Monsters with the bloodline of the 9-tailed sky fox are actually more difficult to cultivate than other monsters, because they have to constantly resist the negative forces from the bloodline. Once the negative forces in the bloodline can be suppressed, the strength is even twice as strong as monster beasts of the same level." Qin Yang understood and said, "I understand. The reason why Tao Xiaoya's appearance is sealed is because he is afraid that she will not be able to suppress it and completely turn into a 9-tailed celestial fox." Burning Sky Firebird nodded. "But so what? Don't we still have to get the Dharma image back now?" Qin Yang really didn't understand what was the meaning of this move. If the Dharma is allowed to settle in the undersea prison for thousands of years, it may turn into some kind of monster. If the seal is kept for too long and Fa Shengrua breaks away from his confinement, little demon Tao will fall. At that time a real 9-tailed fox will appear in this undersea prison. Burning Sky Firebird said, "I will tell you everything I know." Everyone took a breath. The name of this 9-tailed fox actually made everyone afraid to go to the 3rd floor. No. Beyond the confinement means cutting off the connection with the little peach demon, right? Qin Yang asked. Yes. Burning Sky Firebird asked strangely, "Why do you ask that?" Qin Yang said, "Because the seal has long been gone." Burning Sky Firebird was shocked. "This is impossible. Master Su Meixiang sealed it personally, and the fire formation flag suppressed it." Qin Yang looked at the Burning Sky Firebird quietly and said, "You probably haven't forgotten the conversation I had with Long San at that time, right? You should know how this undersea prison became what it is now, right? In the bone-burying mountain, Long San told everything. It's just that the people who watched it at the time were shocked and shocked." As for the Burning Sky Firebird, he was still crazily improving his strength. As the leader of the 10,000 Demons Alliance, he naturally had no time to take a closer look. But the other monsters didn't understand the relationship, so there were naturally some omissions in conveying it. At this time, a demon beast from the 10,000 Demon Palace said blankly, "The Dragon Clan Guard discovered the fire formation flag on the 3rd floor and wanted to activate the Heavenly Prison formation to retrieve it. And the matter was so important that the big demon insect ghost drilled it. Something went wrong. The Dragon Clan can distinguish the clones of the great demon, insect, and ghost, but the Heavenly Prison formation cannot. Just relying on the image, the real eyes of the Dragon Clan can't see anything special. It's over." Burning Sky Firebird's heart skipped a beat. Since the formation flag can be discovered by the Heavenly Prison formation, it means that the 9-tailed Skyfox Dharma has broken through the seal. And the Dragon Guards discovered it 100 years ago, which means that the 9-tailed Skyfox has broken through the seal for 100 years. That's the 9-tailed fox. No matter how powerful Qin Yang is, can he be suppressed? Burning Sky Firebird suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Lord Tao Pianqing wants me to tell you something." "What words?" Qin Yang asked. Burning Sky Firebird recalled, "It seems, this is what your Qin family owes us. It's time to pay it back." "What's going on? Could it be that little demon Tao's reversion to his ancestors was caused by my ancestors?" Qin Yang suddenly had a headache. Burning Sky Firebird was silent. These things were not something he could speculate on. Qin Yang stared at Tao Xiaoyao in trance, and Shen Longjiu suddenly spoke in his mind. Back then, Emperor Qin opened the true eye of the Dragon Clan and indeed saw the appearance of Tao Xiaoyao. Shocked by his overwhelming resentment, he proposed a seal. But the most powerful sealing method was used to seal the entrance to the demon world. He had no choice but to seal it. Imprisoned in the undersea prison. In fact, Emperor Qin didn't know that Su Meixiang and Tao Pianiying came here this way. As long as they defeat it, just like the human race defeats their inner demons, they can resolve it. Su Meixiang and Tao Pianiying thought that what Emperor Qin said was true for them. If they are different, they will obey this matter. Therefore, the monster clan has lost a peerless genius, but has a huge hidden danger. In fact, the dharma of Su Meixiang and Tao Pianqi that Emperor Qin saw was after they suppressed and defeated them. Qin Yang finally figured it out. It turned out to be a misunderstanding and a complete confusion. For some reason, Shen Longyu was surprisingly talkative today, and he said again, "You'd better not go to the third floor of this underwater prison." Qin Yang was stunned and said with a smile, "Why don't you even believe me?" Shen Longyu said, "It's not that I don't believe it, but..." After a pause, Shen Longyu asked, "Do you know how Tao Xiaoyao can conquer the Dharma now?" "You know?" Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Shen Longyu said, "Only by completely stimulating her soul can she defeat it on her own." "What do you mean? Didn't you say I can help?" Qin Yang said. Shen Longyu snorted and said, "Believe them, they are trying to harm you. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep asking you to pay back those 1,000-year-old debts." Qin Yang frowned, feeling that this situation seemed a bit complicated and huge. Shen Longyu explained, "To completely stimulate the soul requires strong mental stimulation. In fact, what you don't know is that after Tao Xiaoyao's dharma was sealed, Tao Xiaoyao became stupid and could not remember anything. The only thing she remembered was that it's her sister. Can you understand?" Qin Yang was stunned. "Isn't this just cute and cute?" At this time, Qin Yang still didn't react. After thinking about it, it was impossible to cure the sequelae of the Dharma being sealed. No cure is possible, at least until the image is retrieved. Tao Xiaoyao is indeed a bit silly, and in Qin Yang's opinion, the scar has healed and the pain has been forgotten, but now it seems that is not the case. However, Tao Xiaoyao can now clearly remember herself. Strong mental stimulation. Qin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Should I be allowed to die and use my death to stimulate little demon Tao, to activate his soul?" "It should be so." After Shen Longyu finished speaking, he continued to sleep. Since Qin Yang already understood, there was no need for him to say anything more. After all, Qin Yang has his own opinion. Once a decision is made, no one can change it. Everyone looked at Qin Yang in a daze, but they didn't know that Shenlong Jade General had told Qin Yang all the secrets. Qin Yang suddenly smacked his lips and said, "It's difficult. The burning sky-fire bird has been blocking me, but it seems that he doesn't want to die. It seems that the demon temple's attitude towards this matter is also somewhat ambiguous." "Are you a demon from the demon temple?" Qin Yang asked. Burning Sky Firebird glared, "How do you know?" Qin Yang shrugged. Shoulder, no explanation. Although there are 12 demon gods in the demon temple, they are divided into 3 camps. There are always 3 different opinions on the issue of facing Qin Yang. One party wants to kill Qin Yang, and will not stop until death. One side remains neutral, neither sniping nor helping. The other side wants to protect Qin Yang. No matter what, Qin Yang cannot be injured. Qin Yang already had a rough idea, otherwise he wouldn't have encountered all kinds of monsters and all kinds of complicated attitudes. It was so complicated that even Qin Yang himself felt a headache. Obviously, the burning sky fire bird is the force in the demon temple that wants to protect itself. The same stance as the monkey at the entrance to Kanglin's secret realm. It is precisely because of this that Qin Yang avoids the monsters in the 10,000 Demon Palace and Demon Temple whenever he can. It would be bad if it was accidentally injured. I think you should improve your strength. Burning Sky Firebird gave his advice. After all, the nine-tailed Sky Fox is unusual. His Dharma aspect was actually able to break through Su Meixiang's seal, and at least his combat power exceeded that of Su Meixiang back then. In the past 100 years, it has been wreaking havoc on the 3rd floor of the underwater prison, and its combat power has probably grown to a terrifying level. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "When I said it was difficult, I didn't mean this." Qin Yang sighed inwardly. He had developed an immortal divine body. It would be difficult to kill him. This is so difficult. It's not about suppressing the law and making it difficult. After thinking about it, Qin Yang decided not to go down yet. Before that, he has to do something. Because after he was promoted to God Emperor, the system was upgraded to the ultimate version. The magic weapons abilities can also be copied. If we could use the power of the secret keys of the 8 divine realms, wouldn't it be easier to deal with Tao Xiaoyao's appearance? No. It is true that the undersea prison imprisons spiritual thoughts, but the Gongsun family's sky-mending stone is not restricted. As long as you activate it, you can be resurrected with full blood in one breath. No matter what changes occur, you can deal with them calmly. If nothing else works, let the little peach demon die and then resurrect it. Qin Yang had too many ideas and was a little depressed at the same time. If Tao Pianqing had told him all this, it would have been settled, so there would be no need to waste so much brains. Just pull it back to 1,000 years ago, whether you owe anything or not. Even if the Qin family doesn't owe this old debt, can Qin Yang still sit back and watch the peach demon? Even if it's just because Tao Xiaoyao only remembers her sister and herself. For this reason, Qin Yang would never care about little demon Tao. Tao Xiaoyao fell into a coma and transformed into a little fox. Her little paws were still firmly grasping Qin Yang's collar. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." Various thoughts were whirling in his mind, and Qin Yang had already made several plans. The most urgent task is to go out first and find Gong Sun Ming and the others. "Well, you guys play first, I'll go out for a while," Qin Yang suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Yang blankly. "Go out? What's the meaning? Play? Such a fight between trapped beasts, on the brink of danger, is it just a joke in Qin Yang's eyes? Do you have a way to get out?" Xuanhuan Guqing narrowed his eyes and asked, "This underwater prison is the belly of the big demon Kuanping, not the belly of the Kuanping on the 6th floor. The former Lord of Monsters and the Lord of the Sky World, it goes without saying how powerful he is. It is even possible to reach the realm of true gods. This is an existence that transcends everything. Even Shenlong Jade cannot leave safely under this confinement." "I know, but I know how to set up a formation," Qin Yang said. "Set up the formation?" Xuanhuan Guqing was stunned and said, "Could it be the formation of the heavenly prison?" Qin Yang nodded. After being promoted to God Emperor, the system was upgraded to the ultimate version. Qin Yang could see what effect these formation materials had with just one glance. Qin Yang no longer needs to see the completed formation of the heavenly prison. Now Qin Yang has already copied the heavenly prison formation. Everyone looked at Qin Yang with excitement. This was a way to leave without giving up the competition. But more importantly, I don't believe it in my heart. The audience who watched this scene and even the entire Dragon Palace were excited. Without the order from the Dragon God, Qin Yang could actually arrange the heavenly prison formation by himself? If this is the case, wouldn't Qin Yang be able to release all the big monsters in the underwater prison? I don't believe it. Dragon god Ao Yuanjun, from the East China Sea Dragon Palace, spoke slowly. His sister Longmu Ao Qingli actually laughed and said, "Because he is Qin Yang, I believe it." Ao Yuanjun looked at his sister in confusion and said, "This kid is indeed very strong, but he won't make you talk about it every day. I believe he can create miracles, right?" Ao Qingli smiled and just said the names of the three formations: Reincarnation Formation, Death Realm Formation, and Heaven-Stealing Fate Transferring Formation. If it was just the Heaven-Stealing Fate Transferring Formation, Ao Yuanjun wouldn't think anything of it. After all, this is Shadow's unique formation. There are not a few people in Shadow who can arrange this formation. However, the Reincarnation Formation and the Death Realm Formation, which can open the underworld and bring people back to life, are simply impossible to appear in the world. But Qin Yang was able to arrange it. Moreover, his sister Ao Qingli was resurrected from the dead because of these two formations. With only a ray of remnant soul, no one can save himself. But Qin Yang did it and resurrected Ao Qingli. Ao Yuanjun had a worried look on his face, and Ao Qingli said, "Don't worry, he knows what he should and shouldn't do." Undersea Prison, 2nd level, Shining Yuan, Nausicaa of the Wind. Xuanhuan Guqing and the Songqiong war gods looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. It was obvious that they had something to hide and were worried about. Especially when I heard that Qin Yang was going out. "What? I'm afraid it will make many people feel more at ease if I'm not here?" Qin Yang joked. "Why do you want to leave? So many monsters are all points. After this battle, the rankings will be instantly reformed. With your combat power, it is not impossible to dominate the rankings by one person." Xuanhuan Guqing said. Qin Yang was keenly aware of something and said, "What? You seem to be afraid of me going out?" He glanced at Emperor Tiangang and the others, who seemed to not want him to leave. Emperor Tiangang and others, even Emperor Tiangang, began to avoid Qin Yang's eyes at this time. Qin Yang is not stupid. How could he not see something fishy in it, given how thoughtful he is? That's not right. Qin Yang glanced at Emperor Tiangang and the others again, his face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "You gods of war in the sky have always been inseparable. Especially since Xuanhuan Guqing is also here, they are even more together." Xuanhuan Guqing was shocked. Qin Yang continued, "Except for the Aurora God Emperor, the Lord of the Rainbow Territory, there are only 6 of the 8 war gods in the sky. There are 7 gods of war in the sky who have been participating in the competition, but from beginning to end, there seems to be one missing. Because even 7 is too many, and Qin Yang cannot pay attention to them one by one. From this point of view, the missing one must be related to Qin Yang. No, it's related to Lu Mingyu and the others." Qin Yang's face turned cold, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. After being promoted to God Emperor, Qin Yang's pressure has far exceeded that of most God Emperors. Even Xuanhuan Guqing is a little difficult to resist at this moment. "Let me see who's not here." Qin Yang looked back and forth at these God Emperors. Panels appeared one by one. Qin Yang spoke slowly and said, "The 8 gods of war in the sky, each of their abilities corresponds to the secret keys of the 8 major divine realms. Remove the Aurora God Emperor, which corresponds to my Qin family's divine dragon Jade, then Zhao Quantu, who corresponds to the Gongsun family's sky mending stone, is not here." "Where's Quantu Zhao?" Qin Yang asked, coldly. Xuanhuan Guqing, Tiangang Emperor, and others looked at each other in shock, and Lan Sanggu even got goosebumps all over her body. Lan Sanggu corresponds to the masters Ling Dao Qin. But her ability is his telepathy. At this moment, Sanggu Lan didn't even dare to peek into Qin Yang's thoughts by looking at each other. Xuanhuan Guqing explained, "He is indeed looking for Gongsun Ming, the descendant of the 8 Shinto clans. Because Zhao Quantu is the only god of war who needs the secret key of the divine world to exert his full power. The secret key of the divine realm is difficult for other gods of war. It is said that it is just a magic weapon that can increase strength, but for Zhao Quantu, it is really necessary. Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing coldly, and said, "You have violated the reconciliation formation." Xuanhuan Guqing's heart tightened. If it had been before, she would definitely not have cared. But now, the more I understand the various secrets entangled in Qin Yang, the more I like Qin Yang. The top forces in the world are all related to Qin Yang. The relationship with the demon temple and the 10,000 demons palace alone is unmatched by anyone. Xuanhuan Guqing argued, "We did not violate the reconciliation formation. Zhao Quantu has a sense of proportion and will not do anything to Gong Sun Ming." Shirtian Duo, the 8 gods of war, said, "Even if something happens, can't you still resurrect people?" His brother Shirtian Gong quickly pulled Shirtian Duo. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "If this must be the case, then I can give this resurrection to Quantu Zhao." "No. It's just Gong Sun Ming. The 8 Shinto clans only guard the secret keys of the divine world. Now that the war is imminent, the secret keys of divine skills can only be of greater value in the hands of Zhao Quantu." Shirtian Duo was not convinced and spoke. He was still worried about the fact that Qin Yang could come and go freely in the cage of heaven and earth in his magical domain before. Shirtian Duo said, "Without the secret key to the divine world, the 8 Shinto clans are just a joke." His brother Shirtiangong's face froze, and he scolded in a low voice, "Don't cause any more trouble." Qin Yang looked at Shirtian Duo quietly, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, "You mean, I am also a joke?" Shirtian Duo ignored his brother Shirtiangong's obstruction and said, "If there is no divine dragon jade, you shut up." Xuanhuan Guqing scolded coldly. Shirtian Duo did not dare to disobey and tilted his head. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, "Zhao Quantu will not do anything to Gong Sun Ming. Even if he temporarily borrows the sky-mending stone, he will still return it after the war is over." Qin Yang laughed angrily and was too lazy to say anything more. "This is not a problem with the sky-mending stone, there are too many involved." Qin Yang had already asked Lu Qingshan to transfer all the injuries suffered by everyone to Gong Sun Ming precisely because Gong Sun Ming had the sky-mending stone. Now Feng Lian and the others do not dare to come to the undersea prison. Instead, they are hunting down Lu Mingyu and others in the outside world. Although Jiang Changwei and Huang Quan are taking care of him, the enemy has another disciple Zhao. If Quantu Zhao steals the sky-mending stone, Lu Mingyu and others will be in danger. This would be a great weakness for them. Qin Yang said coldly, "I will still abide by the reconciliation formation." "What if Quantu Zhao really dares?" Xuanhuan Guqing said directly, "That has nothing to do with the Sky Alliance." Emperor Tiangang and others all looked sideways. Are they trying to cut off their relationship with Quantu Zhao? Everyone was shocked. Is Qin Yang's status already so important in Xuanhuan Guqing's heart? "Okay, this is what you said." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared. In the distance, a 1,000-armed divine dragon flashed past, frightening the monsters in all directions to tremble. "I have already warned Quantu Zhao, but he did not listen to my dissuasion." Xuanhuan Guqing sighed. After experiencing all kinds of things, Qin Yang was promoted to the God Emperor again, and his combat power was only higher than that of the God of War in the sky and even herself. Especially Qin Yang's temperament, he is fearless and will do anything to protect the people around him. Shirtian Duo whispered, "Such a trouble should have been eliminated long ago." His elder brother Shirtian Gong frowned and said, "It is better to resolve enemies than to make enemies. Our situation is not that of our era thousands of years ago. It is better to be friends with him than to be enemies with him." Shi Tianduo wanted to say something else, but Shi Tiangong shook his head and said, "You can't be jealous of him just because his power restrains you. Have you forgotten how we became the gods of war in the sky? The people who believe in us have long disappeared in the long river of history. We do not have any advantages in today's era. We are not even as good as other ordinary god emperors." Xuanhuan Guqing said. After a pause, Xuanhuan Guqing said again, "If we still hold on to the glory that has long since ceased to exist and forget our original intention, the battle in the world will no longer be our stage." Such words immediately alerted the god of war in the sky. Their former glory was achieved in war after war and in hard work and self-sacrifice. Now that the starting point is zero, only one step at a time, can we return to the top. They are the god emperors of the gods, which is no longer a secret in today's sky world. But who has ever been in awe? In the final analysis, no matter what era it is, strength is respected. And Qin Yang has this strength now. Shi Tianduo lowered his head in shame and said, "I understand." Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath, looked at the valley entrance of the Valley of the Wind, and said, "Send the order, be ready to fight." Ready to fight at any time. Yes. The war gods of the sky accepted the orders one after another. Having experienced countless wars, they are unparalleled in marching formations. The absolutely weak side gained a short period of peace, because of Jiang Chengwei's advice. The god of war in the sky changed his mentality and began to give instructions to the practitioners in the Sky Alliance, and even imparted combat experience to other alliances without hesitation. The major leagues suddenly took on a new look, and everyone felt confident. Before, the god of war in the sky didn't bother to pay attention to these people, and he fought as he should. Now, they impart their experience, and even use their experience to deduce various possible situations. With their knowledge and experience in hundreds of battles, they can deduce various situations convincingly. Prestige is established quietly and unconsciously. Some practitioners even began to truly admire the god of war in the sky. Xuanhuan Guqing nodded secretly, "This is what they should look like." Shening Yuan, Red Wilderness. The sudden appearance of the 1,000 dragons shocked the monster beasts of the Hunter Legion. Just this 1,000-war divine dragon gave them fear in their hearts. The supreme bloodline pressure made their hearts tremble. "It's that kid Qin Yang. Damn it, Jibao is sowing discord and making our Hunter-Killer Legion kill each other has become a joke. I'm going to deal with him right now." A demonic beast roared, transformed into its true form and rushed over. Qin Yang didn't even look at the monster. Shenlongjiu swung its tail and whipped it away on the spot. Shenlongyu rolled his eyes, and the monster that vomited blood and flew backwards immediately fell to the ground in fear. The expressions of all the monster beasts in the Hunter Legion suddenly changed. Qin Yang actually still has such power that he hasn't used yet. This dragon doesn't look like it's just a coercion. Its strength is directly proportional to the powerful coercion it exudes. "Are you ready to go up?" Qin Yang asked. "It's possible to go up, but it's difficult," Shenlongyu replied. "After all, this is the belly of Kuanping in the true God realm, and it is not as simple as transcending a great realm." "Then I'll do it," Qin Yang said. Shenlongyu was surprised, and then he found that his power was controlled by Qin Yang. Shenlongyu quickly felt relieved. After all, he recognized Qin Yang as his master, but he just didn't understand. If Qin Yang was replaced, would it be very simple? But the next scene made Shenlongyu stunned. All the viewers couldn't believe it. Qin Yang's figure suddenly became obscure and hard to find, sometimes turning transparent and disappearing, and sometimes appearing as a phantom. In the space around him, terrifying cracks appeared and were quickly smoothed away. Could this be Qin Yang's power after being promoted to God Emperor? Shenlongyu felt it most vividly. Qin Yang had completely activated his annihilation rules. It can actually faintly break open space. Let's go. Qin Yang shouted, and the Qianzhan Shenlong also changed. Shenlongyu was shocked. This is the real shuttle space. With the shuttle characteristics of Shenlong Jade, coupled with the Oblivion rules that ignore space partitions, the shuttle of Shenlong Jade has been directly improved to a great level. It's just that Shenlong Jade feels a bit weird. Why does Qin Yang seem to have his own abilities? No. The entire Dragon Palace was in an uproar. In the underwater prison, except for the heavenly prison formation, there is no way to get back to the top from the prison level below. However, Qin Yang did it in full view of everyone. The space is like the sea. Qin Yang steps on the divine dragon Jade and rides the wind and waves. The ripples in space are like waves dividing the sea, unable to stop Qin Yang's progress. Undersea prison, first level, boundary bridge. The 1,000 dragons are even more magnificent than the entire boundary bridge. The divine dragon Jade flashed, transformed into a pendant, and hung on Qin Yang's neck again, while Qin Yang gently landed on the ground and stepped on the boundary bridge. There were many contestants on the boundary bridge at this time, and they had been paying attention to everything below. Knowing that the major leagues of contestants are now facing huge dangers, they hesitate to move forward and dare not go down. In fact, their choices were made knowingly. Otherwise, if you jump from the boundary bridge, you will directly face the furious hunter army. After all, the foothold of the boundary bridge is in the Red Wilderness. Seeing Qin Yang, all the contestants looked frightened and backed away. They couldn't afford to offend the leader of the Annihilating Legion in a one-on-one fight, who could crush the skull of a ghost skeleton demon with a single stick. What's more, Qin Yang has been fighting against the big monster, insect, and ghost. He has fought several times and won completely. Although it was just the clone of the big demon insect ghost. What? You want me to take you down? Qin Yang asked. No, no, no. All the cultivators waiting on the first-level bridge of the underwater prison shook their heads repeatedly. Some people even want to go out with Qin Yang. This is simply not the place that people should come. It's not that they don't want to help the major alliances, it's just that with their strength, they will only cause chaos. The best-case scenario is that they will become cannon fodder. After all, most of them are newly promoted god kings and want to come here to boost their points. If they were strong and confident, they would have come down long ago. Yes. Qin Yang nodded and walked directly towards the depths of the boundary bridge. Why do I think he's not that scary? A cultivator said. A cultivator next to him sneered and said with a smile, if he knows that you belong to the Temple of Heaven, do you think you can try it again? The face of the previous cultivator turned pale with fright, and he quickly covered that cultivator's mouth. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Qin Yang paused and continued walking forward. When they were far away and out of sight, everyone realized that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. The dragon clan guards the stronghold, behind the ruins of the castle. The place where the heavenly prison formation was originally arranged. Qin Yang glanced at it and saw a formation hidden in the boundary bridge. It was the Turing's formation that was inextricably linked to the Tianjian's formation. It turns out you are just a guard of the formation. Qin Yang laughed dumbly. After being promoted to God Emperor, one can naturally see through this Turing formation. Qin Yang said, I thought you didn't need a formation diagram to set up a formation. It turns out you don't know how to set up a formation. Stop hiding and come out. In the boundary bridge, a mysterious formation lit up with a mysterious light. Turing from before appeared, the image of a young shop assistant. At this time, he was full of guilt and doubts. Why is this guy back? Didn't he jump off the boundary bridge before? Ahem, if you get the Dragon God's order, of course I can arrange it. However, you have to go to the castle to search for the array diagram first. Turing said. Turing thought that this was Dragon Palace's method, which allowed Qin Yang to return to the bridge. Qin Yang laughed and said, "No need to go to such trouble." Immediately, he took out the formation materials that he had packed away one by one. Turing looked at Qin Yang in confusion, and opened his mouth wide when he saw Qin Yang starting to set up a formation. Are you setting up a formation?" Turing looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. The formation of the heavenly prison is a super god level formation. But it's not an ordinary super god level formation. Its formation is not just as simple as setting up the formation, but also connecting the formation to the entire underwater prison, which is the top priority. If you destroy these spiritual materials, even the Dragon Palace may not be able to build another one. Turing warned Qin Yang. "No." Qin Yang replied casually, his movements not slow at all. Even quickly. It's like having arranged it thousands of times and reaching the top level of proficiency. Looking at Qin Yang's actions, Turing became more frightened as he watched. He said anxiously, "Why not? If you arrange it so randomly, all the formation materials will collapse. There are several formations. There is no output of materials at all. This heavenly prison formation is not an ordinary formation. It's not like you think that failure in setting up will only destroy part of it, but all of it will be destroyed. Do you understand everything?" Qin Yang stopped moving his hands, and Turing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the Dragon God in the Dragon Palace also breathed a sigh of relief. The Dragon God also thought that Qin Yang was fooling around, and by stopping like this, he had saved those spiritual materials. But Qin Yang's words made them freeze immediately. "I think it is unnecessary to deploy another Turing formation in this Tianjian formation." Qin Yang frowned and spoke seriously. Turing took a breath of cold air, cold. He smiled and said, "Only I can complete the formation of the heavenly prison without any mistakes." "What do you think I do as Turing?" "People always make mistakes, even the Dragon God will make mistakes. Therefore, the Turing formation must exist. Apart from daily maintenance and real-time monitoring of formations, in my opinion you are really of no use." Qin Yang laughed, and then something happened that made Turing and the entire Dragon Palace uneasy. Qin Yang started to set up the formation again. And the action is no slower than before. Can you stop him? If he continues to arrange things like this, if he destroys the heavenly prison formation, the consequences will be. A Dragon Clan elder said. The Dragon God sighed and said, "It's too late. An elder has already gone to the undersea prison. By the time he arrives, I am afraid that this kid Qin Yang will also destroy all the materials of the heavenly prison formation." His sister Ao Qingli was not worried at all. Having seen the reincarnation formation and the death realm formation, she believed that Qin Yang would create miracles again. Qin Yang's movements left afterimages on the formation, and the same spiritual materials were laid out one after another. Turing was furious on the side and said, "If the formation fails, we will all suffer backlash. At that time, the entire boundary bridge will collapse as a result. How can it be as simple as collapse? Failure in setting up the formation will cause a great shock to the entire undersea prison. After all, this formation is connected to the entire undersea prison. By then, all levels of the prison will have a tide of rules." As for the first level, the bridge was completely destroyed. Qin Yang said. Turing was dumbfounded. This kid actually knew this, but did he still dare to continue misbehaving? Just give up. Even if I am Turing, it will take 3 days to set up this formation. Even if you really want to set up the formation, just bring me the formation diagram and I will do it. Turing said, making a compromise. Without an order from the Dragon God, it would be a violation of the rules at most. But if Qin Yang continues to arrange things like this, the consequences will be more serious than breaking the rules. I told you, there's no need to go to such trouble. Qin Yang breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Okay." "No." "Okay, okay?" Turing was numb with shock. He looked down at the heavenly prison array. It was exactly the same as before when it was intact. Feeling the connection coming from the formation, Turing's eyes almost popped out of his head. The layout is actually completed. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and pressed on the core in the center of the formation, activating the power. Formation, start. Countless light screens of different sizes appeared directly around the formation, and everything in the entire underwater prison was under control. At the same time, all the big monsters in the underwater prison felt the feeling of surveillance in their hearts. This feeling disappeared for 100 years and then reappeared. Even some great demons simply cannot imagine that in the past 100 years, the heavenly prison formation of the undersea prison has long been ineffective, and a clone of the great demon, insect ghost, has escaped. But it didn't dare to escape far, and during the Qianlong competition, it also devoured several contestants. Only to be killed by the dragon clan later. Qin Yang pressed his hands on the heavenly prison formation, but he could clearly perceive the entire underwater prison. With just a thought, you can see every corner of the underwater prison. In the light screen, there are contestants from the second level of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Get ready and be ready. Qin Yang was stunned. Why did his momentum change so much compared to when he left before? It's like a new batch of well-trained troops. Xuanhuan then looked at the 8 major areas. The Hunter-Killer Legion in the Red Wilderness had already formed a large army. They actually put aside their grudges and marched towards the Valley of the Wind on Gangfeng Cliff. The other legions are also rushing towards the Valley of the Wind like a torrent. Qin Yang frowned, and the pictures on the light screen all showed the danger to the contestants of the Valley of the Wind. Just when he saw a light screen, Qin Yang suddenly laughed. The army of clones of the great monster, insect ghost, and countless monsters gathered on the hills next to the Valley of the Wind, and more of the clones that were parasitized by him gathered there. The reason why Qin Yang laughed was because the marching path of Xuanhuan's army of demonic beasts, including the Bone Army, happened to be heading straight towards the army of clones of the great demonic insect ghost. Interesting, you can't parasitize the big demon, insect ghost, and bones, right? Qin Yang laughed. As a result, there will inevitably be a battle between the big demon insect ghost and Xuanhuan's army. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, where the contestants' alliance is located, really has hope of being able to withstand it. After reading this, Qin Yang had a thought and wanted to take this opportunity to find the fire formation flag on the 3rd floor first. I searched for a while, but found nothing. Where was the fire formation flag found? Qin Yang asked Turing. Turing had not come back to his senses at this time, as if he was going crazy. Qin Yang's formation was simply beyond his understanding. Who else can surpass Turing in formation? Even the most powerful formation master can't do it, right? After hearing Qin Yang's question, Turing looked confused. I don't know, the clone of the big demon insect ghost got in at that time, but the formation flag was snatched away. Taken away? Wasn't he left behind on purpose? Qin Yang became confused, thinking that the big demon insect ghost wanted to take the opportunity to send a few more clones, but he didn't expect that he was actually robbed. Turing said, with such a formation flag, his strength will be greatly improved. Since the clone of the big monster insect ghost wants to escape, it must be more competent to come up with the formation flag. Although his formation flag was robbed, but still destroyed the guard base. Qin Yang continued to search thoughtfully. The environment on the 3rd floor of the underwater prison was different from Xuanhuan. It's like a normal world there, but normal is a bit too normal. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared, a pair of eyes full of anger and other negative emotions, staring at Qin Yang. He actually discovered the surveillance system of the heavenly prison formation, and seemed to be able to see through the surveillance system. This is a white nine-tailed demon fox. The white hair on its body has bloody lines. 9 tails covered the sky, and on the tip of the tail, the fur color completely turned bright red as blood, like the setting sun. Duan is so powerful. Looking into his eyes, Qin Yang directly opened the annihilating dragon eyes to resist the sudden restlessness in his heart. Is this the Tao Xiaoyao's dharma? Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Even he had to open his annihilating dragon eyes to resist this look. How could the Tao Xiaoyao take it back? As for why the other party was able to discover him, he was probably discovering the little peach demon, and he could only figure it out through contact. Asshole. Damn it. The 6th floor is in a terrifying insect cave. A huge monster insect with dense eyes all over its body, each eye filled with endless anger. The purity of that anger can even match that of Tao Xiaoya's dharma form. Qin Yang naturally wanted to see what the big monster insect ghost looked like. When he saw it, his scalp immediately went numb and he was disgusted. Quickly turning off the surveillance screen, Qin Yang began to look for the ghost skeleton general. Sure enough, in a deep pool, there was a huge white bone giant, with one arm stretched out to grab it. In a deep pool of several hundred feet, this white bone giant stood with his hands almost out of the water. No matter how big the monster is, as long as it dares to appear in the deep pool, it will be caught by it. Qin Yang swallowed and spit. It was indeed. The great demons on the 6th level are all extraordinary. Turing on the side looked at Qin Yang with a strange expression, but hesitated to speak. But since Qin Yang can arrange the heavenly prison formation, he can also know all those things, right? Suddenly, a move sound sounded, and the entire 1st level boundary bridge began to tremble. The heavenly prison formation trembled, and all the light screens instantly shattered. Qin Yang was deafened. He was shocked by the sound and his mind went blank. Turing's figure was distorted for a while, and he quickly recovered. After all, he was not a living being in the first place. Turing looked at Qin Yang with schadenfreude. It turned out that Qin Yang really didn't know that the terrifying monster on the 6th level could hurt the monitor even through the surveillance light screen. You know, the previous dragon guards never dared to monitor the big demon on the 6th floor so blatantly. Turing looked at Qin Yang and said with a sigh on his face, "What a pity, the big monster Xuanhuan's roar stunned this kid." Big demon, Xuanhuan. Qianlong is the #1 monster on the hunting list. The 2nd-ranked one is the great demonic insect ghost, and the 3rd-ranked one is the ghost skeleton demon general. All the audience were shocked. Could it be that Qin Yang was just so stunned? Qin Yang has been promoted to the God Emperor. As a supervisor who has passed the heavenly supervisor formation, he should be fine, right? Even if he meets him in person, he won't be stupid, right? What do you know? The great demons on the 6th level are all in the 5th realm of the God Emperor. Do you know what the 5 realms of the God Emperor mean? In our sky world, the strongest person on the entire continent is only the God Emperor of the Heavenly Temple. It's just the 4 realms of the God Emperor. Sound wave attacks are indeed difficult to defend against. And this kind of attack seems to be able to be transmitted through the supervisor's light screen. Even if Qin Yang is not stupid, I'm afraid he will become deaf in the future. Everyone was looking at Qin Yang, who remained motionless with his eyes closed. Turing is also paying attention to Qin Yang. This kid should be bleeding from all his orifices. Suddenly, he saw a terrifying scene. Behind Qin Yang, there seemed to be a ghost shadow flashing past. The ghost shadow was huge, like a statue of a god. Sometimes transparent, sometimes visible. That is Qin Yang's self-image. The statue also closed its eyes like Qin Yang, and suddenly opened them, staring at Turing with a pair of eyes full of annihilation. This glance directly stunned Turing, making Turing think that he had been annihilated. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang also opened his eyes. As Qin Yang opened his eyes, the self-image disappeared again. Qin Yang covered his ears, tilted his head and patted, "I'll wipe it, what kind of beast is this?" Are you okay?" As Qin Yang's statue disappeared, Turing felt as if he was alive again. "What can happen to me?" Qin Yang grunted. Turlington was stunned. Didn't this kid know that he was okay and his hearing was not damaged at all? Unprepared, he was roared by the big monster Xuanhuan, and yet he was not hurt at all? "I'm afraid that even the dragon guards and the powerful men in the second and third realms of the God Emperor will have to rest for 2 to 3 months if they are prepared, right?" Qin Yang shook his head vigorously and looked at the heavenly prison formation. All the surveillance screens had been shattered by the roar. "I didn't think about urging it again. Since I already knew the bottom of this underwater prison, that was enough. Without further ado, we still have to get out quickly." At this moment, Turing suddenly looked in the distance, in the direction of the castle. Qin Yang frowned and felt a chill on the back of his head. He tilted his head and punched the air with a golden fist. Qin Yang stepped forward, faster than the attacker. He stepped hard on his foot and used it as a fulcrum. He raised his other leg and kicked it violently. The movements are done in one go and as fast as lightning. The sneak attacker didn't expect Qin Yang to react so quickly. He hadn't withdrawn his strength from this move, so it was impossible to counterattack. Pung! With a muffled sound, the foot was directly on his chest and flew straight into the sky. Qin Yang looked up and was stunned. This was also a dragon. Dragon guard? No, he has a calm aura. He is obviously a dragon who has just entered the underwater prison. Qin Yang looked at his panel and saw that this man was not possessed by a big monster. With a loud dragon roar, the dragon transformed into his true form and turned into a golden dragon and rushed down. "Still fighting?" Qin Yang snorted, jumped slightly, kicked down, and landed directly on the dragon's head. Boom! With a loud noise, the dragon's head hit the boundary bridge, and the entire boundary bridge roared. "If you break the heavenly prison formation, do you know what the consequences will be?" Qin Yang looked at the dragon coldly. The dragon shook his head and turned into a human form. His brain was always covered. He just wanted to test Qin Yang's fighting power and see if it was as powerful as what he saw in the image. But he didn't expect that it didn't matter if he tried it, he would also lose face. Lose. Qin Yang's fighting power was more shocking than what he saw. Facing Qin Yang, he had no power to resist at all. "I am a dragon in the second realm of the God Emperor, but the other party is just a human cultivator who has just been promoted to the God Emperor. I am here under orders to take over the heavenly prison formation." The dragon clan cupped his hands and looked younger. Obviously he is also a genius among the dragon clan. But in front of Qin Yang, after the brief confrontation before, he couldn't raise his pride at all. "Haha, I just finished setting up, and you came to take over? The time is stuck enough." Qin Yang laughed. The dragon clan scratched his head, cupped his hands, and said, "Ao Feng, I have met Mr. Qin. I had no choice but to act on orders." "Oh? Why is this?" Qin Yang became curious. Ao Feng said, "You'd better not go out. Now that you have been promoted to God Emperor, all parties have reasons to take action against you. This test is just to let others know your true combat power. It is not ordinary for someone who has just entered the God Emperor." "People. That's it?" Qin Yang asked. Ao Feng nodded, hesitated, and then said, "If a God Emperor level battle breaks out in the East China Sea, it will affect all participating trial locations in the Qianlong contest." Qin Yang glanced at Ao Feng thoughtfully. The dragon clan would give him advice. It seemed that the relationship was too close. In fact, Qin Yang didn't feel that Donghai Dragon Palace would treat him as one of its own. Thinking that he had just set up the heavenly prison formation and the person who took over arrived, Qin Yang suddenly understood everything. The dragon clan is afraid that I won't be able to defeat it, so they will use this heavenly prison formation to release the big demon from the underwater prison, right? Qin Yang suddenly said. Ao Yofeng's eyes suddenly widened and his heart tightened. I knew that Qin Yang had a keen mind, but I didn't expect that it would be so terrifying to face him in person. Is this guy related to Lan Senggu, the god of war in the sky? Will it also make it impossible to communicate with others? Qin Yang laughed and said, thanks for reminding me. This really gives me an extra trump card. Ao Yufeng was startled and said, what do you want to do? Qin Yang smiled and said nothing, but cold sweat broke out on Ao Yufeng's forehead. The spiritual materials of the heavenly prison formation are here, and they must not be destroyed. Now that the layout has been completed, it cannot be closed anymore. After all, the original purpose of the Dragon Clan was to regain control of this underwater prison. For Qin Yang, who can arrange the heavenly prison formation and is more proficient than Turing, this has really become his trump card. As long as Qin Yang's enemies don't kill him and give Qin Yang the opportunity to enter the undersea prison, then the fuse of the destruction of the sky world will be in Qin Yang's hands. We should send stronger dragon guards here. Ao Yufeng felt bitter in his heart. He thought he had received a good job, but he felt powerless when facing Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Ao Yufeng, who looked frightened, and smiled softly. He was about to leave through the heavenly prison formation, but Ao Yufeng stretched out his hand to stop him. If you want to leave, you can, but you must promise not to come in again. Ao Yufeng said. What? Are you here to tell me on behalf of the Dragon Clan? Qin Yang asked. Ao Yufeng shook his head and said, for the sake of peace in the East China Sea, you must agree. Every Dragon Clan will ask you to agree. Ao Yufeng emphasized the word please specially. It's impossible. Qin Yang refused directly, I haven't given up on the hidden dragon competition. If I don't come in again, how can I increase my points? Sky Island Base, can you, the Dragon Clan, give me one for free? Ao Yufeng choked suddenly. Qin Yang felt a little baffled. Testing his own strength seemed to help him, but in fact it gave the enemy a good idea of what kind of people to send to deal with him. However, no matter who the enemy will send, Qin Yang has nothing to fear in his heart. He is no longer who he was before, and more importantly, if Qin Yang wants to improve his strength at this time, killing is the only way. The Lord of Destruction is destined to embark on the path of killing and destroying everything. Qin Yang is even lucky that he has enough enemies. No matter who it is, just come. Qin Yang laughed softly. When he looked at Ao Yufeng, Qin Yang took the initiative to remind him, my strength is not as simple as you see. In the end, it's better to send some important people, or bring in more people. Looking at the relaxed smile on Qin Yang's face, there was even a little expectation. Ao Yufeng was completely confused. Some people actually thought that he didn't have enough enemies or that he wasn't strong enough. But the Qin Yang in front of him is exactly this kind of person. The heavenly prison formation activated and opened a door of light. Qin Yang entered the light door directly and left the undersea prison. Ao Yufeng was left looking at Qin Yang's disappearing back with a complicated expression. No. Above the East China Sea, Qin Yang broke through the sea and came out. Without the restrictions of the underwater prison, Qin Yang deeply felt how powerful he was. At the same time, the self-god appears automatically, but if you don't look carefully, you won't see it at all. Like a shadow, standing behind Qin Yang had a feeling that this self-image was also him. As soon as the statue came out, I immediately felt the huge pressure between heaven and earth. The feeling of being the enemy of heaven and earth came to mind again. With his spiritual thoughts spreading, he could even sense the glorious dragon palace in the distant depths of the sea. If you feel on the mainland, you can feel the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city, and even everyone in the imperial city. No wonder, the God Emperor realm doesn't stay on the mainland. It turns out that the Star Sea is the real stage. Qin Yang could sense powerful auras, and as Qin Yang sensed them, they also showed hostility. Qin Yang broke the rules. Running the divine thoughts wantonly is an offense to other God Emperors. But obviously, they all knew who Qin Yang was and suppressed their anger for the time being. Didn't anyone tell you the rules of the God Emperor? A cold shout came, and the sea instantly burned like a sea of fire. A mighty fire dragon descended from the sky, and even the air seemed to be burning. If the God Emperor still wants to abide by the rules, then what is the point of practicing hard? Qin Yang asked, without answering. Cultivation is to not abide by so-called rules and regulations, and to travel freely between heaven and earth. What's the point of being promoted to God Emperor and still being tied up as before? False. Songqiong Academy actually taught a student like you. The fire dragon scolded him coldly. Qin Yang looked at the dragon in confusion, feeling that the flame aura on this fire dragon was somewhat familiar. But no matter how much I think about it, I can't think of where I've encountered it. I'm sorry, I am a teacher from Songqiong Academy. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I thought it would take some time to avenge my grandson. I didn't expect that your genius would bring you to me earlier. The fire dragon's eyes were filled with hatred that day. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said, Your grandson? Do you still remember the fire dragon from the Nanyan Principality? The fire dragon narrowed his eyes with a cold look in his eyes. That is my grandson, and I am the fire dragon Ao Lai. After saying this, Qin Yang suddenly understood and said with a smile, It turned out to be him. I didn't pay much attention at the time. I didn't even know how to kill him. Ao Lai suddenly roared and said angrily, You bastard. I want you to die. Since you have been promoted to the God Emperor, all the restraints that protect you no longer exist. Qin Yang refused to give in at all and said, That fire dragon deserves to die. As a dragon, he interfered in human disputes. He acted wantonly and massacred soldiers and civilians. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving the dragon palace face. Ao Lai laughed angrily and said, If you had entered the third floor of the underwater prison, I would probably be afraid of you. Unfortunately, your strength is only at the level of the God Emperor, and you don't have the fire formation flag. How can you be so arrogant in front of me? Go to hell. Ao Lai took a deep breath, and the flames were like pillars, burning away all the rules. Qin Yang stretched out his right hand, and the stick appeared in his hand. He swung it suddenly and hit him on the head. One end of the stick quickly grew in size, even several times larger than Ao Lai's head. Facing Ao Lai's flames, Qin Yang did not dodge at all. Do you think this is an undersea prison? Ao Lai laughed. Behind him, a phantom of a dragon's head covered half of the sky. As the phantom appeared, the pillar of fire spewed out of Ao Lai's mouth, became even more powerful. Pieces of space collapsed, and the seawater evaporated instantly. The rules of fire are taken to the extreme. It's amazing to have a Dharma image? Do you think my God Emperor is fake? Qin Yang snorted lightly, and a huge statue appeared behind him. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, and all the rules were wiped out. Ao Lai is a strong man in the third realm of the God Emperor. Even though the power of his rules is not as good as the rules of annihilation, he can still compete with others. This is why Ao Lai rushed in immediately after knowing that Qin Yang had not entered the third level and had not obtained the fire formation flag. Rules arise day and night, and they surge in an instant. In the thousands of miles of sea, the sea water seemed to have lost gravity and poured upward. And the sky seems to be like the sea, except that it is a sea of fire. Haitian domain? Divine fire sea and sky? Qin Yang frowned. Sure enough, even the God Emperor cannot be underestimated, let alone the Dragon Clan God Emperor. The Dragon Clan's unique domain can turn the sky into the sea. But when Aolai used it, the entire sea was a sea of fire. Although no other sea monsters can come to help, the majesty of the sea of fire will all bless Aolai, doubling his combat power. The surveillance video of the Hidden Dragon tournament distorted and disappeared in an instant. Even Mr. Qiqiao and Shinkong Compass could not spy on the battle between Qin Yang and Aolai. The practitioners avoided the East China Sea one after another, and those who could get ashore hurriedly went ashore. At this time, the East China Sea is half water and half fire, and there is a raging law of annihilation in the center. If you are not in the realm of the God Emperor, there is only one word of death if you step into it. Boy, you are quite knowledgeable. I want Qinglin to let you. Now that you have seen what the Haitian realm is, what do you think of me, the divine fire Haitian? Aolai looked down at Qin Yang with confidence. The third realm of the God Emperor is nothing more than this. Qin Yang looked at Aolai quietly. Even if the immortal divine body stands in the middle of the sea of fire, it will remain unscathed. Originally, Qin Yang didn't know his full combat power, but Aolai came at the right time. How dare you speak harshly when you are about to die? Aolai stretched out his hand and pulled hard. Hundreds of fire dragons rushed directly out of the sea and sky, and the world was instantly dyed with blazing fire color. Qin Yang felt his hand was hot. Although the stick was not damaged, the fire defeated the metal, and the scorching heat transmitted back made Qin Yang feel uncomfortable. This stick can no longer be used. Otherwise, it will become a medium for Aolai's magical power to counter Qin Yang. As soon as his hand was loosened, the Suishin stick shrank directly and the Chanquan ring was withdrawn. Qin Yang looked at the hundreds of fire dragons rushing towards him and smiled calmly. Snapped. Qin Yang clasped his hands together and patted his chest gently. At the same time, the Ego God does the same thing. Supernatural power, destroy the eye of the storm. The sound of the avenue resounded throughout the world, and a sky-high hurricane tornado rolled up directly in the field. However, this is not the rule of wind, but the pure rule of annihilation. The power of rules can compete with me, but compared to magical power, you are far behind. Qin Yang shouted loudly, and the power of the eye of the annihilating storm was even greater. Everything in the thousands of battles around him was annihilated. Hundreds of fire dragons were hovering outside the eye of the annihilating storm, unable to get in at all. Being pulled by huge force, the scene is very spectacular. Aolai's expression changed. How could this kid have such deep power? Those 100 fire dragons were gradually losing control. Although Qin Yang is in the first level of the God Emperor, the strength of the immortal divine body is not far behind that of the second level of the God Emperor. After merging the inner demons, divine mind almost surpassed the second level of the God Emperor. Because most God Emperors abandon their inner demons, Qin Yang's power of spiritual thoughts is directly doubled after the fusion. Because the power of the abandoned inner demon is even stronger than the original body. Otherwise, why would everyone be afraid of inner demons? Even Xuanhuan Guqing and other gods of war cannot guarantee that they will be able to defeat the inner demons without fail. What's more, after being promoted to God Emperor, the true energy transformed into divine power, which was blessed by the self-god statue. Qin Yang's divine power was already extremely strong, and with this kind of blessing, it became even more powerful. Ao Feng couldn't resist in his heart before, and that was why. Qin Yang's comprehensive combat power has long surpassed the second level of the God Emperor. Therefore, in a battle with Aolai from the third realm of the God Emperor, he would not be at a disadvantage at all. In fact, Ao Feng's previous temptation was not for anyone else, but to make Aolai see clearly and to make Aolai retreat when he faced difficulties. Unfortunately, what Aolai was thinking about was that Qin Yang did not enter the third level and his strength did not improve again. And he couldn't restrain himself without getting the fire formation flag. After being promoted to the God Emperor, the human race's combat power is stronger than that of the monster race and demon race. But it's not as strong as this, right? Yes, Qin and Yang have fought 2 levels higher, and it seems that they can still win? Many God Emperors were watching the battle nearby, communicating quietly as their spiritual thoughts were transmitted. It seems that the cultivation process in the firmament world will be accelerated. A God Emperor sighed. The changes in heaven and earth are too sensitive for the God Emperor. Starting from the great changes in the world 1,000 years ago, the promotion of a God Emperor again can explain everything. Nowadays, the rules of heaven and earth seem to be easier to feel. This is a good thing for the sky world, but few people can see the meaning behind it. It means that the connection between the demon world and the sky world is closer, and the sky world has gained more power. In other words, the arrival of the devil is getting closer and closer. Let you taste the power of your own flame. Qin Yang shouted, interrupting the exchanges among the many onlookers. God Emperor. All the God Emperors released their spiritual thoughts, but only felt a sharp pain. In some cases, there is a burning sensation. It's not bad that his spiritual thoughts were burned. If he felt severe pain, it was because he was directly annihilated by Qin Yang's annihilation rules. Aolai looked at Qin Yang in shock. Qin Yang used the power of the Eye of the Storm to roll up hundreds of fire dragons and rushed over. The power of these hundreds of fire dragons frightened even him, not to mention the more powerful Eye of the Annihilating Storm. The dragon swung its tail, but Aolai avoided it and did not dare to resist. With a thought, hundreds of fire dragons were detonated, blasting the Eye of the Storm instantly. The tides of regulation and will also control the will, and the entire sea area begins to become chaotic. The scene of doomsday made Aolai feel a sense of oppression and urgency in his heart. If you don't seize this opportunity and want to kill Qin Yang again, it will be difficult. In such a short period of time, Qin Yang has grown to this point. If he is given another period of time, he can continue to go to the undersea prison to experience. Aolai bit it, his eyes turned red, and he spat out a fire dragon divine sword from his mouth. The dragon-shaped sword body was surrounded by divine fire, and Aolai transformed into a human form, but the dragon god's dharma was still hovering around the body surface. It actually allows me to use my full strength. I haven't used this fire dragon sword in 1,000 years. Aolai said. Sword? Qin Yang snorted disdainfully, his eyes sharp. You are seeking death yourself. He stretched out his hand and grasped it, directly condensing a divine sword of oblivion. Around the divine sword, the space gradually collapsed and reunited. Around Qin Yang, the tide of rules was even more intense. If you are not strong enough, you will not be able to get close at all, and you will die under the tide of rules. Thousands of years ago, it was a great regret of mine that I failed to fight Emperor Qin. Thousands of years later, I will kill his descendants with my own hands to prove that this Jinghong sword finger is just a wasted reputation. It has long been outdated. Aolai said boldly, if you can see Emperor Qin in the underworld, please help me tell him that you are seeking death yourself, but you can't blame me. Qin Yang looked at Aolai indifferently, dark golden lines flowing in his eyes, and he was urging him with all his strength. But what surprised Qin Yang was that no matter how he deduced, he could not kill the fire dragon. This Aolai is too strong. No, it should be the third realm of the God Emperor, it's too strong. In fact, Qin Yang's ability to fight at the first level of the God Emperor and the second level of the God Emperor has shocked the world. Now that he can fight against the third level of the God Emperor, it is no longer reasonable. But Qin Yang was thinking about how to kill the God Emperor in the 3 realms. It's still the third realm of the God Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Even if you can't kill him, you still have to try. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed and he rushed over first. Ding! With a crisp sound, the Oblivion Divine Sword and the Fire Dragon Divine Sword clashed, and the shock wave of regular tides even destroyed islands hundreds of miles away in an instant. The waves were so huge that they were washed away by regular tides as soon as they rolled up. Spear and sword skills. Qin Yang made a pistol gesture with his left hand, and fired a bullet with extremely concentrated power. In this way, the close distance and the blessing of heaven-defying calculations made Ao Lai's pupils shrink sharply and his heart skip a beat. But after all, he is a strong man in the three realms of the God Emperor, so he still puts his head aside in times of crisis. The bullet hit its dragon horn, causing a gap in its horn. Qin Yang sighed. This was the limit that could be achieved in the calculation of the heaven-defying calculation. He gritted his teeth. Even if he grinded them bit by bit, he still wanted to kill Ao Lai. As long as you kill him, your strength will directly increase by a small amount. The improvement brought by killing one God Emperor in the third realm is several times higher than killing hundreds of God Emperors in the first realm. Looking back at Ao Lai was also shocked. The dragon's horn was the hardest part of the dragon clan, but it was also breached. Doesn't this mean that Qin Yang really has the ability to hurt himself? No longer daring to be underestimated, Ao Lai fought with all his strength. A single sweep of the Fire Dragon Divine Sword will sweep out a fire dragon thousands of feet tall. Qin Yang was also unceremonious. In the blink of an eye, he slashed through the sky and earth with the obliterating half-moon slash, directly beheading the fire dragon. The battle between the two caused the world to collapse. Both of them fought to the limit and attacked with all their strength. Within a radius of 100 miles, the regular turbulence condenses together. Even if the regular turbulence explodes, not a single inch of land will be left within 1,000 miles. Everyone was shocked. If other God Emperors fought against each other, they would not be so shocked, but in this battle, there was Qin Yang. Who is Qin Yang? He has just been promoted to God Emperor and is fighting such a fierce battle with the God Emperor in the three realms? Stop! A thunderous shout actually dispersed the turbulent flow of rules. On the horizon, countless golden lights lit up, and on a golden treasure frame, the dragon god was not angry but mighty. Do you want to destroy the entire East China Sea? Do you want all the contestants under the God King realm to die? The dragon god scolded. Although Fire Dragon Ao Lai was not convinced, he still stopped. Qin Yang took a deep breath and stopped. Just before, the aftermath of your battle has destroyed 13 God King secret realms. If there were no contestants there, otherwise. The dragon god's words shocked Qin Yang. With a sweep of his spiritual thoughts, he discovered the 13 secret realms of the God King that were on the verge of destruction. As for the Grandmaster level secret realm, all the dregs of it had been destroyed long ago. The fight between the God Emperor was so terrifying. Qin Yang clenched his fists. If there were such horrific consequences, how would he settle his grudges? If we were to fight towards the land of order and set foot on the heavenly temple, how would we avenge our clan and kill the heavenly God Emperor? Wouldn't that destroy the entire continent? The dragon god looked at Fire Dragon Ao Lai angrily and said, Qin Yang doesn't know, don't you know too? If you really want to fight, you can go to the undersea prison. Why do you take action in the East China Sea? Qin Yang suddenly understood that the underwater prison had such a function. Fire Dragon Ao Lai took a deep breath, looked at Qin Yang hatefully, and said, okay, then I will be in the undersea prison, waiting for you to come back. No. Qin Yang snorted, looked at Ao Lai and said, you'd better wait for me at the first level bridge of the undersea prison, otherwise, don't die in the undersea prison yourself. Fire Dragon Ao Lai looked deeply at Qin Yang, suddenly laughed, and said, don't worry, I know the fire formation flag is very important to you, and you must go to the 3rd floor of this underwater prison. I will take the first step and get the fire formation flag in your hand. Oh? Qin Yang also laughed and said, "Okay, then I'll wait and see." Aolai dodged and disappeared above the sea. Needless to say, he also headed straight for the underwater prison. Many god emperors who had not participated in the competition were stunned, obviously seeing that there was an opportunity to take advantage of this. The underwater prison is a huge treasure house. The second level, in the deep shadow abyss, in the Moonlight Lake. Qin Yang and Ao Kier never had time to collect it. Not only the second floor, but also the third floor has the fire formation flag. If Aolai can go there, why can't others? As Aolai disappeared, the dragon god also left directly. Calm returned to the East China Sea. It's just that some of the veteran god emperors are becoming more and more excited. On the mainland, the god emperor cannot take action. This is the consensus. But even in the Sea of Stars, not all seas of stars can be used by the god emperor to resolve grievances. The Star Sea surrounds the entire Zhongzhou, and the eastern sea area of the Star Sea has long become a peaceful East China Sea territory. In the world of the sky, there are 3 places where the god emperor can fight to the death. The first one is the underwater prison. Even a god emperor level secret realm may not be able to withstand the attacks of a powerful god emperor level person. And the true god level secret realm does not exist. But this underwater prison is the belly of the true god-level beast, Kuanping. Although your spiritual thoughts will be restricted after entering, even if you cause trouble inside, it will not have any impact on the underwater prison. The second one is the central sea area of the Star Sea. Said to be the center, it actually refers specifically to the Sea of Stars, between Beiyuan and Zhongzhou. There are stars and heavens connected by roads, so it is easy for the world to ignore how dangerous it is there. The legendary Gate of All Realms is located in that sea area. And in that sea area, there are still unknown how many extraterrestrial gods and demons are lurking. A third place where the God Emperor can fight and resolve grievances will soon be available. That is, Kitahara. Once the Demon Temple decides to attack the mainland, Beiyuan will immediately become a battlefield. By then, the entire northern plains will be covered in flames of war, and the consequences will be unimaginable. In fact, all the major forces have already begun to evacuate the civilians in the North Plains, especially Zhangqiang Academy in the Free Domain, which has taken the lead. No one knows better than Zhangqiang Academy what kind of force the Demon Temple is. A demon temple makes the entire Beiyuan afraid of having a second powerful force stationed there. Only those little shrimps who are looked down upon by the demonic temple dare to eat some floating food. Qin Yang looked at the sea area and gradually returned to calm. The Sea of Stars seems to automatically calm the tide of rules. The regular tide caused here will not continue to worsen. Qin Yang also sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, his combat power was still not enough. If he could kill Ao Lai, his strength would really increase. If anyone knew that Qin Yang thought this way, he would be shocked to the point of fainting. You can compete with the 3 realms of the God Emperor. Isn't that enough? Qin Yang came back to his senses and let go of his spiritual thoughts, but did not find Lu Mingyu and others. Could it be that he has entered a secret realm? Qin Yang was puzzled and took out the hidden dragon hegemony token. With a thought, he opened the image. Only others are looking at Qin Yang, and this is the first time Qin Yang uses this to look at the images of other contestants. What they were looking at was none other than Feng Lian and the other 3. I saw Feng Lian and 3 others on a sea area, facing an isolated island. Next to these 3 people, there was a middle-aged man who looked extremely tough. If not Guangtu Zhao, who else could it be? Qin Yang's eyes turned cold. Zhao Guangtu actually walked with Feng Lian. Where is this? Qin Yang asked. The other light screen lit up, and Mr. Qiqiao replied, the ends of the world. Where? Qin Yang was stunned. Mr. Qiqiao said, to the east of the East China Sea, there is the end of the world. This end of the world is a barrier between heaven and earth, from which one can easily reach the sky. And because this island is a corner of the East China Sea, it is called the end of the world. Can we get to the holy land of the sea and heaven from this? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao shook his head and said, originally it was possible, but later it became impossible. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Who knew what era Mr. Qiqiao was talking about originally and later? Listening to Mr. Qiqiao's explanation, this end of the world is the only reachable edge of the sky world, and it is also a tourist attraction for those who are powerful in the God Emperor realm. How far is it from here? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao counted his fingers and said, I don't know. If you want to get there, you have to pass through at least 18 ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays. Seeing Qin Yang's worried look, Mr. Qiqiao said, don't worry, those 18 ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays are not in the secret realm, but are 18 islands known as the 18 steps to the end of the world. Qin Yang took a deep breath. He could imagine what Lu Mingyu and others had experienced. What have you experienced? It is indeed not easy for the three Feng Lian and Zhao Quantu to join forces to push them so far. At this moment, several more figures suddenly appeared on the light screen. They seemed to be dressed as the generals of the Heavenly Temple, and they were respectful to Feng Lian. Reporting to your lord, this place has been blocked. Do you want to attack by force? Qin Yang was immediately furious. He even brought helpers? Feng Lian replied hesitantly, Huang Quan can ignore it, he can only kill one person in one instant at most. But Jiang Chengwei is extremely skillful and intelligent, so it is not that easy to take them down. If it weren't for the surveillance light screen, we would have been there long ago. Just lost it. After saying that, Feng Lian said, let's see what's going on with Qin Yang first. Jiang Chengwei has delayed us for too long. Zhao Quantu smiled and said, how can a former alliance military advisor not be strong? But when he turned to look at the light screen that Feng Lian had opened, he was suddenly stunned. Qin Yang's figure appeared on the light screen. Where was Shining Yuan? And it is clearly on a sea. There seemed to be a God Emperor flying behind him. He had come out of the undersea prison. Qin Yang in the image light screen also opened a light screen, and on that light screen, they were clearly visible. Zhao Quantu's back felt cold, and Feng Lian's heart tightened even more, saying, oh no, Qin Yang has come out of the undersea prison. Immediately, Feng Lian gave the order directly, saying, strong attack. Okay. Qin Yang finally understood why Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan couldn't save Lu Mingyu and others even if they joined forces, and even took them to flee here. Now we have been pushed to the end of the world, and we have reached such a situation. Star Compass. Show me the way. Qin Yang shouted angrily, not even going to the ultra-long-distance teleportation array that was 18 steps away from the end of the world. Fighting ability? The ends of the earth can be regarded as a small holy land in the East China Sea. Outsiders can go there for sightseeing, but they are not allowed to use force. The incarnation of Star Compass appeared on the light screen, lowered his eyelids, and spoke softly. Really? Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. Star Compass trembled. After Qin Yang was promoted to God Emperor, the threat he felt to him was far greater than that of ordinary God Emperors. Then why can they take action? Qin Yang asked. Star Compass replied, because they are not God Emperors. Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, do you think I am begging you? Star Compass fell silent, and after a long time he said, if you want to go, you can go on your own. I won't help you. Qin Yang was furious and was about to get angry, but the voice of Xuanhuan Jade came in his heart. I have the coordinates for that place, so I don't need him. Xuanhuan Yu said via voice transmission. Oh? Qin Yang was delighted and said, "Then why are you still standing there? Let's go." Thousands of dragons surrounded Qin Yang and flashed, and the entire figure disappeared. At the end of the world, this island was actually an empty island base, also known as the Sky Spirit Treasure. However, it is so old that even the dragon god may not know when it existed here. After all, when the dragon realm came and was swallowed up by the sky world, I don't know what happened a few reincarnations ago. The dragon god only knew that this Sky Island base was actually the easiest place to go to the sea and Sky Holy Land. But since I knew it, it has failed here. It can only be regarded as a tourist attraction. Even if you go straight to the sky from here, you will not be able to reach the Holy Land of sea and sky. At this time, on the island, Jiang Chengwei led the way, Xuanhuan stayed behind, and everyone walked carefully in the jungle. All the buildings, plants, and elixirs here exude a primitive atmosphere, and the island has its own rules, and everything is so novel. It's like arriving in ancient times. Moreover, the strength will be suppressed here, which is somewhat similar to the underwater prison. However, the underwater prison only suppresses spiritual thoughts. Here, not only spiritual thoughts, but also strength are suppressed. Why do I feel that there is no change in my strength? Lu Mingyu asked, curiously. Jiang Chengwei smiled and said, "That's because our strength is low. In fact, when the God Emperor comes, he will be suppressed to the God King." After speaking, Jiang Chengwei said, "By the way, there was once a rumor that the underwater prison was the abdomen of the ancient true god Kuanping, and this place is the heart of the ancient true god Dragon God." The heart of the dragon god? Lu Mingyu and others were stunned and continued to look at it curiously. Those who didn't know better thought they were tourists too, not people fleeing the country. After entering this island, the power of Star Compass and Mr. Qiqiao can no longer penetrate. After Jiang Chengwei discovered that Zhao Quangtu was also looking for them, she immediately figured out everything. However, he also knew what Gong Sun Ming's Sky Mending Stone meant, so he brought everyone here right away. "I think I can hold on until Qin Yang arrives. As long as you enter this island, while your strength is suppressed, you can also avoid being monitored, killing two birds with one stone." Before entering the island, Jiang Chengwei checked Qin Yang's status and found that he was in Xuanhuan. The contestants were facing disaster, so she came up with a plan. After entering this island, contact with the outside world was lost. This is such a paradise, what a pity. Lu Mingyu looked around happily, thinking about someone in her heart. It would be great if we could come with him. Jiang Chengwei joked, "It's a pity that I was forced to come to such a magical place for the first time. Moreover, I don't have the company I want." Lu Mingyu suddenly blushed. Xuanhuan said abruptly, "Don't worry, when Qin Yang comes out of the undersea prison, it may be a year or two, and everyone can have fun." One sentence poured cold water on everyone's minds. The play Xuanhuan talks about is not really play. You know, the first time Xuanhuan saw Quangtu Zhao, he rushed up to him with a ferocious smile and shouted, "I'm here to play with you." After a fight, Tianjin Temple actually sent people to ambush. Jiang Chengwei immediately changed her mind and seized the opportunity to get rid of these people temporarily. "How about, let me hand over the Sky Mending Stone?" Gong Sun Ming said hesitantly. The reason why everyone fled here was because of Zhao Quangtu. The reason why Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan stopped fighting was not just because of the God King Realm God General in the Heavenly Temple. A Quangtu Zhao made Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan fearful. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would not have rushed towards Zhao Quangtu directly, but would have directly ignored Feng Lian and the other three who also had the secret key to the divine world. "It's me who has caused you trouble." Gong Sun Ming felt very uncomfortable. On the one hand, there is the family's most precious treasure, the Heaven Mending Stone. On the one hand, it is the lives of everyone. No need. Jiang Chengwei shook her head slightly and said, "Can't you stand this difficult situation?" It seems that you still need more practice. There was a hint in the tone. Jiang Chengwei's eyes were deep and she continued, this is no longer our stage. We should have died there. Ahem. Xuanhuan coughed lightly. A sound. The temples had disappeared without a trace, and only after they were resurrected did they truly understand the horror of the virtual and real rules of the temples. This level is beyond their understanding, so it is better not to mention it less. Jiang Chengwei changed her words, in fact, it doesn't matter whether there is Guangzhu Zhao or not. Gong Sunming wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chengwei joked, isn't the scenery here good? It's best to pay close attention, maybe you can encounter some extraterrestrial spiritual material. Gong Sunming had a look of self-blame on his face. It was a blessing to be able to reach this point. Moreover, he also obtained good rankings in previous trials in various secret realms. If you rely on yourself alone, I'm afraid you will never be able to do it. But now, it was because of himself that he was directly concerned by the god of war in the sky. With the support of Songqiong Alliance and Xuanhuan Guqing, even the Gongsun family of the 8 Shinto clans cannot support it alone. However, Jiang Chengwei protected him behind her without hesitation, just like she protected Lu Mingyu and others. Don't think too much. Even if I really don't care about you, if Qin Yang finds out, he won't be able to kill me directly. Jiang Chengwei curled her lips. He was very accurate in judging people. He would rather get fewer points and keep him and Xuanhuan outside the undersea prison, because he was not worried about their comfort. In Qin Yang's heart, these two guys are just bodyguards. Since he is a bodyguard, he must naturally perform his duties as a bodyguard. What's more, after knowing the chaotic relationship between these people, Gong Sunming was Qin Yang's brother-in-law. The only one Lu Qingshan was recruited by Qin Yang himself, no one really could leave him alone. What's more, if he really abandons her, where will Jiang Chengwei's face go? Stop talking, do you think this military advisor has no fighting ability? Jiang Chengwei glanced coldly. I'll take you flying on the first day. Jiang Chengwei glanced at it, and everyone's hearts suddenly tightened. Everyone just thought Jiang Chengwei had a good temper and was amiable. The same goes for Xuanhuan. Although he has a cold face, he occasionally makes jokes or something. Now that the two of them were sullen, the inexplicable pressure made everyone breathless. In fact, these two people did not deliberately exude coercion, but instead deliberately restrained themselves. Xuanhuan chuckled. Everyone suddenly reacted as if they were a world away. The two people in front of me are also the god emperors of the gods. Not to mention anything else, just this Xuanhuan sent away the 5 spirit gods that even Qin Yang couldn't deal with one move. His past achievements can be understood from just a few words. Wensu continent, those guys who cultivated their talents before. The leader of the world, Nian Di, holds 1,000 volumes of spiritual treasures in his hand, but he was sent away by the underworld? And Jiang Chengwei is even more amazing. Although she is very sissy, she always feels like she has everything under control. As long as Jiang Chengwei is there, no one will feel the crisis at all, without even thinking about it. When they first landed on the island, everyone really thought they were here for fun. In terms of combat effectiveness, in the initial battle, Xuanhuan was able to defeat Zhao Guangtu alone. But Jiang Chengwei faced all other practitioners, including Feng Lian alone. Although they are invincible, this method alone cannot be underestimated. No, I definitely have no intention of doubting your fighting ability. Gong Sunming felt warm in his heart and quickly explained. Jiang Chengwei smiled softly, pointed to her head, and said, the one who is more powerful than the one in combat is here. After speaking, he identified the direction and continued moving forward. Where are we going? Lu Mingyu asked. Jiang Chengwei wanted to speak, but before she could say anything, she started laughing, and Xuanhuan couldn't stop laughing either. Take you to the sky, take you to fly. Jiang Chengwei said, since we have come to the end of the world, wouldn't it be too boring if we didn't go to the sky? Xuanhuan also sighed, yes, this is a good place, you can visit the entire world of the sky. Lu Mingyu and others were suddenly shocked. Jiang Chengwei explained, originally, the Sky Island base was not enough for the Wanjia conquest, so someone came up with the idea of going here. But later it was discovered that this place could not be moved at all. I accidentally discovered the role of this place, but it is a pity, the Dragon Clan keeps its secrets tightly, otherwise we wouldn't know there is such a function here. Everyone nodded repeatedly. The Dragon Clan was indeed well guarded. There were no rumors about such a holy place on the mainland. Jiang Chengwei said, you have already seen the 18 steps of the end of the world and the 18 ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays before? In fact, we are now far away from the East China Sea, not to mention the East China Sea, and we are already more than 1,000,000 miles away from the mainland. Remote. Everyone gasped, it was so far away? After a pause, Jiang Chengwei said, and this end of the world is the most powerful ultra-long-distance teleportation array. As long as you pass through the large array in the center of the island, you can not only go straight to the sky, but also teleport to any Sky Island base. Superior. Ah? Aren't the Sky Island bases all in the sea and Sky Holy Land? Lu Mingyu asked, curiously. Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, yes, it is not easy to go to the Holy Land of Sea and Sky nowadays. Although we can't teleport in, we will be teleported to the bottom of the island corresponding to the Holy Land of Sea and Sky. After thinking about it, Jiang Chengwei added, as long as you don't teleport to the center of the Sea of Stars, other places are still very safe. Lu Mingyu suddenly laughed and said, I understand, do you want to sneak them away? Jiang Chengwei shrugged and said, anyway, Qin Yang is in the undersea prison. With his methods, it is too easy to hunt monsters and gain points. Let him fight for his own rankings. He doesn't care about us after all. This is a point. After saying that, he added, anyway, the Sky Island is so big. When the time comes, we can open up a piece of land on Qin Yang Sky Island and live there. By the way, Sky Island base is not just in the sea and Sky Holy Land. We can even reach the Dragon Palace directly. Jiang Chengwei said. Only then did everyone understand why the Dragon Clan did not promote this small Holy Land. If you can have direct access to the Dragon Palace, what's the point? Xuanhuan said, in this case, we can also take this opportunity to find the Sky Island bases scattered in this sky world. Every Sky Island is a spiritual treasure. This is a treasure that exceeds the level of the secret key of the God realm. In terms of function, it is even more powerful than magic weapons such as the formation flag and the random stick. If you can directly find the lost island, you can directly become its owner. This is much simpler than participating in the Qianlong tournament to obtain an empty island. However, the method is simple, but to succeed, it is undoubtedly as difficult as a blind cat catching a mouse. Otherwise, this place would have been trampled by the footsteps of countless practitioners. On the outskirts of Tianya Haijiao, Feng Lian, 3 people, and Zhao Quantu have entered the island. Countless God King-level celestial generals also surrounded the island. Zhao War God, do you know everything about this island? Feng Lian asked politely. Zhao Quantu shook his head. He had fought all his life and was only interested in fighting. Who cares about such a romantic place? He had heard Jiang Chengwei talk about it many times, but every time he was not interested and did not want to listen more. Confining spiritual thoughts, suppressing cultivation, shielding surveillance. Feng Lian's eyes lit up. If he had known that there were such rules on this island, why should he be afraid of Qin Yang? Feng Lian grinned and said, now they have become turtles in the urn, just waiting for us to catch them. Just in time, isn't Qin Yang already here? Let him come. Feng Lian sent an order to the gods and generals to speed up the search. If Qin Yang also comes to the island, there will be many variables. Above the sky, the divine dragon and jade soar in the clouds and ride in the mist. Qin Yang steps on the dragon head of 1,000 battles and looks into the distance. Is it so far? Qin Yang frowned. What do you think? Xuanhuan returned angrily. This is not a shuttle between realms, just crossing a barrier. This is a real distance. Otherwise, are those 18 ultra-long distance teleportation formations at the 18 steps of Tianya just for fun? Moreover, Xuanhuan Jade is already extremely fast. Even if there are cultivators who are teleporting through the 18 ultra-long distance teleportation arrays at this time, the speed is only this, even slower than the Xuanhuan Jade. We're here. Xuanhuan Jade circled and began to land. But there happened to be a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Qin Yang suddenly tilted his head, feeling something stir in his heart. He seemed to be sensing something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Xuanhuan looked at the beam of light in surprise, was stunned for a moment, then recovered and continued to fly downward. On the other hand, time is pushed forward a little bit. Found it. Jiang Chengwei walked to an open space, covered with vines. Under the thick vines is the teleportation array. A teleportation array that can be teleported to all connected sky spiritual treasures. If Mieden hadn't led the way, it would have been difficult for him to find this formation. As the spiritual master, Mieden has complete control over everything on the island. Just Jiang Chengwei said some vague characteristics and found the location of the teleportation array. After feeling it, Jiang Chengwei was stunned and said, "Strange, when did Beiyuan get an empty island base?" No, this distance doesn't seem to be in Beiyuan, nor is it right, it seems to be in Beiyuan. Jiang Chengwei was a little confused. What's wrong? Let's go. Xuanhuan said. Everyone stood still in the formation, and Jiang Chengwei said, "Everyone, get ready, Beiyuan is not stable now." However, the Hidden Dragon tournament is in progress, and the monster beasts are also participating in the tournament. It is expected that during this period, the Beiyuan Demon Temple will not make any big moves. Just like that, Jiang Chengwei activated the formation, and everyone's figures disappeared directly in a beam of light. It should be said that he is driving this beam of light straight into the sky. And this beam of light happened to pass Qin Yang. What a strong restriction. Qin Yang drove Xuanhuan Jade to the island at the end of the world. Not to mention that his spiritual thoughts were limited, but his power was also compressed to the extent of the God King. The restrictions here are actually more powerful than the underwater prison. The prison under the sea is the belly of the true god, Xuanping. Could it be that this is the body of the dragon god who perished with him? Qin Yang was guessing in his heart, and a casual guess would be almost the same. What happened to that light just now? Why does it feel a little weird? Qin Yang couldn't forget it, as if that light was very important to him. Xuanhuan Jade transformed into a jade pendant and said, "Someone teleported away from here." Teleportation? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, he laughed, and said, "So that's it. Under the many restrictions here, if we teleport again, Feng Lian and others will definitely not be able to notice it." Qin Yang felt relieved when he thought that Feng Lian and others were still encircling this place and the progress was slow. Want to catch Jiang Chengwei? Too naive. Qin Yang was suddenly startled and realized, no, I have to find Jiang Chengwei and the others. I want to copy the ability of the secret key of the God Realm. Qin Yang slapped his forehead and hurried towards the center of the island. That's where the light beam shot out just now, and it's also where the teleportation array on the island is located, as Xuanhuan said. When he came to the formation, Qin Yang looked at the rows of traces without covering up. Jiang Chengwei's move is really to make people angry. She tells you clearly that we teleported away, but you just can't find where we went. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, praising Jiang Chengwei and scolding her secretly. In the end, it makes it difficult for myself. Checking the formation, it was only a super god level teleportation formation. It is just connected to the Sky Island base and can be teleported to any Sky Island base based on the connection. This is also an empty island base? Qin Yang scratched his head. Feeling the restrictions here again, I was immediately frightened. To conquer all realms, an air island base is a must-have. Because the power of rules on it can provide a steady stream of supplements to practitioners in the firmament world, and it can also avoid being restricted by other worlds. Now on this island, both spiritual thoughts and strength are limited, and even Qin Yang cannot break free. The power of rules in Sky Island base is as tyrannical as the world. It's a pity that I can't find where the previous person teleported to. Qin Yang frowned and continued sensing. It can be clearly felt that there are countless Sky Island bases clustered and suspended in the sky. Under the East China Sea, there is also a huge Sky Island base. That is the Dragon Palace. If I were Jiang Chengwei, it would be a good opportunity to take this opportunity to search for the Sky Island base. However, it is so difficult to find the lost Sky Island base. It is simply impossible. All the Sky Island bases are currently the Undersea Dragon Palace and the Holy Land of Sea and Sky. These two places are not accessible casually. Qin Yang analyzed in his mind. Following the induction, I discovered something special. Deep in the Xuanhuan mountains of Beiyuan, there is a weak connection with an empty island base. Qin Yang didn't even have to think about it. Since Jiang Chengwei could discover this place, she must have brought everyone there. As long as you find this lost Sky Island and occupy it, you will become the master of the Sky Island. If someone teleports there, it will only send a sheep into the tiger's mouth. Qin Yang nodded secretly. They were completely safe now. Let Feng Lian and the others take their time sightseeing on this island. Qin Yang chuckled and was about to teleport when his heart suddenly thumped. No. Beiyuan Mountain. Isn't that where the demon temple is? Qin Yang stopped in a hurry. This teleportation array can tell whether the Sky Island has an owner and what the Sky Island is. Now everyone on the continent knows. What's more, a monster with a long lifespan and perfect inheritance. Such an empty island is located deep in the 100,000 mountains, within the sphere of influence of the demon temple. Are all the monsters in the demon temple just like that? After feeling it carefully, Qin Yang's heart suddenly became cold. He had a bad guess in his mind, that is, this Sky Island base was not located in the Xuanhuan mountain in Beiyuan. Feeling the connection with other Sky Islands, even in the Holy Land of Sea and Sky, the signal of Nakon Island base is very obvious. But this empty island base in Xuanhuan mountain in Beiyuan is intermittent, sometimes absent. The Sky Island base cannot be sealed, and the rules it creates are like a world of its own. The only possibility for such a phenomenon to occur is this Sky Island base is not in the Sky World. Since it is not in the Sky World, there is only one world connected to the Sky World at this moment, and it is in Beiyuan. Demon Realm. Qin Yang's eyes darkened and he started to curse. At the same time, Jiang Chengwei and others, who were driving the beam, were still admiring the scenery of the Sky World. This is much more beautiful than the Star Road. All the scenes were like passing clouds, thousands of miles away in just an instant. At this moment, Jiang Chengwei always felt that she had missed something, but when she thought about it, her expression suddenly changed. Oops. Jiang Chengwei obviously also thought that this Sky Island base is not in Beiyuan, but in the Demon Realm. After speaking out his thoughts, everyone's expressions changed. Then let's compete in the Hidden Dragon competition. Jin Wanshan was stunned. When is the Hidden Dragon competition? Yun Linger said anxiously, the demon world hasn't invaded yet, but we went there first. Think about how to protect yourself first. Wei Linglong took a deep breath, looked at Wu Xiaoya, and then looked at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu was more calm than Jiang Chengwei, and said, since it is an empty island base, or a lost empty island base, then we must find a way to take this empty island as our own first. After a pause, Lu Mingyu said again, Qin Yang will definitely come to find us. I don't want us to still be running for our lives when he comes to find us. There was a look of perseverance on her face that Jiang Chengwei continued to admire. Don't blame yourself too much. Lu Mingyu looked at Jiang Chengwei and said, this kind of opportunity is also an opportunity that thousands of cultivators can only meet. This may not be a disaster for us. In the future, there will be, it's up to you. You are an alliance strategist, so you should be no stranger to this demonic realm. Jiang Chengwei took a deep breath and said, don't worry, I will definitely protect everyone. But his heart suddenly became complicated. If Qin Yang knew that he had taken everyone to the devil world, would he? Jiang Chengwei, I'm going to kill you. Qin Yang was so angry that his teeth itched. The sound spread far away, and the entire island was shaken. Qin Yang activated the teleportation array and was about to go to bring everyone back when Xuanhuan suddenly sent a message. It was easy in the past, but it is difficult to come back. There is no end of the world over there, let alone a teleportation array. Don't forget, there is a peach little demon in your demon ring who is waiting for your help. You have also seen her Dharma image. Once the contact is cut off, the peach little demon will definitely die. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. Tao Xiaoyao regarded himself as a relative, it was impossible to just ignore it. Thinking about it in my heart, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan, the two god emperors of the gods, are there. They are the god emperors who conquered all worlds, so they should be able to handle it, right? Moreover, the one teleported to the past is the Lost Sky Island, which may not be discovered by the demons. Even if they find out, it doesn't matter, with the Sky Island base, their power will not be limited. Everyone has their own destiny. If you don't experience catastrophe, how can you break through? With your current cultivation, haven't you resolved crises time and time again? Shenlongjiu said in relief, blessing them under your radiance will only make them flowers in the greenhouse. This Qianlong contest, this accidental trip to the demon realm, in my opinion, is just an opportunity. An opportunity for them to transform themselves. Qin Yang's mind was suddenly in a trance, and he thought of the conversation between Chu Ying and himself in the Chu King city. He thought of Chu Qingga again. I want to carry everything, but in the end, what awaits them is a more cruel reality. If there is no self-willed way, Tianjin will not be destroyed by the palm of the God Emperor. Although Tianjin is controlled by blood skeletons, it may not be impossible to save them. If power can't protect them, what use do I need this power? Qin Yang stretched out his hand, feeling powerless. Shenlongjiu suddenly fell silent, but she was thinking in her heart that this is the way to promote by merging demons. The price for the spiritual will to be more than doubled is that the mind is still free. This kind of freedom, in Shenlongjiu's view, is vacillating. Although abandoning the promotion method of inner demons can be regarded as entering another kind of obsession, but such a cultivator will not hesitate no matter what problems they encounter. Who says you can't protect them? It's just that you can't protect them all the time. Shenlongjiu said, if you protect them all the time, it's equivalent to restricting them. There was a flash of light in Qin Yang's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Yes, I should believe them. Standing up, staring at the teleportation array under his feet, Qin Yang chuckled and swept away all the haze in his heart. At this time, what he should do is to continue to participate in the Qianlong contest. After winning the first prize, he will get the first place and the largest Sky Island base, and then go to the devil world to pick up people. What do you want to do? Shenlongjiu felt that Qin Yang's gaze seemed a little dangerous. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, this corner of the world, the restrictions are no lower than the submarine prison. When you come to this island, your strength will be directly suppressed by the God King. But the Starry Sky Compass still says that the God Emperor is not allowed to fight here. In my opinion. Qin Yang's eyes flickered. Although the God Emperor cannot destroy this island, he can destroy the formation on this island. Shenlongjiu was taken aback. He had been a sacred object of the Dragon Clan for a while, and he knew a lot about the Dragon Clan. At this time, he quickly dissuaded him. Are you going to destroy this formation? Are you crazy? Qin Yang smiled and said, Crazy? I'm not crazy. This array is of great significance. Before that, there were 18 steps from the end of the world, and the 18 ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays combined were not as valuable as this one. This is the only teleportation that connects all Sky Island bases. Formation. Shenlongjiu said. I know. Qin Yang said. Then you still want, aren't you afraid that the Dragon Clan will really fight you to death? Shenlongjiu asked suspiciously. Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said, No, the Dragon Clan will be grateful to me instead. Why? Shenlongjiu was puzzled. Qin Yang said, If you were the Dragon God, would you wish someone would suddenly appear in the Dragon Palace at some point? Of course not. Shenlongjiu said. Qin Yang went on to say, Then it's over? The formation here, I'm afraid the one I want to destroy the most is the Dragon God. But due to various relationships, the Dragon Clan can't do this. On the contrary, on the surface, they have to maintain this place all the time, not to be destroyed by others. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang added, To go to the Demon Realm, there is the entrance to the Northern Plains Demon Realm. To go to the Haitian Holy Land, there are 3 roads leading to the sky. To go to the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Clan does not go back and forth through this place. So. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he stomped hard. A huge translucent idol emerged from behind, and an annihilation aura swept across the entire island. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire Tianya Haijiao Island trembled violently. Like a landslide. And that teleportation array was completely shattered. Here, there is no need for this teleportation formation. Qin Yang finished speaking. Doing so is also good for Qin Yang. One can make it impossible for anyone to chase Lu Mingyu and others, mainly Feng Lian and them. With the secret key of the God Realm in the Demon Realm, the power they can exert is unimaginable. The sky-swallowing gourd devours the world and feeds back its master. As long as Feng Lian lets go, he will instantly become a strong man in the demon world. Who knows if Feng Lian will really go to the demon realm? If this road was sealed off and Feng Lian had 100 guts, he would never dare to go to the demon god hall to borrow away. Second, Qin Yang is bound to win the Air Island base. Thinking like a dragon palace, Qin Yang doesn't want a stranger to come to visit him suddenly while he is drinking tea and browsing the scenery of the world. Destroyed the teleportation array, then. Lu Mingyu and the others have already gone to the demon realm. Qin Yang's mentality has undergone a subtle change. The ego statue did not dissipate, but instead confronted the rules of the empty island base. The god statue was looming, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was terrifying. Your strength is not limited? Shenlongjiu asked in surprise. If I can be restricted like this, casually, isn't I, the Lord of Destruction, too ordinary? Qin Yang grinned, but his eyes were extremely indifferent. To kill is also to destroy. As long as it is destroyed, its strength can be improved. Qin Yang has a feeling that as long as he keeps mobilizing all his strength, nibbles away the rules of this empty island base bit by bit, and destroys Tianya Haijiao Island, his strength will also increase greatly. However, this process is too long. Qin Yang simply sat cross-legged and waited quietly. The self-idol is still cracking the space and bearing the pressure of the space. Mosquito legs are also meat. Time passed slowly, and a god general discovered Qin Yang. Soon, the three of Feng Lian and Zhao Quantu surrounded them. He wanted to catch Lu Mingyu to blackmail Qin Yang, but he didn't expect Qin Yang to go first. However, in this situation, here and now, Feng Lian laughed. Alright, the right time, place, and people are all in my hands. So, it's a good opportunity. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang full of danger. Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and the indistinct god behind him also suddenly solidified. His eyes seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Everyone was terrified, as if a fierce tiger suddenly woke up in a group of lambs. No. Impossible, why aren't you restricted? Feng Lian's eyes widened. Qin Yang's voice sounded softly, you think there are too many opportunities. But every time, I give you a chance and let you go. But this time, you have no chance. No. Humph. You came very quickly. It seems that you can't stay in the underwater prison any longer, so you withdrew from the hidden dragon competition? Zhao Quantu looked at Qin Yang and said disdainfully. Someone will quit, but it will definitely not be me. Qin Yang said quietly. Looking across the front of these people, Feng Lian and the others took out the secret keys of the God Realm one after another as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This is just what Qin Yang wished. With just one swipe, the abilities of the Sky-Swallowing Gourd, Tianmen Seal, and Ling Dao Qin were copied. On the statue behind him, there were suddenly a few bright spots in his hand. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and looked back. A statue of the self-god, holding a sword in his left hand and holding his right hand flat. Originally there was a little light on his right hand, but Qin Yang didn't notice it. Now there are three more, which naturally attracted Qin Yang's attention. The original bit of light looked like a stick, but the color was different. It was also translucent like a statue of a god. Now there are three more ways, which are the mini versions of the Sky-Swallowing Gourd, Tianmen Seal, and Ling Dao Qin. If you look carefully, there is a mini version of Shenlong Jade swimming around next to these lights. Qin Yang suddenly understood that the magic weapon he had copied would appear on this self-god statue. The self-god is the embodiment of Qin Yang's ability, which is reasonable. Qin Yang's actions naturally made Quantu Zhao burst into laughter. Zhao Quantu pointed at Qin Yang and said, "What? It's your first time to be promoted to God Emperor. You still don't understand the power of God Emperor, right?" Qin Yang said jokingly, "It stands to reason that everyone can only do it once. It's just some people who need it twice." In other words, he was laughing at Quantu Zhao for dying once. Zhao Quantu suddenly became angry and said in a deep voice, "Hand over Gong Sun Ming, otherwise, I won't be polite." Qin Yang's face turned cold. In the final analysis, all the reasons were caused by Quantu Zhao. "Do you still dare to speak out nonsense at this time?" Qin Yang sneered, "You're welcome? Come and try." Although Zhao Quantu is arrogant, he is not a fool. Qin Yang had such strong combat power before he was promoted to God Emperor, let alone after he was promoted. Although this Tianya Haijiao island limits everyone's strength and cultivation, the statue behind Qin Yang is not fake. "Zhao Zhanshan, please be patient and let me give him a try," Feng Lian said, and after speaking, he winked at Shifein. Shifein looked directly at a god general. The god of heaven understood this and rushed towards Qin Yang. He took out a long sword in midair and stabbed him in the air. Qin Yang quietly did not make any move, but the self-image behind him and the mini Ling Dao Qin on the palm of his right hand suddenly flashed a light. That day, the divine general put away his long sword and landed beside Qin Yang, as graceful as Qin Yang's bodyguard. This scene shocked Shifein. In her perception, this god will be out of her control. The heart net has very few restrictions here. Shifein can still sense the puppets under her with the help of the heart net. But this time the puppet breaks away, something that has never happened before. Qin Yang chuckled and followed his heart network to directly see through Shifei's thoughts. At the same time, Qin Yang directly occupied the dominant position of the heart network and became the master of all the gods. How could this happen? Listen to Dao Qin. Shifei gritted her teeth and said. The only person who can do all this is to listen to the Dao Qin. Ling Dao Qin transformed into a beautiful woman and stared at Qin Yang in horror. Of course she knew what happened, but this phenomenon scared her so much that she couldn't even speak. What's going on? The sky-swallowing gourd also transformed into a human form, and at the same time, the Tianmen seal also transformed into a human form. He. Ling Daoqin couldn't say a complete sentence, pointing at Qin Yang with a trembling finger. In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines slowly flowed, and every line seemed to be eager to destroy everything. I is not interested in puppets. Since you are a puppet, death is the only way to escape. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, all the gods took out their magic weapons and cut themselves off on the spot. Such a terrifying thing happened in the eyes of Feng Lian and the other two people, and even Zhao Quantu couldn't understand it. If all this was done by Ling Daoqin, then Ling Daoqin was so frightened that he couldn't take care of himself. Then there is only one explanation for this, Qin Yang. Qin Yang, what are you? Shifei asked loudly, but halfway through her words, she found that Qin Yang's eyes seemed to have some magic power, which made her quiet down. In this state, Feng Lian and Zhou Da were naturally cleared. This was because they were controlled by Ling Dao Qin. But Ling Daoqin is still in a daze. A gust of cold air rushed from his back to the back of his head. Feng Lian had never been so scared in his heart. Qin Yang, who was sitting quietly in the distance, was as if the devil had awakened, making him extremely frightened. I see, it's the same as my original guess. Qin Yang nodded secretly and looked at the sky-swallowing gourd. The resurrection of the three requires the sky-swallowing gourd to retain their souls, and then use the heaven-stealing life-transferring formation to seize their bodies and reincarnate. Through the ability of listening to Dao Qin, he directly controlled Shifei. Everything Shifei thought and knew was also penetrated by Qin Yang. It is indeed the secret key to the God realm. Each one's abilities are more powerful and miraculous than the last. Qin Yang chuckled. Go quickly. Feng Lian roared ferociously. Zhou Da hurriedly activated the Tianmen seal, trying to teleport instantly through the previous mark. But just halfway through the transmission, it was suddenly interrupted by an unknown force. The figures of several people were instantly distorted and fell to the ground. Want to leave? Do I allow it? Qin Yang's calm face looked so terrifying to a few people. Li Tongtian? Zhao Quantu was shocked. The only one who could interrupt the Tianmen seal was Li Tongtian, one of the 8 war gods of the sky. With one hand reaching the sky, one move and one step, he can be caught again even if he is teleported away. No, it's not the god of war in the sky, it's Qin Yang. The incarnation of the Tianmen seal looked at Qin Yang with the same horror. Just now, all his marks were instantly erased. In this place where spiritual thoughts are limited and power is blocked, Tianmen seal can only achieve the purpose of transmission by marking it in advance. However, Qin Yang was able to escape the restrictions for a short time. However, there is a necessary prerequisite for being able to do this, and that is to also control the power of the Tianmen seal. At this moment, Tianmenian finally knew what Ling Daoqin was afraid of. I am too kind and have allowed you to dance around for so long, so, you think I can't kill you? Qin Yang walked slowly, and every step seemed to step on everyone's hearts. Feng Lian took a deep breath, with deep hatred in his eyes, and whispered, it seems that we can only. Qin Yang suddenly burst into laughter and said, can I just commit suicide again? After a pause, Qin Yang changed his tone and said, "Do you think it was Chu Qingga who really saved you last time in Kanglin's secret realm?" "What could it be?" Feng Lian was shocked. At that time, they were besieged by the god of war in the sky, and no one could get in or out of Tiandua's prison. But at that time, Chu Qingga appeared strangely and took away their lives with 3 arrows. This gives them a chance to be resurrected again. Moreover, he also left Tiandua's supernatural power and hell with ease. The only one who can do all this is Qin Yang. I'm sorry, you have no way to survive. Unfortunately, on this island at the end of the world, no one knows how you died. You were destined to become dust, with no sense of existence, and disappear forever. Swallow the sky. The sky-swallowing gourd shouted, trying to imprison Qin Yang. Even if they can only be imprisoned for a moment and a half, they can still gain a chance for them. Swallow the sky. Qin Yang also shouted lowly, and the stronger power of confinement made everyone unable to move on the spot. Even the sky-swallowing gourd himself felt like he was about to be swallowed by himself. The sky-swallowing gourd finally understood at this moment that Qin Yang had obtained their abilities for some reason. And this doesn't just mean that Qin Yang is more powerful, it also means that the secret key to the divine world is no longer irreplaceable, it is already dispensable. Actually, there is a way to kill you completely from beginning to end, so that you can never be resurrected. It's just that Xuanhuan Jade doesn't cooperate. Qin Yang said quietly. Divine Dragon Jade is the only magic weapon among the secret keys of the divine realm that can swallow other secret keys of the divine realm to improve its own quality. However, Xuanhuan Yunian was also the secret key to the divine world and was of great significance, so he directly opposed Qin Yang many times. But today, Qin Yang no longer needs Xuanhuan Yu's consent. As long as you swallow this sky-swallowing gourd, everything will end. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Swallowing sky, swallowing gourd, you claim to be able to swallow the sky and the earth, but now you have ended up being swallowed, don't you feel very complicated?" The incarnation of the sky-swallowing gourd looked at Qin Yang in horror. From the moment when he resisted his own blow with one move and a fist, causing chaos in the rules, he knew that Qin Yang was unstoppable. One day, he will be completely defeated by Qin Yang. But he never thought that this day would come so soon, and that they would lose so miserably. Tianmen Seal. Let's go. Zhou De shouted loudly. Qin Yang glanced over, and Zhou De suddenly trembled. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you are no longer the primary target I need to deal with." The 3 people were imprisoned by swallowing the sky, along with the secret keys of the 3 major gods. The restrictions on Tianya Haijiao Island are as if they were set up for Qin Yang. Others' power is limited, but Qin Yang can temporarily break through with force. And just like this, Qin Yang became unstoppably powerful. Swallow. Qin Yang's eyes turned cold and he clenched his fingers. The sky-swallowing gourd suddenly shouted, "Xuanhuan Jade, do you really want to help the tyrants do evil? Do you really want to surrender to the Lord of Destruction?" Xuanhuan Yu's voice suddenly came to mind and said, "This is not what I did, and, when I recognized him as my master, he had not yet mastered the rules of annihilation." Xuanhuan Yu did not expect that Qin Yang directly possessed the power of the secret key to the divine world. Previously, he used the power of Ling Dao Qing to control Shifeng, and also invaded the Heart Network, causing all the gods who came to encircle and suppress them to commit suicide on the spot. Then the power of Tianmen Seal was used to directly prevent Zhou De and others from leaving. Now, he actually used the power of the sky-swallowing gourd to imprison everyone, and finally, with Xuanhuan Jade's own power, it started to devour the sky-swallowing gourd. The secret key to the divine realm cannot be destroyed. Once destroyed, all realms will lose balance. The sky-swallowing gourd felt its power weakening rapidly. The incarnation of the Tianmen Seal also spoke, "You can't take action against us. If the gate of all realms is closed forever, all worlds will gradually perish. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, "Don't tell me anything about reincarnation. You know a lot about the secret keys of the God realm, but you never tell them. Why, death is imminent, but you want to use this to delay time." Qin Yang paused for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, it is you who will be destroyed, not your power." One sentence left Tian Gord speechless. He truly felt that what was devouring him was the power rules of Xuanhuan Jade, and what was suppressing him was his own ability. Time passed slowly, and the devouring speed could be said to be fast or slow. The incarnation of the sky-swallowing gourd disappeared completely, and the colorful gourd itself disappeared into the phantom of a huge dragon head summoned by Qin Yang. Then, they swallowed up the Tianmen seal and Ling Daoqin one after another. Qin Yang waved his hand gently to the frustrated Feng Lian and the other three people, and directly wiped them out without leaving any residue. After doing all this, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "I found that my strength had increased a lot. This rising part does not come from being annihilated, but from being swallowed up." In the hand of the self-god behind the back, there are many phantoms of the three secret key magic weapons of the sky-swallowing gourd, Tianmen seal, and Ling Daoqin. They were originally the same color as the self-god and were translucent. But now, the color is bright, just like the real secret key to the divine world. "By the way, my Shixin stick." Qin Yang thought, took out the Shixin stick, and also used the power of Xuanhuan Jade to devour it. Sure enough, the mini shadow of the Suixin stick gradually became more substantial, as if the magic weapon had been temporarily stored. With another thought, the mini stick in the hand of the self-god transformed into a physical entity and appeared in Qin Yang's hand. It's exactly the same as before. Similarly, the sky-swallowing gourd, Tianmen seal, and Ling Daoqin can also reveal their true bodies at will. However, there is no longer that annoying incarnation of independent intelligence. It actually has such a function. Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. This also means that Qin Yang can gift these magic weapons at will. Rather than actually swallowing them, this means that these magic weapons really have not disappeared. In fact, when it comes to these magic weapons, Qin Yang can choose not to copy or devour them. Instead, go and destroy it directly. However, annihilation is just to purely increase the cultivation level, which is a bit of a waste of money. Although the ability of such a powerful magic weapon can be obtained by copying it, it's a pity to lose it like this. Now, using the power of the divine dragon jade to devour it, the way the power increases is different, but Qin Yang's power is indeed much stronger. Xuanhuan Jade, you. Just as Qin Yang was delighted, Xuanhuan Jade turned into a mini-dragon and actively merged into Qin Yang's self-image. The free mini-dragon gradually took on the color of the Xuanhuan Jade body. Qin Yang didn't understand what Xuanhuan Yu wanted to do, but suddenly felt another powerful force integrating into his body. Although I could use the power of Xuanhuan Jade before, now I can truly possess it. Destruction is also rebirth. I actually still have my own consciousness? Xuanhuan Yu conveyed what was in her heart through the self-image. What are you doing? Qin Yang was speechless. Devouring the sky-swallowing gourd, Tianmen seal, and Ling Daoqin was a helpless move. If you want to completely deal with Feng Lian and the others, you must do this. But this does not mean that Qin Yang must advocate using this method to increase combat power. I don't know, I've never seen it, but I have a feeling in my heart that makes me feel that this is the way I originally existed. Xuanhuan Jade God said natteringly. Fortunately, Xuanhuan Yu's spiritual thoughts did not disappear, and Qin Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang would naturally not be able to figure out things that even Xuanhuan Yu couldn't figure out. In this way, apart from Qin Yang, there was only one living person left on the entire Tianya Haijiao island. Jiao Quangtu. Qin Yang looked at Quang Tuzhao, who was shocked and seemed to be immobilized not far away, and slowly walked over. Empty reply from server. No. In this way, the volcano that is about to erupt seems to be holding back. No, is everyone okay? For Qin Yang, what does everyone mean by this? A screen of light appeared directly in the distance of Qin Yang. This is the limit of Tianya Haijiao Island. Going further, power cannot penetrate. Qin Yang ducked and came to the light screen. On the light screen is the image of Mr. Qiqiao. Mr. Qiqiao looked at Qin Yang complicatedly and sighed. Another wonderful battle was not recorded. Qin Yang laughed and said, "It's not exciting. It's just that the weight of the dead is different. If we talk about it before, the battle might still be worth watching. But now, Qin Yang kills a group of God King level minions as a God Emperor, as easy as trampling on ants. I'm still very busy. If you have anything to ask, just ask," Qin Yang said. Qin Yang knew that he had to say something. Otherwise, the entire continent will be in chaos. Each of the 8 Shinto clans sent messages asking about their clansmen. Mr. Qiqiao spoke. Qin Yang nodded and said, "Yes, Lu Mingyu and the others are still alive. It's just that they were teleported to a very distant place through the teleportation array at the ends of the earth. In this Qianlong competition, I gave up on their behalf. As for the gods, there will be Feng Lian and others, dead." The 2 words of calm caused an uproar again. What about the secret key to the divine world? Mr. Qiqiao asked again. Been swallowed by the dragon jade, Qin Yang said expressionlessly. In the self-god statue, Shenlongyu rolled his eyes fiercely and sent a message from his spiritual mind. What do you mean I swallowed it? You swallowed it yourself, okay? Qin Yang replied angrily, I said I swallowed it, who would believe it? Shenlongyu was speechless. Not to mention that the world didn't believe it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he himself wouldn't believe it. Quang Tuzhao died. Following the questions and answers, everyone finally understood the result. But this result is destined not to allow the mainland to remain peaceful. The Tianjin Temple and the Feng family, Zhou family, and Shi family of the 8 Shinto clans suffered heavy losses. The most important thing is that the secret key to the divine world is gone. The foundation of the 8 Shinto tribes was just gone. I've answered everything that needs to be answered, so be it. Qin Yang waved his hand gently, and the light screen dissipated directly. And his figure turned into a divine dragon and soared into the sky. Qin Yang quickly returned to the undersea prison without going through the 18 steps of the world. Although it does not replicate the sky-mending stone, the sky-swallowing gourd also has the same effect. As long as it can provide Peach Little Demon with a steady stream of power, it will not be a problem to conquer the Dharma. What's more, the sky-swallowing gourd can also swallow up the heaven and the earth to refine the heaven-bearing pill. The efficacy of this pill can also match that of the heaven-building stone. Although it is not as stable as the sky-mending stone, it is still better than nothing. The second floor of the underwater prison, the Boundary Bridge. At this time, there are more cultivators wandering around the Boundary Bridge. He wanted to go down, but didn't dare to go down. He wanted to go out, but Ao Yufeng tightly controlled the heavenly prison formation. No one could leave without the dragon god's order. There were many people who Qin Yang had met before. Qin Yang's arrival immediately caused a huge sensation. One moment, he was far away at the end of the world, and the next moment, he appeared in front of him. It's like walking out of the image light screen. Would you like me to give you a ride? Qin Yang frowned slightly. In the Red Wilderness, even if the hunter-killer army goes to the Valley of the Wind, there will always be some monsters left behind. But even these monsters are not something that the contestants in front of them can deal with. Everyone shook their heads in unison, while Qin Yang chuckled and jumped off Shining Yuan. Also, if you really had the courage, why would you wait until now? Landing gently, the familiar environment, the familiar Xuanhuan, the familiar red wilderness. A snake-like monster rushed over as fast as thunder, its eyes gleaming. Another delicious meal. Why don't we go to Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind? Why don't we wait here for the delicious meal to be delivered to our mouths? The snake demon was overjoyed and opened its bloody mouth to swallow Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't look back, just waved gently. In his hand, an extra-long divine sword of oblivion condensed instantly and cut off the head of a snake that was bigger than a house. The sound of two falling to the ground was heard, and the bodies of the snake demon were separated, stirring up a burst of dust. That snake demon is simply overestimating its capabilities. It is the prey of our brothers. There was a loud chirping sound, and two bird monsters rushed down from the sky. There are quite a few speculators who want to pick up the slack. Qin Yang snorted lightly. The two bird monsters also saw this man's appearance, and it turned out to be Qin Yang. The two monsters were so frightened that they turned around and flew away. But one of the monsters looked at Qin Yang before flying away, and his eyes dimmed instantly. "Brother, what's wrong with Qin Yang, brother, you?" With a scream, one of the bird monsters was directly attacked and killed, and its head was exploded. And the monster controlled by Qin Yang flew back in circles. You haven't launched an attack yet and are confronting the army of clones of the big monster, insect ghost? Qin Yang knew everything about Xuanhuan. During this period of time since I left, the Valley of the Wind has been peaceful. As expected, the Bone Army was stuck halfway, and had not yet come into contact with the army of clones of the great monster, insect ghost. Other legions also rushed over, intending to annihilate all the contestants in the Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind and the army of clones of the great demon bug ghost. If greed is enough, then I will accompany you to have fun. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. After his strength increased again, the second level of the undersea prison had very little suppression on him. Although the power of Ling Dao Qin can be activated by looking into each other's eyes, Qin Yang's divine thoughts can also be released briefly when Qin Yang explodes with all his strength. Although the distance is not far, only 10 feet in radius, what this means is self-evident. With Qin Yang's speed, he can control an entire legion with the Ling Dao Qin in just a moment. Why don't we finish Xuanhuan's points first, and then go to the third floor? Qin Yang thought for a while, and then took out Tao Xiaoyao from the demon ring. The peach little demon looked at Qin Yang silly and cute, looking in the direction of the Valley of the Wind, with lingering fear. "Feel it, how long can it last?" Qin Yang asked. Tao Xiaoyao shook her head violently, and her voice was soft, "I don't know." Qin Yang's face suddenly turned dark. Tao Xiaoyao said weakly, "When I left the underwater prison before, I felt like I might die at any time, but after I came back, this feeling disappeared." Qin Yang nodded and said, "I see, your Dharma senses that you are back, so I want to swallow you myself." Tao Xiaoyao immediately turned pale with fright. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. As long as I'm here, it can't swallow you." Tao Xiaoyao nodded heavily and hugged Qin Yang's arm tightly. Qin Yang already knew in his heart that if Tao Xiaoyao behaved strangely again, it would be too late to rush to the third floor. Dharma and essence are regarded as one body. It seems that Tao Xiaoyao's Dharma will not directly cut off contact if he has a choice. After all, this will make the Dharma lose a huge amount of power. Qin Yang identified the location and looked in the direction of the Iron Legion. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, "On this level, I want to see who can surpass the score." A good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear first? In the Valley of the Wind, the leaders of the major alliances gathered together. All cultivators are on standby, as the powder keg of war may explode at any time. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at the other people and asked. First of all, no matter what, I don't think there is any good news for our current situation. Burning Sky Firebird said. Listen to the bad ones first, Xuanhuan said. Together with Chuchinga, who is in charge of the contestants' Dark Alliance, the two of them are obviously quite different in age and experience. However, only the two of them are the controllers of the Dark Alliance. Although other alliances can't stand it, they will not despise it. Xuanhuan Guqing glanced at Xuanhuan and said, the bad news is that the hunter-killer army has arrived and may tear apart our defense line with sharp knives at any time. Moreover, the clones of the big demon insect ghost are also about to sneak in. Fortunately, Dragon Clan Princess Ao Kier led someone to see through the intention. As soon as the words fell, everyone's hearts became heavier. If it were a head-on battle, they could take advantage of the right time and place to fight. But neither the hunter army nor the insect ghost clones can compete head-on with your famous sword. What about the good news? Chuchinga asked. Xuanhuan Guqing paused for a moment before continuing. The good news is that if you want to give up the Hidden Dragon tournament now, you can be teleported away directly. Everyone knows the reason. The heavenly prison formation has been repaired. At this time, the undersea prison is not only monitored by Star Compass and Mr. Chiqiao, but also the heavenly prison formation. But now, the heavenly prison formation is everyone's last trump card. If you don't give up, can you use the heavenly prison formation to leave? A cultivator asked weakly. Everyone frowned. Retreating before fighting was a taboo in military warfare. Xuanhuan Guqing was about to scold him, but found out that this person was from his own Firmament Alliance. Of course not. Xuanhuan Guqing shook her head. Situli, the leader of the Justice League, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing thoughtfully and said, now that we have reached this point, we might as well talk things out. What is in this undersea prison? Even if we risk such a big risk, do you still want to continue fighting despite the risks? Xuanhuan Guqing snorted softly and said, it's been so long, is there anything you still don't understand? Situli said, then let me make it clearer. With your identity and the name of the god of war in the sky, coming to the undersea prison is not just to improve your strength, right? Emperor Tiangang sneered, if you want to know, ask the Dragon Clan. Li Tong Tian, the god of war in the sky, also smiled and said, if you can't understand this, there is no need for you to know. Although the mentality of the god of war in the sky has changed, for ordinary cultivators, they are inherently arrogant. Training troops. Chuchinga muttered quietly. Suddenly, everyone looked at him, which made his heart tighten. Situli glanced at Chuchinga with admiration, but he didn't expect that there was such a genius in the shadows. It is no longer a secret that the Celestial Temple and the Shadows are interoperable. The so-called Justice League is actually on the same side as the Dark League, which is even more unimaginable. Situli looked at Chuchinga and said, keep talking. Chuchinga thought for a while and said, this underwater prison is already so powerful on the second floor. The 8 legions go down one floor at a time and the dangers can be imagined. The most important thing is. After a pause, Chuchinga continued, the monsters here are not from the Zhangqiong continent. They all come from all worlds. Especially the big monsters at the top of the list, some are from the demon world and some are from the insect world, and I don't know where it came from. The seal at the entrance to the demon world no longer exists. This is a consensus. And before that, there must be a battle between the human race and the demon race in the sky world. Chuchinga's words stopped abruptly. Among the contestants on the field was the Burning Sky Firebird from the 10,000 Demons Alliance. However, the Burning Sky Firebird had no expression after hearing this, apparently acquiescing. Chuchinga observed for a while, then breathed a sigh of relief, and continued, it is well known that one can improve one's strength quickly in the underwater prison. And there are countless treasures here. Even this Shening, most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the second level of Yuan were hoarded by the insect ghost clones in Moonlight Lake, but many of our contestants also got great opportunities. After taking a breath, Chuchinga continued, so, the underwater prison is a place where we can quickly improve our strength. Whether it is the prison itself, the treasures of heaven and earth, or all kinds of monsters. If even this underwater prison, he will not be able to pass through all the hardships. In the future, he will fight against monsters, exchange fire with the devil world, and fight against 10,000 worlds. He will be eliminated sooner or later. In the final analysis, the world of Psangqiong faces too many crises, but the Real Avenue of Cultivation was only opened 1,000 years ago. There is too little foundation. Even though some great demons, and even dragons have retained their previous strength through self-sealing, overall, they are still far behind. And the undersea prison is a springboard to accelerate your foundation. After saying this, everyone looked at Chuchinga with admiration. Xuanhuan Guqing also looked sideways frequently, and she had an illusion in her heart. Why did the angle and method of speaking look so like Qin Yang? At this time, Ao Kier also added, actually, what Chuchinga said is right. But one thing was overlooked. What? Everyone was confused. Ao Kier said, the existence of this underwater prison itself is a huge threat. Although the cage you feel now is strong, but... Before he could say anything, there was a chill in everyone's hearts. Ao Kier took a deep breath and said, just like the secret realm will collapse and degrade. Although this underwater prison is not a secret realm, but the belly of Kuanping in the true God realm, its power will also gradually weaken. What's more, this underwater prison, countless great demons have been suppressed in it, and on the 6th level alone, there are countless great demons from the 5th realm. These 5 great demons want to break out of the prison all the time. This speeds up the process of entering the underwater prison. Ao Kur pursed her lips. No need to explain it clearly, everyone already knew it. If the underwater prison is downgraded due to weakened power, it will be impossible to imprison those 5 realm monsters. If those 5 great monsters break out of the undersea prison, it will be a devastating disaster for the world of the sky. Even if the demon race and the human race unite, it will be difficult to block all these big demons. What's more, with the current strength of the human race, they may not be able to resist at all. By then, Psangqiong world will have suffered heavy losses, and will be unable to deal with the demon world. It is even possible that there will be no fight between the human race and the demon race. But with our strength, we are not enough to clear the undersea prison, right? Burning Sky Firebird looked at Ao Kur in surprise. It turns out that this is the real reason why the Dragon Clan set this place as a training ground, but how does the strength of the contestants compare with those big monsters? No. The Dragon Clan decided to put aside their neutral stance, because the Dragon Clan has completely seen that they and the world of the sky are now both prosperous and disadvantaged. I can no longer stay out of it. But standing behind the united front, looking at this underwater prison feels like a lump in the throat. The problem of Burning Sky Firebird is also everyone's problem. These contestants all want to use the unique rules here to be promoted to God Emperor, but how to compete with the big demon? Don't talk about it from a distance, just look in front of you. At this time, the contestants are afraid that they may be caught in a pot at any time. Ao Kier hesitated for a while, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing and others, took a deep breath, and said, since it comes to this, I will make it more clear. Ao Kier continued, the underwater prison is not as simple as you see. You just feel that it is easy to break through the God Emperor here, but you don't know that it is also easy to continue to advance here. Everyone was confused, and Ao Kier added, since it is a prison, prisoners will be suppressed. The best way to break out of the prison is to break the surface. And the rules of this underwater prison are precisely aimed at this. A little. The strongest will be weakened. The weakest will be strengthened. Aokir asked, I wonder if you have noticed that among the contestants, it is very easy for those who want to be promoted to God Emperor? There are indeed many people in the field who have had great luck, but some top-notch talents and treasures have allowed them to successfully break through. As for the difficulty of breaking through, it doesn't seem to be as difficult as imagined. Everyone nodded in unison. Aokir added, but have you paid attention to the speed at which those God King realms are promoted? When he said this, everyone immediately began to think about it. A cultivator nearby raised his hand weakly and said, when I first came in, there was only the first heaven of the God King realm. Now it is the seventh heaven of the God King realm. Everyone immediately took a breath of cold air. From the first level to the seventh level, with such terrifying speed, I am afraid that if you put it on the mainland, you will immediately become the #1 genius in the world. It's just that the dangers in Xuanhuan are constant, and even if he is promoted to the 9th level of the God King realm, it is difficult to protect himself. Everyone has no time to care about the advancement of these God King realms. Everyone's focus is on how to break through and be promoted to God Emperor. After saying this, everyone started discussing it. Everyone's heart is burning. This is only the 2nd level of Xuanhuan. If he goes directly to the 3rd level, wouldn't everyone be able to be promoted to God Emperor? But, if you think about it, everyone hasn't lost their minds yet. If you can't survive on the 2nd floor, why go to the 3rd floor? Doesn't this mean that you die too slowly? However, some people raised questions and said, this is a good thing for the demon clan. But it is not friendly to us human cultivators, right? There was a sour taste in the words. Because if human cultivators want to continue to advance in the realm of the God Emperor, they need to rely on the power of faith. The Aurora God Emperor, the god of war in the sky, has only reached the 2nd level of the God Emperor so far. Because he only has the power of faith in the Rainbow Territory. Although it is impossible to build a god statue to absorb faith, even if a god statue is really built, the power of a leader's faith is not enough to allow him to attack the 3 realms of the God Emperor. Xuanhuan Guqing and Songqiong War God also began to feel sad. This was really unfriendly to the human race. Aokir pursed her lips and said, the Dragon Clan has naturally thought of this. The Hidden Dragon competition is fair, and it is impossible to favor one over the other. If the balance is lost, the Dragon Clan will naturally know what the consequences will be. Aokir explained, beyond the major levels of this Qianlong competition, there are many secret realms. The environment of these secret realms is dangerous, and the indigenous cultivators are weak. Before he finished speaking, Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Such a secret realm is a must-win place for the human race. As long as you enter it and build a statue of the god, you can gain the faith of an entire secret realm. The speed of improvement will not be slower than in the underwater prison. Aokir also said, actually, the trial of the underwater prison does not mean that you must clear the 6th floor before you can get out. After clearing each level, you can apply to leave. After saying this, the human cultivator suddenly regained his balance. There were also many people watching the light screen images here. Some of those who had given up on withdrawing from the Qianlong competition suddenly wanted to cry without tears, and their intestines were blue with regret. Now that the repair of the heavenly prison formation is completed, it will be easier to leave. After being promoted to God Emperor, the human race can go to the scattered God Emperor level secret realms. But I don't know where those secret realms are. You need to find them on your own. Aokir said. Such an exchange directly reassured all the contestants. This Hidden Dragon competition is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you pass the many trials, you will get a huge improvement that you can't even imagine. None of the outside spectators could sit still, and some of the God King realm cultivators who did not have a place in the competition were also eager to try. There is no Hidden Dragon struggle order, which means there is no protection. It's difficult to quit. But no matter how hard it is, you can't resist the temptation of a huge increase in strength. As long as you join the major alliances, you will naturally be much safer. I think the major alliances will not refuse to increase their combat power. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Ao Kur thoughtfully, guessing in her heart that she might have thought of these words a long time ago. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's determination to eradicate the scourge of the underwater prison is so strong. This is simply too. The whole world of the sky declares, let them come quickly. In fact, the world of the sky has indeed set off an invisible wave, a wave of increasing strength. As long as he can catch this ride, even a pig can fly into the sky. No wonder the monsters in the underwater prison are trying to get to the deeper levels below. It turns out that the further you go down, the faster your strength increases. But you have to be able to protect yourself. By the way, there seems to be no restriction on why we can't go to the Hidden Dragon tournament, right? There should be no restrictions. Didn't the fire dragon that fought Qin Yang earlier also enter the undersea prison? It seems, just not qualified to compete for rankings and obtain ranking rewards. What's this? Improving your strength is the most important thing. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go too. For a time, the cultivators from all major forces could not sit still, and some casual cultivators were even more impatient. If there is no Sky Island, there would be no Sky Island. With so many contestants, there are only 100 places. For those who were not qualified to join the Qianlong competition, they originally just wanted to use this opportunity to show their face and improve their strength. Now it seems that I have not missed this opportunity. The cultivators in the firmament world rushed towards the underwater prison like torrents. The entire world is filled with an urgent desire to increase power. Although it aroused the desire of all cultivators in the world to be promoted, the contestants from the major leagues in the Valley of the Wind began to look at Ao Kur with suspicion. Ao Kur couldn't resist so many questioning eyes and explained, actually, the Dragon Clan originally wanted to let some genius cultivators improve their strength first. But now it seems that it is not enough. No. After saying this, everyone immediately understood. The previous Hidden Dragon competitions were indeed not as vigorous as this one. Moreover, previous contestants who obtained empty islands also placed them all over the East China Sea and seemed to have disappeared. They are probably gathering their people and running their own independent kingdoms. What's more important is that in the past Hidden Dragon competition, this underwater prison was not a place of trial. It's not as dangerous as this time, and certainly not as full of opportunities as this time. It's just that the Dragon Clan didn't expect that the monsters in the underwater prison would unite together. Originally, I wanted these contestants to pick up the leaks, but seeing that they were about to be taken out of the pot, Ao Kur was asked to announce this information to the world through surveillance images. They also turned a blind eye to those practitioners who wanted to ride the east wind and go to heaven. The strength of the contestants alone is not enough. It would be too difficult for them to grow up in an undersea prison to the point where they could deal with the 6th level monster. Just surviving until then is not easy. On the 2nd level boundary bridge, those hesitant cultivators were all upset. Why did they reject Qin Yang just now? If Qin Yang could give them a ride, they wouldn't be wasting their time here now. For a moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten how dangerous the situation of the cultivators of the Valley of the Wind was. Xuanhuan, beside a mountain forest. Above the mountain forest, monster beasts are stationed here. It is the Iron Legion. Each of them had ferocious faces and hard skin glowing with cold light, just like groups of warriors wearing armor, ready to go. Near this mountain forest, Qin Yang turned off the light screen and said to himself, so this is why Feng Lian used the power of the Celestial Temple to send so many celestial god generals to surround Lu Mingyu and the others, but turned a blind eye. After thinking about it, Qin Yang shook his head gently and saw through the Dragon Clan's thoughts at a glance. It's nothing more than launching the Hidden Dragon contest to attract the attention of the world. Then it will focus on the smoothness of the promotion road, and finally let all the people in the world who want to quickly improve their strength to come and eliminate these scourges in the undersea prison together. But Qin Yang felt like Ming Jinger in his heart. No matter how fast he was promoted, it would still be difficult to destroy those big monsters. I have to say that this strategy of the Dragon Clan is really clever. This is much more effective than calling the whole world to gather practitioners under various names. By doing this, it is as if the Dragon Clan owes the world a favor, as if the Dragon Clan is begging the Sky World to quickly eliminate the scourge of the undersea prison. But now, each and every one of them has the opportunity to hunt down the big demon in the underwater prison, just like a lucky opportunity. You still have to look at the face of the Dragon Clan, for fear of being refused to come. There is as much risk as there is opportunity. This sentence has become a good medicine for everyone to comfort themselves at this time. Just ignore those risks. Qin Yang was about to walk towards the Iron Legion, but he frowned and took out the hegemony token. Seeing people from the major alliances gathering together to discuss, they suddenly became furious. If you don't die, who will? Qin Yang said something. People from all major leagues, and even all contestants also saw this message. Xuanhuan Guqing, Ao Kier, Burning Sky Firebird and others were immediately shocked. Qin Yang is back again? This is everyone's first thought. Immediately afterwards, the second thought was panic. What happened? Xuanhuan Guqing asked hurriedly. You are still asking me what happened? How long has it been? I am still intoxicated here. Seeing that my life is almost gone, I still think about entering the 6th floor of the undersea prison and becoming the God Emperor of the 5 realms. I still think about this. First level, to find those unknown secret realms? Why don't you think about it carefully? Have you passed this level before you? It's not that Qin Yang wanted to remind everyone, but Qin Yang couldn't stand it. Relying on his own strength alone, after all, he will not be able to deal with all the monsters on the 2nd level of Xuanhuan. Even if Qin Yang has Ling Dao Qin, the range he can control in the underwater prison is still too small. If the people in the major alliances do not cooperate and Qin Yang only relies on himself, then it will take years of the monkey and horses and months to solve it completely. Ao Kier stuck out her tongue. In the final analysis, it was all her fault. But she couldn't help it, that's what the Dragon God ordered. And you? Qin Yang directly named Ao Kier and said, what's that name Ao? What is Ao doing? Ao Yufeng. Ao Kier answered obediently. Qin Yang said, yes, the man named Ao Yufeng is in control of the heavenly prison formation at this time. Contact him quickly and see your current situation so that you can calm down. After Qin Yang reminded them, instead of being surprised, everyone was overjoyed. With the help of the heavenly prison formation, why worry about being defeated? It's just that these conversations are all taking place in the hegemony order, and those outside practitioners who are not contestants don't know about it. They only knew that Ao Yufeng activated the heavenly prison formation and transmitted the surveillance images to Xuanhuan Guqing and everyone, which was like a chicken blood injection. It's like hitting a blind man with open eyes. With the formation of the heavenly prison, the role of Xuanhuan Guqing and others has been restored. Played a greater role. Although the situation is much more tense than what we have seen before, we already know ourselves and the enemy. Qin Yang, what are you doing at the Iron Legion? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. You will know later, I need your cooperation. Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan Guqing did not ask Zhao Quantu, nor Lu Mingyu and others. She thought she knew that Qin Yang's appearance here would have solved everything. No one on Tianya Haijiao Island knew what happened, but only Qin Yang came out alive. Lu Mingyu and others may have left under the leadership of Jiang Chengwei, but Feng Lian and the others will definitely not be able to leave. Otherwise, Qin Yang would never return to the undersea prison so quickly. Judging from Qin Yang's expression, Lu Mingyu and others were at least in peace. Just why he withdrew from the Qianlong competition is unknown. I am afraid that no one could have imagined that the withdrawal of Lu Mingyu and others was an accident. Who knew that the teleportation array could teleport them to the empty island in the demon world? How to cooperate? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, send a suicide squad to attract attention. If it can provoke a war, that would be great. Everyone took a breath, and Emperor Tiangang said bluntly, doesn't this mean that we will die directly? This death squad is not about death squads. It's talking about all the contestants gathered in Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Once the war breaks out, they will inevitably be hit hard. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, have you forgotten that the Alliance stronghold was taken away before? Xuanhuan Guqing and Emperor Tiangang looked at each other and immediately understood what Qin Yang was thinking. The reason why there was brief peace at this time was because both the insect ghost clones and the monster beast legion regarded each other as the enemy, not these contestants. Just like before, the hunter-killer legions competed for treasures and regarded the contestants of the Sky Alliance as lambs to be slaughtered. Then what are you going to do? Xuanhuan Guqing asked again. Qin Yang smiled mysteriously and said, you will know soon. Whether you can resolve this crisis and pacify Shining Yuan in one fell swoop depends on whether you can start a war. Number 1. Only by provoking a war can Qin Yang have room to perform. Otherwise, Qin Yang couldn't lead the Iron Legion to attack one by one. In this case, the major alliances would just sit back and enjoy the gains, while Qin Yang would become a coolie. Even so, it doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that Shining Yuan's monster army will find out and attack first. When the balance is broken and Qin Yang himself falls into a passive position, it will be really dangerous for the contestants in the major leagues. I just said that the guy from the golden-eyed beast was unreliable. He relied on the golden formation flag to overwhelm us. Is the result okay? Not only did he die, but he also took our sacred objects with him. In the forest, a roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was a roar. Moo. The whole forest suddenly became peaceful. Qin Yang's mind started to feel a little confused. The bloodline of the great demon Xuanhuan? For the first time, Qin Yang could tell the bloodline of the opponent just by his voice. When he passed through the heavenly prison formation before, the roar of the great demon Xuanhuan made his mind go blank. Now in this mountain forest, some similar roars sounded again. The sacred object is gone, then take it back. Since the golden-eyed beast is dead, don't mention it again. A giant silver bull emerged from the crowd like a huge shadow. And he is the new leader of the Iron Legion, Manchi. A divine bull of the second level of the God Emperor, but it was a pity that it came too late. When it joined the Iron Legion, the golden-eyed beast had already obtained the formation flag, and it was also one of the monsters that had been suppressed by the golden-eyed beast using the formation flag. Manchi stared into the distance and said, this time we will clear out the undersea prison, Shining Yuan. This is a long-term plan. All the monsters trembled, and a big monster asked curiously, we have never had anything to do with other legions, and we even have occasional frictions with the Hunter Legion. But why do we all need to unite this time? Manchi snorted coldly and said, unity? There is no need for unity in Shining Yuan. We are acting together this time, just because there are not so many living beings in Shining Yuan. The demons became even more confused. Qin Yang was not in a hurry to take action. He knew a lot of things from Aokir's mouth. Obviously, he seemed to know more about these monsters. Manchi explained, undersea prison, power balance. Qin Yang nodded secretly, this was similar to what Aokir said. The greater the number, the less power is shared. Under the rules of the underwater prison, the population must be controlled. Otherwise, everyone will only become more and more mediocre, and their power will be suppressed more and more severely. This is why it's because the major legions also conquer each other. And this time it is to completely eliminate those outsiders and the evil clones of the big monster insect ghost. As long as we wipe them all out, our strength will naturally increase. However, we cannot attack blindly. We must protect ourselves first, and then plan for it slowly. The monsters of the Iron Legion listened and praised him. It's not like the golden-eyed beast before, which kept grinding and whining, and finally led its brothers to death. Follow the rhinoceros leader and you will have meat to eat. We should have rebelled long ago and elected man as the leader, otherwise we wouldn't have lost the formation flag. Some monsters also said, then why don't we take this opportunity to dominate Xuanhuan in one fell swoop? Manchi laughed loudly, dominate Xuanhuan in one fell swoop? Impossible. Why is it impossible? As long as all the other monsters in Xuanhuan are killed and only our Steel Legion is left, wouldn't it mean that we are the only one? Manchi shook his head and said, it would be great if this underwater prison was as simple as you think. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and the horns of the rhinoceros were also shining brightly. Manchi continued, you must kill, but you can only do it slowly. If you kill them all in one battle, it will not be worth the gain. The undersea prison, and the power coming in from the outside, will become nutrients to replenish the undersea prison. As long as you kill them all in one battle, you will lose more than you gain. If they kill them, their power will dissipate into the underwater prison, in fact, they will be integrated into the underwater prison. If we can't swallow them, the mountains of corpses will only greatly increase the power of the underwater prison. So, we have to kill slowly and gradually increase our strength. Qin Yang hid behind a tree and frowned deeply while listening to all this. Fortunately, he was here, otherwise, this big monster insect ghost and the monster beast army might really not be able to fight. If it is clear that we are going to fight a protracted war and a war of attrition, the participating major alliances will definitely die. This means that if a war breaks out, everyone's strength will be greatly improved. I don't know how many people will be promoted to God Emperor by then. Qin Yang rubbed his chin. This was completely like stepping on corpses to ascend to the position of God Emperor. It turns out that the arrival of the contestants has broken the balance. Qin Yang was thinking when he suddenly felt a gaze. Not far away, a hyena-like monster stared at him fiercely. Where's the spy? Why aren't you back yet? Not far away, Manchi asked, loudly. The hyena in front of Qin Yang shouted loudly, I found the human race who stole the sacred object. Immediately afterwards, a rumbling sound sounded, and Qin Yang was instantly surrounded by the Iron Legion. Manchi stared at Qin Yang coldly, then looked at the hyena and said, Are you sure it's him? The hyena said, Even if he turns into ashes, I will still recognize him. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. He thought that the demonic beasts of the Iron Legion were all hidden in the swamps, and most of the demonic beasts were of different types. But now he saw that they were no different from the normal demonic beasts. But each and every one of them has practiced the rules of gold, and their whole body exudes the luster of metal. After confirming, Manchi did not talk to Qin Yang at all, but roared directly towards Qin Yang. Moo! Several demonic beasts near Qin Yang were affected and died on the spot with bleeding from their orifices. But Qin Yang seemed to be directly immune to this sonic attack. Qin Yang looked at Manchi playfully. In his eyes, the ultimate copy system actually gave the use of this guy's skin. Can be made into a drum magic weapon. Huh? It doesn't work? Manchi looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, but saw a vaguely looming statue behind Qin Yang. The statue cannot be seen clearly, but in the right hand of the statue, a mini 7-color libretto is eye-catching. I was worried that the control range of this Ling Dao Qin in the underwater prison was too small. I originally wanted to only control the leader and some monsters, but now it seems that there is a chance. The rhinoceros roared repeatedly, and all the sonic attacks it launched were blocked by the Lingdao Qin. Qin Yang was unscathed, but the nearby monsters suffered heavy casualties. Stop screaming, if you call again, all your men will die. Qin Yang reached out and flicked it, and the Lingdao Qin in the statue's hand turned into a mysterious light and appeared in front of Qin Yang, which was similar in size to the original Lingdao Qin. With a sound of zhing, the whole mountain and forest became silent, and only the sound of the piano kept echoing. I've been listening to you shouting for so long, so why don't you listen to me play a song? No. Qin Yang doesn't know how to play the piano, but with the ultimate version of the Invincible Copy System, he can. Not to mention everything that can be copied, everything related to it can also be copied. Qin Yang himself didn't even know what else he didn't know. A song of high mountains and flowing water, with ups and downs. Sometimes it's gentle, sometimes it's steep. Ups and downs, endless. The beautiful sound of the piano made all the monsters within 100 feet stunned, intoxicated in the melodious music and unable to extricate themselves. There was a look of struggle in Manchi's eyes, but he didn't wake up for long before Lingdaokan took control of his mind. Controlled by the sound of the piano, Lingdao Qin was in the underwater prison, but was suppressed within 100 feet. The monster 100 feet away had a confused look on its face, not knowing what was happening here. Qin Yang played the harp in his hand and looked at the rhinoceros. If the skin of this monster beast was refined into a magic weapon, the power of this Lingdao harp could spread to thousands of battles. With Qin Yang's current strength of spiritual thoughts, he can control monsters in the second realm of the God Emperor. Now in this shining abyss, the highest level of monsters is only the second level of the God Emperor. Lingdao Qin is really powerful. Qin Yang put away the Qin, looked at Manchi in a daze, and sighed repeatedly. They say they play the piano to an ox, but doesn't this ox also understand it? Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth, and with a spear and sword skill, he killed the unresisting rhinoceros. Skillfully peel it off and then refine it. After some rough processing, it was made into a big drum. Qin Yang blinked and an idea came to his mind. If the skin of the great demon Kuei cow could be made into a drum, the power would be. Qin Yang shuddered. He was afraid that there was no need to listen to the Dao Qin at all. If he knocked the drum made of the skin of the great demon Kuei cow, he might be able to make rivers of blood flow within 100 miles. The sound of the piano sounded again, and this time all the monsters in the entire forest were controlled. The Iron Legion has been completely controlled by Qin Yang. Controlled by the sound of the piano, these Steel Legion monsters will be a great help to Qin Yang. I'll just collect the points this once. I don't know how many I can get. Qin Yang took out the Hidden Dragon Hegemony token. Looking at the rankings with thousands of high scores at the top, I smiled. At this time, Qin Yang also saw the message on the Hegemony order. From the Sky Alliance. Danger, come quickly. Xuanhuan Guqing's short words revealed a sense of imminent tension. After thinking about what Manchi had overheard before, Qin Yang hurriedly played the harp, used the harp to control the monsters, and led the Iron Legion towards the Valley of the Wind. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. After finally waiting for Qin Yang's reply, Xuanhuan Guqing said angrily, I really suspect that you want to kill all of us. Emperor Tiangang also said, I led a team to attack before, trying to provoke a war. In the end, the war did not start, but the monsters of the Hunter Legion pursued all the way. Now we are desperately resisting, and we may not be able to resist at any time. Qin Yang asked in confusion, where are the other legions? Where are the clone armies of the Great Demon, Insect, and Ghost? Emperor Tiangang said, no one is taking action, everyone is just sitting back and enjoying the results. Qin Yang took a deep breath, and it was indeed so. Manchi was really right. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. After Qin Yang replied, he used the Lingdao Qin to control the Iron Legion and move forward at full speed. On the way, they encountered many lone monsters and were crushed directly into the torrent of steel. Since you don't want to fight, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yang thought to himself. Instead of supporting the Valley of the Wind, Qin Yang went straight to the army of clones of the great monster, Insect Ghost. There, the Bone Army confronted him, and the Bone Army also took this opportunity to directly station in place. Skeletons burrowed into the ground. The Iron Legion rushed in, causing the earth to tremble. Although the Iron Legion's combat power is not the strongest, it is the hardest. Once they are gathered together, no other legions can bear it in one charge. The Iron Legion suddenly came over, and the army of white bones and the army of clones of the big monster, insect, and ghost were all stunned. After seeing Qin Yang sitting on a demon beast headed by the Iron Legion, the army of clones of the big demon bug ghost exploded immediately. What a good boy, you actually delivered it to your door yourself. God helps me. A pig demon flashed its fangs, and a raging fire ignited on the fangs. At the same time, various monsters in the clone army burst out with overwhelming momentum and overwhelmed them. It stands to reason that this momentum alone is enough to make the Iron Legion panic for a while. It's a pity that these demonic beasts of the Iron Legion are all under Qin Yang's control. As long as Qin Yang is not afraid, all the demonic beasts are even more unafraid. Huh? The pig demon was stunned. What is going on? Not only did this Iron Legion monster not hesitate, but it charged faster and more fiercely? No. You have to avoid its sharp edge. The pig demon ran directly to the side. Other monsters also retreated to both sides at the same time. Qin Yang smiled and did not let the Iron Legion turn around. Instead, he went directly along the path that the opponent had given way and cut the army of insect ghost clones in half. Good opportunity. A white bone giant crawled out of the ground, and countless white bone soldiers also crawled out. The army of clones was cut into two parts, a small part of which happened to be facing against their army of bones. The insect ghost clone must be eliminated, and the priority is the highest. Naturally, the army of bones would not be polite and rushed directly to kill him while he was sick. Chonggue naturally found out about Qin Yang's plan and was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. All kinds of parasitic and replicating monsters attack from both sides, trying to swallow up this steel legion in one go. Zheng. The sound of the piano sounded again, and the army of clones that rushed forward were directly controlled by Lingdao Qin. At the same time, the other army of clones and monsters showed puzzled expressions on their faces, followed by panic and anger. The demon beast that the big demon insect ghost worked so hard to parasitize and copy was instantly controlled by Qin Yang. How can the big demon insect ghost not be angry like this? Passing the rhinoceros drum, wherever Qin Yang went, there was silence, and it didn't look like a battle between the two armies at all. No, a war between the three armies. The army of bones didn't know what was happening in the depths, and the wheels of war rolled directly over them. Qin Yang immediately looked at him sideways. Unexpectedly, without the spiritual blessing of the ghost skeleton demon general, the strength of these bones is not weak, but actually strengthened? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. From each skull, I saw a familiar feeling. Dead soul Yin Feng. Qin Yang understood everything immediately. The ghost wind uses restraint to suppress the ghost skeleton general. It has great power. It's just that the ghost skeleton demon general controlled these bones by relying on his own bone body refining method. Now that a section of the ghost skeleton demon general's arm bones was collected by Qin Yang in the Qianquan ring, the restriction disappeared, and these bones were also freed. No wonder the Justice League can be beaten to a pulp, but the result is nothing. That's how it is. Qin Yang nodded lightly, playing the Taoist instrument on his hand, trying to control the white bones. It's okay. It seems that as long as you have intelligence, you can't resist the power of Ling Dao Qin. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. No. The battle became very strange. It was clear that the three armies were at war, but the place where the war should be the fiercest was actually the calmest. In fact, only the monster beasts and the army of bones on the periphery were fighting desperately. There's no point in controlling so much. Just kill them. These are just points. Qin Yang thought in his mind and put away the Ling Dao Qin. But before putting away the Ling Dao Qin, Qin Yang gave an order to kill all the army of bones and the army of insect ghosts. At the core of the battlefield, Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. During this period of time, Qin Yang was taking some quiet time to sort out his own strength and next plans. Not only in the underwater prison, but also in the plan after the Qianlong contest. The fighting broke out here and attracted the attention of all parties. It was such a large-scale war, and the movement was so loud that even Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind could feel it. The monsters of the Hunter Legion retreated one after another. Could it be that other legions took the opportunity to make dumplings? They are just assassins, just hunters in the dark. If they are surrounded by a large army, their combat power will be greatly reduced. Are you desperate? Then we can't be idle. The leader of a legion that had never shown up gave the order and started to attack directly. Where to attack? The big monster, insect ghost or Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind? Nonsense, of course it's Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. That's the fat guy who doesn't resist. A group of big monsters rushed directly to the Nausicaa of the Wind, and the hunter-killer army was really right to retreat. The contestants from the major leagues have not yet taken a breath, and then the real battle begins. Everyone, cheer up, as long as you guard the entrance of the valley, they will start fighting themselves. Xuanhuan Guqing shouted loudly. But is this really the case? Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. It seemed that everything was different from what they originally expected. Someone called up the light screen image and wanted to see what Qin Yang was doing. But he found that Qin Yang was alone in the battlefield and successfully provoked a legion war. As for how he did it, everyone was defending against the Hunter Legion's attack before, but they didn't see it. However, all outside audiences were shocked, especially as more and more cultivators entered the underwater prison and wandered on the first-level bridge. More often than not, they are not contestants, but practitioners who cannot stand the temptation of improving their strength. Through what happened before, everyone knows that this underwater prison is a paradise for cultivators and a shortcut to improve their strength. As long as the war is over, they can reap a bumper harvest just sitting still. These people know how Qin Yang started the war. The Ling Dao Qin of the 8 Shinto clan masters is actually in the hands of Qin Yang. It doesn't seem right. Ling Dao Qin seems different from before? When it was in the hands of Shurfeiyin, Ling Dao Qin could still be transformed, but in Qin Yang's hands, it seemed to be just a more solid shadow. No matter what, Ling Dao Qin is in Qin Yang's hands, so Shurfeiyin's demise is a foregone conclusion. Qin Yang, you really dare to attack the descendants of the other 8 Shinto clans. The cultivators began to talk, but they were more afraid. With Ling Dao Qin, who dares to be an enemy of Qin Yang? Even the monsters at the level of the God Emperor cannot withstand being controlled by Qin Yang. How can they fight against them? At the same time, outside the underwater prison, the sky world is also surging with undercurrents. A Qin Yang disrupted the plans of almost all forces. No one thought that Qin Yang would be the leader of Qianlong's struggle for hegemony, and everything was under Qin Yang's control. Even though the major alliances have more people and strength, their momentum and achievements are still less than 1/10 of Qin Yang's. The Hidden Dragon Tournament seems to be the stage for all the mainstays and geniuses in Songqiong world, but it is Qin Yang himself who is performing a one-man show. All the troops are within it, calmly, guiding the country and having a well-thought-out plan. This is the image that many people dream of. While others have already dreamed of it, Qin Yang has actually achieved it. Humph, what if we rob Ling Dao Qin? He will die eventually. Someone said coldly. He is a middle-aged man with a deep breath. Some people wanted to refute, but were stopped by the people around them. Don't provoke such a person. Maybe he is a god emperor who comes to Qin Yang to seek revenge. I have to say that this person's judgment is very accurate. After realizing how powerful Qin Yang was, all the forces could no longer hold back. Ao Lai, a fire dragon, may not be able to defeat Qin Yang even though he is in the third realm of the God Emperor. If he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity and waits for Qin Yang to pass the Qianlong competition, there will be only one ending, which is, to be invincible in the world. Because the Dragon Clan deliberately did this, even non-contestants could come to the underwater prison to share a share of the pie. I don't know how many strong people got in. Even if it wasn't for the treasures of heaven and earth, or for using the environment to improve his strength, but just to kill Qin Yang, he still had to come. The water in the underwater prison seems to be even turbid. In the Valley of the Wind, the mouth of the valley has become a river of blood. Although the major alliances joined forces to resist attacks again and again, the front lines suffered heavy casualties, and the rear areas were a little afraid to move forward. Although Xuanhuan Guqing and the God of War in the Sky are at the forefront, but still inevitably retreating. Suddenly, after Emperor Tiangang killed a monster beast, he stood on the same spot and stopped moving. The body exuded endless coercion, which suppressed all the god emperors and monsters and did not dare to step forward. Xuanhuan Guqing was overjoyed and said, "Emperor Tiangang is going to be promoted." This announcement also cheered everyone up. Once the God Emperor of the Gods, Emperor Tiangong's breakthrough this time seemed even easier. After being promoted to God Emperor, Emperor Tiangong's eyes became even more dazzling. He looked at the monster corpses beside him with confusion and said, "It seems that the more you kill, the easier it will be to get promoted." If Qin Yang were here, he would definitely know it very well. This is exactly what Manchi said before, the balance of the underwater prison. Might of heaven. Emperor Tiangang shouted loudly, and more than a dozen monster beasts in front of him suddenly fell down, being overwhelmed by the huge force. Magic spear. Emperor Tiangang shouted again, and a stream of gun energy swept out, directly piercing a dozen monster beasts. After being promoted to God Emperor, Emperor Tiangong's combat power increased by more than 10 times. The battle lines have slowed down, but it still cannot change the overall situation. With the success of Emperor Tiangang, other gods of war in the sky have also advanced. Not only them, some genius cultivators also passed through the battle with blood. However, they are much slower than the god of war in the sky. Some of them turned into wooden men directly, and were even devoured by monsters when they were promoted. Damn it! Xuanhuan Guqing cursed secretly. She had just been promoted to God Emperor and felt that it seemed much easier to advance. However, as more and more cultivators advance, their combat effectiveness is reduced to 0. The battlefront is in danger. All major alliances are at stake. In the underwater prison, even if it is easy to be promoted to the God Emperor, it is also relatively easy to break through the level. Self-images will not be generated, but the inner demon level is not that easy to break through. Even though you have experienced fighting and dealing with inner demons, who will give you the opportunity to advance in such a tense war? The advancement of Emperor Tiangang and others increased their strength dramatically, which cheered up the monsters. As long as they see anyone showing signs of breaking through, they will attack and kill them at all costs. As a result, some of the most outstanding practitioners who advanced at such a juncture ended up dying because of it. Just when the battle line was about to be broken through and the major alliances were at their mercy, a miracle happened. A torrent of steel and a neat charge directly tore through the blockade of the monster army. A monster beast that exuded a metallic luster and gave people an indestructible feeling directly blocked the entrance of the Valley of the Wind, sealing the entire entrance of the valley watertight. No. Between heaven and hell, everyone's hearts are in chaos. Breaking through and being promoted was originally a great good thing, but breaking through in battle turned out to be a talisman to death. It's already very difficult for everyone to defend, so who has time to take care of you? Not everyone can break through the barrier quickly like Xuanhuan Guqing, Tiangang Emperor, and others. What was a good thing turned into a bad thing. Just when everyone thought that the battle line would inevitably be unable to be defended and everyone was about to die, another miracle happened. Qin Yang unexpectedly led the Iron Legion to fight out of the sky, using the monster body of the Iron Legion to build a wall of copper and iron. Just now, his life was hanging by a thread, but now, this Valley of the Wind has become a safe iron barrel. What happened to the Iron Legion? Did they surrender? The besieging monster beast legions were shocked. But no matter how they asked, the monsters of the Iron Legion remained unmoved and just fought to the death. Seeing this scene, all the contestants knew what happened. It was Qin Yang who controlled everything with the Ling Dao Qin. But for the Monster Legion, they didn't know. In their hearts, they only know one possibility when facing this situation, and that is to be controlled. Controlled by whom? Big Monster. All the monsters were furious. The big monster insect ghost actually controlled an entire legion of monsters? Every monster beast was frightened and anxious. The leader of the legion directly turned his spearhead and divided his troops to attack the army of clones of the big monster, insect and ghost. If they were besieged by the big monsters, insects, and ghosts, the Xuanhuan Monster Legion would have no way to survive. The army of clones controlled by the big demon insect ghost fled directly, but they did not escape far. Qin Yang led the Iron Legion and came here to consume them at all costs. In such a brutal war of attrition, how could the big demon insect ghost wipe out all the money he owned in Xuanhuan? Only by retaining your strength can you become a fisherman. But the big monster, the insect ghost, dispatched his troops and fled in humiliation. As expected, Qin Yang did not continue to lead the Iron Legion in pursuit, but he met another legion head-on. It is the army of monsters that came from the valley entrance of the Valley of the Wind. Originally, they were going to attack in a detour, and the first thing was to break through the non-existent encirclement. Unexpectedly, they ran into the big demon insect ghost, who had temporarily retreated. Suddenly, the war broke out again. The big monster, Chonggue, directly concluded that Qin Yang controlled more than one legion. The army of bones had been hanging at the back, but at this moment the army of clones of the big demon insect ghost was being attacked from both sides. In Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind, contestants from major leagues have a chance to breathe. Originally, breaking through and being promoted to God Emperor was a life-threatening talisman, but now he can be promoted safely. The gods of war in the sky, including Emperor Tiangang, looked at Qin Yang with eager eyes. Now that they have been promoted to God Emperor, it is time to show off their methods. For them, the God King realm is just a temporary transition. The God Emperor realm is the realm that allows them to exert their full combat power. Xuanhuan died, and he was also the god of war in the sky, so he naturally wanted to try Qin Yang's methods. Xuanhuan Guqing coughed slightly, stopped the god of war from the sky who wanted to take action, looked at Qin Yang and said, "Thank you very much." With endless majesty in her eyes, Xuanhuan Guqing, who was promoted to God Emperor at this time, displayed the posture that an eternal empress should have. Just go to this stop and you will automatically become the focus of the audience. You're welcome. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at the copper and iron walls at the entrance of the valley, and her heart was filled with ups and downs. Qin Yang, who possesses the Lingdao Qin, is stronger than an army of millions. I was also glad in my heart. Fortunately, I signed the reconciliation formation and there was no quarrel because of Zhao Kuangtu. I'm going to break through too. Another cultivator shouted in surprise. Not only him, but more and more cultivators have broken through to the God Emperor realm one after another. All viewers in the sky world are inseparable from the light screen images. All of this is simply too dreamy. The underwater prison actually has such mysterious functions. The rules of the underwater prison, formed by the belly of the true god, Kuanping, are a great help to the contestants. It's like there is a strong man in the true god realm, helping everyone to practice. Since you have been promoted, you must seize the time to lay a solid foundation. Fighting is the best way. After Emperor Tiangang said this, he flashed his figure and rushed directly to the iron wall to fight with the monsters outside. Everyone who was promoted to the God Emperor also followed suit. For a time, the defense of the Valley of the Wind became impregnable. Am I dreaming? Oh my God, the Divine Emperor realm, this is something I never dare to think about in my life. You never dare to think about it in your life? Then how did you get a place in the competition? Bought. I have to say, some people are really lucky. I spent all my wealth to buy a token of hegemony. I originally wanted to join a big force. Now, not only did he get his wish, but he also had this opportunity to be directly promoted to God Emperor. In this way, the destiny will be completely changed. Xuanhuan Guqing is sitting in the Valley of the Wind, gathering with the leaders of other alliances. Boundary. On the bridge, Yin Feng was still providing them with various information. A screen of light showed the movements of Shining Yuan's major legions. Qin Yang also came over and was stunned when he saw that the army of clones of the big demon insect ghost was being outflanked. What happened when you fought with the insect and ghost army before? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Qin Yang replied, I don't want to fight, I just want to cut a piece of flesh from the army of insects and ghosts to the army of bones. In fact, it is just to divide the battlefield and let some parts fight first. Unexpectedly, the insect ghosts were very cunning. They noticed Qin Yang's plan and decisively gave up the cut-off camp and retreated directly. Qin Yang also came to the Valley of the Wind. Destiny is always very strange. With such a development, it would be better to fight Qin Yang's steel army to death. Can you control the army of insect ghosts? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Qin Yang nodded and said, there are no monsters on the second floor of this underwater prison that I can't control. As long as the spiritual mind is weaker than mine, I can't resist Lingdao Qin. The topic was raised openly, and everyone looked at Qin Yang with fear. The scene suddenly fell silent. The battle between Qin Yang and Ao Lai, the fire dragon of the third realm of the God Emperor, naturally spread here. Doesn't this mean that under the three realms of the God Emperor, there is no way to fight against Qin Yang? Xuanhuan Guqing was very confident, but Carantion Firebird was a little restless. The entire Iron Legion was under Qin Yang's control, and the 10,000 Demons Alliance of Burning Sky Firebird was naturally under great threat. When a force is extremely strong, even if it is not the enemy, it will make people uneasy. Qin Yang laughed and said, since it is temporarily safe here, I will take the first step. Don't worry, the monsters of the Iron Legion, I have given them an order to kill all the monsters of the major legions. Either they die, otherwise, the other legions will die. Of course, they will not attack you. After saying that, Qin Yang was about to walk towards Gangfeng Cliff and head to the third floor. Suddenly, Qin Yang was stunned and turned to look at Steel Defense. A monster from the Iron Legion died in the hands of the contestants. No. Qin Yang made it very clear that these steel legions are the greatest help to the contestants. Now, these contestants can't even help? The cultivator who hunted the Iron Legion monsters has been promoted to God Emperor, and his confidence and other aspects have improved a lot. The hunted monster beast had the strength of the second realm of the God Emperor, and had always been the strongest shield, resisting the attacks of many monster beasts. But in his hands, it died simply. This made the God Emperor even more confident. It turns out that Qin Yang can also do the instant kill. He even looked back at Qin Yang, his eyes full of provocation and demonstration. Qin Yang didn't take him seriously at all. What really made Qin Yang uncomfortable was that he came to help you, but he didn't appreciate it, and instead he did such a thing? The other newly promoted God Emperor was much more rational. He hurriedly came to the side of the God Emperor and pretended to raise his voice. "Zhou Yang, did you kill the wrong person?" Obviously trying to smooth things over, he continued, "Didn't I say that you, Zhou Yang, have been promoted to God Emperor? Are you still as panicked as before? Aren't you indistinguishable between ourselves and the enemy?" Zhou Yang chuckled and said, "Xuanhuan, which one of your eyes has seen that I can't tell the difference between the enemy and myself? These are the monsters of Shining Yuan's army, and they deserve to die." Xuanhuan's face darkened, and he couldn't even stand it anymore. What Zhou Yang was hunting was the Iron Legion demon beast that Qin Yang had ordered not to attack the contestants. It didn't resist at all, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was just at its mercy. But it would be too arrogant to regard hunting this monster as one's own strength. This is not just about not giving Qin Yang face, this is Qiguoguo's provocation. Seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention, Zhou Yang seemed even more elated. Looking at Qin Yang, who was staring at him calmly, he shouted even more, "What? I killed a monster, and someone wants to kill me too." Qin Yang did not respond to him, but looked at Xuanhuan Guqing and asked, "Is this also a member of the Zhangqiang Alliance?" Xuanhuan Guqing seemed to want to stay out of the situation. It was obvious that she also wanted to see this scene. If everyone respects Qin Yang Lai, how can she regain her majesty as the eternal empress and the god of war in the sky? Xuanhuan Guqing fell silent, seemingly acquiescing, but in fact she didn't want to intervene at all. Of course she would not speak for Zhou Yang, but she would not help Qin Yang teach Zhou Yang a lesson. Qin Yang saw through the mystery at a glance and burst into laughter. "Don't go to Gangfeng Cliff, just go to one nearby." Everyone was immediately confused, and Zhou Yang became even more confused. "I know someone is really as strong as the sky." It turns out that after being promoted to God Emperor, he already had such strength. Zhou Yang proudly stood on the corpse of the huge monster beast, as graceful as a god of war. "Qin Yang." Ao Kuer came over worriedly, wanting to comfort Qin Yang not to be angry. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "It's okay, I just quietly watched how they tried to die." Seeing such a scene through a light screen is not as satisfying as seeing it with your own eyes. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the people in the major alliances suddenly became ugly. Especially the cultivator named Zhou Yang said with a strange expression, "Someone still thinks that he is very capable. If Ling Daoqin is given to me, I can do all this." But he never imagined that facing Ling Daoqin, even if he was promoted to God Emperor, he might not be able to defeat Feng Lian and the others. Suicide? Qin Yang has no intention of taking action, so where does the suicidal idea start? Burning Sky Firebird looked at Qin Yang in confusion. Then he looked at the monster beast stepping on Zhou Yang's feet, and was suddenly shocked. "Oops. Come down quickly." Burning Sky Firebird reminded loudly. At this time everyone is prospering and losing, so it is natural to unite the front. I stepped on the head of the monster I hunted. What happened? Zhou Yang still didn't care. Behind him, countless monsters that wanted to attack had already targeted him. A beast from the Hunter Legion found an opportunity, suddenly burst into flames and rushed over, slapping it directly with its claws. Zhou Yang's self-confidence was already beyond measure. He felt the sinister wind and felt a sense of crisis in his heart, but he compared himself to Qin Yang and waved his hand behind him. Boom! There was an explosion, and Zhou Yang was killed on the spot into a ball of blood and foam. The hunter monster that instantly killed him was stunned. Obviously, he had never expected that this guy looked bullish, but had no strength at all. The Iron Legion monster in the second realm of the God Emperor has resisted all powerful attacks. Who can replace his defense line now? Burning Sky Fire Bird's teeth itched with anger. Looking at Xuanhuan Guqing, she angrily yelled, "You humans know how to hide in trouble." Xuanhuan Guqing also looked ugly, finally knowing what Qin Yang meant by seeking death. Looking at the front line held by the Iron Legion, Xuanhuan Guqing's face darkened. Following Zhou Yang's previous actions, other cultivators even followed suit. When dealing with real enemies, they don't dare to fight at all, and they will pick out those Iron Legion monsters that won't resist them. Now, the impregnable defense line has been penetrated by one of our own people. No one can save this damned person. Qin Yang shook his head. Originally, everyone was able to preserve their strength, but now, even if they are promoted to God Emperor, what will happen? The casualties could not be reduced much. Everyone felt burning pain on their faces and felt ashamed. Those who hunted the Iron Legion monsters to prove themselves were eager to crawl into caves. Faced with the disgust and complaints from all parties, they could only hold on to their defense line. However, the monsters of the Iron Legion are known for their defense, and they would have been torn apart in a matter of seconds. Qin Yang, can you control some more monsters to help defend? Xuanhuan Guqing felt it was hard to say, but if this continued, the alliance would suffer heavy losses and its vitality would be greatly damaged. Qin Yang turned his head and looked around, saying, "In this undersea prison, Ling Daoqin has an indiscriminate range of control." Are you sure? What's more, even if he can control it, who dares to listen to Qin Yang playing the piano? Those controlled by Ling Daoqin are more hidden than the big demon insect ghost. Because there is no way to tell. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly fell silent and stopped talking. I really have something to say, but I can't say it. Burning Sky Firebird said, "You can leave the Valley of the Wind first to control a group of monster beasts, and then." Qin Yang laughed and said, "Didn't you still dislike me just now? Why, you can't hold the battle line anymore and you start begging me again?" With a cold expression on his face, Qin Yang just stood aside and said, "I have done enough before. Do you want me to help again?" "Sorry, I don't have time." "You have time to watch the show, but no time to help," a practitioner complained loudly. Several cultivators nearby couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. The bad nature of people is directly exposed. "If you don't want to help, then what are you doing here?" the practitioner continued to shout. "Didn't I say it? I'll watch you die." Qin Yang crossed his legs and said playfully. "No." Everyone's teeth were itching with anger, but they couldn't say anything at all. Qin Yang led the Iron Legion's monsters, which had already established a victory for everyone. It was indeed their own suicide that pushed everyone into the abyss again. Fortunately, Qin Yang came to the rescue and gave the major leagues a chance to breathe. As more and more cultivators broke through the God Emperor, the battle line finally stabilized. But it still depends on some monsters in the Iron Legion to make the defense stable. With just these few demonic beasts attacking this place, it would be difficult for any demonic beast in Xuanhuan to break through this defense. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar rang out, and a 1,000-armed divine dragon, exuding monstrous flames, flew from a distance. Opening his mouth and spitting out, a pillar of fire directly burned a large number of monsters to death. Aolai? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy really entered the underwater prison, and he was waiting for him on the second floor. Qin Yang suffers death. Aolai shouted with a thunderous voice. The Dragon Clan in the third realm of the God Emperor directly disrupted the situation on the field. The people in the major alliances were overjoyed. After all, those who were killed and wounded in the flames just spit out were Shining Yuan's monster army. With Aolai's appearance, Shining Yuan's major legions did not dare to continue the attack. Taniguchi was already a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, but this spray also cleared away a lot of it. Well done. Qin Yang chuckled and was about to step forward. Suddenly, I had a better idea. This Shining Yuan is not a place where we should fight. If you want to die, do you dare to follow me to the third floor? Qin Yang said. Aolai responded to Qin Yang with a mouthful of dragon flame. The faces of people from all major alliances changed drastically and they quickly retreated. Someone loudly accused, Qin Yang, leave the Valley of the Wind quickly. The defense line we managed to hold because you are about to fall. If Shining Yuan's army attacks again, how should we respond? So, you are provoking enemies everywhere, and you still want to hurt us? So you went to the theater, just because you knew Aolai was here in Shining Yuan. Did you do that on purpose? Qin Yang was speechless. These people are really good at thinking. If he had known that Aolai was waiting for him on the second floor, he would have tried to kill him. And this battle is destined to not be resolved quickly. If it were to happen, Qin Yang would not be able to bring the Iron Legion to the rescue. Those who accused him would probably be dead long ago. Don't worry, I'll take him away right now. Qin Yang snorted coldly. Turn around and go to Gangfeng Cliff. Seeing this, Aolai dodged and stood in front of Gangfeng Cliff. The body of the Qianzhan dragon filled the sky with flames and directly entered and sealed Gangfeng Cliff. Everyone's heart sank. Originally, the Gangfeng Cliff behind them was a natural defense that they didn't have to worry about. But now, there is this fire dragon raging. At the mouth of the valley, those monsters that had retreated attacked again. The major alliances are truly in dire straits. Aolai, do you want to be an enemy of the world's forces? Xuanhuan Guqing scolded in a cold voice. Aolai sneered and said, being an enemy of the world's forces? Whose world is this? Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flashed coldly, and she said, is it the Dragon Clan's world? We, the Dragon Clan, are doing things, when will it be our turn? Aolai was about to say something harsh, but his words got stuck. Qin Yang dodged and put his foot on his chin. The huge dragon head was kicked up and Qianzhan's body was pulled into a straight line. Just because I don't kill you now doesn't mean I can't kill you. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he directly passed Aolai and headed for Gangfeng Cliff. Stopping, Qin Yang looked back at Xuanhuan Guqing and said, take care of your people. If they speak rudely again, I won't mind killing them. After saying that, Qin Yang dodged and jumped directly off Gangfeng Cliff. It wasn't until Qin Yang left that Aolai came back to his senses, his whole brain was blurred. I was horrified. Qin Yang was in the undersea prison, but his combat power was not lost at all. In fact, Aolai wanted to prevent Qin Yang from entering the third floor of the underwater prison. Because if he were on the third floor of the underwater prison, Aolai would have difficulty protecting himself. Although the third level is mostly filled with monsters from the second realm of the God Emperor, some of the peak ones are in the third realm of the God Emperor. Just like in Shining Yuan, most of the monsters are from the first level of the God Emperor, but there are also many monsters from the second level of the God Emperor. I just didn't expect that I came to stop him and wanted to use the major alliances to blackmail Qin Yang into submission. I never thought that he would be kicked away by Qin Yang. In their eyes were the surprised looks of people from the major alliances. Aolai was so ashamed and angry that if he didn't follow Qin Yang down now, he would be completely disgraced. After biting it, Aolai yelled, "Qin Yang, where can you escape? Even if you escape to the 6th floor of the underwater prison, I will kill you." After saying that, he rode the divine fire all over the sky and rushed down the Gangfeng cliff. And the moment he rushed down, he regretted it. Because, under Gangfeng cliff, there is still a legion of Xuanhuan, unscathed. This legion specializes in watching the monsters heading to the 3rd level and hunting them. And they are the Xinqing Legion. Qin Yang left, and Aolai also left. The war situation has returned to before, but for the major alliances, this is a good thing. Because Aolai's dragon flame had helped them kill many legion monsters before. Xuanhuan was in complete chaos. However, Xuanhuan Guqing, Tiangang Emperor and others who were promoted to God Emperor already had a plan in mind. The Bone Army and other legions are fighting against the Insect and Ghost Army. Xuanhuan has become the stage for Xuanhuan Guqing and the others. It's time for us to fight back. Xuanhuan Guqing waved her hand, and the Emperor's divine sword appeared in her hand. Directly dispersing his momentum, Qing Ming was so powerful that all the soldiers surrendered. All I thought in my mind was that with the command of the Eternal Empress, this battle would be won. After this battle, we must leave quickly and go to the East China Sea to find those secret realms and recruit believers. Emperor Tiangang said. Xuanhuan Guqing nodded and said, "Gong Yeqian has helped us hoard a lot of Tianqing stone. When the time comes, we will meet with him to build our god statue. In fact, they can leave now, but if they leave now, their prestige will naturally be lost. They want to take this image with them to conquer believers, go to the lost secret realms, spread faith, and absorb the power of faith. And as soon as they leave, the only ones left behind will be the monsters from the 10,000 Demons Alliance. Without the human cultivators, the monsters of the 10,000 Demons Alliance will inevitably slow down if they want to continue to gain points in the underwater prison. It will be too late to catch up when the time comes." Xuanhuan Guqing already had a perfect plan in mind, and there was another good thing that no one had seen. That is, when Qin Yang and Fire Dragon Aolai go to the 3rd floor, they will inevitably fight against the Xinqing Legion. The more fierce their battle is, the easier it will be to enter the 3rd floor when Xuanhuan Guqing comes back again. On the other side, Qin Yang jumped directly off the Gangfeng cliff. Even this Gangfeng was enough to tear apart cultivators under the God Emperor realm. As expected, he didn't have much strength and couldn't get down at all. This is still secondary, the important thing is that the Xinqing Legion has not taken action yet. Fire Dragon Aolai followed closely behind, hoping that he would have to attack Qin Yang first if he wanted to attack. It's a pity that the demon beasts of the Divine Walking Legion saw Qin Yang's extremely fast speed and extremely small target, so they were directly disliked by the Divine Walking Legion. However, Fire Dragon Aolai was so powerful that he was almost provoking the Xinqing Legion. A monster with the wind attribute rushed over directly, trying to eat Aolai like a group of sharks swallowing a whale. Aolai was so suffocated that he almost vomited blood. Couldn't these monsters from the Divine Walking Legion see that Qin Yang was not weak at all? Are you actually covering for Qin Yang? Chapter 700. It's amazing, in such a turbulent wind, you can still hunt prey. The strength of this god's expedition corps is actually the strongest in Xuanhuan. Qin Yang watched those monsters fly freely in the wind, while Fire Dragon Aolai himself had to mobilize most of his strength to stabilize his body. Although that kid is a human race, but there are countless treasures, don't you go hunt him? Aolai shouted loudly. This roar suddenly made all the audience start to despise him. In the face of the Xinqing Legion, the dignified dragon race of the 3 realms of the God Emperor was going to bring disaster to the east. Not only is he lacking the bearing of a God Emperor, but he is also extremely insidious. The monsters of the Divine Expedition Corps were also taken aback when they heard it. This fire dragon is a pure dragon species, and swallowing him will definitely increase his strength. However, dragons or monsters with such a powerful body would not carry many treasures on them. On the other hand, the human race is different. The stronger the person, the richer. This is almost a theorem. Immediately after the Xinqing core reacted, several monsters rushed towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't blink, just flicked his fingers. A few annihilation bullets were fired, and those monster beasts in the realm of God Emperor were directly headshot. Without the support of strength, the body was directly torn apart by the Gangfeng, mixed into the blood and rain of the sky, and was involved under the Gangfeng cliff. This move directly shocked all the monsters of the Divine Expedition Corps. Even Aolai rolled his eyes. In the turbulent wind, the power can be freely exerted. How is this possible? Without the lock of spiritual sense, it directly and accurately hit the monster beast of the Divine Expedition Corps. Is this fake? For a time, Gangfengia was dead silent. Only the wind was blowing. However, these astral winds are a bit lower than the Yin wind of the dead soul that Qin Yang used to temper his body before. Will you do it? I'm welcome if you don't do it. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. A wind raccoon seems to be weak, but it occupies the best cave. At this time it sticks its head out, and its two eyes are like searchlights, exuding a powerful aura. It turned out to be integrated with Gangfeng, and the rules of the wind system have been cultivated to such a degree. Qin Yang was also stunned, and looked up. The wind raccoon said, "You are very strong, I can order you to leave. If you still want to entangle, don't blame us for being rude. This is our territory after all." It was just the first hand that made Fellatio see clearly that this human kid is not easy to mess with. All the audiences were also surprised. Qin Yang got a pass like this? Qin Yang laughed and said, "No, I don't mean that I want to do something to you, but I want to kill this fire dragon. If you don't want to kill it, then I will come." Oh? Fellatio narrowed his eyes and calculated shrewdly. Looking at Qin Yang and Aolai back and forth, he said, "It turned out to be an enemy family. Since there is no ill will towards our Xinqing core, then we will help you get revenge." After speaking, Fellatio screamed sharply, and the sound pierced the Gangfeng and spread throughout the Gangfeng cliff. All the monsters of the Divine Expedition Corps were dispatched immediately and directly killed the fire dragon Aolai. Aolai couldn't believe it, these monsters of the Divine Army Corps were so good at talking? If he had organized the language just now, would he have switched positions with Qin Yang at this time? It's a pity that he didn't get another chance. Once the monsters of the Divine Expedition Corps make up their minds, they will not change it easily. Either break through their blockade and enter the third floor of the underwater prison, or die here and become the ration of the Divine Legion. In fact, Fellatio wanted to hunt Aolai from the beginning to the end, because only the flesh and blood of the dragon clan would give them a feast for the eyes. In the astral wind, a sea of fire suddenly rolled up. Aolai was not polite, and directly activated all the power, and the fire rules broke out. Under the blessing of the natural environment of Gangfeng, the power even increased directly. Even Qin Yang was unwilling to face this kind of flame at this time. The demonic beasts of the Divine Expedition Corps originally rode the Gang Wind. At this time, the Gang Wind was dyed red by fire, and they couldn't get rid of it. The monsters in the second realm of the God Emperor were also directly hit hard. Seeing such a result, Aolai was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "How strong I am, the Divine Expedition Corps seems to be nothing more than that." Aolai suddenly felt confident. If he had known that Gangfeng could increase his strength to such a degree, why should he be afraid? Fenglei's eyes suddenly turned red, and his small figure was tight. These are all his subordinates, and now they are being slaughtered like this, how can they not be angry? If all his subordinates are killed, and he hunts monsters in the future, wouldn't he have to do it himself? Fellatio screamed, and the whole figure turned into a blue light, shooting at Ao Lai. Its speed is almost as fast as Qin Yang's annihilation bullet. Qin Yang also looked at him. The monsters of the three realms of the God Emperor should not be underestimated. Although I can compete with the three realms of God Emperor, but if I compare the advantages, it is not comparable at all. It's good, you are the leader of the Divine Army Corps, right? You want to eat me? Watch me eat you. Ao Lai said, and after speaking, he opened his mouth and spit. Fengli looked at Ao Lai contemptuously. There was originally a tail behind it, but it turned into 5 tails directly. Seeing these 5 tails, Ao Lai's heart tightened. Immediately afterwards, Fengli's figure disappeared from sight, and he knew Gangfeng like the back of his hand, and knew what angle Ao Lai's flames would attack from. With such a flash, Ao Lai's offensive turned into nothingness. Ao Lai can use Gangfeng to enhance the power of fire rules, but Fengli can also use Gangfeng to judge Ao Lai's offensive. As a result, no matter how strong Ao Lai's attack was, he would not be able to hurt the 5-tailed wind raccoon at all. The ancient mythical beast, the 5-tailed wind raccoon and the 9-tailed celestial fox have always been at odds, wanting to compete for the overlord of the demon clan. But they are always unbeaten and unbeaten. Today, I can see the purebred 5-tailed wind raccoon, and it is a worthwhile trip. Although Huolong Ao Lai was hard-hearted, his heart was empty. Qin Yang only reacted now. No wonder that Tao Xiaoyao was going to return to the demon ring just now, and the reaction was normal, and the Dharma did not take the opportunity to affect Tao Xiaoyao. It turned out that this Gangfengia still has a long-term enemy monster. The dragon swings its tail. Seeing that the flames couldn't help Fengli, Huolong Ao Lai resorted to hand-to-hand combat, but at the extreme speed, he had no resistance at all. In a moment, the dragon scales shattered and the dragon blood splattered. It's a miserable word. Being so passive, he was so embarrassed when they fought, even Qin Yang was shocked when he saw it. The 5 realms of the God Emperor, each of which is a change of heaven and earth, it seems that I still underestimate the 3 realms of the God Emperor. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. The level of Ao Lai's 3 realms of God Emperor is obviously not enough. He can fight against him, but he may not be able to fight against the real powerhouses in the 3 realms. In this way, the Peach Little Demon's Dharma is in the undersea prison, and it is definitely not easy to deal with. Chapter 701 Never Thought of Reconciliation. Qin Yang was thinking about it. The fire dragon Aili had already shown signs of decline. Seeing that the enemy Qin Yang was right in front of him, he couldn't kill him at all. Not only that, but even himself would have to die. The only way is to break through the blockade and go to the 3rd floor of the underwater prison first. But no one thought that Qin Yang would stop halfway on Gangfeng Cliff. Knowing that everything here will be seen by audiences all over the continent, Ao Lai is ashamed and angry. Since there is nothing to do with the 5-tailed raccoon, then die with Qin Yang. Thinking of it, he did it, and Ao Lai let out a roar of dragons, regardless of the 5-tailed wind raccoon, and rushed towards Qin Yang. At this time, the empty door was wide open, and if the 5-tailed wind raccoon wanted to give Ao Lai a fatal blow, it was the opportunity. But he stopped suddenly. There is a shrewd divine light in his eyes, as if he wants to see the methods of this human race kid. It's a pity, how could Qin Yang exchange fire with Ao Lai in such a world, under the watchful eye of the 5-tailed wind raccoon? What's more, Qin Yang wanted to kill Ao Lai, but he didn't want Ao Lai to die on this Gangfeng cliff. In his original intention, Qin Yang also wanted to use Ao Lai to inquire about the Gangfengia Shenxing Core. Qin Yang's real intention was to make Ao Lai's death more valuable. In a flash, Qin Yang disappeared faster than Fengli. At this time, Qin Yang has already pushed Shen Longjiu with all his strength. If the speed cannot catch up with Fengli, it will be too outrageous. And it was this move that made Fengli determine that this human kid is not easy to kill. To be able to stabilize the figure out of thin air, in this Gangfeng cliff, and it is the first time to come to Gangfeng Cliff to be able to do this. It is indeed not to be underestimated. The key is that this kid is not practicing the wind attribute rules. Although there is only one God Emperor, in the eyes of the five-tailed raccoon, this is more difficult to deal with than the fire dragon Aeoli of the three God Emperors. Qin Yang, don't run, fight me. Huolong Aeoli roared irritably. It wasn't Qin Yang who came, but the five-tailed raccoon appeared in front of him. The five tails stretched out, and the entire Gangfeng Cliff was silent, and then, like countless sharp knives, they were strangled directly. Qin Yang's eyelids twitched. This five-tailed wind raccoon has such a big ambition that he wants to refine this gang wind into his own ability. If he is really allowed to do it, within the three realms of the God Emperor, he will be invincible. Even if it competes with the powerhouses of the four realms of the God Emperor, it will not be at a disadvantage. This is an extraordinary definition. Just like Qin Yang, it is a capital that can leapfrog challenges. Aeoli was even more embarrassed, and the dragon horn was even cut off by the sword of Gangfeng. Qin Yang felt this violent astral wind, although it was only controlled for a moment, but the power of this moment has exceeded the power that the three realms of the God Emperor should have. If you can control it for a while, you can control it forever. The five-tailed wind raccoon has already taken this crucial step, and it will not be long before the entire Gangfeng Cliff will be controlled by it. If so, the divine light in Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and the third floor of the underwater prison went straight to the second floor. The rules that can only be played and cannot be played are completely broken by the five-tailed wind raccoon. It's always a disaster. Qin Yang frowned. Aeoli has been seriously injured, and the five-tailed wind raccoon seems to enjoy teasing its prey like this, and will slowly torture it to death. His fierce temperament is evident. After eating you, my bloodline will eventually improve this last step. The accumulation of countless years has finally come to a moment of qualitative change. The five-tailed wind raccoon laughed. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and the cold light was bright. He didn't expect that the five-tailed wind raccoon actually had room for improvement in blood. If you think about it, it's right, just like Su Meixiang and Tao Piantao, who share the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, with Tao Xiaoyao, they are all pure and orthodox. But the little peach demon was obviously stronger than the first two. The five-tailed wind raccoon waved its claws, and the gang wind condensed again, condensing into a big sword, and cutting off the head of Aeoli directly. Just suddenly, he felt a violent sense of crisis. Qin Yang stepped on the dragon's footsteps, held the divine sword of destruction, and stabbed directly. At such a speed, even the five-tailed wind raccoon was taken aback. He hurriedly dodged, but he still had half of his ear cut off. The long-lost pain made the five-tailed wind raccoon's face gloomy and uncertain. Although the blood was drawn under the huge wind pressure, the bleeding did not stop, but instead stared at Qin Yang viciously. Humans, really cunning. I will help you get revenge, but you attacked from behind. The five-tailed wind raccoon said coldly. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, sorry, I never intended to let him die here. Behind him, Aeoli, who was rescued, not only had no gratitude, but his eyes flashed with endless fierce light. This scene was caught in the eyes of the five-tailed raccoon, who directly watched from the sidelines. Oh? Then where do you want him to die? But that's right, in this underwater prison, there is no morality or credibility to speak of. You have such thoughts, I must be able to live longer in the third floor. It seems that there is something in the words, but Qin Yang has no time to think deeply. Although he injured the five-tailed wind raccoon, this is the only way to hurt the five-tailed wind raccoon among the countless methods that can be calculated against the sky. Only by bursting out the fastest speed and using the sword of shock, can this line of possibility be possible. Counting against the sky made Qin Yang achieve this impossible possibility, but that was all he could do. If you really want to fight the five-tailed wind raccoon, you must at least be promoted to the second realm of the God Emperor. At this moment, a loud roar sounded from behind. Qin Yang, even if you save me, I will not reconcile with you, die. The flames burst and instantly surrounded Qin Yang. The five-tailed wind raccoon sneered and said, I want to see if you can resist such a flame. Even the subordinates of the second realm of the God Emperor were severely burned, and this human race boy will definitely be burned to the point where not even the slag is left. There is obviously a way to escape, why do you have to resist? Qin Yang's voice sounded on the other side. Directly against the wind, came to the safest position. Gangfeng enhances the power of the flame, but at the same time, it also restricts the attack route of the flame. The five-tailed wind raccoon's pupils shrank. Isn't this a solution that he found out by himself? How could this kid do it? Aolai couldn't react, only to see Qin Yang's figure rushing directly towards him and kicking him down. I only heard Qin Yang's soft voice, I'm sorry, I never thought of reconciling with you. This kick directly kicked Aolai out of Gangfeng Cliff and fell straight to the third floor of the underwater prison. Aolai, who discovered this, not only did not resist, but secretly urged his power to fly to the third floor. Gangfeng Cliff is really not a place for dragons to stay. Bastard! Dare to take food from my mouth. The five-tailed wind raccoon was furious when Aolai disappeared, and immediately looked at Qin Yang, sneered, and said, I have already mastered the rules of Gangfeng, and if I want to come back again, easy. You seem to have forgotten something? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and the five-tailed wind raccoon's eyes flashed coldly. In the underwater prison, you can only go down and not go up. In this Gangfeng Cliff, there is no restriction on the five-tailed wind raccoon. Even if there is, the five-tailed wind raccoon's bloodline has advanced to the last minute, and it can be improved by eating Aolai, so how can it be let go? Missing this opportunity, few of the monsters in Xuanhuan on the second floor can make him improve. The five-tailed raccoon went straight to the third floor of the underwater prison. Chapter 702 Trading with the Law. Fire Dragon Aoli thought that he had escaped, and as long as he made some repairs, he could go after Qin Yang and find his place. But he never imagined that the five-tailed wind raccoon would chase after him. In a panic, he ran with all his strength. How could he be the opponent of the five-tailed wind raccoon? Aolai's speed, in the eyes of the five-tailed raccoon, is like a baby who has just learned to walk. Damn it! Qin Yang took a deep breath. This Aolai was of great use to him. If he killed him, he would be only one step away from being promoted to the second realm of God Emperor. But now, if Aolai was beheaded by the five-tailed wind raccoon, he would have no way to improve his strength. Moreover, since the five-tailed wind raccoon wanted to kill Aolai, it would definitely devour him, then his plan would be in vain. Fortunately, the five-tailed wind raccoon was fast enough, but Aolai was slow to escape. Qin Yang still caught up with the five-tailed wind raccoon. Boy, I don't have the same knowledge as you, so you still have to find death? The five-tailed wind raccoon twisted its five tails and stared at Qin Yang coldly. With his calm expression, you can tell at a glance that this is not the first time he has come to the third floor of the underwater prison. Different from the second floor, Xuanhuan, there are no powerful monsters at the foothold of the third floor. Because those who can rush over the Gangfeng Cliff from the second floor will inevitably endure the pursuit and killing of the five-tailed wind raccoon. Either it is really powerful, or it has a strong background. No matter which one you occupy, it is not easy to deal with. Therefore, the foothold of this third floor is somewhat empty. Qin Yang felt a little bit. The third floor of the underwater prison was not much different from the ordinary world. There were also beautiful mountains and rivers in the distance. Everything was not much different from what Qin Yang had seen before in the Tianjian array. Just suddenly stunned, it seems a little familiar here. The Dharma of Tao Xiaoyao is also here. Qin Yang was surprised. When he was looking for the flag of the fire array, he came across the Dharma of Tao Xiaoyao. Looking at the five-tailed raccoon again, it sure looks a little urgent. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. It turns out that there are no monsters here, and there is another important reason. The five-tailed wind raccoon suspected fraud. After all, this human kid was too mysterious, so he asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I know why you are so eager to improve your strength," Qin Yang said calmly. "Why?" The five-tailed wind raccoon sank. Qin Yang said playfully, "The five-tailed wind raccoon and the nine-tailed celestial fox are old enemies, right? When Xuanhuan came, why did they confiscated you?" The five-tailed raccoon tensed up and asked, "How do you know Xuanhuan's name? What is your relationship with her?" "Relationship, it's complicated. But after you read this, you'll understand." Qin Yang reached out and flipped it. Tao Xiaoyao, who had a worried face in the demon ring, was called out directly and held by Qin Yang. "Humph, it's just a little fox." Wu Taifengli stopped abruptly before he finished speaking, because he felt a familiar breath. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Qin Yang blankly, and Qin Yang shouted, "Nine-tailed Dharma statue, haven't shown up yet? If this little fox dies, you will lose half your life even if you don't die, right?" As soon as the voice fell, the five-tailed wind raccoon suddenly seemed to be fried. A roar sounded, and then several mountain peaks were swept and flattened by huge figures. "I really didn't expect that the body will be sent." The nine-tailed Dharma look seems to have no substance, but the demonic flames are soaring to the sky. A pair of blood-red eyes, full of violence and murder. Pure white hair, the tip of the tail has been dyed red. If all nine tails turn red, then the little peach demon will no longer be able to subdue it. Even if the true god realm came, it would be useless. "Yo, five-tailed wind raccoon, I didn't expect you to dare to come down." Nine-tailed Fashong saw the five-tailed wind raccoon at a glance. Qin Yang laughed and said, "Five-tailed fox, so you can't even beat this little fox?" At the same time, he secretly complained in his heart, "How far has this little peach demon's dharma grown up? Even the five-tailed raccoon is no match? Damn. This deity is no longer her dharma sign. When I swallow her, I can completely return to my ancestors and obtain the complete bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. From now on, condense the demon body and become the overlord of the demon clan." Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, "Monster overlord? Don't you forget, you are now in the belly of the real monster overlord. You can't even go out for eternity. Overlord, in my opinion, the word is you. Ask for contempt." In one sentence, the nine-tails Dharma was directly choked to the point of gnashing his teeth. Kuanping of the true god realm, who can compare? Not to mention this, even the descendants of his bloodline, the Kuanping on the 6th floor, are not something they can deal with now. As long as the body is swallowed, everything is possible. Nine-tailed Fa Xiang looked around the audience. Although the five-tailed wind raccoon was hateful, it was really nothing under the temptation of Tao Xiaoyao's body. The five-tailed wind raccoon also knew the intention of the nine-tailed Dharma, and he was happy to see such a result. If he swallows the fire dragon Ao Lai, his bloodline will also increase, and his strength will naturally increase. In this way, the comparison is the speed that the five-tailed wind raccoon is best at. It depends on who is faster. Several parties hold each other, each with their own thoughts. How could Qin Yang let them get their wish? While appeasing Tao Xiaoyao, he said with a smile, "Nine-tailed Dharma statue, why don't we do it? How is the deal?" "Deal?" The nine-tails La Xiang was stunned for a moment, stopped the idea of directly doing it, and asked, "Are you making a deal with me?" Nine-tailed Dharma Xiang was interested and said directly, "Tell me." Qin Yang pointed to the fire dragon Aoli, and then pointed to the five-tailed wind raccoon, and said, "These two are the rations I gave you, which can make you consolidate the law, and you take the initiative to cut off in Tao Xiao." "How is the connection with the demon?" Nine-tailed Dharma Xiang was stunned, as were Wu-tailed Fengli and Ao Lai. Not only them, but all the audience were also taken aback. What does this mean? The nine-tailed Fa Xiang laughed, looked at Qin Yang, and said, "Don't you think you've never seen this scene, so you're scared and stupid? Since there's a better way, why should I use that last resort? The better way, of course, is to swallow the peach little demon directly." Nine-tailed Fa Xiang added, "Moreover, if I really cut off the connection, the fox in your hand will surely die." "Did you bring her here to die?" A mysterious smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, and he said, "I'm just salute before soldiers. If you agree, you can save your life. It's not in vain for you to give birth to wisdom. If you don't agree, you will surely die." The nine-tails Dharma Xiang looked at Qin Yang contemptuously and said, "It's just you? Back then, Su Mei Xiang and Emperor Qin couldn't kill me. Boy, you are too confident." Qin Yang shrugged and said, "You can't believe it, or, do you want to try my methods first?" Nine-tailed Fa Xiang looked at the boy suspiciously, and then at the five-tailed wind raccoon. To be able to appear here unscathed as a god emperor, at least makes the five-tailed wind raccoon a little afraid. In particular, Qin Yang's gesture of being in control of everything made him feel a sense of crisis. Could this kid really have any means to kill himself? Even if the nine-tails Dharma master thinks about it, he can't think of any way. Before this, do you have to eat and then talk about it? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and caught sight of Ao Lai, the fire dragon, who wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 703. Isn't it fragrant? Huolong Aoli's heart tightened. He glared at Qin Yang and said, "Good boy, you want to kill someone with a knife?" Feeling the dangerous gaze of the nine-tailed Dharma statue, Huolong Ao Lai hurriedly shouted, "Do you think everyone else is your subordinate? Why do you want to do it?" With such an agitation, if the nine-tails Dharma master still shoots at Ao Lai, he will naturally become Qin Yang's subordinate. How could the fierce existence of the three realms of the dignified God Emperor be affected by this kind of anger? Sure enough, the nine-tails Fa Xiang looked at Qin Yang with cold eyes, and said, "Since it's all food, why don't I swallow you first?" Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "The dragon clan of the three realms of the God Emperor, even the five-tailed raccoon covets their flesh and blood, and wants to swallow it to break through the bloodline. Isn't his flesh delicious?" Having said that, the nine-tailed Dharma Xiang immediately looked at the five-tailed Fengli. If attacking Qin Yang at this time, and letting the five-tailed wind raccoon succeed, the five-tailed wind raccoon will inevitably become a hidden danger. The five-tailed wind raccoon also hated Qin Yang and tickled his teeth, so he pulled himself into the muddy water. The five-tailed wind raccoon said, "This fire dragon, Ao Lai, is my prey. I can wait for you to devour your body before fighting you." Huolong Aoli wanted to cry without tears. He wanted to smash Qin Yang's bones and skin, but now he has no chance to do anything to Qin Yang. In the current confrontation, as long as he dares to act rashly, he will even be immediately besieged by the nine-tailed Dharma statue and the five-tailed Fengli. The dignified Dragon Clan God Emperor turned out to be someone else's meal here, which made him feel aggrieved. Roar! Jiawei Fa Xiang's irritable temper couldn't stand the silence, so he immediately used the strongest supernatural power and sprayed at Qin Yang. Skyfox roars. A huge ball of magic power condensed to the extreme, and it shot directly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised his brows, and his figure flickered to avoid him. The magic power ball smashed into a mountain behind and exploded directly. The exploding U-bow was like a tsunami, swept in wave after wave. Qin Yang's hair fluttered, and the black dragon's cloak also made a rustling sound. Aoli's pupil shrank suddenly. How powerful is this? With a single shot of the magic power ball, it almost smashed through the third floor. The aftermath of this explosion alone is enough to overthrow the powerhouse in the realm of God Emperor. Even Aoli himself felt that the aftermath was about to catch up with the Gangfeng on Gangfeng Cliff. Boy, you are arguing here, and none of you want to run away today. Nine-tailed Fa Xiang said domineeringly. It means to attack everyone together. The five-tailed wind raccoon laughed. He liked to attack in chaos the most. At this time, he was surrounded by the divine light of the wind, and he was about to pick up the leak. But looking at Qin Yang, he was stunned. Although Qin Yang's hair and cloak were blown and fluttered, his figure still stood firmly in place. Turning his gaze to Ao Lai, the five-tailed wind raccoon turned into a mysterious light and rushed over. Roar! Naturally, Ao Lai couldn't sit still and spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Unfortunately, when he was in Gangfengjia, he was not the opponent of the five-tailed wind raccoon, and now, he is still not the opponent of the five-tailed wind raccoon. The Nine-Tails Dharma statue is staring at Qin Yang, who has already put the peach little demon into the demon ring. Although he didn't know how Qin Yang escaped the roar of his Tianhu just now, in his opinion, Qin Yang, a human kid, was obviously the easiest to deal with. Qin Yang quietly looked at the Nine-Tails Dharma statue, and the storm gradually subsided. Qin Yang slowly said, "It seems that this first transaction failed." "What is the first transaction? Is there a second one?" "Just a joke, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to talk about it." The nine-tailed Dharma Xiang rushed over, and the speed was not much slower than that of the five-tailed Fengli. "Don't worry, you will definitely be interested in this second transaction. But before I say it, maybe I want you to know that I'm not a soft persimmon." Qin Yang stretched out his hand to bluff, and the idol of himself appeared behind him. Qin Yang shook it violently and waved it casually. The Xuanhuan stick is good at facing the wind, and one end of it directly turned into the size of Mount Tai, and smashed it on the head. The 9 tails of the nine-tailed Dharma stabbed up sharply, directly dragging the Xuanhuan stick, trying to entangle the Xingxin stick, but the Xuanhuan stick returned to its original size and broke free in an instant. "The magic weapon is good. If this is your confidence, you are not qualified to trade with me at all." As the nine-tailed magician said, Yu Guang kept an eye on the five-tailed wind raccoon and the fire dragon Aoli. Seeing that the fire dragon Aoli fell into the lower wind and was in danger, he directly spit out another roar of the sky fox. The five-tailed wind raccoon has been on alert for the nine-tailed Dharma, and at this time hurriedly dodged away. But Tianhu roared like an atomic bomb. Even if it avoided the front, even the aftermath couldn't stand it. Another burst of shock waves swept through the sky. Qin Yang was taken aback. In the underwater prison, there is such a power. If it reaches the continent of the sky world, this attack is enough to destroy the entire Xuanhuan Empire. Not to mention the resulting mess of rules. "Fighting with me, you dare to lose your mind." The nine-tailed Dharma image appeared behind Qin Yang, and the huge claws slapped it directly. Qin Yang raised his hand to block. The nine-tailed Dharma image showed disdain. Sure enough, Qin Yang's figure was shot out like a cannonball, and his whole body was shaken. The nine-tails Dharma statue was stunned for a moment. With this blow, he couldn't slap this kid into flesh? Qin Yang moved his muscles and bones, looked at the nine-tailed Dharma, and laughed. "It seems that if you don't come up with some background, you are really not your opponent." Qin Yang felt very clearly that the power of this nine-tailed Dharma was extremely tyrannical. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and took out a piece of divine bone from the Qiankuan ring. God's bones come out, the audience is in a state. Even the five-tailed wind raccoon and the fire dragon Aoli stopped. Ghost Skull, Demon General. The five-tailed wind raccoon was taken aback. Of course, Huolong Aoli also knew about this divine bone. After all, he had seen Qin Yang's battle images before. With this divine bone, part of the power of the Ghost General can be obtained. If nothing else, this divine bone is a real bone of the 5 realms of the God Emperor. Moreover, it is a bone that has been converted into a bone-type body refinement. God Bone Armor. Qin Yang snorted lowly, and the divine power in his body was motivated and injected into the divine bone. The divine bone radiated dazzling brilliance, and it was directly transformed into an armor, which was assembled on Qin Yang's body. It looks very windy, but it also has a terrifying atmosphere. There are a lot of good things. The words of the Nine-Tails Dharma statue are a little more conservative. With the Xuanhuan stick and the divine bone, Qin Yang's combat power has not improved a little bit. The point is, Qin Yang is not weak at all. Just as he was about to try Qin Yang's methods, Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. Killing a dragon is all chirping, I'll help you. Suddenly, Qin Yang appeared behind the head of the fire dragon Aeoli, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Destroy the Half-Moon / Chapter 704, The Sad Wind Raccoon. The annihilation rule made everyone jealous, and the half-moon cut was also covered with the brilliance of the bones, and the power was even greater. Fire Dragon Aeoli never thought that Qin Yang would take the opportunity to sneak attack on him. All his attention was placed on the five-tailed wind raccoon, and even the nine-tailed Dharma image did not take much precautions. With such a blow from Qin Yang, he could only use his power to defend. However, the rule of annihilation is already broken, and coupled with the blessing of the divine bone, this blow is enough to kill the 3 realms of the God Emperor. Without a sound, the Banyu slashed across Aeoli's huge dragon head. Banyu Zhan's peripheral vision even swept the five-tailed wind raccoon. Rao is a five-tailed raccoon known for his speed, but he couldn't resist Qin Yang's move. It was only after being attacked that the hair on the head of the five-tailed wind raccoon was straightened. Fire Dragon Aeoli didn't feel the pain, thinking that Qin Yang's move was ineffective, but the eyes of the five-tailed raccoon in front of him were full of panic, which made his heart sink. Sure enough, the spiritual sense was dizzy, and his eyes were black. The entire sky world was boiling, and the five-tailed wind raccoon was even more frightened and did not take the opportunity to shoot. If this blow is a sneak attack on oneself, can it be resisted? The five-tailed wind raccoon was already convinced that if he hadn't taken precautions in advance, he wouldn't be able to resist this move. The 9 tails of the nine-tailed Dharma statue danced back and forth, and obviously felt that this move was too incredible. Qin Yang chopped off Aeoli's head and fell to the ground with Aeoli's body. The agitated dust and smoke dissipated, and Qin Yang calmly stared at the nine-tails Dharma sign. Now that Aeoli is dead, this is the gift I prepared for you. If you don't eat it, some people will miss it. Qin Yang smiled and looked at the nine-tailed Dharma statue. After this reminder, the five-tailed wind raccoon reacted directly and rushed towards Aeoli at full speed. As long as he swallows Aeoli's dragon corpse, he doesn't have to worry so much. The nine-tailed Dharma image is not a good stubble either. Naturally, it is necessary to stop the five-tailed wind raccoon. A celestial fox roars and sprays directly at the five-tailed wind raccoon. The five-tailed wind raccoon made a difficult decision for a moment, and wanted to take the risk, but he believed too much in his speed and underestimated the roar of the nine-tailed Dharma. He was directly hit by this magic power ball. The magic power ball exploded instantly, and the five-tailed wind raccoon was seriously injured on the spot. Even so, the five-tailed wind raccoon was not without gains. He swallowed Aeoli's head in one bite. But the distance from the bloodline improvement is still a little short. The surging power quickly recovered his injury. His eyes looked at the nine-tailed Dharma with fear, and he also looked greedily at the dragon corpse that was taken away by Qin Yang in the distance. If you swallow these, you will definitely be able to break through the bloodline imprisonment. But this time, the nine-tailed Dharma image would not let the five-tailed wind raccoon do as he wished, so he rushed over directly, and slapped it with the boost of supernatural power. The ground shook for a while, and the five-tailed raccoon evaded dangerously. 2 fierce beasts, with extremely strong bloodline, held each other. Qin Yang sat on Aeoli's corpse and watched this scene quietly. The nine-tails Dharma sign, although only a Dharma sign, has a very strong bloodline. Although the five-tailed wind raccoon has a body, its bloodline is still a little short. If these two fight. Qin Yang searched for a while, and it was estimated that he would have to play for a while. In this way, Qin Yang watched the battle leisurely, dressed in divine bone armor and holding a heart-shaped stick, like a king watching his generals spar with each other. At this time, all the audience finally knew why Qin Yang wanted to kill Ao Lai in a sneak attack. Only by beheading Ao Lai would the battle situation not become a two-team 1v1. Everyone admired Qin Yang's fighting wisdom. In such a situation, they could still think of such a plan. I finally know why that fire dragon is chasing and killing this kid. Even when surrounded by my divine expedition corps, let's besiege this kid. The five-tailed wind raccoon said, "Can't you see it? It is the most dangerous existence." Nine-tailed Fashang sighed and said, "Dangerous? I'm afraid it's only dangerous for you, right? I'll clean you up first, and then kill him before it's too late." You. Wu Taifengli was annoyed, and he deeply felt the feeling of Ao Lai being besieged by the Divine Army Corps before. The Nine-Tails Dharma sign didn't feel the power of Qin Yang's rule of annihilation, so naturally he didn't take Qin Yang into his eyes. However, Qin Yang's Xingxin stick and God's bone armor became the best way to hide his eyes, making the Nine-Tails think that Qin Yang was confident only by relying on these two. But the five-tailed wind raccoon understood at this moment, but nothing changed. He had to fight against the nine-tailed method with his current wounded body. He wanted to steal Ao Lielong's corpse, but Qin Yang stayed there, which was impossible. If he is hit by the roar of the nine-tailed Dharma image again, it will be difficult for him to leave alive. "Fight or not, hurry up," Qin Yang urged. The fierce gaze of the nine-tailed Fa Xiang glared over. Qin Yang not only was not afraid, but said, "Five-tailed wind raccoon, refining the gangfeng for your own use. It has the power of the wind, the punishment of the sickle, and the storm." A variety of magical powers were revealed by Qin Yang. Not only the five-tailed wind raccoon was terrified, but even the nine-tailed Dharma was covered in hair. How could this humble boy know so much? Even the nine-tailed Dharma that has fought with the five-tailed wind raccoon many times has no idea that the five-tailed wind raccoon hides so many means. That's not all, Qin Yang went on to say, he only refined part of the gang wind, but it's still gang wind. This gang wind can bless his supernatural powers and enhance a lot of power. By the way, Qin Yang looked at the nine-tails Dharma statue, he smiled, and said, his astral wind is not like the one he used, it can only be used for a short time. Instead, it can be used all the time. The five-tailed wind raccoon's pupils trembled violently, looking at Qin Yang in disbelief. This is something that is absolutely impossible for anyone to know, even if the heavenly supervisor array has been monitoring him, he will never know. This is his biggest secret, the ultimate hole card. Moreover, every time he made a shot, the gangfeng used was extremely short-lived, in order to create an illusion that others would think that he did not fully grasp the gangfeng. In fact, the gangfeng of Gangfeng Cliff can be used as much as he refines, and this gangfeng as an introduction can indeed allow him to continue to speed up refining, and can also temporarily control the entire Gangfeng Cliff's gang wind. No one would know that the gangfeng he refined belonged to him completely. But how did Qin Yang know? For a time, Qin Yang's body was covered with a thick, mysterious color. Have you heard it? Since he can know all my abilities, he naturally knows you too. Damn. You will regret it. The five-tailed wind raccoon wanted to persuade the nine-tailed law to kill Qin Yang, a mysterious existence. However, after learning the nine-tailed Dharma of all the cards of the five-tailed wind raccoon, he rushed towards him directly. Chapter 705, Believe It or Not. The nine-tailed Dharma figure stood up, waving its two front paws again and again. Controlling the rules of the world-destroying demon power, and using the supernatural power to increase the blessing, its attack power is not weaker than that of Tianhu Roar. The five-tailed wind raccoon is very clear that although the nine-tailed Dharma has such a powerful magical power as the roar of the fox, the most powerful thing is the means of melee combat. With a flick of his body, he directly urged Gangfeng to display a supercharged storm. There is only a ray of light between the sky and the earth, which is the trace of the five-tailed wind raccoon. The super-rushing storm is a straight-line attack, as if it has crossed the space and the world, and everything has stopped at this moment. There is a storm in the name, and a violent turbulence will naturally occur, and this violent turbulence is exactly the impact of this front-line attack. Nine-Tails Dharma Xiang's shoulder was instantly pierced, and the huge opening seemed to cut his body into two halves. The storm that followed made the Nine-Tails Dharma Xiang unstable. The nine-tailed Dharma image, which had been prepared for a long time, showed a bloodthirsty and cruel smile, and he couldn't lift his right paw. It didn't matter. If the masters fight, if they have reservations, I am afraid that they will not be able to distinguish the winner for hundreds of years. If you fight against the water, you can decide between life and death. The nine-tailed Dharma phase slammed back with the left paw, and the nine tails formed a net all over the sky, blocking the way out of the five-tailed wind raccoon. The power of the supercharged storm shocked the world. But it has a fatal shortcoming, that is, after the first-line attack, there will be a pause. As for the nine-tailed Dharma statue, this momentary pause was directly captured in the battle, and the left paw directly pinched the neck of the five-tailed Fengli. The five-tailed wind raccoon was shocked, and he never thought that the nine-tailed Dharma was no longer on the defensive. A super-rushing storm with the blessing of Gangfeng is indeed tyrannical. The only way to win is to give up defense and give up a stable figure in the storm. Although the storm's attack is also tyrannical, its most important role is to attract attention. Qin Yang nodded in admiration. The battle of the nine tails was too fierce. But I have to say that this method of fighting for one's life is the nemesis of the five-tailed wind raccoon. Monster beasts with many tails like you have their own magical powers to survive by cutting their tails. At the cost of lowering their bloodline, they can gain short-term powerful power. Qin Yang said. The five-tailed wind raccoon suddenly wanted to cry without tears, and was extremely sad. He was just about to use this method, but Qin Yang discovered it one step ahead. In the confusion, a shocking scene appeared in front of him. The nine-tails Dharma sign has once again condensed a magic ball, which is to be released in the face. Skyfox roars. The sound of heaven and earth rang out, and the huge explosion made everyone unable to see what was going on. In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines circulated, and the true eye of destroying the dragon's eyes was brought to the extreme. This blow directly blasted the head of the five-tailed wind raccoon. Such a powerful monster fell in an instant. It turns out that the roar of the fox can control the power explosion, generating a very small shock wave, but it can increase the power of the explosion point several times. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, seeing through everything. The nine-tailed Dharma image was not lightly injured, so he directly swallowed the five-tailed wind raccoon, and the flesh and blood grew back, and the terrifying scar on his shoulder also healed quickly. The blood-red eyes stared at him, as if the whole world was left with only this pair of eyes full of hatred and violence. But Qin Yang was still unafraid. Now, you are the only one left. Nine-tailed Faxiang looked at Qin Yang and said slowly, I also want to thank you, you showed me the way to kill the five-tailed wind raccoon. Aren't you curious, why do I know his details? Qin Yang said. Anyone would be terrified of this, but the nine-tails Dharma statue disagreed. Audiences all over the world are staring at the screen, wanting to know this secret, and wanting to ask the nine-tails method for them. Unfortunately, the nine-tails Dharma Xiang did not ask. Qin Yang naturally didn't say anything. Everyone's heart was hooked, but they couldn't know. Qin Yang said, that's right, it's the same for you, who only have a roar of a celestial fox and a monster with an increase in monster power. It's the same. The nine-tailed Faxiang laughed cruelly and said, that's right, what if you know? You are destined to die under my claws. Or if you send my body out, can I give you a treat? Qin Yang patted his butt and stood up and said, now, it's time to talk about the second transaction. The Ninetales Dharma Xiang was stunned. Trade? All the audience in the sky world also became curious. The first transaction Qin Yang mentioned was to sacrifice the five-tailed wind raccoon and the fire dragon Ao Lai, and let the nine-tailed Dharma minister take the initiative to disconnect himself. But if he did, Tao Xiaoyao would definitely die. But for Qin Yang, it is enough to revive the peach little demon. Obviously, Tao Xiaoyao has already been delivered to the door, so naturally the Ninetales Dharma Xiang will not make this transaction with Qin Yang. But what is this second transaction? Nine-tailed Dharma Xiang has killed the five-tailed wind raccoon and made it a delicious meal in his belly. At this time, the winning ticket is in hand, and looking at Qin Yang is also interested. Tell me? Qin Yang said slowly, this second transaction. Voluntarily surrender. I will not kill you. The air suddenly became dignified, and the nine-tailed Dharma image burst out with monstrous might, roaring, boy, how dare you play with me? Who is the prey, who is the hunter, can't you still see clearly? Qin Yang laughed and said, so, you still want to try my methods? Nine-tailed Faxiang looked at Qin Yang in surprise, didn't you show all your means? Could it be that you still have trump cards? Qin Yang looked at the divine bone armor and Xuanhuan stick on his body, and suddenly laughed dumbly. What are the means you said? Sorry, these are just to play with you, not my means. Nine-tailed Faxiang looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang held Tao Xiaoyao in his arms, rubbed her hair gently, and asked, are you afraid of death? Tao Xiaoyao shook his head, and nodded quickly. Qin Yang chuckled, it's useless to be afraid of death, don't worry, I can revive you. Then he looked at the Ninetales Dharma and said, since you don't want to take the initiative to cut off contact, then I will kill Tao Xiaoyao. If your body falls, your strength will also be greatly damaged. Can you bear it once, maybe twice or 3 times? After a pause, Qin Yang said again, although you are very strong, I only need to let Tao Xiaoyao die once. After your strength is greatly damaged, I can directly kill you. Do you believe it? Qin Yang's eyes were full of mystery, and the bluffing nine-tailed magician was stunned for a while. At this time, he finally wanted to understand why Qin Yang's first transaction seemed so naive. After cutting off contact, Tao Xiaoyao is sure to die. It turns out that Qin Yang has the means to resurrect him? However, does this method of resurrection exist? Don't believe it? Qin Yang's mouth lifted slightly, and he reached out and patted it lightly. I don't know when, a large formation had already been arranged on the ground, and at this time Qin Yang entered a divine force and urged it. Boom! The eerie sound of chains was even more terrifying than the 10,000 prisons of Shirtian Duo, the god of war in the sky. Behind Qin Yang, a huge terrifying grimace suddenly appeared, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a door. The Gate of the Dead World. Chapter 706. Jingle Bell. The sound of the soul-calling bell sounded, and the entire 3rd floor of the underwater prison was filled with a gloomy aura. It seems that the penetrating power is stronger than Qin Yang's listening to the Dao Qin, which is amplified by the rhinoceros drum. Isn't this true? Nine-tailed Tianhu was stunned, the feeling this door gave him made him unable to resist. As if entering this door, even if you have the strongest means, you will not be able to come out. Don't be nervous, this door is not used to kill people, but to save people. Qin Yang said softly with the corners of his mouth raised. Looking back at the grimace on the Gate of the Dead Realm, the system gave a hint. Copy the door spirit successfully. There is Turing guarding the Tianjian array, and the Gate of the Dead World is also guarded by a door spirit. Originally, this spirit made the Gate of the World of Death fundamentally out of Qin Yang's control. Although it has not affected Qin Yang, this method was locked by someone, and it would not be comfortable. Well now, if this spirit dares to make trouble, just abolish it. Yin Ling and Qin Yang looked at each other, and when they saw Qin Yang's eyes, their hearts suddenly burst. The blood on the ghost's face sipped fiercely, but he didn't know who Qin Yang was going to resurrect this time. In the terrifying gap between the teeth, there was a colorless light flashing, and Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines when he saw it. 5 spiritual gods are still tossing inside? Qin Yang raised his brows and asked. Yin Ling thought that Qin Yang was talking to himself. After all, no one knew his origin and pretended to be a decoration. Qin Yang slammed his fist on his nose, causing Grimace Yin Ling to grin for a while, and the pain was unbearable. What about you? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Ghost-face Yin Ling finally confirmed that this Qin Yang was talking to himself. And the previous look seemed to see through himself. I can't talk to you. Yin Ling's voice was also endlessly gloomy, but his tone seemed a little weak. What about the ghost? Let him come over and talk? Qin Yang said. He may not care about you now. Yin Ling said. What I said before about not being able to talk seems to have become nonsense. Qin Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Peak God Emperor is so powerful wherever he goes. The 5 spiritual gods have arrived in the underworld, and they can still fight with the ghosts until now. Qin Yang looked at the Nine-Tails Dharma statue and said, Do you believe it now? If Qin Yang hadn't talked to Ghostface Yin Ling, the Nine-Tails Law could still comfort himself, but now the situation has all confirmed that Qin Yang has the ability to communicate with the underworld. The underworld is the most special existence in all worlds, and it exists on the back of all worlds, including the sky world. No matter which world people die, as long as their spiritual senses are not completely wiped out, they will appear in the underworld. There are actually many ways in the world to bring people back to life. But as direct and straightforward as Qin Yang, there is no one else. Even the Nine-Tails Dharma Xiang believes that this should not be the ability that a living person can control at all. At least it has to be a ghost from the underworld or something to have it. In fact, the Nine-Tails Dharma Xiang absolutely could not have imagined that even the gate of the dead world, the ghosts would not be able to summon it. Qin Yang got this ability from the god of underworld. Of course, only the great formation of the death world cannot resurrect people, and there must be a reincarnation formation to complement it. If there is no Sky Star Stone as a medium, one has to use the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array to obtain the real body. It's complicated, and you can't tell by looking at it at all. Even if they knew, no one would be able to imitate it at all. It's all fake. The Nine-Tails Fashang gritted his teeth. Since it is an impossible power, even if he sees it, it is impossible to exist. All this must be an illusion created by this kid. Don't believe it? Qin Yang was really speechless, staring at the bloody eyes of the Nine-Tails Dharma Master. Qin Yang snorted coldly. A voice suddenly came from the gate of the dead world behind him. Qin Yang. Save me. If you resurrect me, I promise I will never avenge you. It was the voice of Fire Dragon Aeoli. Not only him, the voice of the 5-tailed wind raccoon also came from inside. Boy, resurrect me, I am willing to recognize you as Lord. With these 2 voices, it is impossible to believe the Nine-Tails Law. Humph. What if you can summon a soul? I don't believe that you can really kill people and then resurrect them. Nine-tailed Fashang looked hideous. Qin Yang's patience was exhausted. Since you don't listen to all the good words, don't blame me for being rude. Tao Xiaoyao grabbed Qin Yang's cloak nervously, and Qin Yang comforted him. Don't worry, I won't let you die once unless it's a last resort. Looking at the Nine-Tailed Law, Qin Yang's expression became indifferent. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the gate of the world of death and put away all the materials for the formation. The 5-tailed wind raccoon's call for help gave Qin Yang a new idea. The supercharged storm of the 5-tailed wind raccoon can cause great damage to the 9-tailed Dharma. Although the disadvantage is obvious, if it is used by Qin Yang, it will be no problem. Since there is a means of hurting the Ninetales Dharma, then you might as well fight first. Holding the right hand empty, it directly condensed a sword of annihilation. Qin Yang. It was lying across his chest, bowed slightly, and stepped on a lunge, slowly condensing his strength. There is an illusion in the nine-tailed Dharma sign. How can this kid's movements have a familiar taste? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have even thought that the five-tailed wind fox was not dead. Because of the fact that you are Tao Xiaoyao, I gave you 2 chances. Since you are stubborn, I will not give you another chance. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang shouted, "Destroy the supercharge." The surrounding space trembled violently, as if something had broken through the barrier. There was only that black line that appeared in the eyes of the Ninetales Dharma Xiang, and he turned his eyes and saw his shoulder. A horrified mouth that almost removed his right arm. And until now, he couldn't even feel the pain. Impossible, it's even faster than the speed of the five-tailed wind raccoon? Nine-tailed Fa Xiang looked at his injury in disbelief, and this injury was also very strange. This is not the opening that was cut, but the original flesh of this opening, all annihilated. Qin Yang snorted coldly, and the 9 tails were tight in the heart, and the 9 tails were blocked again and again. Destroy the supercharge. Once again, the five-tailed wind raccoon's housekeeping skills were displayed. In Qin Yang's hands, the power of this move was brought to the extreme. Just cut off one of its tails. Qin Yang's attack power was not worse than that of the five-tailed raccoon, and his speed was barely comparable. However, Qin Yang's speed is the speed of persistence. And the speed of annihilating supercharge is explosive speed. On the basis of Qin Yang's extreme speed, coupled with the explosion, this speed has been extremely terrifying. With the blessing of such speed, Qin Yang's attack power has once again climbed the stairs. Damn. Since I can kill the five-tailed wind raccoon, I can naturally kill you. No matter how fast the speed is, what's the use? Claw to grab. You think I'm a five-tailed raccoon? Qin Yang chuckled and his figure disappeared completely. Between heaven and earth, there are only traces of terror left, and it seems that the space of the underwater prison is also shattered. Chapter 707, Swallowing the Sky. Defying the sky can predict everything within 10 breaths, and it takes less than a single breath to eliminate the supercharge. In Qin Yang's mind, countless possibilities were deduced. He can completely display the annihilation supercharge, and the 9 tails can't react at all. With the prediction of the 9 tails Dharma statue, in front of Qin Yang's anti-sky calculation, there is no scum left in the second. There are traces of terror all over the body of the 9-tailed law. However, not only did the 9-tailed Dharma look not sluggish, but the demon flame was even more fierce. A pair of blood-red eyes also deepened. What you hurt is just my illusionary flesh and blood. It's impossible to really hurt my roots. The figure of the 9-tailed Dharma flickered, and it directly turned into an image that seemed to be both real and virtual, just like the statue of Qin Yang. It can also be said to be the original appearance of the law. Oh? Are you sure it won't hurt? Qin Yang stopped in midair, fine sweat dripping from his forehead. The repeated use of the annihilation supercharge brought great pressure to Qin Yang, and the consumption was also very severe. He directly took out a porcelain bottle and poured a whole bottle of Hui Tian pill into his mouth. The 9-tailed Dharma was horrified for a while, and after turning into a Dharma, the scars are still there. And his own strength is really less than half. If this continues, Qin Yang will consume energy to kill him. Finally, the 9-tailed Fa Xiang looked at Qin Yang, and finally understood why the 5-tailed Fengli regarded Qin Yang as the greatest danger. 9-tailed Fa Xiang regretted it in his heart. He should have responded to the 5-tailed wind raccoon, kill this kid first. However, even if he is in a state of embarrassment, the 9-tailed Dharma sign still has no cowardice, hatred and killing. He is a combination of these negative factors. In his heart, there is no word of fear at all. Destroying demon power. Demon power amplifies. Nine-tailed Dharma Xiang roared up to the sky, his entire body exuding endless fierce light. The snow-white body and the bright red blood of the nine tails began to quickly infect, but in an instant, the nine tails turned red. The fur on the body also began to be stained with blood, and the nine-tailed Dharma has already exerted all his strength. On the scar, the remaining power of the rule of extinction was directly dissipated, and the wound was directly healed. During the battle, the nine-tailed Dharma image completely stimulated the power of the bloodline's rules, and the sign of the nine-tailed celestial fox's return to its ancestors has already tended to be complete. Qin Yang watched all this quietly, and under the worry of all the audience, he did not take the opportunity to make a move, but let the nine-tailed Dharma image complete its transformation. Not long after, a nine-tailed celestial fox that seemed to be soaked in blood appeared in front of him. The aura emanating from his body is afraid that the arrival of ordinary god emperors will be greatly affected and his combat power will be lost. Fear, tremors, and other emotions rendered the whole world, but before this momentum approached Qin Yang, it was wiped out by the rule of annihilation. Behind Qin Yang, the eyes of the self-god statue have extreme indifference, and their eyes are staring at the nine-tailed Dharma. I killed Ao Lai in a sneak attack earlier, and my strength is about to break through the bottleneck. If I kill you again, I will definitely be promoted to the second realm of God Emperor. Qin Yang calculated in his heart. Since we have to rely on this guy to advance, we can only kill the nine-tailed Dharma in the most prosperous period. Besides, Tao Xiaoyao is so cute, she can't really kill her to weaken the nine-tails Dharma sign. He flipped his hand and held the Xingxin stick again. The nine-tailed Dharma has completed the transformation, and his eyes are also cold. Good boy, how dare you let me transform, but you will regret it. Qin Yang didn't say a word, and waited in earnest. Although the previous annihilation and supercharge seemed to give him a great advantage, as the nine-tails Dharma said, Qin Yang did not hurt the fundamentals of the nine-tails Dharma. It's bound to be a tough fight. Whoosh! The nine-tailed Dharma image disappeared directly in place. Qin Yang's heart tightened. So fast? Is this the peak posture with the strongest bloodline? The three realms of the God Emperor, coupled with the complete bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, the power that can be exerted is so terrifying. The God Bone armor mobilized with all his strength, and the Xingxin stick was placed across his chest. Nine-tails Dharma Phase 1 claw has already attacked. Boom! A shockwave made the world quiet, and Qin Yang's body was shot and flew out. This is not over yet. The figure of the nine-tailed law flashed again and appeared behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang had foreseen it long ago, but his body seemed to be filled with lead, making it extremely heavy. Even at his best speed, he was forced on the head. The only thing he could do was put the Xuanhuan stick behind his back to defend. Just after doing this, a distance came. Without the ability to resist, Qin Yang was shot out again. The body kept trembling, and the indestructible divine body also made Qin Yang uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the divine bone armor sharing most of the impact, Qin Yang's indestructible divine body would have been injured. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, feeling the divine bone armor, and there was already a crack in the bones behind it. The bones of the God Emperor's 5-level ghost skeleton and devil general can also be cracked? The world-destroying demon power is indeed tyrannical. Qin Yang praised. The power of such rules, coupled with the full play of the increase of the demon power, has made the combat power of the nine-tails Dharma soar to the limit of the three realms of the God Emperor. The nine-tails Dharma Xiang looked at Qin Yang with cold eyes, and said, "Now, what ability do you still have? Raving? Trade? Like an ant, are you also worthy of negotiating a deal with me? Chance? It's not that I can't grasp it, but that I won't give you another chance." Qin Yang laughed, with a faint smile still on his face. You can still be calm? Nine-tailed Fellatio looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang said calmly, combat power, you have reached the limit of the 3 realms of God Emperor. Just like I have reached the limit of the 1st realm of God Emperor. However, combat power is not only self-power. The nine-tailed Fellatio looked at Qin Yang's body armor and the Xuanhuan stick in his hand, and said with a smile, what? What magic weapon do you still have? Qin Yang quietly looked at the nine-tailed Dharma statue and said, not bad. The nine-tailed magician's eyelids twitched, possessing a god bone armor and a heart stick, which is already against the sky. Does this kid still have any powerful magic weapon? Xuanhuan. Qin Yang shouted in a low voice. In the hands of the self-god statue, a small white jade dragon transformed into 1,000 dragons. The nine-tailed Dharma sign was taken aback. This magic weapon is like a monster, and it is the supreme and powerful in the blood of the dragon family. After Xuanhuan appeared, he opened his mouth and took a breath, swallowing Ao Lai's dragon corpse into his stomach. At the same time, Xuanhuan was full of brilliance and radiance. Is this the real battle between you and me? Qin Yang said with a smile. Xuanhuan said, not bad. For a long time, Qin Yang has only borrowed the characteristic power of Xuanhuan, and displayed the most powerful dragon power. The last time Xuanhuan made a shot, he was also punched by the 5 spirits and split the body. Now, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan have really exploded their full strength and joined forces to fight against the enemy. Jiu Weitianhu looked at Xuanhuan with fear, and then looked at Qin Yang, and said contemptuously, if there is only this little dragon, today, you will still die. Really? Qin Yang bluffed his fingers and shook it forward. Swallow the sky. Chapter 708. On the statue of the self, the light of the swallowing gourd is very bright, and the powerful force directly imprisons the heaven and the earth, as if to swallow the nine-tailed law. Impossible. How can you have the power of spiritual sense? The nine-tailed Dharma Xiong was shocked again. Only now did he realize that the undersea prison imprisoned the spiritual sense, but Qin Yang's spiritual sense was not imprisoned. Qin Yang raised his brows and said with a playful smile, did you just find out now? Since Qin Yang was promoted to God Emperor, the self-god statue was able to appear, which has been clearly manifested. As the master of annihilation, Qin Yang's own annihilation rules are enough to offset the pressure of the underwater prison. The most important thing is that it is impossible for the submarine prison to suppress Qin Yang with all its strength. Otherwise, the big monsters on the 6th floor will not be able to suppress it. Therefore, even if the big demon Xuanping deprives Qin Yang of the privilege of the contestants and makes Qin Yang a prisoner in the undersea prison, it will not help. How do you think I am a god emperor? How can I compete with you? Qin Yang chuckled. Divine sense is limited, which means that the self-image cannot appear. And the power of the self-god statue itself is even stronger than that of Qin Yang's body. Otherwise, the nine-tailed Dharma sign is obviously a Dharma sign, but it is so strong that it defies the sky. It is because of this that Qin Yang exerted his twice strength in order to compete with the God Emperor in the 3 realms. Of course, the strength of this God Emperor's 3 realms refers to the monsters of the top bloodline, such as the 9-tailed celestial fox and the 5-tailed wind raccoon. Even so, you are no more than a God Emperor. The 9-tailed law phase roared up to the sky, and when the sky fox roared, he sprayed the god dragon jade. Xuanhuan swung its tail with a note of the dragon, and directly pumped the magic power ball out and exploded in the distance. After the aftermath hit, Xuanhuan directly killed the 9-tailed law. It was like 2 ancient divine beasts fighting each other. Qin Yang is urging the power of the swallowing gourd, and constantly uses his own strength to break the prison of the underwater prison to limit the 9-tailed Dharma. As long as he seizes the opportunity, Qin Yang will be able to wipe out the supercharge in one move. Even if the 9-tailed Dharma image has transformed into a true atavistic bloodline, at this time, under the restraint of Shenlong Jiu and Tian Tian Gourd, and Qin Yang's repeated sneak attacks, he fell into a disadvantage in an instant. The 9 tails were cut off one after another by Qin Yang, leaving only one, and the cut-off tail, the 9 tails were too late to recover, and Qin Yang urged the power of swallowing the gourd to swallow and refine it. "Damn, bastard! How dare you rob me of my power?" 9 tails roared in succession. Swallowing the heavenly gourd refined the tail of the 9-tailed Dharma statue into pure divine power and injected it into Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang is only a god emperor. Although his strength is tyrannical, his reserves are impossible to compare with the god emperor 3 realms. With just a few tails, Qin Yang is about to burst. In Qin Yang's mind, all kinds of great tricks that consume a lot of energy flashed through, and suddenly there was a flash of inspiration. Qin Yang dodged and flew into the distance, clapping his palms on his chest. At the same time, the self-god statue behind him also slapped his palms. Qin Yang exerted all his strength and was about to unleash a big move. Destroy 1,000 hands. It was Zhao Kongming's stunt, the 1,000-handed wood god. I saw that thousands of arms appeared directly behind the self-dharma image, and it was not over yet. Qin Yang mobilized his divine power again and shouted loudly, "God Avatar clone. 1,000-handed god statue," directly divided into 10 statues. It was just these 2 consecutive moves that exhausted all the power transformed by the swallowing gourd. Together with Qin Yang's own self-god statue, a total of 11,000-handed god statues rushed in front of the 9-tailed Dharma statue. Tens of thousands of arms were swung in unison, directly inhumanely, besieging him. Huh? Too many points? Qin Yang's brows tensed. He didn't expect that the 9-tailed celestial fox could not help but fight, and there were even a few statues in the periphery that didn't get involved. The 9-tails Dharma Xiang was directly stunned. This kid robbed his own strength, and even made such a powerful move? The whole Dharma image was suppressed to the ground, and it was impossible to get up. Qin Yang released the clones of several idols and made their powers replenish to other idols. At the same time, he waved his hands again and drank lowly from his mouth. Destroy the heavenly prison. This move is the combination of Zhao Kongming's tree cage heaven prison and Shi Tianduo's Wan prison, and when the sound of the chains sounded, it directly controlled the 9-tailed Faxiang. Swallowing the sky. Qin Yang shouted again. Under many suppressions, the 9-tails Dharma was unable to resist, and could only allow the swallowing gourd to take away its power bit by bit. The tragic slight made the 3rd floor of the entire underwater prison horrified. The 9-tailed Dharma that has been raging for a long time has ended up like this. It has to be said that if Qin Yang hadn't cut off his tail and devoured his power, he wouldn't be able to use so many powerful moves. After swallowing the power of those tails, although Qin Yang's realm has not changed, the capacity of divine power is already comparable to the 3 realms of God Emperor. In addition, although Qin Yang himself is a God Emperor, he is a God Emperor that integrates demons, and because of the rules of annihilation, he can also exert the power of his own idol. For these reasons, Qin Yang actually defeated the 9-tails Dharma Master in this underwater prison. Even if you kill me, my body will surely die. The 9-tailed Law Face struggled and roared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang came to the head of the 9-tails Dharma statue and looked at him with bloody eyes. But what is afraid is not only Qin Yang, but the 9-tails Dharma statue. As a combination of the negative forces of killing, anger, and hatred, the complete 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline has no effect when facing Qin Yang's annihilating dragon eyes, and even has a feeling that he is about to be annihilated. I said, I can revive her. Qin Yang said quietly. After he finished speaking, he added, besides, I just devoured your power and transformed it into Tao Xiaoyao. How could she die? For her, the Dharma is still there. Qin Yang got closer, and was less than an arm's length away from the bloody eyes of the nine-tailed Dharma statue, almost sticking to it. Qin Yang said word by word, "It's just your self-wisdom that shouldn't be born. You." The nine-tailed Dharma master grinned, but was firmly held down by the thousand-handed statue. In the double prison of destroying heaven prison and swallowing heaven gourd, his ending was already doomed. This can be considered as subduing the Dharma, right? Although the power will be much less, it will be restored soon. Qin Yang touched his nose and lifted Tao Xiaoyao out of the demon ring. Facing the bloody eyes of this Dharma at such a close distance, there was no fear on Tao Xiaoyao's face. Tao Xiaoyao felt all kinds of negative emotions, and even more felt everything that Fa Xiang experienced. When Lingji was first born, in the deep and sinister submarine prison, the cage was not a prison for him, but a protection for him. The endless loneliness and sadness made Tao Xiaoyao feel the same way. I have to always be on guard against the coveted monsters on the third floor of the submarine prison. The monsters that want to devour themselves often see their greedy eyes. Finally, after accumulating enough power, the monster broke through the cage after the monster stole the fire array flag. He personally shredded all the monsters that once threatened and coveted him. Finally, he became the overlord of the undersea prison, but what about this? After all, it is an abandoned existence, abandoned. Maybe it's long been forgotten. Tao Xiaoyao felt a pain in her heart and touched her face, but at some point, her eyes were filled with tears. This swaying god is like stepping over 1,000 years. Peach little demon? Peach little demon? Qin Yang shook the peach little demon, and found that the peach little demon seemed to have lost her soul, and she was crying so sad. Qin Yang couldn't figure it out. Didn't he just swallow a few taels of this Dharma sign? If he didn't swallow it, it would not be so easy to subdue this Dharma sign. Qin Yang. Tao Xiaoyao said weakly. What's the matter? Qin Yang's spirit was shocked. This little peach demon can be regarded as returning to his soul. Can you not kill him? Tao Xiaoyao begged all over her face. What did you say? Qin Yang was taken aback. Chapter 709, One Soul and Two Souls. How is this possible? The self-consciousness of this Dharma must be killed. Qin Yang frowned and said firmly. There is no right or wrong in power, but this guy's thoughts are all negative emotions. Tao Xiaoyao is so innocent and cute. If she is infected by these negative emotions, the consequences will be unimaginable. Tao Xiaoyao pulled Qin Yang's arm to plead for mercy. Qin Yang still shook his head again and again. It's impossible to let him go. You should prepare to receive power and break through the God Emperor directly. Qin Yang said. Such a good thing. If anyone changed it, I would be ecstatic. But there was no other emotion on Tao Xiaoyao's face except sadness. I don't need your pity. The nine-tailed Dharma master bared his teeth angrily, and his blood-red eyes seemed to frighten the Tao Xiaoyao away. It's a pity that the peach little demon not only did not retreat, but felt even more pain in his heart. She understood that the more furious the nine-tails Dharma was, the more deeply he was injured. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Qin Yang and said, I am him, and he is me. If you kill him, you will also kill me. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and rubbed Tao Xiaoyao's hair indiscriminately, and said with a smile, What are you, me, and his? Looking at Tao Xiaoyao seriously, Qin Yang said, You should know that it is impossible to convince me. Not just beheading him, Qin Yang can break through the second realm of God Emperor. The most important thing is that the self-awareness of this Dharma image is indeed a hidden danger. This is similar to, but different from taking the initiative, to integrate demons. The similarities are also that the power of divine sense is twice as powerful, and the control of the most powerful is also twice as high as the same level. But the difference is terrific. Qin Yang's fusion of his inner demons is always a consciousness. In other words, there is only one spirit that dominates. And if Tao Xiaoyao fuses this nine-tailed Dharma image, whose self-consciousness has not been wiped out, then she will have two divine souls in her body. It's good to say that it is schizophrenia. This dual soul involves too much, and it is too troublesome. It's the same sentence. Tao Xiaoyao is so simple, it's too easy for the nine tails to do something. Tao Xiaoyao stared helplessly at Qin Yang with wide eyes, her mouth pursed, and anyone who looked at it felt unbearable. Qin Yang made a face and said, "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." Under the powerful swallowing of the swallowing gourd, the power of the nine-tailed Dharma has been extremely weak. Qin Yang no longer needs to urge the statue of the thousand-handed god to suppress the nine-tailed Dharma image. When Tao Xiaoyao heard this, she became even more anxious and said, "I want to see my sister." Qin Yang was speechless, looked at Tao Xiaoyao, and said, "Don't you think I'm bullying you? What are you doing with your sister?" "I don't care. I don't care. You are bullying me." Tao Xiaoyao shook her head repeatedly, like a child, crying and splashing. Unexpectedly, the nine-tails Fasheng looked at Qin Yang and became even more angry, although he couldn't do anything now. Take a child out of anger. Is this the majesty of the God Emperor of the human race? Nine-tailed Dharma Xiang roared. "Hey! You Dharma image!" Qin Yang was angry. "Is it your part to speak?" Qin Yang. A cold and cold voice of Yujia sounded behind Qin Yang. "No one said that." Qin Yang said without turning his head, but when he turned his head back, he was dumbfounded when he saw Tao Xiaoyao holding up the hegemony order, and on the screen that appeared, there was an image of Tao Pianping. "Finally, someone who understands has come. You can persuade your sister," Qin Yang said. Tao Xiaoyao looked at her elder sister with an aggrieved expression, while Tao Pianda looked at her younger sister with a doting face. At the same time, Tao Piangio also looked at Qin Yang unexpectedly. He didn't expect Qin Yang to be able to help his sister conquer the law so quickly. Nine tails roared in succession, but his power was about to be devoured, and in front of Qin Yang, he could no longer resist. "I'm sorry, we were wrong back then," Tao Piantao said sincerely. "Looking at the nine-tails Dharma sign is like looking at your own sister. Are you all having problems with your brain?" Qin Yang raised his brows. The nine-tails Dharma statue exerted all his strength and turned his head away. But Tao Xiaoyao hurriedly ran to the nine-tails Dharma statue again, holding a light screen. The nine-tails Dharma Xiang had no choice but to look at Tao Piantao in disgust. Tao Piantao was also full of grief, but he hesitated to speak. Qin Yang interrupted, "One body and two souls, but it is very dangerous. Even if I can resurrect a person, if the soul is wiped out, I can't do anything about it. As for one body and two souls, if the consciousness of the nine-tails Dharma sign wants to devour the peach little demon, once it is swallowed, then the peach little demon will never come back. This 1,000 years, you have suffered." Tao Piantao's heart was heavy. The third floor of the submarine prison, although the environment is no different from the outside world, but without relatives, fighting alone, one person needs to face the hunting and killing of all the monsters on the third floor. This loneliness is really unbearable. Especially such a seal is equivalent to directly abandoning him. All kinds of encounters have made the nine-tails Dharma metamorphosis once again. Originally, there were signs of Tao Xiaoyao's return to the ancestors, but now the Fa Xiang has been so stimulated that it has really completed the return to the ancestors. Blood-colored hair means killing the sea of blood. But how many people can see the bitter tears and sadness behind this? "Hey! Is it really okay to ignore me like this?" Qin Yang had a headache. "In front of this sister royal, I really have no aura at all." Tao Pian was silent for a while, then said, "This is Xiaoyao's own choice, let her go." A deep meaning flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, as if he had thought of something. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the light screen was scattered with a wave of his hand. What are you doing? Tao Xiaoyao shouted loudly. In her opinion, her sister is the only one who can stop Qin Yang's existence. Now, I have the final say. Qin Yang said with a cold face, of course I want to kill him. The swallowing gourd has almost swallowed it up, and the nine-tailed Dharma is also dying at this time, and even the remaining combat power is not as good as that of a God King level monster. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the oversized divine sword of destruction was condensed again. With just a swipe, the nine-tailed Dharma can be chopped into flesh. Don't. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Qin Yang with a face full of fear, and opened her hands to block in front of the nine-tails Fa Xiang. In Qin Yang's eyes, he saw the remaining tenderness in the depths of the eyes of the nine-tails Dharma. Is he moving? Or, all the previous things were just to attract the attention of Tao Xiaoyao's main body? Qin Yang sighed in his heart, it seems fierce, this nine-tailed Dharma is part of Tao Xiaoyao after all. Under the fierce appearance, his heart is not cold. In fact, Qin Yang had already thought about it, and understood why Tao Piantao wanted to follow Tao Xiaoyao. To be ruthless, it is actually to better control the power of this pure nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. If this power is controlled by the Tao Xiaoyao, its power will be less than 1/12. But if you let the nine-tails Dharma sign to control, this power will be able to exert 100% directly. Chapter 710 When Loli grows up. Since it is still beneficial to conquer the law, Qin Yang will naturally change his mind. After all, promotion doesn't have to kill the nine-tailed Dharma image, and it is also possible to kill other monsters. If that's the case, then let's add another fire and help a bunch of these little peach demons. At this time, Tao Xiaoyao, of course, did not know that Qin Yang was helping her. And with a bitter look of hatred and deep hatred, she stretched out her hands to block in front of the nine-tails Dharma statue. Qin Yang said with a cold face, pretending to be gloomy, you can't stop me. Don't worry, even if you die, I can resurrect you. However, Fa Xuanhuan is dead, but he will never be resurrected again. Because his power will be on you. His soul will never appear again. No, you can't do this. Tao Xiaoyao said firmly, my sister will not let you go. Qin Yang laughed and said, your sister will understand. In fact, she also knows that killing Fa Xiang is the best protection for you. It's just that I love you so much that I can't bear your heartache. Speaking of this, Qin Yang went on to say, just like the human race breaking through and being promoted to a god emperor, there will be inner demons. And this Dharma sign is your inner demon. It's just that the situation is different, your inner demon is sealed here. After a long time, the mind has become completely independent. I don't care about demons, you just can't kill him. Tao Xiaoyao's cheeks were bulging, and his face was full of grievances. Tears welled up in his eyes. The nine-tailed Dharma mirror has something to do with Tao Xiaoyao, and she also felt the true feelings of Tao Xiaoyao. The eyes of the bloody eyes seemed to be brewing some special power. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed. What kind of trick is this, to force all the negative forces on yourself? Similar to spiritual attack? Qin Yang sucked in a breath. Fortunately, he defended quickly, otherwise, this is enough to call out his inner demon again. This is a deadly method for any cultivator. However, Qin Yang suddenly reacted. Breaking the level by yourself is to integrate the inner demons, not to abandon the inner demons. Even if you hit this trick, it seems to have no effect. It turned out that Bai was nervous. The nine-tailed method of meeting was also ineffective, and immediately slumped. The whole body also became blurred. Tao Xiaoyao's heart was burning with anxiety, but she couldn't do anything at all. Just crying again and shouting, I'm sorry, to the nine-tails Dharma master. That helplessness and self-blame, it is really sad for the listeners, and tears for those who hear it. Audiences all over the world scolded Qin Yang for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Qin Yang seemed to understand more through the last resort of the nine-tailed Dharma. This nine-tailed Dharma image is actually unkillable. As long as Peach Little Demon is still there, as long as she is promoted to God Emperor, as long as she gathers the Dharma, the consciousness of this Dharma will appear again. But the situation seems to be different. Just like the rules of truth and falsehood in the Temple of the Gods, it seems true, but it is false. If it's false, it's like a fake. If she kills the Dharma image now, Tao Xiaoyao will inevitably have a knot in her heart that cannot be solved, and at that time, she will even take the initiative to condense the Dharma image demon, and she will be deeply trapped in it. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Yang's back. Fortunately, he changed his mind. It turned out that there was such a relationship. Fortunately, the result was good. Tao Xiaoyao and nine-tailed Fa Xiang, like sisters in distress, were both hostile to Qin Yang. Qin Yang grinned, and the divine sword of destruction in his hand suddenly burst into a powerful momentum. At this crisis point, the nine-tailed Fa Xiang looked at Tao Xiaoyao and said, "You really don't want me to die?" Tao Xiaoyao nodded vigorously. "Would you like to believe me?" Nine Tails Dharma Xiang asked again. Tao Xiaoyao nodded again, already sobbing and speechless. The Nine Tails looked at the little peach demon in a complicated way, not knowing what secret technique was used. The entire body, which was about to be completely blurred, turned into a stream of light and poured into the little peach demon's mind. At this time, Qin Yang slashed with his sword, but of course it was empty. "There are really a lot of means," Qin Yang said with a half-smile. The appearance of Tao Xiaoyao suddenly changed slightly. The ears were originally fluffy and pure white, but the tips of the ears were extremely bright red. The same is true for the tip of the tail, which looks pure and charming. Tao Xiaoyao's big eyes blinked, looked at Qin Yang, and hesitantly said, "The nine-tailed Dharma sign is dead, give me back my power." Qin Yang couldn't see through, but nodded and said, "Oh, okay." With a wave of his hand, a human-sized swallowing gourd appeared beside him, and all the power that was swallowed before was injected into Tao Xiaoyao's body. And the momentum on Tao Xiaoyao's body was suddenly rising. Breaking through the God Emperor on the spot, and then the second realm of the God Emperor. If Qin Yang hadn't swallowed the 8 tails of the 9-tailed Dharma in the previous battle, Tao Xiaoyao would have broken through the 3 realms of God Emperor in one fell swoop. The Tao Xiaoyao, who has obtained full power, has changed again in her body, and lowly has grown into a royal sister. It seemed that it opened up in the blink of an eye, but it was somewhat similar to Tao Piantao, but his face was still a little green. What makes Qin Yang speechless is that after this little peach demon grew up, she was as big as her sister, like a large human race, half a head taller than Qin Yang himself. Turning her head, Tao Xiaoyao's eyes were blood red. A cold light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and it condensed directly. "Destroy the divine sword." Tao Xiaoyao seemed to be taken aback, and when she shook her body, she turned back into her original appearance. The violent aura that he had inadvertently exuded before was completely gone. Qin Yang fixedly looked at Tao Xiaoyao, while Tao Xiaoyao was dodging and did not dare to look at Qin Yang. "Since the Dharma has been subdued, then your Qianlong competition has come to an end," Qin Yang said. Tao Xiaoyao has been hiding in Qin Yang's demon ring from beginning to end, competing for points and capturing the empty island, which is not her task anyway. At this time, the little peach demon understood everything. Conversing with the 9 tails Faxiang in my heart, I knew that Qin Yang deliberately let the water out, and deliberately let the 9 tails Faxiang and Tao Xiaoyao re-establish a close connection. Become a true twin soul. Usually it is still the peach little demon who is playing cute, but when it is time to fight, the 9-tailed law phase will take over. After taking over, her appearance will change, becoming the grown-up lowly that Qin Yang saw just now. The 9 tails Dharma Xiang was able to retain the soul, but only after doing all this did he understand. How shrewd is Qin Yang, and how ruthless is his shot? How could it be possible for him to succeed? Unless Qin Yang did this on purpose. Tao Xiaoyao knew all this, and even more did not know how to face Qin Yang. Especially when he lied to Qin Yang just now. Even normal people can see a little bit of eyebrows, let alone Qin Yang? Rubbing Tao Xiaoyao's hair, Qin Yang laughed. The so-called true love in adversity is nothing more than that. You are originally one. Qin Yang said. Yeah. Tao Xiaoyao nodded obediently. Let Qin Yang rub his hair in a mess. When the eyes narrowed, the dark golden lines flowed, as if through the eyes of Tao Xiaoyao, he directly saw the nine-tailed Dharma image. Nine-tailed Dharma Xiang was startled, but only he could hear the sound. Don't think that I can't see through your little actions. If you dare to hurt Tao Xiaoyao, I have 100 ways to pick you out and kill you. Chapter 711 Conflict. Contact Yin Feng and let him use the heavenly prison formation to send Tao Xiaoyao out of the underwater prison. Tao Piantao had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw her sister who had returned safely, the two sisters hugged each other directly. I'm not afraid that you will get lost again now. Tao Pian looked at Tao Xiaoyao dotingly. Tao Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue coquettishly. Tao Pian looked at the entrance of the underwater prison, and sighed faintly without thinking of something. As soon as the screen changed, I came to the 3rd floor of the underwater prison. Qin Yang is still in contact with Yin Feng. Where is the fire array flag? Qin Yang asked. Yin Feng was covered in sweat. He hurriedly looked for it, but he couldn't find it at all. He replied, maybe it was hidden by other monsters. The Tianjian array is not omnipotent, nor is it a search engine, it can search at a fixed point. You can only patrol back and forth like a drone. How difficult is it to find the fire array flag on the 3rd floor? Qin Yang took a deep breath. He had also mobilized the Tianjian formation before and knew that the 3rd floor was very large. And the further down you go, the bigger the space seems to be. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Yang laughed. The fire array flag is not easy to find, but if you want to ask who knows the location of this array flag, there must be a monster who knows it. Big monster. Back then, when the Dragon Clan's guarding stronghold was destroyed, it was bestowed by this great monster, worm and ghost. And the reason why the big monsters and ghosts can get in is because of the flag of the fire formation. Qin Yang's figure disappeared instantly, and his speed was so fast that even the Tianjian formation could not capture his figure. As long as you find a clone of a big monster, you can use the piano to get everything it knows. At that time, the fire array flag will naturally be able to find its whereabouts. It's just that Qin Yang didn't expect that the bigness of the 3rd floor of the underwater prison was beyond his imagination. I encountered several monsters one after another, but they were not clones of the big monster. Without much entanglement, Qin Yang could only continue to look for it. At the same time, the 2nd floor of the underwater prison, the Valley of the Winds battle, made many people promoted to God Emperor. Among them, the demon clan continued to stay and hunt down the remaining demon beasts to continue to improve their strength. The human race temporarily left the underwater prison one after another and went to various places in the East China Sea to find those lost secret realms. The purpose is of course to salvage the natives and turn them into their own believers to absorb the power of belief and improve their realm. The major forces, and some practitioners who are not qualified to participate, also entered the underwater prison. At this time, Shen Yuan was like a proving ground, honing battles and improving his strength in battles. Find treasures from heaven and earth, and speed up your practice. As for the 3rd floor of the underwater prison, no one dares to come except Qin Yang. The previous battle between Qin Yang and the Nine-Tails Dharma has been seen by everyone. Even the fire dragon Aili is only a prey here, let alone them. But they still pay attention to Qin Yang. Qin Yang is like a spy, trying to find out the environment of the 3rd floor of the submarine prison for everyone. Some cultivators who have other hearts are also secretly waiting for the opportunity. By the way, let's see how many points I have. Qin Yang encountered another monster, the third realm of God Emperor. After all, Qin Yang is now fighting the three realms of God Emperor, which is too time-consuming and laborious. For now, let's find the flag of the fire formation first. Take out the Qianlong hegemony order, and it is Qin Yang who ranks first on the leaderboard. 5,300 points? Qin Yang's brows tightened. Why did he get so many points? Looking at the second place, it turned out to be Emperor Tiangang, with 3,700 points. For Emperor Tiangang, who had returned to the throne, hunting down a monster in an underwater prison would give him a 100% reward, and the difference of less than 2,000 points was simply an easy task. What's the matter? There are more than a few hundred monsters from the Iron Legion, right? Qin Yang called Mr. Qiqiao directly. A light screen appeared, and the image of Mr. Qiqiao also stood in it. What's going on? Qin Yang asked, straight to the point. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses, but he hesitated, as if some words could not be said. What can make Mr. Qiqiao worry so much? It must be related to the dragon family. After all, Mr. Qiqiao is still in the Dragon Palace. Mr. Qiqiao did not reply, but the incarnation of the star compass appeared on the light screen, and said coldly, "These points are already too many. According to statistics, your points should not be so many at all." Qin Yang frowned. Statistics? Whose statistics? In the eyes of the star compass, there is a hostility, and he said lightly, "Of course it is my statistics." Qin Yang thought about it. When he first came to the undersea prison, he just killed a worm and ghost clone, and gave him 100 points directly. But now, he has almost eliminated half of Shining Yuan's monsters, but only a few thousand. Are you targeting me? Qin Yang looked at the starry sky compass, with a bad expression. The atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Needless to say, it must be because Qin Yang killed the dragon guards one after another, and then killed the fire dragon Aeoli. Dragon Clan, in front of the world, has always been a symbol of force. The strongest single person, the first thing that comes to mind will be the dragon family. However, the appearance of Qin Yang broke all this. Leaping challenge, to later. The direct instant kill made the world not only see the strength of Qin Yang, but also the other side of the Dragon Clan. The dragons, who have always been invincible, have become more difficult to link with invincibility. Humph. Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, "Okay, since you are doing statistics, then you can open your eyes and take a good look at me." Qin Yang plans to return to the second floor of the submarine prison and continue to hunt down enough points. This first-ranked reward, the largest empty island, Qin Yang must get. Especially Lu Mingyu and others are trapped in the demon world. The star compass said directly, "Since you have entered the third floor, you are not allowed to return to the second floor. If you violate it, you will be disqualified from the competition immediately." After saying this, Qin Yang was instantly furious. All the other contestants breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't go to the third floor early. It seems that I still need to give more points on this second floor. For a time, everyone saw the possibility of surpassing Qin Yang. Okay, very good. Qin Yang nodded, staring at the starry sky compass indifferently, and said, "If you think this can limit me, then you are too naive." The star compass said, "By the way, I also want to announce that if someone reaches the 6th floor of the submarine prison, when they step into the 6th floor, the hidden dragon contest will end." Qin Yang raised his brows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This was deliberately told to myself, nothing more than to tempt me to rush directly to the 6th floor. As long as the speed is fast enough, other people will not have time to continue hunting to increase their points, and the Qianlong competition will end. However, Qin Yang is not stupid. On the 3rd floor of this submarine prison, he dare not say that he can run wild, let alone the 6th floor. If Qin Yang really went, he would have fallen for the trick. Not only did he offend the whole world in one fell swoop, but he also put himself in danger. Okay, I see. Qin Yang chuckled. It is not a good thing for the competition to end early. Even Qin Yang himself needs to continue to improve his strength here. Chapter 712 Martial Aoing. Qin Yang seems to be in conflict with the Dragon Clan again, and this time it is true. Everyone is sighing that Qin Yang's strength is against the sky, he has no scruples, and he shows no mercy to the Dragon Clan, which is also self-rewarding. Moore is gloating, looking at Qin Yang in the third floor of the submarine prison, just like watching a joke. But Qin Yang didn't think so. Since you can't go back to the second floor to hunt monsters, then hunt on the third floor. Thinking back to the few monsters he had just encountered, one of them immediately made Qin Yang happy. Qin Yang remembered that there was a monster of the second realm of God Emperor disguising himself, and it was the weakest monster he had encountered on the third floor of the underwater prison. Feeling his own strength, he is already a step away from the second realm of the God Emperor. Even killing a monster of the second realm of God Emperor is enough to advance oneself. Okay, let's step on your feet. Qin Yang made up his mind and flew back directly. Next to a pool, grows an extremely ordinary tree. Although the tree is very common, but within 100 miles around is a wasteland, then this tree is not ordinary, no matter how common it is. Yes, this tree is the transformation of that monster. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. The sound of the system sounded. Monster, Tree Dragon. Strength, God Emperor 2. Rules, change rules, wood rules. Supernatural powers, change, the real body of the wooden dragon, and bloodline extraction. Bloodline, mixed. Click on the bloodline column, and there are countless kinds of monster bloodlines. Obviously, this tree dragon monster can use its blood to draw supernatural powers, to hunt and kill its prey, so as to obtain the blood of the prey. And the transformation supernatural power can be transformed into a monster that draws blood from it. Qin Yang appeared on the edge of the pool, and fell into the trap of the dragon. Alas, the ability is good ability, but it's a pity that I met me. God Emperor Second Realm, TSK, TSK. Qin Yang shook his head again and again. It seems to be talking to himself, but he is speaking to the tree dragon. Of course, Xulong didn't know that Qin Yang's goal was him, and he even disliked Qin Yang a little. It's just a human race after all. It's not that I want to fight against the Dragon Clan, but it happened that these dragon-related people bumped into me. Qin Yang smiled, bending over and pretending to hold water. Suddenly, a branch of the tree slammed over, like a raptor wagging its tail. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he fell into his arms. The best time to attack is when the opponent is attacking. Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared, and he reappeared behind Xulong. Destroy the Banua slash. Qin Yang roared, and a half-moon annihilation sword chi was drawn on his hand. Cut the dragon in half directly. The tree dragon roared, and the half-body directly turned into a dragon, but all 4 claws were cut off. Huh? Qin Yang was a little puzzled. After it was transformed into a tree, it was all claws in such a big section? Good boy, with such strength, he still does this kind of trickery. The human race is really despicable. The tree dragon grinned in pain, but the scars on the 4 claws grew rapidly and grew again. It seems that the monsters that know the rules of wood have this ability to regenerate. Aren't you the same? You have the combat power comparable to the dragon race, but you still have a lot of magical powers. Isn't it here to wait for a sneak attack? Qin Yang looked at the tree cage in midair. Knowing that I am comparable to the Dragon Clan's combat power, you dare to provoke me, you are really impatient. Xulong stared at Qin Yang. Although this kid's realm is low, his attack power is terrifyingly strong. He has never seen such a straightforward means of attack, so that he can't do any defense at all. I've killed a lot of real dragons, what about the dragon family? Qin Yang said confidently. It seems to be told to the tree dragon, but in fact, it is to tell the dragon family through the monitoring array. He, Qin Yang, is not afraid. Without giving the tree dragon a chance, Qin Yang bluffed his fingers and squeezed lightly. Swallow the sky. Xulong's whole body suddenly tightened, and the surrounding world seemed to have changed, as if he was in a container, as if he was about to be stewed in a pot at any time. After the ability of swallowing the gourd was activated, Qin Yang did not stop there, slapped his palms on his chest, and snorted again. Destroy the heavenly prison. Boom boom boom. A giant pillar of destruction fell to the ground, and a cell was built on the spot. You. Xulong was startled, but it wasn't over yet. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and pointed at Xulong. A black light flickered, and the tree dragon's head was directly penetrated. Damn. The tree dragon actually grew back to his head, and he really wanted to cry without tears. This kid obviously has absolute suppression power to deal with himself, but he has to use sneak attack. The attack power is so powerful, but it still uses so many restrictive means to deal with himself. How can you fight like this? The tree dragon was about to vomit blood. It was as if the king was playing with bronze. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "You may have misunderstood it, I just don't want to be too troublesome." Actually. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth lifted slightly, and he stretched out his hand and slapped it sharply. Destroy the mad dragon. A divine dragon condensed by the power of annihilation suddenly appeared, not at the tree dragon, but at the roots of the tree that had been left on the ground before. I just want to kill you once and for all. Qin Yang finished his words. A look of horror appeared on Xulong's face. You, how do you know? Silently, the tree dragon's roots were completely wiped out, and the tree dragon that was controlled in midair suddenly seemed to have lost all of its power, and there was no scum that was directly swallowed by the swallowing gourd. In the swallowing gourd, there is already the power to refine the 7th order Tong Tian pill. But Qin Yang didn't need this kind of power. After destroying the tree dragon, Qin Yang's strength finally crossed the last distance and directly promoted to the 2nd realm of God Emperor. He is like a black hole at this time. The more extinction, the bigger and stronger he becomes. After feeling it for a while, there is still a very long distance from the 3rd realm of the God Emperor. I am afraid that it is difficult to advance to the 3rd realm of God Emperor if it kills 100 monsters of the 3rd realm of God Emperor. Qin Yang suddenly sighed. It's been a long way. After being promoted to the 2nd realm of God Emperor, Qin Yang felt that his strength had improved qualitatively. If he fought against the original Ninetales method at this time, Qin Yang was confident that he could kill him. I checked the hegemony order, and sure enough, the points increased by 100. Qin Yang chuckled, then, let's kill. Just as he was about to leave, looking for his next target, there was a low voice, containing anger in his ears. A lot of real dragons killed a lot? What a big tone. A middle-aged dragon, wearing golden armor, did not know when he appeared not far away. Qin Yang turned his head to look and was stunned. Dragon Guard? At this time, Yu Feng, who was driving the Tianjian formation, was stunned. This? Could it be the jailer marshal, Aoing? Chapter 713 Heaven's Gate Seal. It's not bad to be a guard, but I have a higher position. I am the marshal of the jailer. Aoing said. On his resolute face, he did not hide his anger. Obviously, Qin Yang's remarks offended the majesty of the dragon clan. Qin Yang looked at Aoing playfully, and said directly, Big monster, don't pretend, you know I can tell your avatar. Aoing frowned and scolded, You bastard, how dare you treat me as a clone of the big monster? Huh? Pretending to be similar? Qin Yang laughed. It seems that this big monster has really learned how to behave. and has begun to pay attention to the people who have been parasitized and copied by him. He was really scared of being killed by Qin Yang, and he was completely vulnerable in front of Qin Yang. However, this time Ao Ying's avatar learned the right way. The jailer marshal is not comparable to ordinary dragon guards. It is even more unusual for the dragon race of the three realms of the God Emperor. With the previous Ao Lai, it is simply a world. All the audience watched this scene in amazement, wondering if this Ao Ying was a clone of the big monster. Monster beasts and dragons can be judged by perception, but if the dragons are parasitic and copied into clones, it is difficult to judge. After all, the breath of the dragons is strong enough to cover the breath of big monsters, insects, and ghosts. Aoker pursed his lips and said hesitantly. At the same time, there was a burst of cheers in the Dragon Palace. The jailer's marshal, Ao Ying, didn't even die. Obviously, the self-confidence of the Dragon clan made them believe that this Ao Ying was not a clone of the great demon insect ghost. Even if it's a clone of the same rank, you think you can kill me? Why is the clone of the God Emperor 3 realm now so empty? Qin Yang looked at Ao Ying with a half-smile. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ao Ying said sharply. Knowing that this place is being monitored by both the Tianjianare and Mr. Qiqiao at the same time, Ao Ying continued, I found the fire array flag that day and wanted to take it out. Unexpectedly, the big monster took advantage of the loophole. I know very well that the crime is serious, so I went to the 3rd floor of this underwater prison, just to find the flag of the fire formation. For some reason, even Qin Yang almost believed it. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and asked, what about the fire array flag? Ao Ying said directly, of course I didn't find it. Do you think that treasures like the fire array flag can be seen everywhere? Qin Yang let out a sigh, not believing Ao Ying's nonsense at all. Since this Ao Ying is already a clone of the great demon insect ghost, it must be related to the great demon insect ghost and all the clones. If you kill him, you will not only improve your strength, but also know the pattern of the 3rd floor of the underwater prison. Finding the flag of the fire formation is naturally not a problem. Qin Yang was about to start, but unexpectedly, Ao Ying spoke first. Just now, you brat, I'll teach you today, what is a person outside a person, there is a heaven outside the sky. It seemed that Qin Yang had offended him. After all, Qin Yang did show contempt when he just killed the wooden dragon. With a faint smile on Qin Yang's face, he said, Big demon, worm and ghost, you are praising you for your innocence. What do you think you can change by pretending to be? With a flash of light in his eyes, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and directly called out Ling Daoqin. Ao Ying's pupil shrank, of course he knew what listening to the Daoqin was. Not to mention, the pattern of the 2nd floor of the underwater prison was broken by Qin Yang with his Daoqin. I don't understand why you always associate me with the big monster. I just want to teach you a lesson, but you have always been full of murderous intentions towards me. Do you think this marshal is a mess? Ao Ying also showed murderous aura, but he was obviously a little afraid of Qin Yang. Qin Yang stroked the Qin gently, and the sound of Jing was just a random sound. Ao Ying's face changed, and he quickly stepped back, directly urging all his strength to resist. Qin Yang said with a playful smile, since you say you are the deity of a marshal, what are you afraid of? Afraid? Why am I afraid? Ao Ying said forcefully. Qin Yang said playfully, it stands to reason that you haven't seen this Qin, but you seem to know its abilities very well. You and I should also meet for the first time. You pretended to teach me a lesson earlier, secretly on guard. You seem to know my strength very well? The expression in Ao Ying's eyes was erratic, and he fell silent. It seems to be recalling, in the end where there is a leak. As long as he can deceive the world, even if Qin Yang doubts himself again, it doesn't matter. I was afraid that something was revealed, and I wanted to remedy it, but I hadn't figured it out yet, and I felt a sense of crisis in my heart. Without thinking about it, Aoing squatted down directly, and her figure immediately became shorter. Just this instinctive action directly saved his life. The Banyu wiped his scalp, and even the dragon horns were neatly cut off. Aoing Fei was about to explode with anger, and said angrily, "You bastard, you don't play cards according to common sense." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "No, if you are really the dragon clan's jailer marshal, you should say a bastard human clan, or a humble human clan. Although you have a dragon body, you don't have the innate arrogance of a dragon clan. What should I say? You still use your little human race to teach?" Aoing really learned fast. Qin Yang laughed. Aoing frowned and said, "Why are you laughing?" Qin Yang let out a long sigh and said, "The dragon horn was beheaded. Now is the question of what to call it." Aoying's face sank, and his fists clenched. The dragon horn is equivalent to the head for the dragon family. The dragon's horns are cut off, which is even more humiliating than the head. No matter which dragon clan it is, when the dragon's horn is cut off, it will be furious and lose its mind. How can it be so calm to talk to Qin Yang? Aoing took a deep look at Qin Yang. This kid really digs holes everywhere. Only by not talking to him can you avoid falling into the trap. Death. Aoing roared loudly, and took a stance and threw a punch. The surging power instantly repelled everything within a 10-foot radius, and with a loud dragon roar, a phantom of a real dragon seemed to flash behind it. The fist is like a dragon, and it runs wildly. Domineering and unstoppable. Qin Yang is naturally not false, not even dodging. He is already in the second realm of God Emperor, but Aoing is only in the third realm of God Emperor. I wanted to fight hard, but a flash of light suddenly flashed in my mind, and I reached out and slid gently beside me. A space door appeared directly, and all the fists were punched in. It is the power of Tianmen's seal. Tianmen's seal, free manipulation of space, space folding, teleportation, are only part of the function. Qin Yang transferred the power of the punch, and then snapped his fingers lightly. Aoing looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, but suddenly his whole body tightened. Immediately afterwards, there was a sharp pain in the back. Who dares to attack me?" Aoing roared back. But behind it, it was empty, only a space door that gradually disappeared. Chapter 7:14. This punch was extremely powerful, as if he had struck with all his strength. In fact, it was really Aoying's full blow. Blood spilled from the corner of Aoying's mouth. He wanted to kill Qin Yang. Naturally he had to use all his strength, but he didn't expect that a punch would hit him. Just thinking about it, I know that all this is Qin Yang's handwriting. Sure enough. Qin Yang nodded secretly. He owns the divine dragon jade himself, and now he has the seal of Tianmen. The world is so big, who can stop him? What's more, the function of Tianmen printed in Zhou Da's hand is only the same. But now, it is Qin Yang who uses the power of Tianmen's seal. Impossible. Why is your spiritual sense unrestricted? Aoying's eyes widened. Listen to the harp, and use your voice to perform magic. The range of control is large, of course. But the seal of the heavenly gate requires divine sense to mark it. This is not an advance marking, but a mid-battle marking. Such a mark can only be covered by divine sense. Hey, you found this all? Qin Yang chuckled and disappeared in a flash. Appeared again, already in front of Aoying's face. The two were face to face, less than a punch away. The dignified monster, insect, and ghost was actually taken aback by this sudden change. With this ability, wouldn't they all hide behind them? The moment Qin Yang's figure disappeared, Aoing was on guard behind him. But I never thought that Qin Yang would dare to appear in front of his face. Looking for death. Aoing slapped her over. But it feels like touching a space rule. Snapped. A loud slap sounded, and half of Ao Ying's face was swollen. Ao Ying's slap went straight through the space door and appeared on his face. This slap was meant to hit Qin Yang, but now it hit him in the face. "I'm standing here, can you hurt me?" Qin Yang said quietly. In the eyes, the dark golden lines flowed, and the sky was calculated to urge them with all their strength, and within 10 breaths, they were all under control. In other words, Qin Yang at this time is absolutely invincible. Moreover, no matter what means Ao Ying will use, it is all in Qin Yang's deduction. Fear filled Ao Ying's heart, but he naturally wouldn't give up like that. He waved his fists again and again, but they didn't hit Qin Yang, and they all hit him with every punch. In Ao Ying's eyes, murderous aura surged into the sky, and after a punch was thrown, the figure immediately disappeared. At the speed of the God Emperor 3 realms, the explosion came behind Qin Yang. The corners of Ao Ying's mouth rose slightly. "Success. With one punch of mine, I can blast your head." With one punch, the scene where Qin Yang's head was blown up did not appear. Ao Ying's heart skipped a beat, and then he suffered a heavy blow to the back of the head and was knocked unconscious by himself on the spot. "How dare you be so confident with just such a few tricks? It's all left to me to play." Qin Yang snorted, turned around and looked at Ao Ying, who was lying on the ground in a coma. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled. "Sure enough, it's an iron head. A punch that can blow my head off can't even break your own head." Qin Yang clicked his tongue and waved his right hand, and a sort of annihilation condensed. Suddenly, a light screen was placed in front of Qin Yang's face, which was the void compass. The void compass looked at Qin Yang with a serious face, and said, "You really want to be my enemy of the Dragon Clan? You know, now that you are on good terms with the Dragon Clan, how many people can't envy your relationship?" Qin Yang laughed angrily and said, "Why didn't you stop him when I was attacked by him just now? But now I won, but you want to stop me. Also, this is the avatar of the big monster. Whether it's a clone or not, the Dragon Clan will judge by itself. You don't need to come over and take your place." Void Compass said. Qin Yang's face turned cold, and he said bluntly, "Did the Dragon God tell you to say that?" The Void Compass frowned and said, "Of course I said what I said. It's just a magic weapon. How dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the qualifications?" Qin Yang taught a lesson rudely. "You." The Void Compass was very angry. Qin Yang gave him no face at all. "Do you really think that your power is irreplaceable?" Qin Yang laughed and his eyes narrowed. Behind, the self-god statue appeared, the universe in the palm of the hand, the image of Tianmen's seal, swallowing gourd, listening to Daoqin, and Xuanhuan's stick appeared in it. Qin Yang said word by word, "Do you think I stole these magic treasures? They are stronger than you. Call and see who can answer them?" The Void Compass felt tight, looking at those super god-level magic weapons, trembling with fear. Both are magic weapons. Of course he knows that these magic weapons with their original face are no longer the original magic weapons. It is more like the embodiment of Qin Yang's ability, but why he can do this is something he can't figure out. "You really don't give face to the Dragon Clan?" Void Compass said solemnly. Qin Yang shook his head gently. "It's not that I don't give face to the Dragon Clan, it's that I am trying to find some face for your Dragon Clan. This Ao Ying is the clone of the big monster. If you really think he is not a parasitic clone, then your Dragon Clan it's going to be a shame. I'm still saying that, it's not up to you to decide whether it's the avatar of the big monster, insect, and ghost," said the Void Compass. Qin Yang's tone also became indifferent. "So, you don't believe me anymore?" The Void Compass sneered, "Should you believe it or not, you know it yourself. Don't use the big monster as a guise to hide your own killing intentions." Qin Yang frowned and suddenly felt a little funny. With a wave of the Extinction Divine Sword in his hand, he directly chopped off Ao Ying's head. "You." The Void Compass widened its eyes. No one in the world knows that the Void Compass represents the East China Sea Dragon Palace at this time. Although all the remarks are his own, but it is also the meaning of the Dragon Palace. Qin Yang did this, and he didn't give the Dragon Clan any face at all. Qin Yang stared at the Void Compass quietly, and said with a grin, "You talk too much nonsense. If you want to talk, next time please, talk to your face." He deliberately gritted the words "speaking in person," which made Void Compass feel tight, and inexplicable fear permeated his heart. The light screen disappeared directly, and it was obvious that the Void Compass and Qin Yang had completely lost in the confrontation. Qin Yang looked at Ao Ying's corpse, his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. With a wave of his hand, the divine sword of destruction in his hand poured directly into the chest of Ao Ying's corpse. There is an energy that is condensing. Needless to say, it is natural that the big monster worm and ghost want to reconcentrate their strength and prepare to change to a parasite. Pierced by the sword of the exterminating divine sword, the avatar of the big monster didn't say a word, as if he had made up his mind to frame Qin Yang. And he did it right. Almost all the audience thought that Qin Yang's abuse of the corpse was revenge. Buy one get one free? Not bad. Qin Yang didn't take the little tricks of the big monsters to heart at all, he just felt the change in his own power. This is equivalent to destroying the promotion of 2 God Emperors and 3 realms. If you want to continue to improve, it seems that hunting the avatar of the big monster is the most efficient. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. Chapter 715, 1 Sect and 3 Factions. A month later, Qin Yang had already made a name for himself on the 3rd floor of the underwater prison. The title of Lord of Destruction, Tyrant, also resounded on the 3rd floor. All the big demons were frightened by the wind, and when they mentioned Qin Yang's name, they trembled a few times. Without him, Qin Yang would frantically hunt down monsters on the 3rd floor, but almost no one could escape when he came across him. It stands to reason that all the demons who have seen Qin Yang should die, but the news spread. This is an existence that is more heaven-defying than the 9-tailed Dharma image, and the 9-tailed Dharma image only occupies one place, but Qin Yang. Who knows where he will appear in the next second? It may also be right next to a certain big demon, raising the butcher's knife. The most puzzling thing for the big demon is that Qin Yang is only a human race in the 2nd realm of the God Emperor, but often the monsters in the 3rd realm of the God Emperor can't even escape, which is really puzzling. At the same time, good news came from all parties in the mainland. Among the human race contestants, many people have found the lost secret realm and redeemed the believers who were trapped in water and fire. All believers were received into their own secret realm, providing a steady stream of beliefs. The gods headed by Xuanhuan Guqing, the God Emperor, have been promoted to the 2nd realm of God Emperor within a month. This is enough to shock the world. At the same time, it also made the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan sigh, how powerful the people of the sky who cultivate the power of faith are. As long as you have enough faith, you can even be promoted to the 4 realms of God Emperor overnight. Of course, only if the God Emperor of the human race, after being promoted to the God Emperor, the domain will transform into a world, that is, the secret realm. Placing believers in it is equivalent to being the master of your own world and owning your own world. All the contestants are full of confidence. They also paid attention to Qin Yang from time to time, but found that Qin Yang did not have his own world, and he was still cultivating in the 2nd realm of God Emperor. Some people even suspected that Qin Yang had already given up on the cultivation method of Songqiong people and did not absorb the power of faith. Some contestants who have greatly increased their strength, after having believers, returned to the underwater prison and continued to fight. Said to be fighting, in fact, jealous of other people's treasures of heaven and earth. Because they are not contestants, they are also allowed to enter the undersea prison by the dragon race. Although they cannot gather believers like contestants, they can hone themselves in this undersea prison and find treasures of heaven and earth to consolidate their strength. If a magical weapon such as the Xuanhuan stick can be found, the combat power will soar again. In fact, Qin Yang can also open up his own world. If the ordinary world domain is transformed into the world, it will create a world without a cultivation system. Qin Yang felt that this would limit the believers. Moreover, Qin Yang did not need to rely on the power of faith to improve, so it did not show up. This month's hunting has made Qin Yang's strength solid again. Also through listening to the Dao Qin, I learned the pattern of the third floor of the underwater prison. This third layer has a clear division of forces. Here, there are forces established by the indigenous people. And their forces are even stronger than the 8 legions on the second floor above. There are 3 sects, Bietian sect, Wuwei sect, Feixing sect, and Moon-slaying sect. And the 3 sects of this indigenous people are actually not even the clones of the big monsters and insects dare to provoke them at will. On the second floor, Xuanhuan, the avatar of the big monster, insect and ghost, continuously improved its strength by relying on the wealth accumulated by Moonlight Lake, and then entered the third floor. The purpose was to compete with these 3 factions. As long as you defeat these 3 factions and get their wealth, the accumulation of 1,000 Moonlight Lakes can be topped. This is even more powerful for the big plan of the big monster. It's a pity that the plan of the big monster insect ghost was completely disrupted by Qin Yang, and in this third floor, the big monster insect ghost also gave up to compete head-on with the 3 factions. After all, it was Qin Yang who helped the 3 factions to win. The big demon worm and ghost knew that Qin Yang had listened to the Dao Qin and deliberately sealed the memory of the clone, but Qin Yang still knew a little about it. The so-called fire array flag was snatched away by the Xuanhuan faction, one of the 3 factions. Not only that, several famous treasures from the 3 factions were also known to Qin Yang. Although Qin Yang has no interest in the treasures of heaven and earth, but one of these treasures is inevitable for Qin Yang. Yin Yang wood. This is simply impossible to appear in the top spiritual material of the sky world, but it will be in the hands of a party in the third floor of the submarine prison. Yin Yang wood is a necessary spiritual material for the reincarnation formation, and it is the spiritual material that cannot be replenished after it has been consumed. Tianqing stone, Kongming stone, Qin Yang does not lack. But the yin and yang wood needed by the reincarnation formation, and the Taiyin spring water needed by the death world formation, these 2 things are about to bottom out. Qin Yang took out a piece of yin and yang wood and swept his eyes. The various functions of yin and yang would come to mind. Simply using only yin and yang wood, its effect is also staggering. Yin Yang wood, the growth environment is extremely special. Half is extremely yang and half is extremely yin. It can make people wander between life and death, and live forever. As the core spiritual material of the reincarnation formation, this yin yang wood does have enough capital. After being promoted to God Emperor, the human race has a long lifespan. But there is also a limit, and it is impossible to achieve such a long lifespan as the demon clan. But if there is the treasure of yin yang wood, it is enough for an ordinary person to compare the lifespan of a monster. This is indeed a treasure for the human race. Peony. Qin Yang suddenly remembered the spirit master Peony, the peony girl who had promised to be her gardener. Maybe, as the spirit master, Peony can have a way to cultivate the yin and yang wood. In this case, Qin Yang no longer has to worry about the spiritual material. It's a pity that Peony also went to the devil world, but before that, Qin Yang would not miss any opportunity to find as many spiritual materials as possible. If you can't find it, it's another story, but as long as you find it, you will surely win. 1 sect and 3 sects, this yin and yang wood is the treasure of the other sect's sect. Qin Yang frowned, of course he wouldn't just rush to grab it, without being stupid. The monsters are stronger and will go to deeper prisons, but the human race may not. For the people in the sect, the strength is strong, it can only make their sect stand firmer. What's the point of leaving your family and business to go to a deeper prison? Anyway, cannot do without the underwater prison. Abandoning the glory and wealth, the admiration of all people, and fighting those monsters all day long? As long as the mind is not sick, they will choose to stay on the third floor of this underwater prison. Therefore, although these three factions are on the third floor, their strength, especially their peak strength, must not be underestimated. Otherwise, with the ability of the big monsters, insects, and ghosts, it is impossible to defeat the three factions, which is evident. After kicking the corpse of the big monster, the worm and the ghost, Qin Yang flew to the area ruled by the human race according to the memory he had collected. Chapter 7:16 Demon Race. The distance is extremely long, even Qin Yang has flown for a full half a day. Qin Yang's speed can no longer be compared with the speed of ordinary people, which is enough to show that the underwater prison is huge and the third floor is vast. A city wall winding like a dragon, like a moat, is in front of you, and from time to time practitioners enter and exit through a city gate. This gate is called the Arc de Triomphe, which means that those who go on expeditions can return triumphantly. This wall is called the world of heaven and earth, and a wall separates heaven and earth. According to the memory from the search, Qin Yang knew that this wall was covered with rune formations, and there were many restrictions on the underwater prison. This endless wall seemed to separate the third floor of the entire underwater prison. Has also become an insurmountable gap for all big demons. Arc de Triomphe, there are guards stationed. The strength of its defender is full of the three realms of God Emperor. The rest of the soldiers have the second realm of God Emperor. As for the realm of the God Emperor, it is not qualified to watch the door here. When he really came here, Qin Yang found that it was even more shocking than the memory he searched for. It is impossible to fly over the wall, and this Arc de Triomphe cannot be breached. All cultivators who go out need to register, but all cultivators who go in must be strictly checked. It's just that the strength of this Arc de Triomphe is no weaker than that of the dragon guards. Qin Yang frowned. I just don't know why these people are imprisoned here. In other words, what crime did the ancestors of these people commit, and they were imprisoned in the underwater prison by the dragon race. Being able to claim the title of king in the third floor has already demonstrated its strength. If this force appeared in the world of the sky, it would definitely be able to rank among the top forces in the sky, and I was afraid that it would be able to compete with the Xuanhuan Empire and the Temple of Heaven. Human? There are so many humans in the underwater prison? God, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even know that there is such a powerful human race in the underwater prison. The same human race, if you can get their help. All the outside audience, along with Qin Yang's surveillance video, also saw this. Some contestants, and those who entered the underwater prison, suddenly felt confident. Except for Qin Yang, even the contestants who had been promoted to the second realm of the God Emperor and returned to the undersea prison, as well as other powerful God Emperors on the mainland, would not dare to enter the third floor of the undersea prison. But now, seeing the magnificence of the Arc de Triomphe, the walls of the heaven and earth world, which are like a barrier between heaven and earth, suddenly calmed down. As long as you enter the Arc de Triomphe, you don't need to be afraid of the monsters on the third floor of the underwater prison. With this place as a stronghold, they only need to improve their strength with peace of mind. But then, the dragon clan threw a basin of cold water on everyone. These are not people, or they are not the human race of the sky world, these are the demon race. This also explains why so many people live in underwater prisons. Moreover, the formation of Tianjin cannot pass through the wall of the heaven and earth, and even the Arc de Triomphe cannot be detected. The world of heaven and earth, which cut off the third floor of the entire submarine prison, became a real paradise. Although the dragon guards knew that the third floor of the underwater prison was tricky, they absolutely did not dare to come down and check it for themselves. Now, with Qin Yang's visit in person, the monitoring formation by Mr. Qiqiao and the star compass has allowed the Dragon Clan and the whole world to see scenes that were never seen in the underwater prison before. Qin Yang didn't know this, he only knew that he had urged the Tianjian formation before and didn't see it here. After recalling it for a while in my mind, I was surprised to find that this place was not within the monitoring range of the Heavenly Supervisor Array. Even the great demon of the Fifth Realm God Emperor on the 6th floor, the Heavenly Supervision Array, can be seen to some extent, but here. Qin Yang immediately paid attention to it, and walked over slowly like an ordinary cultivator entering and exiting the Arc de Triomphe. As he got closer, Qin Yang's relaxed attitude immediately caught the guards' attention. Several guards whispered to each other, and soon, one of the guards turned and ran towards the Arc de Triomphe. Qin Yang looked at himself suspiciously, and did not find that he was any different from these people. Just getting closer, when looking at the boundary wall and the Arc de Triomphe, the sound of the system prompt made Qin Yang a little surprised. The formation method is still the formation method, the rune is still the rune, but it always feels strange. It seems to be a method of formation that has never been seen before. Qin Yang's talisman and formation foundations were learned from the 4 God Emperors of Sanqiong Academy, and he had never seen any moves. But these are really not familiar traces. Stop. The guard looked at Qin Yang, who was walking in front of him, and waved to stop him. Without saying a word of nonsense, he stopped and looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. Qin Yang also stopped and looked at the middle-aged guard. His sharp eyes seemed to want to see through himself. It's a pity that in this world, apart from the real God realm that no longer exists, no one can really see through Qin Yang. On the contrary, it was Qin Yang's gaze that made the guard feel guilty, as if all his abilities had been seen through. The scan is successful and the panel is generated. Opponent, guard. Strength, God Emperor 2. Exercise, Bajiquan. Divine ability, space fragmentation. Note. Qin Yang's eyes. Showing a strange color, the panel given by the system has no power of rules. On the contrary, it is the other party's magical power, more like the power of rules. Copying it directly, Qin Yang felt it, and found that this magical power was not the power of the rules, but was like the result of using his own power to run the exercises and use the magical powers. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and thought, and his mind was completely attracted by the other party's exercises and supernatural powers. As for the last note, I don't care much. Such magical powers are more like the martial skills of ordinary cultivators that Qin Yang thinks. It's just that the way of cultivation is completely different. It seems more like a monster. But the monsters in the sky world also cultivate the power of rules. Finally, Qin Yang saw the last row of boys on the panel. Note, demons. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged guard, and then at the panel. Repeatedly, his expression was extremely complicated. No wonder the formation runes are different, no wonder the cultivation system is also different. It turns out that it is really not a human race. No, it is not a human race in the sky world. Qin Yang understood everything. After the Dragon Clan told it, only Qin Yang didn't know what he didn't know. He just glanced at it, and Qin Yang also knew it. It didn't take long for the guard who had left earlier to walk behind an old man. And the old man, his eyes were like torches, his eyes were like a fire, and he showed a sturdy aura. If Qin Yang hadn't been able to see through it, he would have even thought that a monster was coming towards him. Qin Yang was not only not afraid, but was overjoyed. If the demons were like this, then Jiang Chengwei and others would be safe. It seems very easy for people in the sky world to disguise themselves as demons. The audience in the entire sky world stared at Qin Yang intently. Qin Yang has once again become the focus of the world. Many people are gloating about the misfortune. This demon race seems to be much stronger than the monster beast. After all, this is a large-scale force. Qin Yang, however, was sent to the demon clan's lair by himself. I haven't seen you. The demon race old man said directly. At the same time, all the guards were on alert, as if they might kill Qin Yang at any time. Chapter 717 Little Demon World. There are many people who haven't seen me. Who are you? Qin Yang quietly looked at the demon elder. The eyes of the demon race old man wanted to penetrate Qin Yang and see the details of Qin Yang, but unfortunately, Qin Yang was standing here, but he didn't see any details. What's more terrifying is that the old man of the demon race can't even see the strength of Qin Yang, but he is a little bit afraid. Could this kid be stronger than me? The demon elder was startled. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and every breath became more depressed. From time to time, practitioners come in and out, and they have tokens in their hands to prove their identities. Obviously, Qin Yang did not. Moreover, these demon guards and the old guards also knew that Qin Yang did not. On the other hand, Qin Yang was thinking about how to get away with it. Go straight in? Who knows if there are big men in the 4 realms and 5 realms within the walls of the world. If it is planted here, it will not be worth the loss. Although Qin Yang can defeat the 3 realms of God Emperor, he can even easily assassinate him. However, the 4 realms and the 5 realms are 1 or 2 realms higher. Even if it is only 1 or 2 realms, but the power has been transformed one after another, and it is no longer easy to speculate. Otherwise, how could the great monsters in the 5th realm of the God Emperor in the 6th floor have such a terrifying power? You can't kill if you go in. Qin Yang also thought about it. Should he be listening to the Dao Qing? Qin Yang frowned. He was very disgusted to use the piano to manipulate the puppet. Because at the time of manipulation, everything the puppet perceives and thinks in his heart will be known to Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang didn't want to know about the mess. He doesn't really care what other people think. Or, biting the bullet and mixing in? Such a large gathering place is about to become a world of its own, and there will always be no strangers, right? In just a moment, Qin Yang came up with several countermeasures. In the heart of the old guard, he also pondered various situations. This kid is very powerful, and he is definitely not a generalist. Could it be that he is a genius and powerhouse of the 3 factions? If so, then it is not easy to offend. The old guard cast a glance at a practitioner who had just passed by. The other party just flashed the sign and entered the Arc de Triomphe. In fact, the appearance of the other party was indeed not clear. Could it be that I just lost the token? The old guard thought to himself. The worst, it may be other forces in the 3rd floor of this submarine prison. Not all races are concentrated here. The other guards in the tense atmosphere were almost out of breath. Some practitioners who were waiting to enter and exit noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and they all stopped. One by one, they pointed at Qin Yang and whispered. Who is this guy? He was stopped by the guards. Could it be a newcomer? What's new? Does the newcomer have the ability to come to the 3rd floor? Could it be the loose cultivators who used to live abroad? My God, aren't those people dead yet? Have you heard? The 3 districts of 7, 8 and 9 have not been peaceful recently. We hunted down a monster before and found that the monster in 7, 8 and 9 seems to be being chased by a certain human race, and that monster he escaped from District 8 to District 5. Impossible? There are so many monsters in the 7th, 8th and 9th districts, and all of them are in the 3rd realm of the God Emperor. There are almost none below the 3 realms. Can they be hunted down? Or are they alone? Don't believe it, half a month ago, a monster of the 3 realms of the God Emperor rushed to the 3rd area, almost killing all the practitioners sent by Feishing to experience. How do you think the monster rushed over? Qin Yang's ears moved, and he naturally listened to these words, without a word. Thinking about hunting monsters by himself this month, It seems that there are indeed a few monsters who watched Qin Yang's methods, and turned around and ran away in fright. Qin Yang didn't bother to chase and kill. On the third floor, except for the little demon realm, which is the world behind the wall of the Arc de Triomphe, the other areas are divided into 9 areas. According to the distance from the Little Devil realm, the first, second and third districts are close to the Little Devil realm. Districts 4, 5, and 6 are the 3 middle areas. Districts 7, 8, and 9 are the 3 core areas. Under the Gangfeng Cliff, the submarine prison corresponds to the 8th district. The farther away from the Little Demon realm, the stronger the monster's strength. This is why Qin Yang has encountered almost all the monsters in the 3 realms of the God Emperor in the past month. The old guard of the demon race also listened to the conversation of others, looked at Qin Yang, and asked in surprise, "You are that person?" Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged, neither admitting nor denying it. The practitioners in the distance laughed one by one. That's what happened in the 7, 8, 9, 3 districts, and it's more than 108,000 miles away from our Little Devil world? How is this possible? That is, this kid looks so young, how can he have the ability to traverse the 7, 8, and 9 districts? If so, his reputation would have resounded throughout the 3rd floor, and it would not be that we don't know each other. Some people were suddenly stunned, as if they had thought of something, and said, "By the way, the person who chased and killed monsters in the 7, 8, and 9 districts seems to be called a tyrant? The Lord of Destruction?" The others laughed even more. Qin Yang was a gentleman who looked like a scholar, and he was so handsome. He was more like the son of a big family. How could he be related to a tyrant? Together? Qin Yang frowned. Why is the information on these demons so detailed? Where did the information come from? The old guard looked at Qin Yang carefully, pondered, and said, "If you want to enter the Little Demon realm, you can get an access token by passing the test, please." In the end, the old guard did not stop Qin Yang. Just when Qin Yang was wondering what the assessment was, a guard suddenly punched him. It is the guard that Qin Yang copied the exercises and abilities before. Space fragmentation. The Bajiquan directly pushed it to the extreme, and the space really seemed to be like a mirror, about to be shattered. The guard looked at Qin Yang, who was motionless, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Does this kid just look strong? However, in the shattered space, a foot suddenly stretched out, and then, the guard's eyes went black and his body flew out. With one kick, it directly kicked out 100 meters away. Qin Yang put his feet away and looked around. Even the old guard was breathing cold air. Is this strong? The cultivator, who was waiting to come in and out, was sweating coldly on his forehead. Even only the old guard could see Qin Yang's movements. The old guard was well aware of the strength of this guard, but he never expected that this guard would not even be able to stop Qin Yang with a single move. What a strong physique. This person must have a very clever body training method. And this kind of exercise is at least one of the top exercises in the 3 schools. The kicked guard hurried back, with awe and gratitude on his face. Qin Yang's kick seemed to be extremely powerful, but it didn't hurt the guard. Chapter 718, Temporary Requisition. Okay, you're done. The old guard took out a token and handed it to Qin Yang. Qin Yang took the token and just wanted to inject divine sense into it, but when he saw the token, he copied it down. The function and usage of this token are also known. It turns out that this token is not to recognize the Lord with divine sense, but to recognize the Lord with blood. Qin Yang recognized the master directly by dripping blood and became the master of the token. On the pitch-black token, the front is a cloud layer, while the back was originally nothing, but now there is a golden dragon, a pair of pitch-black eyes, revealing an endless will to annihilate. Seeing Qin Yang's skilled identification token, the old guard's heart dispelled all doubts. He raised his head and looked at a magic weapon on the door. It was a mirror. And from the beginning to the end, the mirror looked at Qin Yang, and there was nothing unusual. Not a person from the sky, nor a clone of a big monster. Regardless of the origin of this kid, the possibility of the enemy was finally ruled out. Qin Yang also finally understands that this seemingly simple pass is actually one step at a time. Fighting with the guards can directly determine the source of Qin Yang's power. If it is the human race in the sky, it will definitely display powerful magical powers. However, the supernatural powers of the human race in the sky and the supernatural powers of the demons are completely different. The former is to inspire the rules of heaven and earth, and the latter is to break the sky with manpower. To put it bluntly, the magical powers of the Zhangqiong human race appear garbage, because they have the power of various rules, and can display various elements. Keep this token, this will be your identity certificate, the old guard said. Looking at the token in Qin Yang's hand, next to the golden dragon behind him, there were two mysterious lines, and the corners of his eyes twitched. God Emperor Second Realm. The second realm of the God Emperor can actually crush the same level? Do you even find it difficult to deal with it yourself? On the token, the corresponding lines represent the realm. It's just that the three schools have their own different patterns. Qin Yang's token only shows loose repairs. Bi Tianzong corresponds to the eyes. The Wu Wei faction corresponds to the clouds. Flying Star Pi, corresponding to the stars. The Moon-slaying faction corresponds to Half Moon. If you join the forces of which party, the token's logo must be changed by means of their respective sections. If you still don't join any party, it's still this common pattern. Qin Yang felt this token, the same as divine sense recognizing the master, and had a feeling of waving his arm, as if this token was also a part of himself. Not only that, there are countless messages exchanged on the token. It seems that there is also a large formation that is hooking up all the tokens. Looking at it casually, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Some of the information here is actually discussing what happened in the 7, 8, and 9 districts. The words tyrant, lord of destruction are extremely conspicuous. Only now did Qin Yang know that he just hunted and killed some monsters casually, and it caused such a big sensation. Moreover, it almost caused a disaster for the demons who had gone out of the small demon world. A large number of monsters from the three realms of the God Emperor left their original territory and came out of the 7th, 8th, 9th and 3rd districts, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th districts connected to these three districts were directly impacted. Qin Yang is looking at the energy, and he is more and more aware of some general conditions of the little demon realm in his heart. Inside the Arc de Triomphe, there was a commotion. The neat team, led by a young man, marched in a hurry. Young sect master of the Moon sect, Qing Wuyue. A guard exclaimed. These people, all in moon-white robes, walked in a menacing manner. The guards hurriedly made way for a road, but Qin Yang, in the middle of the road, was still standing there. Qin Yang looked at this group of people, the young man headed by Qing Wuyue, who was a god emperor. And some of the cultivators of the moon-slaying sect behind him are all around the second realm of the god emperor. Moreover, those cultivators are all a little older, and they look like they have experienced 100 battles. Qing Wuyue led the team to stop, looked at the practitioners and Qin Yang who were going in and out of the customs, and shouted, "Do you have power?" Of course the loose cultivators shook their heads. Qing Wuyue smiled and said, "That's good, now you have been requisitioned by my moon-slaying sect, follow the big army, and go with me to rescue He Caixing." He Caixing? Isn't that the daughter of the sect master of the Feishing faction? So the news is true. He Caixing was attacked by a monster, and his whereabouts are unknown. When it was attacked, it was in the 3rd district. I heard that the distress signal was later in the 6th district, which is an intermediate area. There are a large number of monsters in the second realm of the God Emperor. Qin Yang blinked. It turned out that this person named Xixing was also the one who was affected. Qin Wuyue looked at Qin Yang, then looked at the token in Qin Yang's hand, and snorted, "If someone dares to disobey the requisition and sneak away, if I come back, I will definitely find him to settle it." In other words, it sounds threatening. Qin Yang laughed, stood with his hands behind his back, and said sarcastically, "Is there no one in your Xuanhuan faction? Are you pulling people around and catching strong men?" The daughter of the suzerain of the Feishing faction does not save herself. What are you doing? As soon as he said it, the whole audience was shocked. Qin Yang's previous assessment. The guard hurried over with the thought of gratitude and repayment, and whispered, "Brother, you are not clear when you first arrived. Although our little demon realm has a large population, there are like clouds of 3 factions. However, most of the battle strength is within the walls of heaven and earth. The 2 ends of the city are defending against the siege of the big monsters, insects, and ghosts. Although they have stopped a little recently, they dare not withdraw their troops. Moreover, the monsters have been in turmoil before, and those who can come in handy have already gone to the rescue." Looking at Qin Wuyue, the guard said again, "This Qin Wuyue likes Xixing and has been pursuing her. The Feishing faction has already dispatched all its combat power before, but there is really no way to do it. Moreover, the Feishing faction has released a message. Who will it be? If Xixing can be rescued, who will Xixing be betrothed to?" Qin Yang digested the information and nodded secretly, "So it was. It's no wonder that I only saw a few clones of big monsters, insects, and ghosts. It turned out that the large troops were attacking the city at both ends of the world. The memory of this big monster, insect, and ghost seal really sealed the most important thing. In this way, Qin Yang has more confidence in the combat power of the little demon realm. So, in this little devil world, isn't it an empty city? The masters of the 4 realms of the God Emperor and the 5 realms of the God Emperor that I have always suspected do not actually exist. The Xuanhuan sect has the fire array flag, but the Yin Yang wood is in the Bietian sect." Qin Yang thought about it. "It's not too late. If you are acquainted, hurry up and follow. If you don't know each other." Qin Wuyue looked at Qin Yang coldly and said, "I remember you." Qin Yang snorted and said, "There are many people who remember me. Which one are you?" Immediately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Yang walked straight into the Arc de Triomphe and entered the little demon realm. But what Qin Yang didn't know was that all the audience in the sky world were already stunned. A terrifying rumor spread. Qin Yang, a person suspected of being in the devil world. In the past, since Qin Yang approached the Arc de Triomphe, the double monitoring of the Tianjian array and Mr. Qiqiao both failed. Only the constantly distorted and flickering fragmented images failed to convey even the sound. What everyone can see is that Qin Yang is talking with the demons, and it seems that they talked very happily. Although there was a brief fight, there was only one move, more like showing his strength. But now, Qin Yang has directly swaggered into the demon clan's territory, and there is no obstruction in the whole process. Chapter 719. You're such a big shop that only sells wontons? Inside the Arc de Triomphe is a prosperous metropolis, with high-rise buildings and flat and wide roads. There are 3 factions standing in the depths of the little devil world, and Qin Yang's idea of occupying the top of the mountain and declaring the mountain as the king is obviously different. This entire small demon world is this big city, and Qin Yang can't find any adjectives to describe this scene. A city is a world. When Qin Yang was about to look for it, he found a restaurant, a plaque with the first floor in the world, which made Qin Yang a little greedy. But after Xiao'er was attentive, Qin Yang found out that only wontons were sold here. Xiao'er looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, "We are on the first floor in the world, and everyone in the little devil world doesn't know about it. This guest officer, I think it's not the first time you've come to our store. Is it your first time to the little demon realm?" As soon as the voice fell, the sparse customers in the store cast inquiring eyes one after another. The old guard of the Arc de Triomphe doesn't care so much, you little second is quite lively. Qin Yang chuckled. Mentioning the old guard, Xiao immediately became respectful and dispelled his doubts. In any case, since Qin Yang will be put in, it is no doubt that he is a member of the demon race. Xiao explained, it's not that our store only sells wontons, but it's still early in the day, so we only have wontons. Qin Yang frowned in disappointment and was about to get up. Xiao hurriedly said, it's almost time, if the guest officer wants to taste the dishes on the first floor of our world, just take a short rest. Oh? Qin Yang looked at the other tables, and sure enough, some of them had finished their wontons, but they were also sitting there. It seems to be, occupying a seat? Okay, bring me a bowl of wontons first. Qin Yang said. Okay. Just a moment. The little heir hurriedly went down and ordered. Qin Yang thought to himself, let's see how this wonton is, if it's normal, then it won't be a dish. I haven't thought about using the piano to inquire about the news, but the waiting guests are chatting to themselves. The moon-slaying sect is simply out of luck. I heard that the fire array flag that was obtained before has finally been developed, and it can actually assist in body refinement. I said that in the past few decades, the sect of the moon-slaying sect has a great strength. Zung, that's what happened. Can a flag have this effect? It's not that bad, that flag seems to be unremarkable. Originally, the moon-slaying sect wanted to destroy it at will, but they found that even the God Emperor couldn't hurt half a point, so they paid attention. Qin Yang immediately felt amused when he heard it. Such a fetish, the mere God Emperor still wants to tear it apart. Simply, Qin Yang continued to listen. The Feishing faction has always wanted to marry the Moon sect and want to share this flag. It seems that they want to marry the sect master's daughter to the young master Qin Wuyue of the moon-slaying sect. It's a pity that Qin Wuyue's heart is too big, and she wants both. For a while, the guests were a little unhappy. Qin Yang also understood that the suzerain of the Feishing faction had two daughters, the eldest young lady was named He Caixing, and the second young lady was named He Xiaoyu. Listening and listening, Qin Yang discovered something more interesting. The Feishing faction really agreed to Qin Wuyue's unreasonable request and set a wedding date. But when the big wedding day was approaching, He Caixing went out to practice and was in danger. Qin Wuyue couldn't sit still and went out to save her. The eldest miss is like this, and the second miss does not stop. It seems that she is hooking up with Mu Tianyuan, the young sect master of the other Tianzong. It's too late to eat, I didn't even pay attention to whether the wontons are delicious. Qin Yang was speechless, only to realize that he had finished a bowl. I smacking my lips, it seems to taste good. This circle is really messy. Qin Yang simply continued to wait, anyway, the same is true for the guests in this restaurant. Pretending to be waiting for dinner, Qin Yang continued to listen. Damn. Dare to talk behind your back, are you impatient? A young man walked downstairs slowly from the upstairs. Behind him was a pretty woman. It was Mu Tianyuan and He Xiaoyu. The lobby on the first floor of the restaurant was suddenly silent. The faces of the guests who were just discussing turned pale. Qin Yang looked at the young man, and the eyes of the other party turned out to be abnormal, as if there were strange lines. As everyone knows, Qin Yang's own eyes are the most abnormal. But the dark golden pattern will only appear when the power is stimulated. Mu Tianyuan glared at the guests with a single glance, the eyes of the guests were blank, as if they were stupid. Immediately afterwards, the color of pain and struggle was revealed, and the mouth was also mourning. In the face of such means, the other guests were also silent. He Xiaoyu gently pulled Mu Tianyuan. Mu Tianyuan received the power, and said solemnly, if you dare to chew your tongue again, I will really cut your tongue. The screaming guests came back to their senses, their backs soaked in cold sweat. It turned out that they had just fallen into an illusion, and in that illusion, their tongues were cut off alive. "You, sit down." Mu Tianyuan came to Qin Yang and spoke directly. Qin Yang's location is in the center of the hall, facing the gate. The most spacious part of the entire first-floor lobby. Qin Yang snorted softly. "Ignore it. A god-emperor is a realm, and the foundation is unstable. A god-king realm 6th layer. You still dare to give up your seat?" Seeing Qin Yang like this, Mu Tianyuan was instantly furious, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, as if they had become heavy eyes, and then, the world seemed to gradually become two. In Qin Yang's eyes, the dark golden lines disappeared in a flash, and the two worlds that were gradually separated suddenly became one again. Before he took the initiative to do anything, Qin Yang's power passively broke Mu Tianyuan's ability. Not only that, Mu Tianyuan's eyes met Qin Yang's, and suddenly he seemed to have disappeared like ashes, his body was stiff, and he didn't dare to move. It seems that the seat is not a person, but an ancient beast. It seems that the demons are not just cultivating their physique. Qin Yang nodded secretly. "Forget it." He Xiaoyu said weakly, pulling Mu Tianyuan's sleeve and pointing to a nearby seat. "The same is true for sitting here." Mu Tianyuan quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead and borrowed the donkey directly. He didn't dare to sit facing Qin Yang, but turned his back to him. But even so, it was like a man standing on his back, uneasy. Strong, too strong. This is what Mu Tianyuan thought. With the two sitting here, the entire hall lost the wonderful gossip that they had before. But Qin Yang is not boring, but more interested. It turned out that Mu Tianyuan and He Xiaoyu were chatting, and in just a few words, Qin Yang actually found out that the two were going to elope. The eldest miss is in danger, and the second miss elopes with the young master of Tianzong. Qin Yang couldn't close his mouth and laughed on the spot. "What are you laughing at?" He Xiaoyu frowned slightly and looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "Right now, I don't use such a good excuse, but instead, I'm grinding and chirping here. The Arc de Triomphe is not far away, and you can go out in 3 steps and 2 steps. Why should you be afraid of the patrollers of Tianzong?" Still counting the time here. Qin Yang closed his eyes and hurriedly activated his divine power. Divine sense broke the blockade of the underwater prison, and everything within 100 miles was under control. "I'll give you a trick now. When I came here, a team of guards just patrolled along the wall of heaven and earth from here, and now is the time of the day. Right now, on the grounds of rescuing He Caixing, the guards will not. It will be difficult for you," Qin Yang said. The sudden and huge power made everyone in the restaurant froze. Before he could figure out what was going on, Qin Yang had already given a solution. Chapter 720 Time for a meal. But Qin Wuyue has already led people to rescue. Mu Tianyuan looked at Qin Yang gratefully, but all the practitioners in the little demon realm had their own responsibilities and could not leave at will. Unless Qin Wuyue fails and returns, otherwise, the 3 factions will never send new forces to rescue. Qin Yang was quite surprised that the order in this little devil world was so strict. Looking at He Xiaoyu, Qin Yang said, "She's your sister, what's wrong with you going to save her? Besides, Qin Wuyue's combat power is too scumbag, it's a matter of whether you can save it or not, don't put yourself in it." "That's good. What's more, when I was in the Arc de Triomphe before, I was forced to recruit loose cultivators, which is obviously not self-confident." The reason why Qin Wuyue was impatient was because of the order of the sect master of the Flying Star sect. Whoever can save He Caixing will marry her. For Qin Wuyue, the 2 young ladies are in his pocket, and naturally, he will not allow others to interfere. Really? Mu Tianyuan's eyes lit up. If so, he has a valid reason. He Xiaoyu looked at Qin Yang suspiciously and asked, "How did you know this?" "Because I was there at the time," Qin Yang said. After speaking, the whole hall fell silent. Mu Tianyuan also reacted, frowned and asked, "Don't you obey the requisition?" Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, "I don't need to take action for this kind of trivial matter." As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang continued, "If I rescued He Caixing directly, wouldn't this heroic Qing Wuyua's saving beauty be destroyed by me? And, don't you have no chance? It's clear enough to say, if you don't hurry up, you will miss such a good opportunity." Mu Tianyuan drilled his fist, looked at He Xiaoyu, his eyes slowly became firm. The two got up and no longer calculated the patroller's route, but walked directly towards the Arc de Triomphe. But as soon as they took 2 steps, a team of patrolmen hurriedly searched around. The robe on his body, embroidered with weird eyes, is exactly the people of Bai Shenzong. Originally, Mu Tianyuan wanted to wait for the pair of people to pass by before trying to get out of the city gate, but he was mixed up by Qin Yang, and his back feet almost stuck to his front feet. Of course Qin Yang knew about this pair of people, and he had already noticed it when the divine sense released it for a moment. Immediately take a shot. The chopstick cage on the table suddenly shattered, and the chopsticks crossed the street like sharp swords. Puff puff. A burst of dense voices sounded, and all the chopsticks sank directly into the opposite wall, which also stopped the team. Bastard! Who is blind, dare to commit murder on the street? Don't you know who we are? The middle-aged man headed by the patrolman rushed directly into the hall. The patroller's eyes glanced around, and it was obvious that they usually did not have permission to break into the store. Especially the first floor in the world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he was clearly looking for someone to provoke, but secretly he was looking for someone. As everyone knows, the person they are looking for has just left. As soon as they came in, the second child immediately stepped forward to stop him and said, "A few masters, are you coming to eat too?" "No." The patrolman glared at Qin Yang and returned without success. Qin Yang sighed, "The order of this little devil world is a bit interesting. For the safety of the guests, even the patrolmen are prohibited from trespassing. Damn it. The young master and the second Miss Feishing faction have already left the Arc de Triomphe." The patrolman discovered the message in the Mozu token shortly after leaving. The street screamed in surprise. Why didn't the guard stop him? It is said that it is blocked, but it cannot be stopped. He Caixing is in immediate danger and cannot be delayed. No, we have been notified as soon as possible. Hateful. He was in a good mood listening to the conversation that was gradually drifting away. It was originally an empty little devil world, but now it seems to be even more empty. Under such chaos, whether it is the yin and yang wood or the flag of the fire array, isn't it as easy as digging into the bag to get the object? In this way, Qin Yang had a beautiful meal and tasted the delicious food on the first floor of the world, which was really good. Little air, check out. Qin Yang patted his stomach. Okay. Guest officer, you spent a total of 678 magic crystals, and you won't lose any fractions. Thank you for your patronage of 607. Xiao Er's face bloomed with a smile. The other guests were full of admiration. In a normal restaurant, there are only 10 magic crystals for a meal. What's up with this kid? Shot so generously? The dishes on this table are all signs on the first floor, and the core members of the 3 factions do not dare to be so extravagant on weekdays. Magic, Jing. Qin Yang's mouth twitched suddenly, but he forgot that this is a small demon world, and the cultivation system is different, so naturally he won't trade with spirit stones. What's so expensive? Qin Yang listened to the discussions of other guests, and it was obvious that this meal had a sky-high price. Xiao Er's face stiffened, and his face became unpleasant. The other guests also showed expressions of watching the play. Someone actually eats bawang meal? Or eat bawang meal on the first floor of the world? This, guest officer? Xiao took out a token, obviously doing something. Qin Yang scratched his nose and said, "You misunderstood, I don't want to eat Overlord's meal, I'm just curious, you're just playing. Why are the dishes so expensive?" Expensive? Xiao said, "This has already given you a fraction. All the ingredients in these dishes are excellent, and some precious ingredients are even taken from high-end areas such as the 8th district. Besides, this wine." Qin Yang looked at the bottle of wine on the table that he didn't drink, and said, "I didn't drink it." Xiao said directly, "What you said just now, good wine and good food are served, and they are all the best. It doesn't matter if you drink or not, they are the best anyway." Qin Yang's face suddenly turned black. Just this pot of wine is also a pot of 100 magic crystals. Even the young sect masters of the 3 sects would not drink at will on weekdays. Qin Yang laughed and said, "You are the number 1 floor in the world, shouldn't it be the number 1 price in the world? It seems that this guest officer." Xiao took out the token again. Qin Yang scratched his head. At this time a middle-aged man with a big shoulder and a round waist walked directly from the back kitchen, his face full of flesh and fierceness. "Have you come to eat Bawang's meal again? Is that this kid?" The middle-aged man stared fiercely at Qin Yang and said, "Dare to come to Bawang's meal? Then you have to leave something behind today." Holding a butcher's knife in his hand, it was bright and cold, as if he was about to unload Qin Yang's arms and legs. "Would you like to leave a poem for you?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes. "I don't know what the magic crystal looks like, and I will definitely not pay for it. It happened that I used to run the Hongqian Inn, and there was a poem about the first floor in the world." The shopkeeper. Xiao looked at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is both the shopkeeper and the chef. At this time, he stared at Qin Yang and looked up and down, but found that this kid seemed a little unusual. "You want to set off a poem for 1 poem?" The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yang coldly. At this moment, there was a commotion on the street outside, who seemed to have returned triumphantly. Everyone looked towards the road, only to see Qin Wuyue's face full of joy, and she had obviously rescued He Caixing, the eldest lady of the Feixing school. Qin Yang also looked at it, and his expression was astonished. Not only them, but even Mu Tianyuan and He Xiaoyu, who I saw before the meal, were actually in the team. Isn't it? This couple is so unlucky? Qin Yang was stunned. It's just a meal. Chapter 721, Not Worthy of My Poems. Mu Tianyuan and He Xiaoyu deliberately glanced at the first floor of the world. It didn't matter, the empty plates on the table made them both angry. Obviously, this pair of hardworking Mandarin ducks blamed Qin Yang for all their grievances. If it wasn't for Qin Yang to encourage them to leave quickly, the sooner the better, it would be impossible to meet Qin Wuyue's team by accident. It was really a coincidence that He Caixing himself cursed bad luck. She originally wanted to continue this experience and get rid of her marriage with the Moonslayer, but she never thought that she happened to encounter a monster that escaped from the high-level area. After several setbacks, she also hid in the intermediate zone. But she couldn't stand the monsters in the intermediate zone, so she could only go back to the primary zone. However, her whereabouts have been watched by the monsters, and she has no choice but to go around the wall of the heaven and earth boundary. Anyway, the closer she is to the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, the safer it is. Who would have thought that Qin Wuyue did not dare to go straight into the intermediate area, and even detoured for a while, deliberately wanting to draw the rescue route into 2 points and 1 line, the shortest straight line. No, it happened directly. In the end, He Caixing could only say that he had escaped from the chaos. When He Caixing saw her sister, she thought to herself that she was more unlucky than herself. He Xiaoyu was about to cry, but had no tears at this time. She and Mu Tianyuan had a good plan. As long as she avoided the route directly opposite the Arc de Triomphe, and first went around the boundary wall of heaven and earth, no matter how Qin Wuyue went or returned, she would not bump into. However, I never expected that Qin Wuyue, this cowardly bag. Now that he sees Qin Yang, who is full of food and drink, isn't he still angry? What are you looking at? Either give money, or, hee. The shopkeeper and chef, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, slapped the kitchen knife on the table and smashed a plate on the spot. Haha. Okay, haha. Qin Yang nodded. What's the matter, are you playing a rogue with me? The shopkeeper's eyes showed a fierce light, and he grinned, dare to come to my first floor to eat the overlord's meal, and you want to kill it with a poem. What about the poem? The noise here, coupled with the stops of Mu Tianyuan and He Xiaoyu, also attracted the attention of He Caixing and Qin Wuyue. He Caixing just curiously glanced at Qin Yang's unfamiliar face, not knowing what her sister was looking at. But Qin Wuyue directly rounded her eyes and sneered. Yo, what a coincidence. Qin Wuyue pointed at Qin Yang and said, it's this person, I was recruiting a loose cultivator at the gate of the Arc de Triomphe, and this guy directly obeyed. This is not to take my Moonslayer sect in the eyes. Of course, he is indifferent to Miss Feishing Pai's distress, and this person doesn't even give Feishing Pai face. Let's go, and see the excitement? Immediately, Qin Wuyue walked directly into the first floor of the world. He Caixing, He Xiaoyu, and Mu Tianyuan also followed. Yo, several of your distinguished guests are here at the same time. It turns out that the Miss Feishing sent the eldest to rescue them? Okay, to celebrate, I will give you a bottle of century-old wine. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile, and at the end, he pointed to the jug on the table said, it's this bottle of 100-year-old wine worth 100 magic crystal coins. Qin Wuyue's eyes lit up, the boss is really polite, thank you. Obviously, this bottle of wine and 100 magic crystal coins are really not meant to kill Qin Yang. Qin Wuyue's voice changed, she looked at Qin Yang playfully, and said, what's going on? Can't afford to pay for food? Qin Yang didn't say a word, but the shopkeeper said, it's not that bad. Not only did he not pay, but he also played a rogue for me, and even used a poem to offset the debt. Isn't this a big joke? Poetry? Qin Wuyue laughed loudly and said, just this guy, who doesn't even dare to save people, and can also write poetry? Qin Wuyue looked around and said arrogantly, well, if this guy's poems can be a little smoother, I'll pay for his meal. The shopkeeper was immediately overjoyed, this Qin Wuyue was the young sect master of the Moon sect, and there were 2 young ladies from the Flying Star sect and Mu Tianyuan, the young sect master of the Bitian sect. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yang and said, aren't you going to use poetry to settle the bill? Read it out and let everyone listen? Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, there are poems, but unfortunately, this poem of mine is afraid that you are not worthy of the first floor in the world. Hey! I said you, why are you so ignorant? The shopkeeper was about to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Qin Wuyue stopped her and said contemptuously, it turns out that it's just a tongue-in-cheek force, a pair of sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. The shopkeeper was entangled in Qin Yang's words, grabbing Qin Yang's collar and lifting Qin Yang up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Qin Yang's body in the slightest. Qin Yang's eyes squinted slightly and said, if I dare to break my cloak. Before he finished speaking, the shopkeeper fell into an ice cave. This look seemed to make him feel like he was about to be in a disaster. Quickly let go, the feeling disappeared again. Afraid of not being able to hold on to his face, the shopkeeper said, since you said that I am not worthy of the first floor in the world, come up with a reason? If you can't tell the truth, Grandpa will steam and fry you today. Qin Yang patted the neckline and said, what did I say before? Let you get the best wine and food, what are you doing here? It's just a matter of entry, this skill is also worthy of being called the best in the world. Building? The shopkeeper suddenly forgot his previous fears, stared at his eyes, and shouted angrily, "Good boy, the whole little devil world is also." "Dare no one speak like that, you really have eaten the guts of the nine-tailed celestial fox." "That's because I don't want to eat it." Qin Yang snorted. "It seems that the nine-tailed celestial fox is somewhat famous on the third floor of this underwater prison." The shopkeeper roared loudly, "Okay, since you said that my food and wine are not good, then you can come up with a good one? As long as you dare to be better than me, I can kneel down and call your grandfather, let alone that meal. It costs 608 magic crystals." The shopkeeper. Xiao whispered, "You are confused, it's not 608, it's 678, and you gave him a fraction, 607. I want you to talk more." The shopkeeper glared at Xiao fiercely. Xiao hurriedly bowed his head. How much, how much?" Qing Wuyue's voice changed. 607, that was his pocket money for 2 years. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Mu Tianyuan opened his mouth wide. A group of young master-level figures from the top forces, at this time, are like a country bumpkin. Looking at the table full of empty plates, this table is afraid that people at the level of the sect master would dare to eat. "How dare you make such an expensive dish?" Qing Wuyue looked at the shopkeeper with a stiff face. The shopkeeper choked for a moment, and after a while he said, "How could I know that someone would dare to eat Ba Wang's meal?" He, who was good at observing words and expressions, of course discovered the subtle changes in Qing Wuyue, and immediately said loudly, "As you are, you will definitely not break your promise, right?" Qing Wuyue's palm was almost sweating, and her voice was still extremely unnatural. "No, no, how could it be?" Looking at Qin Yang fiercely, Qing Wuyue gritted her teeth and said, "Read your poem." Chapter 722. This wine should only be found in the sky. Qin Yang coughed lightly, got up and said, "Then can I read it?" "Read? I don't believe it, what kind of poetry can you write?" Qing Wuyue couldn't wait for Qin Yang to be dumb at this moment. Crossing the sky through the ages. As soon as Qin Yang opened his voice, the audience was stunned. Just this first sentence makes everyone trendy. Although this is the small devil world, in the underwater prison. But every demon race knows that the outside world is the real world, and the outside world is called the sky. Zhengangwenyu sees sorrow. Qin Yang shook his head and read out the second sentence. In a word, everyone is placed on the top of the mountain, with an invincible momentum lingering in their minds. The creation of the universe is in hand, the world is unparalleled, the first floor. The next 2 sentences, Qin Yang read out directly. The voice echoed for a long time, shocking. Sometimes it is above the clouds in the 9 heavens, and sometimes it is in the stormy waves. Majestic and supreme in the world, it seems that everyone can see the true God. The shopkeeper's whole body was trembling, and he couldn't help himself with excitement. His mind was integrated into this poem, and he actually felt that the first floor of the unparalleled world was really unworthy. However, it's good to just think about it in your heart, and of course you won't say it. The shopkeeper immediately said, "Good poem. Good poem. From now on, this poem will be my sign on the first floor of the world." Qing Wuyue also came back to her senses, but everyone praised the poem again and again. Even if he wanted to say something, it was too late. In this case, wouldn't the meal cost be counted on his head? That is 607 magic crystal coins. Qin Yang smiled lightly, stared at the shopkeeper, and said word by word, "Are you worthy of this building?" The shopkeeper's face froze, and he said, "Okay, since you don't deserve it, then give me the money." Qin Yang, on the other hand, pursed his lips in Qing Wuyue and said, "If you ask him to settle the bill, you will definitely not break your promise as a person, right?" Qing Wuyue's face was contorted, her fists clenched and her lungs were about to explode. Who would have thought that this guy could actually write a poem, such a good one? Staring at the shopkeeper, it was this dead fat pig who clapped his hands and applauded happily. Qin Wuyua's eyes lit up, she thought of something, and said, "Of course I won't break my promise, but the shopkeeper's words must be counted." The shopkeeper was bewildered and said directly, "Of course it counts." After thinking about what he said just now, the shopkeeper laughed and said, "Want to find something better than my food and my wine? Impossible. My food and my wine are all unique. Once there is, they will be exempted from the bill, and they will kneel and kowtow to Qin Yang and call him grandpa. Although the consequences are serious, it is absolutely impossible." But as soon as the words fell, everyone suddenly became intoxicated, and the aroma of wine that invaded the soul made everyone's mouth water. This wine is called Balingxiang. Of course, you may not know what this Balingxiang is. But it is based on 10,000 years of monkey wine. Qin Yang introduced slowly, everyone's eyes showed shock and incredible color. "The smell of this is about to ascend to the sky, so drink this one. This wine should only be found in the sky, not in the human world at all." Mu Tianyuan even ran the pupil technique and found that this was not an illusion. This wine really exists. Z. Qin Yang took a sip, drank it all, and smacking his lips. Everyone's eyes immediately turned red, as if seeing a cow gnawing on a peony. Ruthless things. How? Qin Yang looked at the shopkeeper with a smile. The shopkeeper smelled the fragrance in the air and was speechless with excitement. Others may not be able to tell the difference, but for him who can brew a bottle of wine with 100 magic crystal coins, he really knows the value of this wine. The shopkeeper seemed to have lost his mind as if he had gone mad, and said in his mouth, "The holy medicine for body refining. The holy medicine for body refining. It is said that the Xuanhuan faction can improve the strength of the entire sect if they have this wine. Recipe, let alone the little devil world, rule the entire underwater prison. Even if we return to the sky and the devil world, there is still hope. The hope of our devil race is finally here." The voice was so loud that the entire first floor of the world was boiling. Everyone was taken aback. The faces of Qin Wuyue and the others were uncertain. The sisters He Caixing and He Xiaoyu looked at each other. This wine is 100 times more valuable than the flag of the fire array. In Qin Wuyue's eyes, there was a wicked look, but he looked away. This kid actually has such a treasure. Mu Tianyuan didn't have so much scheming, but he also knew that this matter was of great importance, and he must report it to his father as soon as possible. Qin Yang raised his eyelids, looked at the shopkeeper, and said, "Look at how amazing you are, you have never seen the world before? But just blow it hard." "I'm not blowing it. I smelled some medicinal herbs in this wine, and some even seemed to have never been seen before. Just smelling it, my blood boiled, and I felt infinite power. The shopkeeper really has 2 brushes, and he actually said that the effect of the wine is not much different." Although he added a lot of exaggerated descriptions, Qin Yang knew in his heart that such exaggerated descriptions were actually not exaggerated at all. "No, it's your illusion." Qin Yang frowned. "I secretly regret it. The way of cultivation of the demon race is to refine the body as the king. But this wine is a body-refining holy artifact. Even a monster at the level of a swallowing beast like a panda is of great benefit, let alone a person from the demon race. No, it's definitely not an illusion," the shopkeeper said decisively. A strange phenomenon appeared. Qin Yang tried his best to say that the wine was not good, but the shopkeeper tried his best to praise it. It was as if the two had opposite identities. Good or bad, why not take out some more? Qin Wuyue narrowed her eyes and said. The whole hall was silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Everyone stared at Qin Yang like a wild wolf who had been hungry for 100 days. That was the last cup just now, it's gone, Qin Yang said directly. Qin Wuyue sneered and said, the last cup? I see the way you drink, but it doesn't look like the last cup. Indeed, Qin Yang was like drinking tea before, otherwise it would not give people a sense of ruined things. Although the sound of sucking is very pleasant, there is no sense of pity for the last cup in this comfort. Qin Yang blinked and said firmly, I really don't have a cup left. Nonsense, this 10,000-year monkey wine, Qin Yang uses a pool to measure, how can he use a cup? Grandpa. The shopkeeper disregarded his face and knelt down in front of Qin Yang with a thud. Even if he ran into the 3-level monster head-on, Qin Yang didn't change his face, and when he knelt, Qin Yang almost jumped up. It's too sudden. Defying the sky without warning. Don't call me Grandpa, I don't have your grandson. Qin Yang was full of disgust. This middle-aged man like a dead fat pig looks greasy and disgusting. It is also a loss that he is a shopkeeper and a cook at the same time. Otherwise, with such a shopkeeper walking back and forth in the hall, who can eat? Qin Wuyue glanced at the shopkeeper, calculated in her heart, and immediately said, since it's gone, it's really a pity. Well, I'll send someone to bring the money for this meal later. Looking at Qin Yang, Qin Wuyue squeezed out a seemingly very friendly smile and said, this brother, in the name of the young sect master of Xuanhuan sect, I invite you to come as a guest. Chapter 723. No. He has already brought out a wine that is 10 times better than mine, no, 100 times better, so I'll take care of what I say. This meal is exempted from him, and I am his grandson from today on. The shopkeeper bit his mouth and knelt on the ground, unable to get up. Qin Wuyue gritted her teeth and said fiercely, since it was said that it was the last cup, he drank it. That is to say, there is no evidence. Otherwise, take it out and take a look? Of course Qin Yang will not take out the monkey wine again. After realizing the importance of the monkey wine to the demons, he can no longer be ostentatious. Qin Yang didn't want to directly tear his face away from the entire little demon realm. It was crucial to be able to easily obtain 2 treasures as soon as possible. This. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang said again, it's really gone. What else did the shopkeeper want to say? Qin Wuyue's body already exuded murderous aura. Could it be that the first floor in the world is going to oppose my moon-slaying faction? Directly took out the names of the 3 factions and forced the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper seemed to have the same expression as his daughter-in-law who had just passed the door and his old mother were robbed, but there was nothing he could do. Recalling the aroma of the wine just now, the shopkeeper clenched his teeth, as if he had made a decision. The shopkeeper got up and said in a deep voice, since there is no fine wine, then what I said before will not hold. Qin Wuyue nodded in satisfaction. But the shopkeeper immediately said, since there is no fine wine, then please pay for it. There are 608 magic crystals in total. 1 less. Xiao Er whispered, 678, after erasing the fraction, it is 607. Before he finished speaking, the shopkeeper's slap turned the second fan into a spinning top. A total of 617, 1 less, don't even think about leaving. The shopkeeper said firmly. Qin Wuyue's face turned cold, and she said, I won't tell you, I'll pay for the money. I'll ask someone to bring the money when I turn around. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, this store does not take credit. You. Qin Wuyue glared at the shopkeeper, so, are you going to be my enemy of the Moonslayer? The shopkeeper said in a low voice, with the recipe for this wine, let alone 1 moon-slaying faction, even 10 moon-slaying factions can hold it up. Everyone is not a fool, otherwise you had a bit of a holiday with him before, but why do you want to invite him as a guest? Okay, no credit, right? I'm sitting here today, when will the money be delivered, and when will I take him away? That's all right? Qin Wuyue immediately found a seat and sat down. No, you have to pay immediately, the shopkeeper said. Qin Wuyue looked at him, his eyes seemed to sparkle. He Caixing and He Xiaoyu looked at each other, and He Xiaoyu hurriedly sent a message to the Feishing faction. Mu Tianyuan has already sent the message and received the message. No matter what, Qin Yang must not be allowed to go to the Moonslayer. The Moonslaying faction already has a fire array flag, and the balance of power is about to be broken. If there is another recipe for this kind of wine, would it be great? The status of Bitianzong will even be shaken by it. Qing Wuyue took a deep breath and said, "Pay now? Right?" "Yes." The shopkeeper looked like he didn't get in. On the other hand, Qin Yang himself was in the cold, picking his teeth, bored, enjoying this good show. Qing Wuyue said, "Magic crystal is a common currency, but sometimes there is not enough magic crystal. You can use element spar instead, right?" The shopkeeper raised his brows and said, "Yes, what's wrong? Do you have so many elemental spar?" Elemental spar, as the name suggests, contains the power of various elements. There are fire spar, crystal stone, jade spar, gold spar, and so on. Demons cultivate Douqi, and Douqi also has different attributes. There is a corresponding spar, which can directly temper the body and condense the fighting spirit. The magic spar is to forge the element spar again with a special method, making it into a non-attribute spar. This non-attribute is not turned into an ordinary stone, but no matter what kind of fighter the cultivator cultivates, it can be improved, also known as the omnipotent spar. The universal spar is shaped into the shape of a coin, which is a common general currency. Magic spar is generally not used directly, but is converted into various element spar for use. After all, elemental spar is cheap. Of course, in addition to some top-level exercises, if you don't directly cultivate elemental power, you must use magic spar to improve your power. However, although the power is strong, it consumes a lot of money. However, if you want to use the element spar to offset the account, you must exchange it according to a certain ratio. Qing Wuyue touched her Qianquan ring and sneered, "The ratio of fire spar and magic spar is 10 to 1. Then 607 magic crystal coins need." He stretched out his hand and waved directly, and a pile of spar filled with the power of fire was poured out. In the entire hall, the temperature rose suddenly, and the air instantly became extremely dry. Quack! Qin Yang directly bit off the toothpick and stared at the fire spar, with a strange look in his eyes. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, looking at Qing Wuyue in disbelief. This guy actually brought so many fire crystals with him? But, the Xuanhuan sect cultivates not the fire attribute fighting spirit, but the non-attribute fighting spirit. Even if you want to cultivate element attributes, you should also cultivate water attributes. How could there be so many fire crystals? What's more, there are so many fire crystals, why not convert them into magic crystal coins? Look at this, is it enough? Qing Wuyue looked at the shopkeeper coldly. The shopkeeper stumbled a few steps and bumped into the counter, murmuring, "Enough, enough." Now that he really lost his wife and lost his troops, not only did he not keep Qin Yang, but he also provoked the Xuanhuan faction in vain. Without the recipe for the wine, he could only be beaten back to his original form. How could he bear the revenge of the Xuanhuan faction? Okay, then let's go. Qing Wuyue made a pleased gesture to Qin Yang. But now, everyone finally looked at Qin Yang again, but Qin Yang's previous small movements were not noticed by others. The element spar can also be charged, so this one in my hand. Qin Yang was playing with a golden stone. The surging power of the golden element made it seem that he was cut by the sharp light at first glance. Everyone exclaimed in unison, and even the shopkeeper looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Golden spar? The shopkeeper opened his mouth wide, and the expressions of the others were the same. Qin Yang's face darkened. Could this thing be a rarity? The shopkeeper grabbed the gold spar and said excitedly, "I have never seen such a fine gold spar, and the gold spar has the highest value among the elemental spar, and its metallic vindictiveness is even stronger than the non-attribute vindictiveness. However, if you want to use the magic spar to cultivate metallic vindictiveness, it will cost more than cultivating non-attribute vindictiveness. After some nagging, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a high value, and it's not as bad as monkey wine. The exchange ratio between gold spar and magic spar is 1:1. After all, this gold spar is only useful for metallic vindictiveness, the shopkeeper said. Although there are restrictions, it doesn't matter how expensive it is for the practitioners of metallic vindictiveness. In that case, I have the money to pay the bill, Qin Yang said solemnly. The twitching corners of his mouth meant that Qin Yang wanted to laugh and held it back. Chapter 724. You have money to pay the bill? Everyone is staring at Qin Yang. Isn't this kid playing tricks on everyone? The shopkeeper took a deep look at Qin Yang, wondering where this person changed from the golden spar. But thinking about it, it's also right. With such a magical wine as monkey wine, it's still short of money? On the contrary, Qin Wuyue, who thought she was the biggest winner, had a pale face. Yes, this golden spar was changed by Qin Yang. When Qin Yang saw the fire spar, he knew that he could be rich too. This fire spar, Qin Yang can see at a glance that it is an ordinary stone tempered with the fire array flag, changing its essence and turning it into a fire spar. It is not extracted from the raw stone extracted from the fire crystal mine. There is not much difference between the two. On the contrary, the effect of tempering with the fire array flag is better, and the power is more pure. The fire array flag is in the hands of the moon-slaying sect. Outside, the slashing moon sect claimed that the fire array banner could help quench the body, but they didn't say how to help. Now it seems that it has the ability to make fire spar out of thin air, and then convert it into magic spar for tempering. If the Xuanhuan sect cultivates all fire attribute fighting spirit, then it can directly use it to temper the physique. But Qin Yang knows how to temper, but it doesn't mean that these demons also know. This fire array flag belongs to the moon-slaying faction, and it is just a tool for making money. Since these demons can do it, why can't Qin Yang do it? In the Xuanhuan ring, Qin Yang really has a golden array flag. Just quietly buckle up a stone from the ground, and directly imitate it and change a gold spar. Touching stone into gold, this is the real touch of stone into gold. In fact, Qin Yang is not the only way to turn a stone into gold. Qin Yang, who has the ability to swallow the gourd, can create a spirit stone out of thin air. Only now, the spirit stone is useless. This also explains why there are so many fire spar in Qin Wuyue's ring. Obviously, Qin Wuyue didn't want to expose this, and the exchange of fire spar was also on the black market. But in order to take Qin Yang away, he was willing to take risks. I just didn't expect that this adventure would let Qin Yang see through everything at a glance. The shopkeeper laughed. Anyway, the Xuanhuan faction has already offended him. He will have to wear small shoes in the future. If he can't get it, he can't get it either. Since you have the ability to pay, then give it. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yang. Everyone also stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang scratched his nose. It was a stone that was temporarily buckled from the ground. He couldn't perform on the spot, right? However, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Xuanhuan ring, and there are countless heavenly stars and spirit stones, but these cannot be turned into gold spar. Where did Qin Yang find so many ordinary stones? The atmosphere was awkwardly silent. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, "Excuse me, I'll come to pick it up." Qin Yang dodged and disappeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. This guy actually has such a strong strength? Many experts from the second realm of God Emperor were present, but they couldn't find out how Qin Yang left. Many people felt a little creepy, especially the shopkeeper. Am I always making things difficult for such a strong man? The shopkeeper was afraid. In case Qin Yang was annoyed just now, if the other party was in a bad mood, he would give him directly. It can disappear without a trace under the eyes of the public, as if it has never appeared. With this method, the guard of the Arc de Triomphe may not be able to stop him. This is a strong man. We must take him. Qing Wuyue said firmly in her heart. The shopkeeper inadvertently glanced at the gap on the ground, and immediately became furious. What bastard dares to lift the floor of Lao Tzu's first floor? Everyone also looked over, but they were a little confused. Who was free to go to the floor? Maybe someone accidentally made it, and Xiao hasn't had time to clean up? Only Qing Wuyue's pupils shrank, staring at the golden spar in the shopkeeper's hand, secretly swallowing spit. Sure enough, Qin Yang returned in a moment. Only this time, he brought a pile of gold spar directly. Is it enough? Qin Yang asked. Enough, enough. The shopkeeper nodded again and again. Not only was it enough, but he even paid several times more. This brother, I have been offended before, because I have no eyes. Please give me a chance next time, so that I can make up for the previous offense. Qing Wuyue saluted respectfully. This move suddenly shocked everyone's eyes. Qing Wuyue, who has always been lawless and whose eyes are higher than the top, also has such a humble side. I'm afraid I've never been so respectful when I met him, right? Could it be that this sunny day has gone crazy? At this time, Qing Wuyue was smiling at everyone. If Qin Yang only had that wine, everything would be unknown. People who have alcohol may not have recipes. And wine, there is always a day to drink. But Qing Wuyue found the clue. It is very possible, even certain, that Qin Yang has a treasure, comparable to the flag of the fire array. Maybe even the golden array flag. This is a real treasure that can be passed down for thousands of years. Originally, the Xuanhuan faction had fire. The flag of the formation also has a large amount of fire spar, which caused the price of fire spar to collapse, but now there is another flag of the golden formation. Anyway, the value of this Qin Yang is unshakable in Qing Wuyue's heart. Qin Yang is also a little depressed. This guy is too good at the wind, right? He didn't know that it had already been guessed that he owned the golden array flag. Seeing that the other party was so sincere, he also wanted to get the flag of the fire array earlier. After thinking about it, Qin Yang said directly, if that's the case, then I'll come with you. Qing Wuyue was overjoyed and hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. The group left with a vigor and went straight to Xuanhuan sect. Alas! The shopkeeper sighed, but he didn't expect Qing Wuyue to succeed in the end. However, with Qin Yang around, the moon-slaying sect would not settle accounts with him for a while. And this pile of gold spar can be regarded as a windfall. After all, Qin Yang's shot is very rich. Putting away all the golden spar on the ground, the shopkeeper glanced at the weird gap on the ground again. This shape seems familiar. Suddenly thinking of something, the shopkeeper hurriedly took out the golden spar that Qin Yang had given him for the first time, and buckled it tremblingly. Immediately, the whole body was covered in sweat, and the scalp was numb. Strictly fit, this golden spar is what this stone has become. The shopkeeper's eyes trembled violently, and at this moment, a handyman came from behind, but cried out, "The shopkeeper, someone stole the grinding wheel in our backyard." The shopkeeper was shocked, and quickly poured out all the golden spar. Although this pile of gold spar has no rules, there are some lines on some of the gold spar. The shopkeeper hurriedly searched and pieced together some pieces, but he couldn't see where it was. This golden spar was the grinding disc in the backyard. Thinking of the change in Qing Wuyue's attitude, I thought it was too abrupt, but now everything seems to be clear. Thinking of the large amount of fire spar on the black market recently, a shocking truth gradually surfaced. These news are more valuable than this pile of golden spar. Qing Wuyu and Xuanhuan faction, if they want to take revenge on me now, I'm afraid they have no time to take care of it. The shopkeeper's heart was relieved, he pondered, and greeted a junior, whispering in his ear. Go and invite Feishing faction and Tianzong, and by the way, there is also the contact of Wu Wei faction, saying that I will treat them to the best dinner for free. Chapter 725, Qingqing Prairie. The Little Devil World is divided into 4 parts of the world. There are prosperous cities everywhere. Tianzong, Xuanhuan sect, Feishing sect and Wu Wei sect each have their own iconic buildings. As for the Moon-slaying faction, the name is Moon Tower. Qin Yang followed Qin Wuyue to the Xuanhuan sect site, and also knew the division of some places in this Little Devil World. Just like the division of the 3rd floor of the underwater prison outside the walls of the heaven and earth, this little devil is also divided into different areas. The same 9 regions are controlled by 1 sect and 3 factions. Among them, Tianzong is the most powerful and has the 3 most prosperous districts. The other 3 factions each control 2 districts. Between different districts, the degree of prosperity is likely to be very different, and it has also created 3 factions with different strengths and different development potentials. In addition to the street buildings, the districts in the Little Demon Realm also correspond to the districts outside the walls of the Heaven and Earth Realm. Occupying a certain area within the Little Demon Realm also gained resources from a certain area outside the walls of the Heaven and Earth Realm. Various elemental crystal mines, of course, are also in the 9 districts outside the boundary of Heaven and Earth. The mining right is related to the area corresponding to the Little Demon Realm. With such a big movement from the demon race, the Heavenly Supervision Array has never been able to find it? Qin Yang pondered in his heart. According to this statement, there must be countless demons in the 9 districts outside. Not only the formation of the Tianjin, but even I hunted monsters in the high-level area before, and I didn't see the demons. If I didn't encounter it, it was a matter of luck, but the Tianjin array didn't find it, it would be a bit tricky. And Qing Wuyue, but in the next conversation, she said it herself. Brother must have always been a loose cultivator? Qin Wuyue asked. Why? Qin Yang asked back. Qin Wuyue smiled and said, anyway, it is impossible to get out of this underwater prison. Only by joining the Little Demon Realm is the right way. As long as we have the token of our demon race, we will hook up with the Little Demon Realm and get the real freedom. Better than having people keep watch and play. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked, tentatively. But he secretly thought in his heart, this demon race token can actually block the formation of Tianjin? Sure enough, humans are different from monsters. Thousands of years have passed, and the monsters are just stifling their heads to improve their strength. At most, they can dominate the 6th floor and become the hegemon of a party. But the demon race is different. 10,000 years has allowed them to open up a place similar to the boundary in the world. Qing Wuyue said, even if you are a prisoner honestly, you will not be let go. After all, we are a demon. If that's the case, why should we live under the sight of others? Qin Yang nodded lightly. After walking for a while, a very tall building appeared in front. Standing among other buildings, it is like standing out from the crowd. The prosperous pavilion seems to be going straight to the sky. Here we are, this is the symbol of our moon-slaying sect, Wang Guolu. Qing Wuyue said with a smile, and then said, you can tour around for a while, and after I report to my father, I can invite you to Wang Guolu. After finishing speaking, he looked impatiently at the back of the team, Mu Tianyuan, who had been following. Qing Wuyue Yin and Yang strangely said, is there something wrong with the young master of Tianzong? In Qin Yang's eyes, Mu Tianyuan seems to be more bizarre and stronger than Qing Wuyue, but this person's nature is somewhat honest. At this moment, Mu Tianyuan was a little helpless, and looked at He Xiaoyu with a reluctant expression. All of this is also in Qing Wuyue's eyes. Qing Wuyue's eyes showed a vicious look, and she said solemnly, if there is nothing wrong, please come back, the young master of the other Tianzong. This Wang Guolu, after all, is the one who killed us. The core of the Moon faction. Almost forced to leave, Mu Tianyuan took a deep breath and could only leave. Qin Wuyue changed her face, politely said goodbye to Qin Yang again, and went directly into the Moon Tower. Qin Yang looked up at the building and pouted. Wang Guolu, unfortunately, there is no moon in this underwater prison. No matter how tall the building is, what's the use? Just as he was talking, he smelled a woman's body fragrance in his nose, and Hitsai came over at some point, sticking it very close. It's just that Qin Yang's body has an aura that no strangers should enter. If he gets close, he needs to bear great pressure. If he dares to get close again, he is afraid that he will feel fatally dangerous. The two sisters, Hitsai and He Xiaoyu, were pretty good looking. Especially Hitsai, whose face is always charming. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to walk at a glance, and she would be fascinated by her. It's a pity that Qin Yang just glanced at her from beginning to end, knowing what this person looks like, that's all. Am I not beautiful? Why don't you look at others? Hitsai voice was numb, and her face was full of resentment. The cultivator of the Xuanhuan sect on the side was blushing and his eyes were straight. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and looked at Hitsai, but did not answer, but his heart was like a mirror. Hitsai wanted to get closer, but Qin Yang's eyes gradually showed dark golden lines. Hitsai seemed to be stared at by a beast, and she felt chills all over her body, so she didn't dare to think about getting close. Pretending to be angry, Hitsai snorted softly, and said, "Most of the moon is upstairs, the scenery is infinite. Why don't we borrow a drink in the evening?" Qin Yang is smiling, but not smiling, thinking about his own wine, timing. Obvious. Don't think about the wine, it's really gone. But this story, isn't it waiting for Qin Wuyue's report? Qin Yang said. Hitsai exhaled like a blue orchid and lowered his business, saying, "I'm not talking about being with Qin Wuyue, I'm referring to only you and me." Halfway through the words, I saw that Qin Wuyue had returned in a hurry. Obviously, after reporting Qin Yang's matter again, the sect master of Xuanhuan sect also attached great importance to Qin Yang. It's just that he didn't show up because he was afraid of being restrained, and wanted Qin Wuyue to have a good relationship with Qin Yang. Father said, "As long as you are in the moon-slaying faction, seeing you is equivalent to seeing me. You can come and go as you please in the Moon Tower. Let's go to the top floor now." Qin Wuyue stretched out her hand to pull Qin Yang's hand, to show intimacy. But when his hand stretched out in the air, as if bitten by a snake, he was startled and looked around suspiciously. "Please lead the way." Qin Yang nodded. Qin Wuyue hurriedly smiled and made a gesture of invitation. The two walked and chatted. Qin Yang said, "I see something on your head." "Oh? What?" Qin Wuyue asked. "A green prairie." Qin Yang said. "What, meaning?" Qin Wuyue was puzzled. Qin Yang didn't explain, just glanced at Hitsai and He Xiaoyu without a trace. "When I came to the top floor of Xuanhuan building, I really had a wide field of vision. In the distance, you can see the landmark buildings of other sects, although they are very far away, they can still be vaguely distinguished. There is Tianzong. That's incompetent. That's the Flying Star faction." Qin Wuyue kept introducing her, but with the introduction, her pride was not concealed. Compared with the landmark buildings of other sects, this Moon Tower is second to none in the Little Demon realm. But in Qin Yang's view, the proudest point can only be summed up in one sentence: what's the use of high? Chapter 726. For a few hours in a row, he didn't get to the point, and Qin Yang was happy to take this opportunity to take a look at the Little Devil world. The general picture of the Little Demon realm is already clear. If you don't want to fight with the entire little demon realm, you have to run away if you take something, and you have to run out of the walls of the heaven and earth realm. I heard that there are monsters attacking the city at both ends of the wall of the world. What's going on? Qin Yang asked. Qing Wuyue looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Didn't even know this? Without thinking too much, Qing Wuyue explained, it is rumored that this underwater prison is the stomach of the half-step true god Kuanping. Whether it is the half-step true god or the real true god is unknown. Our little devil world is on the 3rd floor. Qing Wuyue said slowly, as time goes by, this space is not static, but expands and contracts occasionally. Qin Yang immediately understood and said, so, when the 3rd floor was shrinking, it was held up by the walls of the world. But when it was stretched, there were gaps at both ends of the walls of the world. Qing Wuyue's eyes lit up and said, Brother Qin is really a genius, and he can see through everything directly. Such a blunt compliment, even Qin Yang himself felt embarrassed. After a while of nonsense, Qing Wuyue said in a low voice, the little devil world is not a single piece of iron. For thousands of years, policies have been different. We, the moon-slaying faction and the flying star faction, advocate expansion, and go to the 4th, 5th and even the 1st floor. Go on the 6th floor. After all, the deeper you go, the easier it is to improve your strength. If you can reach the 6th floor, no amount of magic spar will be able to compare the space pressure. As long as you are there, it is equivalent to constantly quenching body. As soon as the voice changed, Qing Wuyue said again, but those guys from the Wu-Wei faction are afraid of their heads and tails, and the mud can't support the wall, they just want to be at ease, and they want to continue the chaos according to the wall of the world. If you can gather all the power of the demon race, what's the matter? Can't it? Where is the other Tianzong? Qin Yang asked. Mu Tianyuan has a rare eye technique, which is nothing in the world of the sky. But among the demons, it is very special. Being so special also means that Bi Tianzong is stronger. In fact, Bi Tianzong is indeed the strongest of the 3 sects. Qing Wuyue said, Bi Tianzong does not agree to expand, they are different from the Wu-Wei sect. The Wu-Wei sect is greedy for comfort and does not want to make progress. But the Bi Tianzong has been saying that they have seen through this world, and they are fundamentally it is impossible to go out, waiting for an opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Qin Yang asked. Qing Wuyue did not answer, but looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang suddenly understood in his heart that even the shopkeeper on the 1st floor knew, and he didn't need to say more. The opportunity is the qualitative change of power, and what can bring about this kind of qualitative change can be achieved by my 10,000 years of monkey wine. This is the 3rd floor of the submarine prison. It is very easy to be promoted under the 3 realms of God Emperor. But if you want to be promoted to the 3rd realm of God Emperor, it will become very difficult. In this case, you have to go to the deeper 4th floor. Although the cultivation system of the demon race is very suitable for the underwater prison, no matter how suitable it is not comparable to the monsters. Just a lot. In the God Emperor realm, the number is meaningless. If you want to enter a deeper level, this is a bloody road after all. Without the protection of the heaven and earth boundary walls, at least half of the demons would die. Even total death is very likely. Therefore, Bi Tianzong and Wu-Wei faction stood on a united front and refused to advance rashly. The atmosphere fell silent, and Qing Wuyue broke the silence and said, Wei Zhanyue sent the flag of the fire array, and the fire spar can be continuously produced. The speed is faster than the fire spar mine, and the quality is better. However, this is just fire spar. What can really improve our strength is magic spar. Now because a large number of fire spar has flowed into the black market, the ratio of exchange for magic spar has collapsed. This cannot be regarded as sustainable development. It's getting late, so don't talk nonsense? What to say, we all understand. Qin Yang felt a little bored. He knew what the other party wanted to do, but he was always talking nonsense. It's fine if you mess around for a while, but who can stand it for a whole day? Qing Wuyue paused for a moment and said, okay, then I'll just say it straight. Under what conditions can you come up with the wine recipe, and the golden array flag? He Caixing has been accompanying her, and when she heard the recipe of the wine, she immediately cheered up. But when he heard the golden array flag, he suddenly looked at Qin Yang. Oh? Qin Yang thought for a while, then laughed, so you found out? Qing Wuyue said, with the recipe for wine and the golden array flag, we will be able to dominate the little demon realm by the Moonslayer sect. When the time comes, we will follow the law and prohibit what we do. Why can't we do it? It's not us, it's you. Qin Yang corrected. Qing Wuyue said with a sincere expression, I have said before, the Xuanhuan faction, seeing you is equivalent to seeing me, and even your status will be higher than mine. Qin Yang would not believe these nonsense and said, even if there is a recipe for wine, it will take hundreds of years to brew it. The golden array flag. Like the fire array flag, it cannot determine the fundamentals. Qing Wuyue looked excited. Qin Yang had already admitted to owning the recipe for wine. It's only a few hundred years, I can afford it. My demons have survived for 10,000 years, why should I be afraid of a few hundred years? Qing Wuyue said. Qin Yang suddenly became vigilant. The wolf ambition of this demon clan has not been shattered until now? I'm afraid that apart from the Wu Wei faction, even other days Zong think the same way. After all, Bi Tianzong didn't agree to go out because he couldn't see hope. Of course, you can think about it, don't rush to make a decision. Qing Wuyue also knew that she couldn't push too hard, and got up just to leave room for Qin Yang to think. Just before leaving, Qing Wuyue whispered, it is safest to cooperate with us. Although the forces of the other Tianzong are strong, they are good at using illusions. In case you are caught by them. After he finished speaking, he wanted to pat Qin Yang on the shoulder, but unfortunately, an inexplicable force stopped him again. Qing Wuyue finally said, don't you want to see the real world? Qing Wuyue confidently left the top floor, and the entire top floor consisted of only He Caixing and a few servants. Qing Wuyue's negotiation method is really good. But I don't know that the most important thing in negotiation is the exchange of chips. For Qin Yang, Qing Wuyue's bargaining chip is simply a joke. He Caixing, who was on the side, let all the servants leave and got along with Qin Yang alone. Qin Yang frowned. Was this what He Caixing did by himself, or did Qing Wuyue do it on purpose? Judging from the previous conversation, this Qing Wuyue is not just a dummy. Brother Qin, you actually have a better choice. He Caixing said in a soft voice. Snacks and wine were brought from the side. Although this wine is not as good as your divine wine, it is not bad. Qin Yang glanced at dim sum and was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Even poisoned? And this poison is actually a spring poison. Qin Yang was really impressed that the beauty plan was used for this. Why are you laughing? He Caixing's face was red and his eyes were bright. Qin Yang asked instead, what is the better option you just mentioned? He Caixing's face became even more rosy, as if he was ashamed to speak. But it is precisely in this way that it appears more real and moving. He Caixing bit his lip and said, if you cooperate with the Xuanhuan sect, you will only get respect. But if you cooperate with our Feishing sect, you will get much more than that. Qin Yang pretended not to know, and continued to ask, then what are you waiting for? He Caixing stamped her feet shyly, as if she were a little girl, and said shyly, of course there are others. After saying that, he whispered, if you are willing, there is also my sister. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and said to himself, I believe you are a ghost. Your sister. Thinking of the green grassland above Qingwuyu, Qin Yang shuddered. How about you eat and drink first? He Caixing said. Qin Yang glanced at the snack again, opened the lid of the pot and looked at the wine, thinking, sure enough. There is a special condiment in this snack, and there is no problem in using it alone. However, under the Qin Yang Ultimate Edition Invincible Copy System, its functions are listed. One of the uses of this special condiment is to combine it with another elixir to produce new medicinal effects. And the effect of this medicine is an extremely powerful aphrodisiac. To say it is strong does not mean how unbearable the effect of the drug is, but that after the effect of the drug wears off, changes will occur in the heart. Whoever the aphrodisiac is with will completely give up on him. Even if I don't poison him in the future, I won't be able to restrain myself if I see him. Qin Yang had another bold idea in his mind. Could it be that Qin Wuyue was controlled by He Caixing? Seeing that Qin Yang was still refusing to eat or drink, He Caixing pretended to be displeased and said, "Why, could it be that he dislikes it?" Qin Yang shook his head and said, "I don't mind if I dislike it. These snacks and this wine are both very precious." It is indeed very precious. He Caixing agreed, but he always felt that there was something in Qin Yang's words. Qin Yang didn't hide it, picked up a piece of snack, and said, "It's not outstanding in itself, but the rainbow star flower in this condiment is extremely precious." He Caixing trembled when he mentioned rainbow star flower. Qin Yang put down the snacks, poured another glass of wine, pointed at the wine and said, "This wine is very ordinary, but unfortunately it contains a magical medicine, bell green grass." He Caixing looked at Qin Yang in horror and stepped back. Qin Yang crossed his legs and said quietly, "If this is what Qin Wuyue asked you to do, help me tell him so that he can learn to be smarter in the future." As soon as the words changed, Qin Yang continued, "If you did this yourself, then I will pretend that nothing happened." After saying that, Qin Yang added, "I don't care about your messy things, don't challenge my patience." He Caixing was covered in sweat, she had never been so scared before. Trembling, he quickly put away the wine and snacks, took a deep look at Qin Yang, and left quickly. Qin Yang returned to the railing, looked at the entire little demon realm, and thought to himself, with the 10,000 years monkey wine and the golden formation flag, we should be able to catch some big fish. In such a big little demon realm, are there 4 realms, the demons of the 5 realms? No, Qin Yang's time was completely wasted. But if there is, then if Qin Yang takes action directly, the consequences will be troublesome. Oh, just adapt to circumstances. Qin Yang sighed. Just as he was about to make himself a cup of tea, his eyes caught sight of the streets above ground. Several people from different parties came to Xuanhuan downstairs. Qin Yang squinted his eyes. Although they were as big as ants, he could still clearly see the clothes on these people. Some are embroidered with weird eyes, some are embroidered with clouds, and some are embroidered with stars. 1 sect and 3 sects, are they all here? Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that the boss on the first floor discovered the missing millstone in the backyard. Not long after, the top floor of Xuanhuan building became lively. The respective sect leaders of the 3 sects were all seated, accompanied by important people. Among them, Mu Tianyuan was also there, looking lovingly at He Xiaoyu, behind a middle-aged man. Qin Yang wanted to leave, but the leader of the Xuanhuan sect stayed behind and specially arranged a seat. Such a status is extremely unreasonable, but no one in the field raised any objection. Bietian sect, Wuwei sect, Feixing sect, why are you suddenly here? The leader of Xuanhuan sect asked knowingly. The 3 sect leaders looked at each other, and their eyes were all on Qin Yang. The leader of the Biotian sect laughed and said, "There has been no discussion of martial arts for 100 years. It's time to test the young people in the school." The leader of the Xuanhuan sect flashed his eyes and said, "A martial arts debate is a grand event that only occurs when there are major disputes. At this time, the little demon realm is peaceful and stable, and there are no disputes. A martial arts debate, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." A few old foxes looked carelessly, while Qin Yang stared at these sect leaders. With solid cultivation in the third realm of the God Emperor, the master of the other Tianzong has the tendency to break through to the fourth realm of the God Emperor. Qin Yang thought in his mind, if these people were the peak combat power of the little demon realm, it would be easy to handle. If you grab it and run away, who can catch up? Reality. Otherwise, it is not impossible to directly destroy these demons. Qin Yang deliberately took a few more glances at the master of Biotian sect. This guy had a weird aura. Although he was the strongest, he always felt a little vain. An idea flashed in Qin Yang's mind. Isn't this the effect of Yin Yang wood? Wandering between life and death, while not dying, naturally has side effects. And this side effect is like rootless duckweed. Qin Yang was distracted when the voice of the leader of the Feishing sect came to his ears. The leader of the Flying Star sect said, "The resources of the little demon realm have always been obtained by those who are able. Beyond this, a balance must be maintained." Balance? What do you mean, it's unbalanced now? The leader of the Xuanhuan sect was a little unhappy. There will be a marriage soon, so why are the in-laws still on opposite sides? The leader of the Flying Star sect said, the Xuanhuan sect obtained the fire formation flag 100 years ago, and its strength has gradually grown. Now it is married to our Flying Star sect. In this way, the balance will naturally be broken. The leader of the Xuanhuan sect was immediately furious, but it was difficult to get angry. It turns out that this is all the Flying Star sect's plan. If you want to get married, you need to make the Zangetsu sect unable to refute. But now the uncooked rice is almost ripe, and his son King Weiyu. It is impossible to regret the marriage now. After looking at Qin Yang, the leader of Xuanhuan sect also knew it well. This martial arts discussion was a plan that had been planned for a long time, but because of Qin Yang's arrival, the progress was advanced. The leader of the Flying Star sect said, "We, the three sects, have always agreed that all resources should be distributed uniformly. After this martial arts debate, we will have to redivide." Qin Yang listened with interest. These demons had so many tricks up their sleeves. But it's right to think about it. If it hadn't been like this, the demon clan would have been dominated by one party long ago. They restrict each other, but it also allows them to prosper more and more, until now. The leader of the Flying Star sect said, "If the leader of the Xuanhuan sect has no objection, then please, hand over the fire formation flag and let the Wu-Wei sect take charge of it on your behalf." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became tense. Qin Yang's eyelids twitched, and he kept repeating one sentence in his mind. "Grab it and run, grab it and run, grab it and run." Qin Yang pinched his eyebrows. The fire formation flag was important, but the Yin Yang wood was even more important. You have to stay calm. He looked at the Wu-Wei faction, some guys with clouds embroidered on their clothes. His sect leader also looked like he couldn't wake up from his sleep. Qin Yang smacked his lips. This Wu-Wei sect is really weird. They don't fight for anything, they don't rob anything, and instead they become something like a neutral force. Qin Yang knew in his heart that none of these demons were simple. No one can be underestimated. The leader of the Xuanhuan sect groaned and said, "Since I want to hand over the fire formation flag, what about the Yin Yang wood of other Tianzong?" The words Yin Yang wood directly made Qin Yang's eyes light up. The leader of the Biotian sect laughed and said, "Of course, as usual, it will be sealed in the treasure box and handed over to the Wu-Wei sect." Discussing martial arts is not something that happens once or twice, it is a tradition that has always existed. All the rules were handled with ease and the discussion was quickly completed. However, the leader of the Xuanhuan sect was unwilling to give up. Before Qin Yang could get the divine wine formula and the golden formation flag, the other three families had already come to visit him. "I originally wanted to leave the formula secretly, but I lost the chance. Since everyone agrees, then." By the way, what should I call this little brother? The leader of the Feishing sect looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "You talk about yourselves, just treat me like air." For a while, the atmosphere became silent again. A group of old foxes each sneered, pretending to be nothing. How can it be? In order to thrive, the demon clan has set rules that no one in the clan can disobey. Qin Yang pretended to be confused and said, "Am I also going to hand over the recipe for the 10,000 years monkey wine? And the golden formation flag?" The leader of the Flying Star sect nodded and said, "Yes, of course, you can also participate in the martial arts competition. If you can get a good ranking, the wine will still be yours, the golden formation flag will still be yours, and you can even compete in the small school, establish a new sect in the demon world. Everything is possible. If so, no one will covet everything you get before the next martial arts debate." It sounds very reasonable, and the Bietian sect also said that newly established sects will receive more benefits and care. Anyone else would have seized this opportunity, but Qin Yang was indifferent. Because it's impossible for Qin Yang to take root in this little devil world, establish a sect? It's even more of a joke. Qin Yang's journey is the world of the sky, the real demon world, and all the heavens and worlds. This underwater prison is just one stop on Qin Yang's journey. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, stood up and said, "What if I don't agree?" The smell of gunpowder suddenly filled the entire top floor of Xuanhuan Tower. The core personnel brought by each sect all looked nervous. Qin Yang looked around and said, "Everything is based on strength, and the rules must be based on strength. I believe you are well informed. I have just arrived in the little demon realm." After a pause, Qin Yang's tone was slightly cold. "When I first arrived, I was asked to hand over the divine wine formula and the golden formation flag. Do you think I'm a fool? You want to defraud me of all my things by putting on a show?" Qin Yang had a smile in his eyes, glanced at the Xuanhuan sect leader, and said, "It's better to talk about the price directly. If it's suitable, everything is possible." The leader of the Flying Star sect turned cold and said, "Did your elders not tell you the rules of the demon clan? Or is it that you have been in this lineage for a long time and have forgotten your ancestors?" Qin Yang didn't speak, but his mind was running rapidly. The leader of the Wu-Wei sect tried to smooth things over and said, "The leader of the Feishing sect said something serious. If he really forgot his ancestors, how could he come with the treasure?" Looking at Qin Yang, the leader of the Wu-Wei sect had a kind face and said, "Don't worry, the guard of the Arc de Triomphe has informed you of your strength. With your strength, it will be easy to achieve results in martial arts. We are here to help you establish your own sect." The leader of the Wu-Wei sect said again, "Let's do this. Before the results of the martial arts competition come out, your golden formation flag and the divine wine formula will be kept by yourself. How about it?" Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. Is such a good thing really possible? But the leader of the Biotian sect said, "That's okay, but you have to keep the things well, but you can't hand them over at will." Qin Yang finally understood that this was to prevent the Xuanhuan sect from benefiting alone. As long as he stabilizes himself first and lets Zangetsu sect lose this opportunity, everything can be taken care of in the future. But on the third floor of the underwater prison, the cake is so big. Will they really give it up and let Qin Yang get a piece of it? Qin Yang was afraid that there might be masters hidden in the little demon realm, but why weren't the people from one sect and three sects afraid? Being able to survive on the third floor of the underwater prison without relying on the little devil world already represents strength. People from one of the three sects are even sure that there are experts behind Qin Yang. After all, the demons who were unwilling to station in the little demon realm back then were all extremely strong. There was no guarantee that these people would not change their minds and want to join the little demon realm again. The reason why he promised Qin Yang to establish a sect was to get all these people back. Giving them a step up would also give the current forces in the little demon realm a sense of security. Mu Tianyuan, Qin Wuyue, and other younger generations listened quietly. They simply no right to interrupt. But what they don't know is that on the surface everything seems to be business as usual, just normal communication. In fact, it was Qin Yang who battled wits and courage with these old foxes and tested each other. In the end, Qin Yang did not test out whether there were strong men in the fourth or fifth realms in this little demon world. And the three sects of Yizong have not clearly tested out how many strong men there are behind Qin Yang. People from the three sects would never have thought that Qin Yang, a master of arts, was so bold that he would dare to break into the little demon realm alone. What's more, I would never have thought that Qin Yang was not a demon living outside at all, but a human race in the sky world. The time was set, and the martial arts discussion would be 3 days later. Naturally, Qin Yang was not allowed to live in Xuanhuan sect, but moved elsewhere. And this place was the former number 1 building in the world. The first floor in the world does not belong to any force. At the same time, the streets near the Arc de Triomphe are also neutral areas. Arriving at the first floor of the world, Qin Yang went straight to the arranged guest room. Naturally, the shopkeeper warmly entertained him on the way, and Qin Yang laughed without revealing anything. Obviously, this neutral area, this first floor, is not that simple either. Entering the room, Qin Yang began to think. Qin Yang has also been informed of the rules of martial arts. 10 young practitioners from each sect were sent to compete in the arena. Finally, resource allocation is determined by ranking. As for Qin Yang said again and again that he was the only one. Therefore, the rules will be changed and 1 person will join the battle instead of 10. There will be no image of the number of battles and rankings. The only difference is that Qin Yang has to fight 10 people. I can take this opportunity to thoroughly understand the demon clan's power system, but Qin Yang thought about it, and then there were 4 words in his mind. Grab and run.